The noise of the crowd filled my ears incessantly. I stood at the edge of the high platform as the annual awakening ceremony of Donghai Metropolis Base's 7th High School for Enhanced Abilities neared its conclusion. My name is Qiao Cheng, the last in line. Watching every person on stage, my heart throbbed like a pounding drum. For 18 years, I have waited for this day. In this world overrun by monstrous beasts and ruled by supernatural powers, awakening was the only shot at rising above. Whether a nobody like me could defy the odds depended entirely on this moment. Next, Gao Yu from Class 2 of Grade 12. The head instructor called out. Onto the stage stepped a dashing young man clad in a limited edition battle suit. His hair was slicked back, gleaming with oil, and a smug smile was plastered across his face. Gao Yu wasn't only the direct heir of one of Donghai's 4 great families, the Gaos, but also my nemesis. The piercing screams from the girls in the crowd were deafening, nearly enough to bring the gymnasium's roof down. Wow, Senior Gao Yu. He's bound to awaken an A-grade ability. A-grade? Don't underestimate him. Rumor has it he's already locked in A+. I sneered in disdain, my heart brimming with antipathy. Just a pack of fangirls. As Gao Yu placed his hand on the towering black awakening monument, standing taller than a man, he closed his eyes. The crowd collectively held its breath. Suddenly, the monument shuddered violently, and a brilliant azure pillar of light shot into the sky, so blinding it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. The sight erupted in chaos. Wow, an A-grade ability. The wrathful scion. Even the head instructor's voice cracked with excitement. Gao Yu, A-grade ability. Congratulations. The cheers from the crowd surged like tidal waves. Gao Yu smugly scanned the audience before fixing his gaze on me. His stare was filled with disdain and mockery, as if saying, "See that? This is the gap between us, you pathetic wastrel." I ignored him, instead directing my focus to a girl in a white dress with a ponytail sitting in the audience. Zhao Qian, the flower of our class and the goddess I've secretly admired for 3 years. Her starry-eyed admiration for Gao Yu, her flushed cheeks, it was like needles stabbing into my heart. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to avert my gaze. Xiao Cheng, without power in this world, even breathing feels like a mistake. Finally, the announcer called out the last one from Class 3 of Grade 12, Xiao Cheng. As my name echoed, the gymnasium went eerily silent. All eyes turned toward me, brimming with curiosity, expectation, but mostly the anticipation of a ridiculous spectacle. After all, for all 18 years of my life, I've been virtually invisible. Yet only I knew. I'm a transmigrator. In all the novels, isn't it common sense that transmigrators have some kind of golden cheat? Today is the moment. I'll change my destiny. It has to work. Failure isn't an option. I gritted my teeth in determination, slowly walking up the stage. Passing Gao Yu, he leaned in with a sneer. Trash, going up there to embarrass yourself? Do yourself a favor and get off now while you still have some dignity left. Without pausing, I replied coldly, Idiot. Gao Yu's face darkened, his expression thunderous. Approaching the awakening monument, my hand trembled as I placed it onto the surface. In the audience, my homeroom teacher, Mr. Sun, adjusted his glasses and murmured to a colleague beside him. Xiao Cheng is usually very low-key, but he ranks in the top 3 in academics and physical training. I think he's got potential. I could hear him. I could feel every pair of sharp, expectant eyes, like needles prickling at my skin. Come on, my golden sheet, my system, my reincarnated brilliance. Give me a godlike SSS-grade ability to blind them all with jealousy. I pressed my palm harder against the monument. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, nothing. The monument remained still, completely unresponsive. The crowd started murmuring. What's happening? Nothing's happening. No way. Not even an F grade? Is he seriously that worthless? My heart sank as if plunging into an abyss. Impossible. Clenching my teeth, I desperately pushed my spiritual energy, straining to connect. Move. React to me. Do something. Suddenly, the monument trembled faintly. A dim, feeble white glow flickered to life, barely visible, like a dying candle on the verge of snuffing out. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Even the sounds of ridicule stopped abruptly as everyone stared at the faint glow, as if seeing something monstrous. The head instructor glanced at the data projected from the equipment and let out a long sigh, his voice icy and indifferent. Xiao Cheng. Awakened ability. Degrade. Spark of a dying ember. Degrade. The lowest possible rank of ability, capable of creating tiny sparks, barely useful enough to light a fire. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Degrade? Oh my god, that's hilarious. He might as well not have awakened at all. The stark contrast between Gao Yu's brilliance and my dim failure couldn't have been sharper. But perhaps this is exactly the seed of a greater turning point. Xiao Cheng may have awakened a mere degrade ability, but as a transmigrator, he still has untapped potential, potential beyond the reach of anyone's imagination. In real life, the workplace, or society, the same is often true. People who are overlooked or mocked often possess abilities far beyond the surface. It's just a matter of time before they find their moment to shine. Do you think Xiao Cheng can use his golden cheat to make a comeback? What hidden power within him has yet to be revealed? Let's discuss your thoughts in the comments. The lighter, where is it? I laughed bitterly at myself, to sound a cold sneer. A surprise? Really, Mr. Sun? What a surprise this is. Our homeroom teacher, Mr. Sun, flushed a crimson red that nearly spilled into fury. His sharp eyes fixated on me, like I was nothing more than a pile of trash. I froze in place, a chill creeping over my entire body. Instinctively, I glanced at Zhao Qian. This time, she looked at me too, but not a glimmer of pity lingered in her gaze. Only profound disappointment and contempt. She shook her head lightly, as if ashamed of the hope she'd once pinned on me. Then, without a word, she turned away, leaving only an ice-cold silhouette. Trash will always be trash. Gao Yu approached, his voice low but his words sharp as daggers slicing into my chest. Xiao Cheng, you're not even worthy of a glance from me now. He finished speaking, patted my shoulder condescendingly, and then left. Behind him, a whole crowd surged forward, animated and jubilant like a pack of wolves reveling in their victory. Standing on the platform, I had become the punchline of everyone's mockery. 18 years of dreams, of perseverance, and it had all turned into nothing but a joke. The fantasies of being a transmigrator, the so-called golden finger, all lies, all illusions. I stumbled down off the stage, the harsh ridicule around me piercing like daggers, shredding my dignity into tatters. My world suddenly plunged into darkness. Is this what my life has amounted to? Would all end like this? Rage boiled within me. Why did Gao Yu, that useless idiot, awaken an A-class ability? Meanwhile, I, a transmigrator who knew every trick and tactic for novels, was left with nothing but a pitiful D-class ability, practically trash. The heavens must be laughing at me with a cruelty beyond measure. Anger and despair stormed my mind like an unforgiving tempest, threatening to destroy my sanity. As I teetered on the edge of utter despair, suddenly a cold and mechanical tone resonated in my mind. Ding! Startled, I nearly tripped and fell flat on my face. In the days that followed, I thought I might actually have gone mad, my senses warped from the earlier humiliation. With a self-deprecating laugh, I dragged my heavy legs forward. Around me, sneering faces stared as if I were nothing more than a spectacle, and their hushed whispers jabbed at my heart like needles. Look, it's him, the failure with the D-class lighter ability. Such a pity, really decent-looking, but ultimately useless. Looks? What good are looks? Power is the only thing that matters. He's doomed, plain and simple. Doomed? Indeed, it seemed that way. 18 years of aspirations. It was time to wake up from those foolish dreams. Ignoring the snide comments, I sought to escape the noise. Like a ghost, I wandered off, past the school grounds, around the teaching buildings, and finally arrived at the back of the gymnasium, where an old, abandoned storage room was hidden. Inside, the room was filled with worn-out mats and rusting equipment, the air thick with the stench of mildew. No one ever came here. Leaning against the cold wall, I slid down to the ground, my head buried in my knees. Humiliation, rage, unwillingness, countless emotions churned inside me, threatening to rip me apart. Why? What had I done to deserve this? Was it wrong to simply want to live like a proper human being? My eyes burned crimson, my teeth clenched tightly, and a low growl escaped my throat, almost animalistic. Just when I was about to lose control, the sound rang out again, ding. This time, much clearer than before. Who's there? My head snapped up, my eyes scanning the room warily. No one. Who's playing tricks here? Get out right now. I growled under my breath, but there was no reply. Damn it. Frustrated, I slammed my fist into the ground, scraping my knuckles until blood dripped freely. It seemed I'd truly been pushed to the brink, my mind teetering on the edge of collapse. Breathing heavily, I made to leave, but when I glanced up, my pupils shrank into pinpricks. There, less than half a foot away, a translucent, blue-tinged virtual screen floated in midair, just like the holographic projections straight out of a sci-fi movie. I froze, turning into a statue, forgetting even to breathe. Blinking hard, the screen remained there. I raised a hand and slapped myself across the face hard. Smack! The sharp sting confirmed it. It wasn't a dream. This was real. I stared at the screen, watching as a cascade of high-tech-looking text flowed across its surface like a waterfall. Host detected. Soul alignment complete after 18 years. Host currently at a critical juncture of life and emotional low point. World line stabilized. Causality locked. Activation conditions fully met. Divine choice system officially activated. Divine choice system? Those three words exploded in my mind like thunder, leaving me dumbfounded. A system, the legendary cheat every protagonist in web novels seems to have. Had one finally appeared for me? A surge of overwhelming joy erupted like a volcano, spreading through my entire body. Every cell trembled with excitement, screaming with exhilaration. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! I knew it. There was no way a transmigrator wouldn't have a cheat. It was just late to the party. All the humiliation, the frustration, the despair I felt moments ago were washed away by this sudden, earth-shattering revelation. I wanted to laugh aloud, to shout to the heavens, to storm back into the gymnasium, point my finger at Gao Yu, at Zhao Qian, at Mr. Sun, and loudly proclaim, "You blind fools! I'm not trash. I'm a god you'll all look up to." Ha ha! A laugh began to slip from my lips before I hastily clamped a hand over my mouth, stifling the sound. No, I couldn't laugh. Not now. Biting my lip until I tasted blood, I allowed the pain to help me regain composure. Clenching my fist, my nails dug into my palms, nearly drawing blood. Calm. Zhou Cheng, stay calm. The system is my biggest secret, my ultimate trump card capable of overturning the world. Until I have real strength, I absolutely cannot expose it. This world is far more ruthless and pragmatic than I imagined. If this secret is exposed, what awaits me isn't applause, but pursuit and vivisection. I took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and waited for my racing heart to settle after what felt like ages. My gaze sharpened and filled with calm determination as I focused on the panel with my mind. System, are you there? I silently asked in my thoughts. The text on the panel immediately changed. Host, I am here. It really can communicate. My last ounce of doubt vanished, leaving only exhilaration. What functions do you have? I couldn't help but ask eagerly. This system is called the God-level choice system, designed to assist the host in making optimal decisions at critical junctures in life, thereby ascending to the peak. Whenever the host faces a choice, the system will provide various options. Choosing different options will yield different rewards. Rewards include, but are not limited to, techniques, combat skills, divine artifacts, elixirs, heavenly treasures, and even opportunities to change fate. Holy crap, this system is so overpowered, it was practically custom built as a cheat code for me. With this, we're so-called ill-level geniuses or elite families. They're nothing but small fry in front of me. Suppressing my excitement, I asked again, then about my earlier D-level ability. The host need not worry. The text on the panel exuded confidence. The earlier awakening was merely the final step of activating the system. Now, the system shall issue the host's first novice mission. Mission name, God-level choice. Mission description, a worthless awakening cannot define the host's future. True destiny lies in the hands of the host to choose. The next second, the panel shone brightly. The previous text disappeared, and 3 glowing options appeared before me. The first option emitted a faint white light, similar to the awakening steel. The second was shrouded in dazzling green light. The third was a radiant golden orb, shining like the sun. Just looking at it, my soul trembled. A bold line of text slowly emerged on the panel. Host, please reselect your awakened ability. My eyes locked onto these 3 options, as if I were a starving beggar staring at a banquet. No, it was even more intense than that. I read the descriptions behind each option greedily, word by word. Option 1. Maintain the current state and awaken the D-level ability, Lightning Spark. Reward, 100,000 federal currency. I nearly laughed out loud at this option. 100,000 bucks? What a joke. Staying a trash nobody for my entire life, being mocked and trampled on for that little money. Scram. I dismissed it with disdain and moved on to the second option. Option 2. Reverse the awakening and obtain the A-level ability, Body of Furious Thunder. Reward, 1 A-level matching combat skill, 9 lightning strikes. Body of Furious Thunder. Sounds pretty impressive, but isn't it just a knockoff of that pretty boy Gao Yu's Son of the Storm? Choosing this might make me a genius, get me into a top-tier ability academy, and even win me some recognition from that gold digger Zhao Qian. That doesn't sound too bad, but damn it, I've endured 18 years of scorn and ridicule since transmigrating here, just to become some A-level genius. Barely on par with Gao Yu? Are you kidding me? I'm going to trample everyone who ever looked down on me. So hard they won't even qualify to see my back. With my heart pounding fiercely, filled with ambition, my gaze landed on the third, gold light-shrouded option. Option 3. The Coming of Myth, awaken the one and only growth-type SS-level mythical ability across all realms. Universal Divine Thunder. Reward, Companion Artifact, Primordial Thunder Dragon's Soul Weapon. Dragonheart Silver Spear, Sealed State. SSS level, one and only, growth type, mythical ability, companion artifact. Every single word hit my chest like a sledgehammer, filling me with boiling excitement. This is the kind of golden sheet that befits a transmigrator. What other choice is there among these 3? This is a freebie question that's insultingly easy. Ha ha! I burst into carefree laughter in this secluded corner. System, do you think I'm an idiot? I asked the panel in my mind. The system uncharacteristically fell silent. Choose. I am choosing. With unwavering resolve, I roared in my mind. I'm choosing the third one. Ding. Host choice confirmed. Now infusing the host with the SSS level mythical ability, Universal Divine Thunder. The infusion process will completely remold the host's body, possibly causing intense pain. Please brace yourself, host. Pain? Compared to the humiliation of being abandoned by the entire world before, what is physical pain? Bring on. Let me witness the power of a myth come to life. The moment the thought crossed my mind, boom! A thunderous roar exploded deep within my soul, casting my consciousness into blankness. Immediately afterward, a torrent of golden energy, wild, sacred, and overwhelmingly dominant, surged through me like a breached dam, pouring into every corner of my body. Ah! The searing pain struck me, curling me into a shrimp-like arc, my veins bulging. I could feel my body, like a balloon on the brink of bursting. Golden thunder energy surged through my body, as if determined to crush my bones, meridians, and flesh into powder, only to reshape them into the body of a god. Crack! Crack! I could hear the sound of my bones breaking and reforming. The pain was so intense it could drive anyone to collapse, but I clenched my teeth, my mouth full of blood, and let out a frenzied laugh. Ha ha, ha ha, bring it on, harder. Is this all you've got? This pain is nothing. My consciousness drifted into a strange state amidst the excruciating pain and extreme exhilaration. I saw golden thunder replace the blood, roaring through my veins and golden runes flashing on my bones. I felt myself being torn apart and strengthened simultaneously with a constant surge of power flooding in. I felt as though one punch could level a wall, or even a stadium. I didn't know how much time had passed before the pain subsided, replaced by an overwhelming sense of ease and power. I stood up, and the world around me seemed entirely different. I could see and hear clearly even the sounds and source energy particles from far away. When I clenched my fist, the air mourned, forming waves of pressure. Is this the power of an SSS-class mythical ability? It's incredible. I looked down at my hands, visibly unchanged, but I knew they now held the power to destroy worlds. Just then, zap! A golden arc of lightning leapt from my index finger to my middle finger. Soon, more golden arcs flickered and danced between my fingers, like tiny golden spirits. Staring at my right hand, the corner of my mouth curled upward. Gao, are you ready for the surprise I prepared for you? Inside the gymnasium, the awakening ceremony had come to an end. Most students had left, while those who awakened abilities above C-class were surrounded by cheering crowds. As for me, Xiao Cheng, no one paid attention. The people around me discussed me with disdain, pity, and schadenfreude. Ah, how pitiful. Awakening a D-class ability is worse than not awakening at all. Yeah, he won't even be able to lift his head in front of other ability users. Stop talking about that loser. It's bad luck. Let's go celebrate Senior Gao Yu for awakening an A-class ability. If this had happened just a few minutes ago, I might have been ashamed. But now, I only found it amusing. They were like ants discussing a dragon. On the stage, the head instructor concluded, I hope everyone will train hard and protect Donghai Bay City and the future of humankind. I hereby declare this year's ability awakening ceremony a great sucky. Before he could finish his sentence, I moved. While everyone thought of me as a loser, I turned around and walked against the crowd, moving toward the stage. My actions immediately drew everyone's attention. Isn't that Xiao Cheng? What is he doing? Is he insane? Is that loser really trying to get on stage to end his life? The students stopped, the teachers frowned, and the head instructor froze. Everyone stared at me with mocking eyes. Xiao Cheng, stop right there. My homeroom teacher, Sun, rushed over to block me. His face was flushed red as he roared. The ceremony is over. Get off the stage and stop disgracing yourself. Spit flew onto my face from his shouting. I once respected him, but his disgusted attitude after my D-class awakening revealed his true face to me. Uninterested in arguing, I walked past him. He reached out to grab me, but an unseen force stopped him in his tracks. I stepped onto the stage and approached the awakening monument. The crowd below erupted in chaos. What the hell? He really got up there. What does he think he's doing? Touching it again won't turn a D into a C. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Even Gao Yu noticed me. He crossed his arms and smirked mockingly in my direction. I listened to the ridicule, yet my heart remained calm because I knew we no longer shared the same world. Raising my right hand, I pressed it firmly against the monument. Open for me, I roared in my heart. Buzz! A golden pillar of light, 100 times brighter than Gao Yu's awakening, shot up into the sky. It was like a sun devouring the heavens, its radiance making everyone's eyes water from the overwhelming glare. My eyes! What is this? This is impossible. Suddenly, the monument emitted a mournful groan, trembling violently. A golden thunder serpent surged from my palm, engulfing the monument. Crack! Cracks spread across its surface, and soon those cracks multiplied endlessly. Golden lightning light seeped through, carrying an aura of destruction so fearsome it made everyone's hearts quiver. And no, this isn't good. Retreat quickly, the principal shouted in terror. But it was too late. The monument could no longer withstand the power. With a deafening explosion, it shattered into dust. Shockwaves and clouds of debris swept across the gymnasium. Students screamed as they were thrown into the air, and the space plunged into chaotic darkness. When the dust settled and light returned, everyone stared in horror at the center of the stage. Where the awakening monument once stood, there was now only a bottomless pit. At its center, I, Qiao Cheng, stood unharmed, not even a wrinkle on my clothing. Golden arcs of lightning, akin to spirits or swarms of serpents, swirled and danced around me, crackling with energy. In that moment, I appeared divine. The entire venue fell into dead silence. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed frozen in place, their mouths agape and breath caught in their throats. Finally, someone broke the silence, their voice shaking with fear. What was that? The gymnasium remained unsettlingly quiet. All eyes locked onto me at the center of the stage, their gazes filled with complexity. Gone were the mockery and disdain from moments before. Cough, cough. A teacher, still choking on dust, broke the stillness. The crowd snapped back to reality, gasping sharply. What did I just see? The awakening monument. It exploded. Did Qiao Cheng cause that golden lightning? No one could provide an answer. What had just occurred was beyond anyone's comprehension. The awakening monument, forged from obsidian star gold, a material impervious to damage even from B-class and A-class users, had been obliterated, as fine as powder. Quick, quick, go check it out. Principal Gao roared, leading the instructors as he charged up to the high platform. They first looked down into the pit, and as they did, their bodies trembled. It's over, the director of education collapsed, his face ashen. It's completely over. Even the foundation has melted. Principal Gao raised his head, staring at me with eyes filled with disbelief, as though looking at a monster. His lips trembled as he stammered, Qiao Cheng. What exactly happened here? All eyes shifted onto me once again. I retracted the golden electric arcs back into my body and smiled at Principal Gao. Sorry about that, Principal. I wasn't fully awake earlier, and I didn't control my strength properly. Now, this is my true ability. These words hit them like an intergalactic earthquake, shaking their worldview to the core. Homeroom teacher's son's mouth hung agape, his face painted with regret and terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably like sieves. He realized he had messed with someone he absolutely shouldn't have. The class beauty, Zhao Qian, had gone pale as a sheet. Her heart clutched tightly as waves of regret surged through her for having missed her chance with me. Gao Yu clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh until he bled. Yet he seemed numb to the pain. Jealousy, frustration, and fear were painted all over his distorted face. Principal Gao was in disbelief. He pulled out a portable precision energy detector. The needle soared and went off the chart. He gasped sharply, "Mythical tier! It's mythical tier!" The instant the words mythical tier were uttered, the gymnasium erupted into chaos. What? Mythical tier? Surely we misheard. SSS tier. The Donghai urban base hasn't had an S tier in 50 years. I just mocked a future deity? No wonder the monument exploded. It couldn't withstand those mythical tier powers. Everyone went insane, their gazes toward me filled with reverence, fanaticism, and terror. Principal Gao trembled with excitement and ordered the instructors to lock down the entire campus, strictly forbidding anyone from leaking this information, labeling violators as traitors to the state. Qiao Cheng. No, young Master Qiao. If you need anything, say the word. The school is at your service, no matter the cost. His ingratiating tone amused me. I let my gaze pass over the crowd below. My eyes first landed on teacher's son, whose fear had caused him to wet himself. I deemed him unworthy of another glance. Next, I saw Zhao Qian, her face full of regret. The spark she once ignited in me was gone, so I bypassed her without hesitation. Finally, my gaze fell on Gao Yu. His expression was twisted with emotions, but in my eyes, he was nothing more than an ant. At that moment, I felt a particularly distinct gaze. It was Lung Yuexin, the talented prodigy of the Lung family, an S-tier esper. She smiled at me. It was intriguing. I descended the platform, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way for me. Stopping before Gao Yu, I asked, "A moment ago, what did you say I was?" I chose not to linger at the school any longer, declining Principal Gao's offer of accommodation in an on-campus apartment. Instead, I returned to my rented place. I needed some peace to process everything that had happened today. The cheap rental flat I lived in was located in a slum. Less than 15 square meters in size, it was dark, damp, and suffocatingly narrow. The persistent stench of mold had never dissipated. This had been my home for the past 18 years. Bang! I swung the paper-thin iron door shut, isolating the outside commotion. The room was pitch black, but I didn't bother turning on a light. The darkness wasn't unsettling. It exhilarated me. I could no longer contain my elation. Throwing my arms wide open, I tilted my head back and howled with pure ecstasy. Damn, it felt incredible. I fiercely punched the air, the force bringing a gust that sent the tattered books on my desk fluttering. High-definition images of Gao Yu's shell-shocked expression, Zhao Qian's regret-filled gaze, Teacher Sun's undignified panic, and the ghost-struck faces of all the students and staff flashed through my mind. I laughed and jumped, a lunatic releasing pin-up emotions in this tiny room. This was the feeling of power, the ability to control your fate. After several minutes of wild exuberance, I finally slumped onto my bed, face flushed, gasping for breath. As my chest heaved, a gratifying smile spread across my face. This is just the beginning, I murmured to myself. I settled down on the edge of my bed and closed my eyes, descending into the depths of my mind. System. I'm here, host. The familiar blue interface materialized before my eyes. Open the rewards list. Command received. The screen flickered briefly before a new interface popped up. Newbie Quest Godly Choice rewards have been distributed. Reward 1. SSS Tier Mythical Ability Universal Divine Thunder Integrated. Reward 2. Innate Artifact Dragonspine Silver Spear Pending Claim. I fixated on the second reward, my blood surging with anticipation. An innate artifact. This was far too exhilarating. Claim it. I ordered without hesitation. Innate artifact Dragonspine Silver Spear successfully claimed. The artifact is stored within the system space. The host may retrieve it at will. With a single thought, I willed it into existence. Within my consciousness appeared a virtual storage inventory, reminiscent of a game. Most of the grid squares were gray, save for a single glowing compartment. Inside it rested a silver-white spear, its surface radiating an aura of chaos that obscured its details from view. Retrieve it. As the words left my lips, the air in the room froze instantly. A frigid and violent aura of lethal intent materialized out of nowhere, permeating the cramped space. The temperature plummeted to freezing, and I exhaled a visible puff of mist. A heartbeat later, the spear appeared abruptly, one end leaning against the wall while the other pressed into the floor. I was utterly stunned, staring at the weapon in a daze. The spear was unlike anything I had ever imagined. It was entirely cast in an otherworldly silver-white hue, resembling neither metal nor jade. It seemed to absorb light itself, radiating an unfathomable depth. Intricate thunder dragon patterns coiled along its length, appearing so vivid as if they might leap off and bite. The blade tip, designed with aerodynamic precision, shimmered with a chilling brilliance, like the fangs of an ancient beast. The spear stood silently, not emitting light, but its sharp presence alone sent shivers down my spine. Was this truly my weapon? My hands trembled as I reached out and grasped it. It was heavy, at least 1,000 pounds, far beyond what an ordinary person could lift. I couldn't lift it at all, but as soon as I gripped it, A feeling of bloodline connection surged through my entire body. It felt as though it was a part of me. The myriad divine thunders within me also surged joyously. Rise, I murmured, exerting force. Effortlessly, I picked up the long spear and held it in my hand. What a great weapon! I caressed the shaft of the spear, feeling the power of thunder, and I could sense an ancient soul lying dormant within it. System, inspect the attributes. Command received. An attribute panel surfaced from the spear's body. Weapon name, Dragon Guts Bright Silver Spear. Weapon grade, accompanying artifact, unique. Current status, sealed, first layer of seal. Built-in skill 1. Indestructible, in sealed state, ignores all physical and energy attacks of A level and below. Built-in skill 2. Affinity with Thunder Dragon, in sealed state. Increases Thunder Elemental abilities by 20%. Unsealing condition. Holy crap, I couldn't help cursing. The weapon was already this powerful in its sealed state. Wouldn't unsealing it completely defy the laws of nature? The more I thought about it, the more exhilarated I felt. I spun the spear around in the room, its tip slicing through the air with a shriek that sounded like ghostly wails. I refrained from using any abilities, relying only on pure physical strength. And it was already this fierce. Again, a strand of lightning energy from within me flowed into the spear's body. It trembled, letting out the roar of a thunder dragon as the golden patterns on the spear shimmered brilliantly. Lightning power began to coalesce at the tip of the spear. I could feel that if I thrust this spear forward, the entire rented room, no, the whole building, would turn to ashes. I immediately reined in the power, and the spear returned to its normal state. Cold sweat covered my body as my heart pounded wildly. This spear's power was far beyond my imagination. It was not something I could test recklessly. I had to find a secluded place where no one would disturb me. System, how do I unseal the first layer? I gazed at the panel, and the question marks transformed into a line of flickering golden text. First layer unsealing conditions. Choose one. 1. Absorb a drop of true dragon blood from a creature with a divine beast bloodline. 2. Find and absorb a treasure containing the power of extreme lightning. I was stunned. Wasn't the true dragon a mere legend? That kind of thing was nearly impossible to obtain. As for treasures of nature, those were equally daunting to find. I couldn't help but ask, are there really dragons in this world? Ding. Answer to host. There are no native true dragons in this world. However, in the depths of certain high-tier dimensional rifts, there are sub-dragon beasts with bloodlines containing true dragon power. Killing them might yield true dragon blood. So, it's just descendants of dragons. I chuckled bitterly. Well, it was better than nothing. As for the natural treasures, the system provided no leads, so I'd have to search blindly on my own. I swiftly stored the spear away, and its terrifying aura disappeared abruptly. I felt a slight relief in my chest. Power enhancement is an urgent priority. And what does power rely on? Techniques, combat skills, and resources. But I had no money. The school was my only treasure trove of resources. I had just destroyed the Awakening Monument at school, which had undoubtedly drawn the intense attention of the principal and the academic team. As an SSS-level ability user, I had become a treasure to them. They would naturally indulge me in every possible way. Half an hour later, I sat boldly in the principal's office, idly toying with the principal's prized Hong Pao tea leaves. Senior principal, the head instructor, and teacher's son looked ill at ease. Teacher's son, in particular, was pale as a sheet, drenched in cold sweat. Student Xiao Cheng. The principal cleared his throat, his face plastered with a mountain of smiles. On behalf of the school, I congratulate you. You are the pride of both the school and Donghai City. I sipped the tea lightly, my gaze drifting to Teacher Sunday. The principal immediately caught on, his face changing as he barked, "Son Jiqiang, apologized to student Xiao Cheng immediately." Teacher Sun staggered over, kowtowing and slapping himself in apology repeatedly. Enough. I set down the teacup. I accept your apology, but don't expect my forgiveness. Holding grudges is what makes people dangerous. Stay out of my sight at school. Now get lost. It was as if teacher's son had been struck by lightning. Stricken and speechless, he shuffled away miserably. The atmosphere in the office froze instantly, and the principal and the head instructor were visibly terrified. Now for the main issues, I said. The principal quickly nodded respectfully. First, I want an S-class cultivation room with the highest source energy concentration open to me round the clock. No problem. I'll have it prepared immediately. Second, I want unlimited access to the school's cultivation resources. Of course. Third, I get free reign to select combat techniques from the armory. Anything I want is mine. A-class combat techniques were absurdly expensive, and the armory only had a handful of them. My demand was exceedingly audacious. The principal hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. No problem. Take whatever you like. I nodded. 10 minutes later, I stood at the entrance to the armory, with the principal eagerly guiding me. Walking down a long corridor, we arrive at a large room resembling a library. Rows of bookshelves were filled with various combat technique manuals. Here is our armory, housing 1,327 combat techniques, ranging from D-class to A-class, the principal announced proudly. I ignored the lower-grade techniques and headed straight for the innermost section. There, 5 platforms held ancient books suspended mid-air, emitting a faint glow. They were all A-class combat techniques. Blazing Flame Saber Technique, Profound Ice Swordsmanship, Shield of the Earth, Swift Leap, and the Thunder-based Thunderous Spear Technique. The principal nervously followed behind me, while I directed my gaze into the system, giving an immediate command. System, scan these battle techniques and find the most suitable for me. Ding! Scanning complete. 3A grade techniques show higher compatibility with the host ability. 1. Thunderous Spear Technique, a lightning element spear skill with great power. Compatibility, 65%. System evaluation, trash. 2. Swift Leap, an agility footwork technique focused on extreme speed. Compatibility, 48%. Evaluation, absolute garbage. 3. Shield of the Earth, a defensive move as steadfast as a mountain. Compatibility, 22%. Evaluation, do you think I'm a fool? I couldn't help but feel my lips twitch. The so-called treasures of the school? In the system's eyes, they were nothing but waste. The principal cautiously asked, "Young Master Chiao, which one do you fancy?" I turned my head. On one side was the principal with an eager expression, and on the other, old Wong, who had silently stood guard over the arsenal. I shook my head and said, "This pile of A-grade techniques? Utter trash. Not a single one interests me." The air froze. Within an instant, the room was so silent you could hear a pin drop. The smile on the principal's face stiffened, as if struck by lightning, staring at me in disbelief. A-grade techniques were invaluable treasures in the outside world, prizes that countless second-tier families would fight to the death for. But I refused them. The story had just begun. What hidden truths awaited my discovery? What unseen treasures lay buried within this arsenal? Interpretation, the most intriguing aspect here lies in the stark contrast between the protagonist's strength and the system's evaluations. It not only highlights how valuable resources may be unfit for one's true needs, but also foreshadows the development of future plot points. The protagonist likely has a unique perspective and untapped potential that will shine in unexpected ways later. Have you ever encountered a situation where everyone recommended something, but you found it completely unworkable for you? Feel free to comment and share your thoughts. A storm was brewing from just a spark. Think about it. I'm just a high school student who had recently awakened an ability, openly declaring these A-grade techniques as trash. Was I not courting trouble? Young Master Chiao, you must be joking, right? These are the school's cherished treasures, A-grade battle techniques. The principal, sweating profusely, tried to persuade me with a pained smile. I spoke bluntly. In my eyes, they're just trash. As soon as those words left my mouth, the principal's expression turned instantly grim. He was the school's pillar, an A-grade peak expert. usually tolerant of my whims, like flipping through stone tablets or making capricious demands. He could not stand any disrespect toward the school's martial heritage. Xiao Cheng, you're entitled to your own opinions, but watch your words. His tone was stern, brooking no opposition. Instead, I became even more emboldened. Oh, do you think I'm just talking nonsense? The principal snorted coldly, refusing to engage further. But his silence spoke volumes. It was clear his pride had been wounded. After all, how could I gain any advantage without stomping on their egos first? No longer paying attention to his gaze, I shifted my focus to the old man wiping down the bookshelf in the corner, Teacher Wang. Old Wang's movements froze as he slowly lifted his head. His face was that of an ordinary elder, weathered with wrinkles, but his sharp, mysterious eyes betrayed a profound depth. In that instant, I caught a glimpse of something extraordinary, an aura so powerful it was astonishing, possibly even more unfathomable than the principal's. Oh, youngster, you got quite the sharp tongue. Care to explain why these techniques are trash? Teacher Wang put down his cleaning cloth, his voice calm, yet imbued with authority. The principal immediately stepped back a pace, staying silent, and the tension in the room escalated. Creative analysis, this dialogue, not only generates a tense confrontation, but also subtly plants seeds for future revelations. The protagonist's unfiltered critique challenges the school's pride, while Old Wang's appearance hints at deeper secrets. Clearly, his concealed power and attitude will serve as pivotal elements driving the plot forward. Life reflection, this clash mirrors real-world workplace conflicts. Newcomers challenging established norms and questioning authority often step on proverbial landmines. Only by voicing opinions courageously and observing covert power dynamics can one hope to disrupt conventions and achieve personal breakthroughs. Such processes, filled with emotional highs and sharp exchanges, represent a fiery but invaluable journey of growth. With all that said, do you think Xiao Cheng's bluntness is a sign of courage or recklessness? How would you express dissenting opinions in a professional setting? Share your thoughts in the comments. Fine. I walked toward the thunderous spear technique, pointing at it, and said, "This spear technique focuses on overwhelming opponents with momentum and unleashing strikes like thunder, aiming for explosive force and destruction." Sounds decent on paper, doesn't it? But the creator ignored the fact that lightning isn't just about raw aggression. It's also about unparalleled speed. This spear art prioritizes power while neglecting speed, and the transitions between moves are clunky and full of openings. Against an opponent of the same tier, you'd lose your head within 3 moves. If that's not trash, what is? My voice echoed through the arsenal. The principal stood dumbfounded, while Old Wang's eyes lit up with an intense gleam, his expression shifting for the first time. The atmosphere grew heavy. I walked over to the Swift Step technique manual and said, "This so-called Swift Step, claiming to be as fast as lightning. It's a complete joke. Its power output method is flawed. It relies solely on leg strength without mobilizing the body's blood and energy, nor does it resonate with the wind element. Training this way won't lead to peak speed. Instead, it will damage your knees, and by the end, you'll be lucky not to end up half paralyzed. If this isn't the definition of trash, then what is?" At this point, Old Wang's expression completely changed. The way he looked at me was as if I were some kind of monster. I had pointed out the core flaws of these 2 combat techniques in an instant. Flaws even their creators might not have realized. To catch them at a glance, that wasn't mere genius. It was downright demonic. "Oh, who exactly are you?" Old Wang stammered, his voice trembling. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is whether I'm right or not," I replied with a calm smile, spreading my hands nonchalantly. Old Wang was silent for a while, then let out a sigh accompanied by a bitter laugh. "You're right. Everything you said is correct. Kid, you win. Speak, what do you want? Simple. Give me the transcribed copies of these 3 so-called trash techniques. I want to study them and see if I can turn garbage into treasure," I said. I was referring to Thunderbolt Spear techniques, the Swift Step, and the Shield of Earth. Though the system labeled them as trash, they were simply incomplete. My system could simulate and fuse them. Done. Old Wong waved his hand, and the energy barrier dissipated. 3 streams of light flew out, materializing into 3 jade scrolls that landed before me. Take them. I'm honestly looking forward to what you'll make out of them, Old Wong remarked, his tone somewhat emotional. You'll see, I said with a smile as I collected the jade scrolls. And with Principal Gao staring at me in shocked disbelief, I left the scene gracefully. Once I returned to my cheap rental apartment, I immediately sat cross-legged and pressed the jade scrolls against my forehead. System. Using these 3 A-level techniques as a foundation, simulate and fuse them into a single all-encompassing S-level combat technique, combining offense, speed, and defense. Ding. Command received. Simulation commencing. Analyzing materials. Eliminating flaws. Fusing advantages. Simulation complete. Congratulations. The host has obtained the S-level combat technique, Thunder Dragon Break. A torrent of immense information rushed into my mind. The moves, the mental practices, and the power-exerting methods. All of it came to me in an instant. I opened my eyes, a golden flash flickering within. Amazing! What a technique! Thunder Dragon Break. I shouted excitedly to no one in particular. Grabbing the ordinary iron spear next to my bed, I channeled the power of the divine thunder according to the mental practice method. A surge of overwhelming energy coursed through me. Break! My gaze sharpened as I thrust the spear toward the wall. A thin, hair-like streak of golden energy flashed past. The next instant, there was a fist-sized hole in the wall, cleanly punched through, the edges smooth and slightly charred. Holy crap! I exclaimed, startled by my newfound power. That was less than 10% of my strength. What would happen if I went all out? Before I could think further, a terrified scream came from the next-door apartment. Ah, murder! Someone help! Why is there a hole in my wall? Pots and pans clattered to the floor in a cacophony of chaos. Shit! I overdid it. I stared at the smoke rising from the hole, my lips twitching. How was I supposed to explain this to the landlord and my neighbor? Ma'am, do you believe in the power of light? In the end, I had to compensate with 30,000 Federation coins, fork over a month's rent, and swear on my life to the frightened chubby lady next door that this wouldn't happen again. Begrudgingly, I slinked out of the building in shame. Damn it, I've barely made progress, and I'm already homeless before I can gloat about my success. Standing in the cold wind with just a few hundred coins in my pocket, I sighed and muttered to myself, I need to figure out how to make some money soon. But before that, there was another play to be staged. I looked toward the distant comprehensive combat pavilion, a mischievous smirk curling across my lips. Inside the combat pavilion, Class 3 of the 11th grade was having a lesson, but the atmosphere was strangely tense. The students kept their distance from the lone figure in the center of the training field, their gazes complex, filled with reverence, envy, jealousy, and above all, fear. That's right, the one in the center of the field was me. Ever since I obliterated the Awakening Monument yesterday and was certified by Principal Gao as possessing an SSS-tier mythical ability, my status in the 7th high school had undergone a complete 180-degree transformation. Once derided as the D-rank failure and the laughingstock of the school, I was now hailed as the god of thunder and the treasure of the school. This drastic shift deeply intimidated everyone, to the point where they didn't even dare speak loudly to me. Silence! A booming shout suddenly erupted from the entrance. A burly, bear-like middle-aged man stepped inside. He was our combat instructor, Teacher Zhou, a B-tier superpowered individual specializing in strength. Known for his brutal training methods and fiery temper, his word was usually absolute. But today, a strained smile stretched awkwardly across his rugged face, and his gaze instantly locked onto me. Ahem. Xiao Cheng, how's your recovery? Awakening such a powerful energy yesterday must have drained you a lot. Do you perhaps want to rest today? Teacher Zhou asked, his tone uncharacteristically gentle. The entire class was shocked. Was this really the same intimidating Zhou the Tyrant who regularly punished students with extra laps? Something must be off with this scene. I found the situation amusing and shook my head. No need, Teacher Zhou. I'm feeling great and was just thinking of testing the power of my new ability. Teacher Zhou's eyes lit up instantly. That was exactly what he'd been waiting for. In fact, every single person present was now brimming with anticipation. SSS. How powerful is an SSS-level mythic ability? Was yesterday's explosion just a flash in the pan? Everyone was curious. Ha ha, good. Today, I'll be your sparring partner. Everyone else moved to the edge of the field. With Teacher Zhou's command, the students retreated dozens of meters, clearing the space. All eyes turned to us, holding their breaths. All right then, Xiao Cheng. Teacher Zhou positioned himself opposite me, stretching his body. His joints cracked loudly, and an overwhelming, menacing aura erupted from him. My ability is a B-level, immovable stone Buddha, specializing in defense. Use your most powerful move against me. Don't hold back. Let me witness the power of an SSS-level mythic ability. With that, he let out a low growl. His muscles swelled, his body grew half a meter taller, and his skin turned a grayish-brown, resembling an imposing guardian statue with a fierce glare. Holy crap, that's Teacher Zhou's ultimate move, Stone Buddha Golden Body. I've heard he used this technique to withstand the attack of a peak sea-level mutant beast without a scratch. This is going to be interesting. Will Xiao Cheng actually be able to break Teacher Zhou's defense? Hearing the astonished murmurs of my classmates, Teacher Zhou grew even more confident. He curled his finger toward me in a taunting gesture. Come on, kid. Show me what you've got. I looked at his self-satisfied expression and smirked. Hoisting my iron spear, I cautioned him. Teacher Zhou, you'd better fortify your defenses. I'm afraid you might die from this attack. To Teacher Zhou, my words sounded like sheer arrogance. He became enraged. Boastful. Go ahead, give it your best shot. If I so much as take a step back, I'll take your last name. Is that so? Then hold your ground, I replied calmly, my smile fading into icy indifference. Drawing upon the power of the divine thunder from the Thunder Dragon Break technique, I channeled just 10% of my strength without even using my legendary Dragon Gall Silver Spear. Break, I muttered in a low voice as I faintly raised the iron spear. A flash of golden energy, sharper than the room we stood in, streaked across the space at an unfathomable speed. No one, not even Teacher Zhou, saw what had happened. All they saw was my spear moving slightly. In the next second, a sound echoed. A fist-sized hole appeared in the stone Buddha golden body at Teacher Zhou's chest, its edges smooth as a mirror. Teacher Zhou stared in disbelief at the bleeding hole in his chest. A guttural sound escaped his throat before his body collapsed, launching backward from the force of the impact. He flew over 10 meters, colliding with the alloy wall. The collision left a human-shaped dent, and he was embedded in the wall, limbs twitching, foaming at the mouth, and completely unconscious. The atmosphere was deathly silent. The students stood like statues struck by lightning. One girl fainted from fright, and a boy stammered tearfully, "Mom, is this damage even achievable by organic beings?" The practical training session came to an abrupt end. Teacher Zhou was carried off to the medical center. It was reported that although he had managed to survive, all his ribs were broken, his internal organs suffered severe bleeding, and he'd likely spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. A once mighty B-level ability user was now utterly crippled. Within 10 minutes, the news spread throughout the entire school. At first, no one believed it. But when they saw Teacher Zhou, covered in blood, everyone started to fear me, revering me with awe. I returned to the classroom as if nothing had happened. Leaning against my desk, I even whistled flirtatiously at Zhao Qian, the class flower, who was trembling in shock. "Hey Qian, you're looking pretty today." Zhao Qian's face had gone pale. She didn't even dare lift her gaze. Finding her too low caliber to be worth teasing, I lost interest and slumped onto my desk, wondering which cafeteria to hit up for lunch while causing mayhem for our school's principal. But having some peace seemed impossible. Someone was always looking for trouble. As soon as the bell rang, the classroom door was violently kicked open. Gao Yu stormed in, flanked by 7 or 8 companions, blocking the doorway. Gao Yu pointed a furious finger at me, and, his face twisted with rage, shouted, "Xiao Cheng, get out here!" Consumed by jealousy, Gao Yu couldn't accept that I had risen from being deemed a useless failure to attaining an SSS-level mythic ability. His years of hard work as an A-level prodigy now seemed like a joke in comparison. Refusing to be eclipsed by me, he had brought the Gao family's guards along to drag me off my so-called pedestal. Rising from my seat, I calmly walked toward him. Each of my steps seemed to land in sync with the pounding hearts in the room. The classroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. "What's the matter, young Master Gao? Pissed your pants yesterday, and thought changing them would make you brave enough to try again." My words carried clearly to every corner of the room. Snickers arose uncontrollably, spreading across the classroom like wildfire. Gao Yu's face turned the color of liver. Yesterday's humiliation of freezing up in fear was his greatest shame. Enraged by my mockery, he shouted explosively, "You're courting death." With that, his A-level wind ability Child of the Storm erupted. A violent gale swept through the classroom, overturning desks and chairs. "Take him down, all of you. If anything happens, the Gao family will cover for it." Gao Yu roared at his lackeys. The group of henchmen surged toward me aggressively. Even the weakest amongst them was a peak E-level ability user. 2 of them were D-level. For an average student in the audience, they were an overwhelming force of destruction, causing screams of terror to fill the air. Against an assault that could demolish the classroom with ease, I didn't even blink. I cast a glance at Gao Yu, who was cowering at the back, shook my head, and muttered, "Is this it? Pathetic." As soon as the words left my lips, I moved. I didn't even bother using Thunder Dragon Break. I simply infused a sliver of golden lightning onto my right fist. Casually, I threw a punch at the leading D-level ability user. There was no earth-shattering sound, only the dull impact of a pile driver. Boom! The sneering face of the Gao family guard froze as his entire body was launched backward, as if struck head-on by a maglev train. His combat suit exploded instantly, and he flew back at 3 times the speed he had charged forward. Upon leaving, I crashed into the companion behind me, and the 2 of us flew forward like skewered candied hawthorns. Boom! 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 A rapid succession of crashes echoed. 7 or 8 guards were punched through by my fist within a second, their bodies stacking like trash at the end of the corridor, embedded against the wall, spitting blood, life or death uncertain. It was another merciless annihilation, swift and decisive. Both the classroom and the corridor fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at my fist, still crackling with golden electric arcs, as though they'd seen a ghost, their minds completely blank. Gao Yu was frozen in shock as well, looking at the guards rendered unrecognizable and me standing unmoved in place. A wave of cold terror surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He was terrified. I ignored everyone's stunned reactions, locking my gaze on Gao Yu. I raised my hand, electrical arcs dancing around my fingertips, and softly asked, "How would you like to die?" These words shattered Gao Yu completely. Blood drained from his face as fear engulfed him like a tide. He wanted to run but couldn't. My aura had locked onto him, rendering him unable even to muster the courage to lift a finger. "No, don't kill me. Grandpa Qiao, I was wrong. Please spare me." He dropped to his knees with a loud thud, crying and kowtowing frantically like pounding garlic. The surrounding students were stunned. Was this the same high and mighty Gao Yu they all knew? I remained indifferent to his pleas for mercy. To eliminate a threat, one must pull up the roots. Letting him go today would provoke the Gao family into relentless revenge. He had to die, or suffer a fate worse than death. "Too late," I said, shaking my head. I raised my hand, and the electrical arcs on my fingertips grew brighter and more violent. The destructive energy made everyone's scalps tingle. "Stop!" Gao Yu, sensing the imminent threat of death, transformed his fear into venomous rage, roaring, "Xiao Cheng, you forced me. If I die today, I'll take you down with me." He unleashed a technique known as Wrath of the Storm, a cyan hurricane enveloped with sharp wind blades charging toward me with menacing force. The walls of the corridor were left scarred with deep gashes. The students shrieked in terror, stumbling over each other in their retreat. I, however, stood my ground. My feet didn't even shift as I let a thin armor of golden lightning form over my body like the delicate wings of a cicada. Ding, ding, dang. The wind blades struck the lightning armor like raindrops hitting glass, not leaving so much as a scratch. Not even the edges of my clothes moved. While what? Gao Yu was dumbfounded, his deranged, furious expression frozen, replaced by utter despair as he stared at me, strolling leisurely forward. Is the performance over? My turn now. With that, I moved. I took a single step forward, a flash of golden lightning streaking across the corridor. None of the students could see what had happened. All they saw was a bolt of lightning crossing their vision. The next second, I appeared behind Gao Yu, as calm as ever. Gao Yu stood frozen where he was, his face blackened, the smell of burning flesh filling the air. A garbled sound escaped his throat as his combat suit disintegrated into ash, his body burned and charred before collapsing. Another move, or rather, wasn't even a move, merely brushing past him, and the so-called A-rank prodigy was destroyed. The corridor fell into dead silence. One student fainted on the spot, convulsing, while another, trembling, stammered, "Was that teleportation?" Of course not. It was simply the extreme speed achieved with the aid of the Thunder Dragon Step technique. Glancing at the charred corpse on the ground, I gave a slight nod. I didn't kill him. His meridians were shattered, leaving him bound to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Murder! One of the students snapped out of their daze, screaming hysterically. The corridor plunged into chaos as students fled like they'd seen the devil himself. I nonchalantly cleaned my ears and was about to head back to the classroom for a nap. But just as I turned around, a booming voice echoed from the other end of the corridor, commanding and authoritative, instantly halting the chaos. The students froze in place, and I stopped as well, turning to face the voice's source. A tall, imposing man in a black combat uniform strode forward. His sharp eyes exuded an air of ruthless decisiveness. A seasoned expert, his strength far surpassed that of teacher Zhou. It's Instructor Li Zhengban, an A-ranked, strength-based ability user. He once single-handedly killed a peak C-ranked beast. Some students, upon recognizing him, breathed a sigh of relief, seeing him as a pillar of security. Li Zhenbong ignored the students' whispered discussions. His gaze locked onto me, complicated emotions flickering in his sharp eyes. He first examined the unconscious guards before moving to Gao Yu's side. After checking his pulse, he said, still breathing. Turning to me, he asked, "You did this?" "Yes." I nodded calmly. "Why?" "He tried to kill me, and they were his accomplices." My straightforward response drew sharp, startled breaths from the onlookers. Li Zhenbong was momentarily stunned. After a brief silence, he nodded and said, "All right." Then, turning to the students, he barked, "What are you all looking at? Disappear in 10 seconds, or head to the field and run 100 laps with weights." The students bolted like scared rabbits, leaving the corridor empty in an instant. Now it was just me, Li Zhenbong, and the heap of half-dead individuals lying on the ground. Li Zhenbong glanced at me and said, "You, follow me." He then turned and strode toward the instructor's office at the end of the corridor. I shrugged and followed. Once inside the office, Li Zhenbong personally poured me a cup of hot tea, leaving the younger instructors behind him dumbfounded. He got straight to the point, asking, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" I didn't hold back, recounting how Gao Yu had cornered me with his group, how he'd tried to humiliate me, how he forced me to act, and finally, how he attempted to kill me to silence me. Of course, I embellished the story a bit, making Gao Yu seem even more despicable and myself even more innocent. Li Jinbong listened quietly, his expression stoic and unreadable on his rugged face. The atmosphere in the office grew heavy. Repression. Just as I thought he was about to deliver some kind of official speech, he suddenly laughed and said, "Well done. The Gao family, those parasites living off their ancestors' reputation and power, have long needed someone to put them in their place. Don't worry, I'll handle this." Gao Yu initiated the attack and got hurt in the process. This was self-defense. Even if the head of the Gao family comes, he won't get the upper hand with me here. I was stunned by his words. I had prepared a whole set of arguments to debate and defend myself, but to my surprise, he was more direct than I had anticipated. A sense of goodwill toward him grew in me, and I said, "Thank you," instructorly. He waved his hand dismissively, his eyes burning with intensity. "No need to thank me. I just appreciate your brilliance. Xiao Cheng, you're the most extraordinary genius I've ever seen. No one compares. Your future holds endless potential. Don't let yourself fall at the hands of some lowly figures like the Gao family. So how about it? Interested in joining the military? I guarantee the Gao family won't dare trouble you again." Here we go again, another effort to recruit me. I shook my head helplessly and said, "Thank you for your kind offer, instructorly, but for now." Before I could finish my sentence, there was a loud bang as the office door was kicked open. A fiery and striking figure stormed inside, shouting, "Li Jianbong, old dog, trying to steal talent from under my nose again?" The intruder was Xiao Liuli, the stunning instructor from the military's Special Recruitment Division. Tall and curvaceous, she wore a fitted red combat suit. Her vibrant red hair was tied into a high ponytail, and her delicate, beautiful face carried a feral, untamed energy. She looked like a walking flame, brimming with allure and danger. Li Jinbong looked awkward upon seeing her. He cleared his throat and asked, "Liuli, what brings you here?" Xiao Yuli planted her hands on her hips, her willow-like brows furrowing in defiance like a small wild leopard whose tail had been stepped on. "If I didn't come, the once-in-a-century prodigy that caught the militaries, I would have been lured away to the city guard by you, you sly fox." She strode over to me with her long legs, looking down at me imperiously. The mixed scents of sweat, gunpowder, and jasmine surrounded me. Her ruby-like eyes were full of admiration and a thirst for challenge as she extended a hand, pale but calloused, her red lips curving into a smile. "Xiao Cheng, is it? My name's Xiao Yoli. How about a duel?" Facing this dashing and imposing red-haired beauty, I couldn't help but chuckle. This was getting interesting. Just yesterday, the icy school Bellung Yueshin had shown me kindness, and today, a gorgeous military officer appeared to challenge me. My charm really seemed unstoppable. I said, "All right." Then I walked to the open space in the middle of the office and beckoned her with my finger. But my time is limited. One move. If you can still stand after one move, I lose. As soon as I spoke, Li Junbong and the other young instructors were stunned, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Xiao Yuli wasn't just anyone. She was a rising star in the military, a B-rank powerhouse at just 20 years old. Her skills in the art of the blazing gun technique were near perfection, and she had even fought off near-rank beasts. And here I was, a high schooler who had only awakened my abilities less than 24 hours ago, claiming I'd bring her down in one move. It wasn't just arrogance. It was an affront to top-tier powerhouses. Xiao Yuli first burst into a delightful, bell-like laughter, her body shaking with mirth. Then she said "good" 3 times, her eyes gleaming with even more appreciation and an intensified desire to fight. "Bold, I like it." The moment the words left her lips, an overwhelming, fiery red energy erupted from her, raising the office's temperature drastically and causing the air to distort. With a clear shout, she declared, "A rank ability, Red Lotus Hellfire. Activate." With a flash of light, a blazing red spear appeared in her hand. She let out a sharp cry. "Kid, watch closely. This move is called 100 Scorching Strikes." With a flick of her spear, countless flaming projections filled the room like a torrential downpour, seemingly intent on turning both me and the entire office to ashes. I remained still, not even bothering to draw my own weapon, the dragon spear. Instead, I raised my right hand, a thin golden arc of electricity sparking at the tip of my finger. Pointing it toward the overwhelming barrage of spear shadows, I muttered a single word, break. In an instant, a nearly invisible golden flash sliced through the air with no grand theatrics. It was as if a divine blade had been effortlessly unleashed. The projections disintegrated as if they were mere illusions, unable to withstand the attack. The golden arc precisely struck the tip of Xia Liuli's spear. With a crisp ding, her spear, forged from a special alloy, shattered into pieces, disintegrating into dust. The golden arc narrowly grazed her cheek. With a puss, the combat suit covering her chest was torn open, and a deep wound slashed across her abdomen, so severe her bones were visible. Blood gushed out, staining her clothes red. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but before the words could leave her lips, the violent electrical energy erupted inside her body. Her vision went black, and she collapsed. Just one move. Half an hour later, I left the instructor's office while Xia Liuli was taken for treatment by Li Zhenbong and the others. I figured she'd be a bit more restrained once she woke up. Strolling leisurely toward the school gate, I planned to head outside the city to hunt some beasts and make some money. Passing through a quiet grove of cherry trees, a slender figure as cold and elegant as an iceberg stepped out, blocking my path. It was Lung Yuexin. She was still wearing her usual blue tracksuit, her breathtakingly beautiful face emotionless. However, her eyes carried both resolve and a fighting spirit. From her pocket, she took out a pale blue envelope and handed it to me, her voice as cool as ever. Next week, in a mock battle, I'll show you. Being SSS rank doesn't mean you're invincible. Looking at the frosty school bell, I couldn't help but feel a headache. Why was everyone so eager to fight me? One after another. Ferocious. One goes straight to fighting upon meeting, and the other even issues a formal challenge. Is this over the top, or what? I said, if we're going to fight, let's just fight. What's the point of issuing a challenge note? I accepted the envelope, chuckling, be warned, I hit hard. If you cry, I won't comfort you. Lung Yuexin's usually icy expression briefly flushed with an uncharacteristic hint of red before reverting to her frosty demeanor. She replied coldly, you won't get the chance, turning away without another word and walking off. Her retreating figure exuded a chill and aloof pride. I rubbed my chin, musing. One's like fire, the other like ice. What kind of chemical reaction would occur when ice meets fire? Forget it. Thinking about such things slows me down. Chasing money and leveling up should be my primary goals. Half an hour later, I arrived at the south gate of Donghai Bay City. This was the sole passage to the wilderness zone outside the city, a place where countless ability users came and went every day, aiming to hunt beasts and trade for wealth. The wilderness held both peril and opportunity, a hell for the weak, a paradise for the strong, and for me, a personal ATM. Dressed in a plain black combat uniform I borrowed from the school's logistics department and carrying a training iron spear, I blended seamlessly into the crowd and exited through the city gate. The hefty alloy gates slowly closed behind me, and a wind carrying the scent of blood, decay, and untamed wilderness smacked me in the face. Beyond the city walls lay a post-apocalyptic scene of scorched earth. Standing amidst this desolation, I saw craters that resembled meteor impacts, grotesquely mutated plants growing rampantly, and the distant echoes of beastly roars. I took a deep breath, relishing the feeling. This was my battlefield. Just as I was gearing up for a good fight, a familiar blue screen popped up in front of me. The system notified me that the newbie tutorial task was now activated. The task: head to the safe zone 800 meters away and kill an F-grade ironhide pig. The rewards? Still labeled as question marks. Eyeing the mission, I couldn't help but sneer. Me, a mighty SSS-grade mythical ability user, being asked to kill a powerless ironhide pig? What an insult to my intelligence, not to mention the cleanliness of my hands. The system cheekily hinted that there would be a surprise upon completion. Fine, I'd follow the motions. I sauntered leisurely toward the safe zone as displayed on the map, which turned out to be merely a buffer zone near the city wall. It was filled with F-grade small fry, perfect for rookies fresh out of awakening to gain some practice. My presence here felt like bullying on a colossal scale. Before long, I spotted that iron-hide pig in a small grove. It was roughly the size of a young calf, its black armor-like hide as tough as iron. It was rooting around the ground with its tusks, oblivious to the looming danger. I felt a faint pang of pity, but I reminded myself, whether sooner or later, it would still meet its end. Maybe next time, it'll be reborn under better circumstances. I drew the iron spear from my back, not even bothering to channel my abilities, and casually thrust it forward. With a sharp swish, the poor pig's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. It was a one-hit kill. Retrieving my spear, I looked at the still twitching, headless corpse on the ground and sighed. Ah, what a shame, what a shame. Just as I was about to leave, the system notification chimed again, informing me that the task was completed and reward calculation was beginning. The next message revealed that I earned 10 experience points and 1,000 federal credits for killing the iron-hide pig. I froze on the spot, doubting my ears, and had the system repeat the reward details. This time, I listened carefully. Once confirmed, my brain buzzed with sheer ecstasy. A system that granted not only experience, but also money for monster kills? This had to be a divine gift. Quickly, I pulled up my personal attribute panel. Sure enough, a new experience bar and a federal credits indicator had appeared in the top left corner. Staring at the 1,000 credits and partially filled experience bar, I couldn't help but laugh deliriously, laughing so hard I nearly cried. Other ability, users labored tirelessly to kill beasts, sell the carcasses for resources, and grind their way to breakthroughs in grueling seclusion. Me? All I had to do was slay monsters to level up, and the cash deposited itself directly into my account. This was practically being born with a golden spoon in my mouth. Scanning the wilderness, my eyes gleamed red. The beasts roaming this wasteland had turned into walking sacks of experience points and treasure in my eyes. Letting out a roar, I transformed into a streak of golden lightning and dashed out of the safe zone. F-grade ironhide pigs and their meager rewards? Not worth my time. I was going after the big leagues. 10 minutes later, I was 5 kilometers deep into the wilderness zone. The air here was heavy with the stench of blood, the ground littered with skeletal remains, and guttural roars of terrifying ferocity echoed periodically. Far from being intimidated, I was exhilarated. The monsters here were bound to be substantial jackpots. Suddenly, the unmistakable sound of howls echoed. A pack of 3 massive wolves lunged out from behind a pile of rubble, surrounding me. These creatures, the size of fully grown oxen, had coats of blue fur as sharp and metallic as needles, and their eyes glowed emerald green with bloodthirsty malice. They were E-grade Windwolves. A rookie encountering this scene would likely wet themselves in sheer terror. But me? I grinned. Perfect. These would make excellent practice for testing the power of my S-grade combat techniques. One of the Windwolves struck first, moving with remarkable speed. But I was faster. With a scoff and a flick of my iron spear, I executed the opening move of Thunder Dragon Strike. My spear came alive with a resonating dragon's roar, sparks of golden electricity flashing and dancing upon its surface. Focus sharpening, I lashed out, the spear driving like a serpent into the attacking Windwolf's open maw and piercing cleanly through its skull. It was an instant kill, the spear emerging gruesomely from the back of its head. A system prompt announced that I had earned 50 experience points and 5,000 federal credits. The remaining 2 Windwolves hesitated upon witnessing their comrade's brutal demise and tried to flee. But it was far too late. With the agility of Thunder Dragon Strike's movement technique, I vanished and reappeared at the left flank of one, slicing horizontally with my spear. Its head flew clean off, another instant kill and another 50 points. Bit of experience points and 5,000 yuan. As the final Windwolf, frightened to its core, tried to escape, I appeared in front of it coldly and thrust my spear downward, pinning it to the ground. I gained another 50 experience points and 5,000 yuan. The battle was over in less than 10 seconds. Although I was covered in wolf blood and looked utterly disheveled, my heart was ablaze. Gazing at the skyrocketing experience bar and the 15,000 yuan in my account, I looked deeper into the wilderness, flames burning in my eyes. This wasn't nearly enough. For the next hour, I became like a killing machine. With my iron spear in hand, I rampaged through the rocky terrain. It didn't matter if it was an E-class Windwolf, an F-class peak burrowing mouse, or even an F-class iron-armored rhino. All of them fell at the tip of my spear. Without even using the ultimate skill, Thunder Dragon Break, I relied solely on basic techniques, combined with my SSS-grade superpower and S-grade martial abilities, to decimate everything in my path. The system notification sounds went wild, my experience bar skyrocketing like a rocket about to launch. I was on the brink of leveling up. The rush felt indescribable. I couldn't wait to see what surprises awaited me after leveling up. Licking my cracked lips, a fiercer red light glowed in my eyes. Just as I was planning to push through and advance to E-class in one go, a sudden wolf howl roared through the air. This howl was nothing like that of the ordinary wind wolves I had encountered. It was filled with rage and authority, resonating like a shockwave that made the surrounding rubble hum and tremble. Immediately after, the ground began to quake violently, as though an army of thousands was approaching me. My heart tightened instinctively, and I performed a backflip, leaping onto a massive boulder over 3 meters high. From this vantage point, I looked down, and my pupils contracted into pinpoints instantly. Wolves. They came from all directions. Hundreds upon hundreds of them, more robust and ferocious than those I had encountered before, and they surrounded me tightly, leaving not even the slightest gap. Beyond the horde, a colossal azure figure emerged like a small mountain. It was a giant wolf, 3 times the size of an ordinary wind wolf. Its fur shone like steel armor. A spiral horn adorned its forehead, and its lantern-like green eyes burned with savagery and fury. Just standing there, it radiated the aura of a supreme predator. This was a D-class elite beast, the Wind Wolf King, the overlord of this region. Seeing the fiery indignation in its eyes, I instantly knew it was here for revenge. After all, I had wiped out its entire pack. There was no way the boss would sit idly. The Wind Wolf King raised its head and let out a deafening howl before lifting one of its claws and pointing toward me, signaling an all-out assault. In the very next moment, a tidal wave of howling wind wolves charged toward me, like a dam breaking loose. The sight was more terrifying than anything out of a Hollywood apocalyptic blockbuster. If it were an ordinary F-class rookie, they'd probably faint from sheer fright on the spot. But me? I was thrilled beyond words. Laughing, I bellowed, "Perfect timing. I just need a bit more experience to level up. Using you lot as stepping stones is ideal." As soon as those words left my mouth, I leapt from the giant boulder and plunged like a golden meteor into the wolf pack, unleashing the full power of the divine lightning of 10,000 forms, my entire being transformed into a golden sun. My iron spear emitted an exhilarating hum as it swung in a horizontal arc, beheading 7 or 8 wind wolves at once. Their blood poured down like a crimson storm. The system notified me of the experience and money gained, followed by another notification. I had leveled up to the E-class primary stage. A surge of power coursed through me, and I became a golden bolt of lightning striking through the wolf pack, eyes burning with a manic fervor. My iron spear, like the Reaper's scythe, slashed through the air, leaving torrents of blood in its wake. I dove in and out of the pack 7 times, drenching myself in their blood until I was unrecognizable. Finally, the wind wolves began to feel fear and started retreating, but by then, it was too late. The Wind Wolf King could no longer remain idle. Its body radiated an intense blue light, and a ferocious gale swept out, morphing into a bolt of azure lightning as it appeared before me in an instant. It raised its massive claw and swiped it toward the top of my head with terrifying force. This was the full-strength attack of a D-class elite beast, capable of obliterating a heavy tank. But I merely roared with exhilaration. "I've been waiting for you." Channeling all the newly enhanced power from my recent upgrade into my iron spear, I executed Thunder Dragon Break, thrusting out a far more condensed golden spear light. The spear's tip collided with its claw, and in a split second, the Windwolf King's claw, along with its entire forelimb, was obliterated, spraying blood like a fountain. The Windwolf King howled in agony and tried to flee, but I wasn't about to let it off so easily. With a final thrust, my spear pierced through its eye socket and emerged from the back of its skull. The system informed me of my victory. Killing the Windwolf King had netted me another level up, pushing me to the E-class middle stage. Watching the wolf pack fall into disarray with their leader slain, I smirked coldly. "Now it's your turn." I activated 10,000 Forms Divine Lightning, Thunder Prison, creating a cage of countless golden lightning snakes that ensnared all the fleeing wolves within a 100-meter radius. Then, summoning myriad Thunder Heaven's Judgment, dark clouds rolled in as golden thunder rumbled through the sky. I uttered a single command, "Fall." A bolt of lightning, more terrifying than the energy used to awaken my abilities of the monument, struck dead center within the Thunder Prison. When the light and sound subsided, the battlefield had transformed into a massive crystalline pit dozens of meters wide, and there wasn't a trace of the Windwolves left. The system notified me that my experience had overflowed, advancing me to the D-class primary stage. Kneeling on the edge of the pit, I gasped for air, my complexion pale. That last move had drained nearly all my lightning energy, but it was worth it. This was the true might of a god-tier ability. Just as I was basking in the euphoria of my rapid growth and power, the sound of clapping reached my ears, followed by a rough voice. "Well done. Well done, kid." The hero really does emerge from the youth. My heart tightened, and I quickly turned around. What I saw was a burly man with a knife scar running across his single. I led 4 fierce-looking individuals out from behind a massive boulder. They were all clad in black leather armor, exuding an iron-blooded killing intent. These 5 were clearly experts in their field, and the one-eyed man was particularly formidable. He had reached the pinnacle of D-class strength, surpassing the Windwolf King by a significant margin. I gripped my cracked iron spear tightly, my senses on high alert. "Who are you people?" I asked warily. The one-eyed man noticed my hostility. Smiling, he raised a hand in a gesture of peace. "No need to be nervous. We mean no harm. We're members of the Iron Blood Mercenary Squad. I'm Lu Tai Zhu, the captain. We just witnessed you wiping out the entire pack of Windwolves. Truly impressive." As he spoke, he cupped his hands in respect, his gaze brimming with admiration and awe. So they've been watching. I understood immediately and loosened my grip on the spear slightly. "What do you want?" I asked coldly. Lu Tai Zhu hesitated, coughed dryly, and rubbed his hands together with slight embarrassment. "Well, the thing is, young fellow, the Windwolf King's corpse is still lying over there. That's a real treasure, especially the D-class demon core inside its skull. If you take it to the acquisition center in the city, you could easily get at least 1,000,000 Federation credits for it." "1 million?" My eyes lit up immediately. I was in desperate need of money. But just as I started to entertain the thought, Lu Tai Zhu changed his tone. "But of course, you know the saying about not flaunting your wealth. Carrying something that valuable alone in the wilderness is extremely dangerous. What if you run into someone with bad intentions?" His words were tactful, but I understood his meaning clearly. This was a kind-hearted warning. In the wilderness, the greatest danger wasn't beasts but human nature. I nodded at him. "Thanks for the advice." Honestly, I wasn't afraid of anyone trying to rob me, but I appreciated the goodwill, so I accepted it. Lu Tai Zhu waved his hand decisively. "No need to be so formal. You seem like a straightforward person. Why not travel with us? We're heading back to the city anyway. We can look out for each other on the road. As for the materials from the Windwolf King, we can pay you for them or help you get in touch with the best buyers in the city to ensure you get a high price. His offer wasn't bad. I'd need someone knowledgeable to guide me through the sale. Just as I was about to nod in agreement, a round of mocking applause erupted from the forest behind us. A sinister voice, dripping with sarcasm, called out, "What a touching scene, Lu Taizhu. If you're not signing up as an actor, you're wasting your talent." Moments later, over a dozen men emerged from the trees, all clad in black combat uniforms adorned with snake patterns. Their gazes were as venomous as serpents. Leading them was a tall, slim figure with deathly pale skin, razor-thin lips, and a massive black king cobra tattooed around his neck. When Lu Taizhu and his team saw the man, their faces paled in an instant. They gasped, "King Snake?" The man called King Snake completely ignored Lu Taizhu and fixated his greedy gaze on the corpse of the Windwolf King. His crimson tongue slid across his lips as he sneered wickedly, a blend of avarice and cruelty in his expression. "That corpse of the Windwolf King and the boy standing over there, they belong to me now. The King Snake Mercenary Legion claims them." Hearing the name, King Snake Mercenary Legion made Lu Taizhu and his squad go even paler. Unlike the Iron Blood Mercenary Squad, which operated on the outskirts of the wilderness and was considered a third-rate group, the King Snake Mercenary Legion was infamous across South City of the Eastern Sea Base. They were a powerful second-rate team at the top of their class. Their leader, King Snake, was a ruthless peak-level D-class fighter. Countless beasts and human ability users had fallen to his hand. He was nothing short of a cold-blooded serpent wearing human skin. King Snake let out a chilling chuckle. "Why am I here?" "Naturally, because I smelled the scent of wealth." His gaze flickered between the corpse of the Windwolf King and the giant crater nearby, a mix of greed and astonishment flashing through his eyes. Then, he turned his attention to me. First, he appeared shocked. Then his expression grew even greedier, his killing intent thickening. He was undoubtedly calculating this in his mind. Asterisk, this must be a rare genius. If I kill him and take his secrets, I'll skyrocket to unimaginable heights. Asterisk. King Snake's raspy voice cut through the air as he sneered at me. "Hand over the Windwolf King's corpse and everything you have on you. Then kneel and kowtow to me 3 times. If you do, I might be gracious enough to let your corpse remain intact." His arrogance was palpable. He clearly didn't consider me worth his attention. Before I could respond, Lu Taizhu snapped back to his senses. He stepped forward, placing himself as a shield between me and King Snake. Drawing his heavy blade, he glared at King Snake with unwavering defiance. "This young man is a friend of the Iron Blood Mercenary Squad. If you want to lay a finger on him, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Behind him, his 4 teammates also drew their weapons and lined up beside him, their faces pale and legs trembling. Despite their fear, their eyes glimmered with determination. They were prepared to die. King Snake raised a scornful brow and sneered. "Lu Taizhu, are you tired of living? Just a bunch of trash who haven't even reached D-class. And you dare bark at me?" In an instant, a terrifying wave of pressure erupted from his body. A peak-level D-classes might crashing down. The force struck Lu Taizhu's team like a tsunami. Blood spurted from the mouths of the 4 E-class fighters as they collapsed to their knees. Only Lu Taizhu remained standing. Though veins bulged across his trembling body and his legs quivered like fragile reeds, he didn't retreat an inch. King Snake looked at Lu Taizhu, his lips curling into a cruel, cat-like grin. "Too bad. In this world, bravery is utterly worthless." His palm began to gather a green mist of toxic venom, ready to deliver the killing blow. At that moment, I placed a hand on Lu Taizhu's shoulder. A surge of golden lightning, more domineering and powerful than King Snake's oppressive aura by 100-fold, erupted from my body, obliterating King Snake's poisonous mist as if it were nothing. The suffocating pressure lifted, leaving Lu Taizhu suddenly feeling light and weightless. A look of stunned disbelief spread across his face. Turning around, I saw him standing beside me. I smiled and nodded at him, saying, "Brother Lu, thanks. Leave the rest to me." Step by step, I walked toward King Snake. For the first time, fear flickered in his eyes as he stared at me. Earlier, in the confrontation of sheer dominance, he had lost miserably. It was now that he realized I wasn't merely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, but a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus, cloaked in human skin. He spun around, attempting to flee, but I coldly remarked, "Trying to run now? Don't you think it's too late?" Like a phantom, I appeared in front of him. No one knew when a gleaming silver spear, the Dragon Gall bright silver spear, had appeared in my hand. Looking down at him with overwhelming presence, I said chillingly, "I'll leave your corpse intact, but only if you die first." With one swift thrust, I pierced the spear forward. King Snake's head flew off, and scarlet blood spilled across the ground, dyeing the earth red. The battle had ended. Retracting the silver spear, I walked to the Windwolf King's corpse and extracted the D-class monster core. An hour later, I arrived at the largest material procurement station in the southern part of Donghai Bay City. The chubby appraiser there glanced at the monster core. His hand trembled so violently that he nearly dropped his magnifying glass. His eyes sparkled like he had just seen a god of fortune. "Brother, our shop will buy this monster core for 1.3 million Federation coins. I'll transfer the money to you right now." Moments later, as I listened to the repeated notification sounds from my communicator and gazed at the long string of zeros in my account, my entire being felt like it was floating. 1.3 million. In this life and the last, I had never seen so much money. This was a fortune. Just as I was immersed in the euphoria of a sudden windfall, a sultry voice sounded behind me. "Little brother, are you interested in discussing a big business deal with this sister of yours?" Turning around, I saw an utterly stunning woman standing there. She looked about 25 or 26, with long, wavy hair cascading down her shoulders. Her makeup was flawless, her captivating almond eyes seemingly able to steal souls. Her figure was sensational. An eye-catching red cheongsam outlined her S-shaped curves to perfection. The slit of the dress extended daringly high to her thighs, revealing tantalizing glimpses of her long, elegant legs. She was, without a doubt, a bewitching enchantress. Upon seeing her, Lu Taiju subconsciously swallowed hard, his tan face flushing red as he dared not meet her gaze. The chubby appraiser trembled like a frightened cat, scrambling backward before nearly crawling out to bow obsequiously. "Boss Chin, what brings you here?" The corners of Boss Chin's red lips curled into an alluring yet lazy smile. Her voice possessed a unique magnetism as she said, "If I didn't come, you'd have thrown all of Sevenstar Pavilion's reputation into the gutter. 1.3 million for an almost perfect D-class peak monster core? Chien Duo, you certainly pulled a fast one. Forget your bonuses this month." At the mere mention of bonuses, Chien Duo's face turned ghostly white. With a loud thud, he dropped to his knees and clung to Boss Chin's leg, sobbing, "Boss Chin, I was wrong. Please give me another chance." Boss Chin parted her lips as if she were merely breathing, but issued a single word. "Scram." Yes, right away." Chien Duo was out of the room like his tail had caught on fire, fleeing in utter panic. His retreat was so swift and fluid it was over in less than 3 seconds. Throughout the entire spectacle, Qin Yashuan, beautiful like a celestial fox spirit, maintained her beguiling smile. It was almost as if she hadn't just delivered a decisive blow to someone's career like a domineering CEO. Watching this dramatic scene unfold, I couldn't help but whistle silently in my mind. This woman was no ordinary character. She was a downright dangerous force to reckon with. Turning slowly, Qin Yashuan's mesmerizing almond eyes landed on me. She gave me a coy smile that could easily make any man lose his sanity. "Little brother, let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Qin Yashuan, the chief auctioneer and overall supervisor of Donghai City's Sevenstar Pavilion." She extended her milky white hand and continued, "Earlier, my subordinate acted out of line and offered a price that was practically insulting. On his behalf, I apologize. That said, We at Sevenstar Pavilion will offer 1.5 million for this monster core. If you do me the honor of joining me upstairs for tea, we could perhaps negotiate an even more satisfying deal. From the cunning glimmer in her almond eyes, I saw a mix of sharpness and curiosity. She wasn't just negotiating, she was sizing me up, assessing my value. Smiling faintly, I reached out and gently shook her hand, pulling back before the contact lingered. All the same, I've got a couple of friends here. I gestured toward Lu Taizhu and the others, who'd been frozen in silence since Qin Yashuan's arrival. Snapping her fingers, Qin Yashuan ordered sharply, Xiao Chui, escort these esteemed guests to the VIP lounge. Serve them the finest refreshments and snacks. 10 minutes later, in the luxurious suite located on the top floor of Sevenstar Pavilion, Qin Yashuan and I sat across from each other. Between us was a tea table crafted from 1,000-year-old purple sandalwood. A pot of premium Longjing tea brewed gently atop it. Elegantly pouring me a cup of tea, she smiled and asked, "What should I call you, little brother?" "Xiao Cheng," I replied. "Xiao Cheng? What great name. Which family in Donghai City do you hail from?" "It's strange. I don't recall hearing of you before," she inquired with masked interest. Ah, now we were getting to the real point. I casually picked up the teacup and took a sip, answering calmly, "I have no family, an orphan." Though the expression on Qin Yashuan's face remained unchanged, a flicker of surprise flashed in her almond eyes. How could an orphan, someone without power or backing, be capable of single-handedly hunting and killing a peak D-class Windwolf king? It seemed impossible. She continued probing. "Then who taught you to wield such power?" "No one," I replied lightly. "Self-taught." Qin Yashuan fell into a contemplative silence, studying my composed demeanor. Her almond eyes, for the first time, showed a hint of seriousness. Heavy, orphaned, self-taught, possessing the strength to hunt peak D-level beasts before the age of 18. This isn't genius. It's a downright monster. I set down my teacup and said, "Boss Qin, you've finished asking about my background. Shouldn't we talk about the price of the monster core now?" Qin Yashuan burst into laughter, her whole demeanor radiating beauty, and she gave me a playful glare. "You little brother really aren't very lovable. All right then, 2 million. I'll pay 2 million for this monster core and add a platinum VIP card from Sevenstar Pavilion. With it, you'll get a 20% discount on all your purchases at Sevenstar Pavilion, and you'll have priority bidding in our monthly auctions. What do you think?" I was indeed tempted, but I knew there's no such thing as a free lunch. So I asked directly, "What's the catch?" Qin Yashuan nodded in satisfaction. "I want you to sell any high-quality monster cores or materials you acquire to Sevenstar Pavilion as a priority. We'll pay you the highest prices in the market. Plus, I can provide you with inside information on high-level beasts and rare heavenly treasures." Saying that, she pulled out a key card from her bag and slipped it into my pocket. "Consider this my welcome gift. It's the top-floor penthouse, Unit A, at Tianchi No. 1 in the city center. An 800-square-meter duplex in the sky, complete with a private high-end training room and an anti-gravity exercise facility. I think you'll like it." I stared at the card, utterly dumbfounded. This was worth at least 5 billion. What on earth was this divine move? The word "kept" suddenly flashed through my mind. Am I being kept by a rich woman? Seeing my dumbfounded expression, Qin Yashuan covered her mouth again, laughing softly. "Not satisfied, little brother? Or are you saying you prefer Big Sister to keep you company there?" Choking at her words, I almost coughed up blood. Quickly, I replied, "Satisfied? Of course I'm satisfied. Come on, a free luxury mansion? Only fools would refuse. Eating soft rice isn't shameful if it's served this deliciously." Qin Yashuan's amusement deepened. Then it settled. "It's getting late, so Big Sister won't keep you any longer. Go home and rest." She suddenly leaned close to my ear, her tone serious. "Little brother, the Gao family is not as simple as you think. They've already started making moves." "The Gao family?" I looked at her and smiled faintly. "Thank you for the reminder, Sister Qin. But honestly, a mere Gao family doesn't concern me." With that, I turned and left confidently, leaving Qin Yashuan standing there, watching my disappearing figure. As soon as I stepped out of Sevenstar Pavilion's dazzling doors, I could feel a pair of eyes practically radiating stars behind me. Turning back, I saw Qin Yashuan's enchanting almond-shaped eyes sparkling as though someone had added special effects to them. She picked up the wine glass that had long since gone cold and gently. Swaying slowly, she curled her red lips into a teasing smile, the picture of a pretentious Versailles poser. "Oh, little guy, just how many secrets are you hiding? Even I can't figure you out. You're truly something else." I was still trying to decipher what on earth she meant when beep, 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 my creaky old communicator started blaring like it was out to get me. I pulled out for a look, and lo and behold, it was Principal Gao. Raising an eyebrow, I pressed the answer button. "Hello." I had barely gotten the word out before Principal Gao's pig-slaughtering roar nearly burst my eardrums. "Xiao Cheng, my precious ancestor, where the hell are you right now?" I just finished eating and was about to head back. I started to explain, but he cut me off mid-sentence, practically screaming like a madman. "Don't come back. For heaven's sake, do not return to the school. Run. Get as far away as possible. Hell, fly straight out of Donghai City if you can." The patriarch of the Gao family, Gao Xiaotian, has charged into the school with his elite Black Wind Guards and is demanding the so-called killer who crippled his son. That's you, by the way. We're barely holding them off. "Oh, they came as quickly?" Hearing the panic in Principal Gao's voice, I wasn't scared in the slightest. Instead, a cold, death-is-coming grin tugged at the corners of my mouth. "Looks like Qin Yashuan's intelligence is sharper than GPS." I replied nonchalantly, "Got it," and ended the call. I looked up toward the 7th high school in the distance, all lit up like a beacon, and a frosty glint flashed in my eyes. Run? The word doesn't even exist in Xiao Cheng's vocabulary. Not only will I not run, I'll go back there deliberately. I want to see just whose nerve the Gao family borrowed to create chaos on my turf. 10 minutes later, I arrive at the school gates. What a sight! It was pure pandemonium. Dozens of jet-black hover cars emblazoned with the intimidating Gao insignia blocked the entrance in chaotic disarray. Over 100 black-clad Gao family guards with wolf-like glares had surrounded the gate, sealing it off so tightly that even air couldn't pass through. The tension was suffocating. Standing in the midst of the guards was Gao Xiaotian himself. He bore a 7/10 resemblance to his son, Gao Yu, but his aura was far darker and more domineering, a true embodiment of an evil overlord. With his hands clasped behind his back and a face colder than ice, everything about him screamed hostility. Principal Gao and Li Zhenbong stood in a standoff with Gao Xiaotian, their expressions grim. Principal Gao's face was hardened as he questioned, "Gao Xiaotian, what's the meaning of this? Are you declaring war on 7th High School?" Gao Xiaotian responded with a contemptuous sneer. "Gao Yuanshan, you're overestimating yourself. A small, second-rate school like yours is unworthy of opposing the Gao family. I'm here for one thing only. Hand over the little beast that crippled my son. If you don't, I'll raze this school to the ground." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying presence erupted from him like a tidal wave, crashing down on Principal Gao and the others. Every B-rank and C-rank instructor nearby paled instantly. Blood gushed from their mouths as they were flung back like kites with severed strings. Only Principal Gao and Li Zhenbong, the few A-rank experts present, remained standing, though their faces turned ghastly pale, their legs trembling violently. The power gap between an A-rank at the peak and regular A-ranks was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. The students who witnessed the scene were either too terrified to breathe or whispering amongst themselves in schadenfreude. It's over for Xiao Cheng this time. No matter how strong he is, he's just a student who recently awakened. How could he possibly take on the leader of the Gao family? Serves him right for being so arrogant, messing with the Gao family's heir. Now he's kicked the hornet's nest. At that moment, I strolled leisurely out from the crowd and lazily called out, "Looking for me?" The second Gao Xiaotian heard my voice, he burst into a rage. Like a rabid dog, he roared, "You little bastard! You're courting death. Completely losing all composure and care for appearances, he discarded any notion of maintaining the dignity of a patriarch. In that moment, all that consumed his mind was one goal: killing me. He tipped his head back and howled, summoning his most devastating ultimate move, Wrath of the Wind Dragon. Torrents of blue-green energy surged out of his body with the ferocity of an erupting volcano. Gusts of menacing winds raged as the entire schoolyard morphed into a massive storm's eye. Countless blades of cyan wind appeared seemingly out of nowhere, intertwining madly until they forged a monstrous wind dragon, tens of meters long, its gaping maw aiming straight at me. This was a peak A rank's full power strike, capable of flattening an entire small mountain. The students, terrified out of their wits, scattered like headless chickens, wailing, "It's over. Xiao Cheng is dead for sure. No one could survive a move like that. Run, or you'll get caught in the aftermath." Even Principal Gao and Li Zhenbang's expressions turned dire. They wanted to act to save me, but it was already too late. The wind dragon devoured me in an instant. Just when everyone thought I had met my doom, a chilling laugh echoed from the heart of the storm. "Is that all you've got? You dare flaunt such cheap tricks in front of me? That's like showing your amateur sword skills to Guan Yu himself." As the words left my mouth, a golden lightning bolt, brighter than 100 suns, burst out from within the wind dragon. The light was so overwhelming, so sacred, that it felt as though it sought to cleanse the entire world of its impurities. The wind dragon let out an anguished wail. Its massive body melted away like snow under a blazing sun. Within the blink of an eye, it had vanished completely, as though it had never existed in the first place. His pupils contracted abruptly, and the madness on his face was instantly replaced by fear. Trembling, he could barely form complete words. Dragon. Soul. Legion. It was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. The previous rage and arrogance were gone, leaving only a pallid face as lifeless as a corpse. At that moment, a man dressed in a black and gold military uniform stepped out slowly from a ship. Behind him were several warriors with cold, stern expressions, their presence radiating a blade-like killing intent that caused the air around them to feel as though it had instantly frozen. The man's gaze was as sharp as lightning, and his icy voice rang out. "Gao Xiaotian, unauthorized use of forbidden weapons, attempting to threaten public safety. According to Alliance Article 7, you are hereby under arrest." Gao Xiaotian's entire body stiffened. Like a frightened beast, he stumbled back repeatedly, shouting, "No, you cannot do this. I am the head of the Gao family. You cannot touch me." Yet his fear only deepened. He knew these people would never entertain his nonsense. The man in the black and gold uniform wasted no words. He simply waved his hand coldly. Two warriors immediately stepped forward, subduing Gao Xiaotian as easily as catching a chicken. He tried to struggle, but was cut short by a swift hand chop from one of the warriors, rendering him limp and paralyzed on the ground. His resistance became weak and futile. "Take him away. Escort him to the Alliance Tribunal," the man commanded coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. As he turned, his gaze landed on me, still standing silently on the spot. He stared at me for a few seconds, those golden eyes seeming to pierce through everything, making it hard for anyone to meet his gaze. He let out a cold chuckle, a faint, sardonic curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Interesting. Perhaps next time, you'll have a chance to meet our Dragon Soul Legion." With that, the man returned to the ship without looking back. The massive steel beast doors sealed shut with the screech of releasing steam. In the next instant, the colossal vessel roared to life, its deafening engines shaking the very air and whipping up winds so intense that one could barely keep their eyes open. When the winds finally calmed, the ground was left in disarray, and the once brash and arrogant Gao Xiaotian had already been taken into custody. He failed to set his destruction-ridden, egotistical plan into motion and could no longer pose a threat to anyone. The entire training field fell into absolute silence. everyone frozen in place, their eyes fixated on the young man before them, me. My expression remained indifferent, as though none of this had anything to do with me. Someone dropped to their knees. It was unclear who started it, but soon more students followed, kneeling one after another, none daring to meet my gaze directly. The title Great Demon King was etched into their minds from that moment onward. I looked at them, a cold smile curling at the corners of my mouth. Without another word, I turned away, my silhouette stretching long behind me under the setting sun. A flash of fear flickered across his face. Before he could react, whoosh, a figure radiating a brutal, iron-blooded aura leapt down from 100 meters high. With a thunderous boom, the ground of the training field quaked as if struck by a meteor, leaving behind a crater dozens of meters deep. From the dust and smoke emerged an imposing elderly man, his posture upright and back straight. He wore a faded old military uniform, his silver hair neatly combed, and every wrinkle on his face seemed to tell a tale of bloody battles and unyielding resilience. As soon as this elder appeared, the S-rank oppressive aura he exuded instantly crushed Gao Xiaotian's pressure into nothing. Stunned, Gao Xiaotian exclaimed, "Xiaojinghua?" Xiaojinghua was none other than the highest military commander of Donghai Bay City, the guardian general of the Xia Nation, and an S-rank peak expert. Why had such a figure come here? Xiaojinghua paid no mind to Gao Xiaotian and instead fixed his sharp gaze on me, his expression softening into a warm smile. Like an old fox, he walked over, eyeing me up and down with curiosity before asking with a mischievous grin, "Kid, my granddaughter said you made her cry?" The corner of my mouth twitched uncontrollably. No wonder Xia Liuli was such a fierce woman. It had to be hereditary. I coughed awkwardly, scratching my nose as I explained cautiously, "Commander Xia, your granddaughter and I were just sparring, that's all." A little collision was inevitable, and besides, she struck first. Xiaojinghua raised one eyebrow. "So you're saying my granddaughter was in the wrong, huh?" My survival instincts kicked in full force, and I quickly replied, "Of course not. Instructor Liuli and I only came to know and respect each other through our clash. We're good friends now." Only a fool would try to reason with an overprotective S-rank peak powerhouse. Luckily, Xiaojinghua found my response amusing. He patted me on the shoulder, so hard that I nearly sank into the ground. Good. Young, talented, strong-willed, and even good-looking. I like you. Interested in being my granddaughter's husband?" My face darkened. This pair of grandfather and granddaughter truly were cut from the same cloth, one eager to fight and the other eager to find a spouse. Were all military people this straightforward and heavy-handed? "I believe we should address the pressing matter at hand first, Commander Xia," I said hastily, pointing toward Gao Xiaotian in an effort to change the subject. It was only then that Xiaojinghua remembered Gao Xiaotian. Turning toward him, the warmth instantly drained from his face, replaced with a chilling, killing intent. Xiaojinghua spoke coldly. "You've got some nerve, Gao Xiaotian, daring to mess with someone I've taken an interest in. Who gave you the courage?" Terrified by the immense aura, Gao Xiaotian's legs buckled, and he dropped to his knees, sobbing as he stammered, "Commander Xia, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't know Qiao Cheng was someone you favored. I wouldn't have dared, not even with 100 lives." With a single word, Xiaojinghua dismissed him. "Leave." Gao Xiaotian scrambled to his feet. Like a beaten dog, he clambered into his car and sped away, vanishing without a trace of the dignity of an A-rank peak expert. An incident that could have shaken all of Donghai City was forcibly resolved by Xiaojinghua's overwhelming presence. But he didn't let me off yet. He cornered me for half an hour, peppering me with questions about what I thought of his granddaughter, how much dowry I wanted, and when I'd be ready for marriage. Eventually, I seized an opportunity to escape. I turned down Principal Gao's invitation and made my way to the bustling city center of Donghai, standing beneath the towering Tianqi building. Gazing up at the resplendent lights, I felt a strange sense of unreality. This was the district of the elite, where the mere stomp of a resident's foot could send ripples across the city's economy. And today, I was about to become one of them. Holding the key card Qin Yashuan had given me, I entered the building under the curious gaze of the receptionist. Riding the elevator to the top floor, I swiped the card, and the door opened, revealing a world of luxury that could make anyone gasp. The duplex space was absurdly vast. The floor was a single slab of jade. The ceiling boasted crystal chandeliers. Outside the massive windows, the city's dazzling nightscape unfolded. A private cinema, a heated swimming pool, a sky garden. It had everything. This wasn't just a mansion. It was a dreamlike palace. Collapsing onto the enormous bed, I reveled in its comfort, my heart brimming with contentment and reflection. Just 3 days ago, I had been a broke nobody struggling to pay rent. Now, I possessed wealth and a home that countless others could never attain in a lifetime. This was the power of strength, strength that changed everything. Lying on the bed, I opened a school forum, curious to see if someone had already posted about my confrontation with the Gao family duo. Instead, a trending thread caught my attention. Its title read, "Next week's simulated battle. Ice-cold school bell Lung Yuexin vs. mythical genius Xiao Cheng. Who's your bet on?" Intrigued, I clicked it. It turned out to be an event organized by the student council. On one side was Lung Yuexin, who had awakened an S-rank ability. On the other was me, the bearer of an awakened SSS rank ability. They'd even set up an official betting pool. Clicking the link to the pool, I was stunned by the outrageous odds. Lung Yuexin's victory at 112, mine at 1:100. The total wagers already amounted to 37,854,000 federal credits. The student council truly knew how to stir up chaos. 1-100 odds? Seriously? Did they underestimate me that much? I was an SSS rank mythical ability holder. I had shattered awakening monuments, defeated B-rank instructors in a single strike, crippled A-rank geniuses with one punch, and shot A-rank peak experts out of the air like nothing. In front of the Thunder Dragon's saliva grass, my hand trembled as I carefully plucked it. The entire plant emanated a purple electric glow, with currents dancing across its surface as if alive. I could feel the pure and immense power of lightning coursing within it, and my heart surged with joy. At last, I had acquired the key material to unlock the first seal of the dragon's gallant silver spear. Lung Yuexin, just you wait. My gaze sharpened as I muttered to myself, that so-called heart of the ice moon. In the face of my wrathful flame of thunder, it will prove to be nothing but a futile struggle. Despite my body being covered in wounds and my strength utterly drained, my fighting spirit remained ablaze. I knew time was of the essence, and in preparation for the ultimate showdown with Lung Yuexin, I needed to seize every moment to improve myself. On this night, the wild beasts of the wilderness were destined to succumb to my judgment of thunder. Dragging my weary body, I continued venturing deeper into the wasteland. The stars dimmed, and an icy gale swept across the nocturnal desolation. Everything seemed to foreshadow even greater challenges lying in wait for me. But I felt no fear. Only a surge of excitement accompanied my knowing smile. For I understood that only through combat, only by continuously breaking my limits, could I elevate my power to new heights. Lung Yuexin was nothing more than the first stepping stone on my journey to the summit, while my sights were firmly set on a future far beyond, in the unfathomable expanse of the starry sea. Beasts of the wilderness, I have returned. My voice was low but brimming with authority, akin to a king surveying his dominion. In the midst of the darkness, lightning once again tore through the sky, heralding a new chapter in the battle against fate. Before the Thunder Dragon's saliva grass, I plucked it, storing it into the system's space, and collapsed onto the ground, completely exhausted. The fierce battle earlier had drained almost all my strength. Every muscle in my body protested in agony, and even moving a single finger felt arduous. But it was all worth it. A D-rank high-tier level up, materials to unseal the divine artifact, and 3 top-notch demon cores. This haul was absolutely insane. I calculated that, once I recovered, I'd eat the grass. Maybe I could even push myself to the peak of D rank. As I was contemplating, a terrified and despairing scream echoed from not far away. Initially, I wanted to ignore it. I was barely hanging on myself and had no energy spare to meddle in others' affairs. But when I heard the name Inin, I froze. It sounded familiar. Upon listening more closely, I realized it was Gao Inin, the kind-hearted girl who had secretly handed me a meat bun when the entire world mocked and abandoned me for awakening to a mere D-rank ability. Damn it! Without hesitation, I gritted my teeth and endured the searing pain as I mobilized the barely 30% of lightning power I had recovered in my body. Transforming into golden lightning, I bolted in the direction of the scream. In the depths of the dense forest, a brutal battle was underway. For young men and women in D-rank combat uniforms were cornered in a dead end by a massive demon-faced spider about the size of a car. It was a C-rank low-tier beast, famed for its speed and deadly venom, a nightmare for D-rank ability users. These four, whose strongest abilities barely reached the peak of E-rank, were in dire straits. All of them were severely injured, and one burly young man's thigh had been pierced through, the ground beneath him stained red with blood. The injured young man urged Gao Inin to escape while they held the beast off with their lives, but she adamantly refused to leave, declaring she would rather die together with them. The demon-faced spider, growing impatient, raised its forelimb to stab at Gao Inin. Just as its leg was about to pierce her body, I roared, "Beast, lay a hand on her and see what happens." A golden flash streaked through the air, severing the spider's forelimb. Green blood splashed high into the sky. The demon-faced spider tried to flee, but I didn't give it the chance. Like a god descending from the heavens, I landed before it, crashing into the ground and leaving a deep crater in my wake. Gao Inin opened her eyes, seeing my silhouette and unable to believe what she was witnessing. She and her teammates were stunned, as if petrified. They couldn't fathom why I would appear here. However, I had no regard for anyone else. I only had eyes for the beast that dared to harm someone who had once shown me kindness. My aura radiated a glacial killing intent. Raising the silver spear of Dragon Soul, I declared, "You shouldn't have touched her." As soon as the words fell, my figure vanished. In the next second, the demon-faced spider's head was sent flying, its green blood painting the forest red. I retracted my spear, turned to Gao Inin, and offered what I believed was a kind smile. "It's been a while, Gao Inin." My words plunged the battlefield into utter silence. The others seemed frozen in place, mouths agape, staring at me like I was either a monster or a god. A terrifying C-rank beast had been slain by me in a mere instant. Who could believe such a thing? The team's leader, the injured burly youth, swallowed hard, his eyes filled with fear and suspicion, likely wondering if I was actually a centuries-old S-rank freak in disguise. Meanwhile, Gao Inin snapped out of her daze, her eyes shining with admiration. The pitiable D-rank piece of trash she once knew had now saved her life in kingly fashion. Her heart instantly fell for me. Smiling, I walked up to her, extended a hand, and helped her off the ground. "Are you okay?" I asked. Her face turned bright red, and she tried to pull her hand away, muttering for me to let go. Only then did I realize and release my grip. I asked why they had ventured so deep into the forest, and Gao Inin replied that they were hunting D-rank beasts to earn tuition fees and training resources. Unexpectedly, they'd encountered a C-rank demon-faced spider. As she spoke, her eyes turned red with tears again. I couldn't stand seeing girls cry and quickly reassured her that everything was fine now. Walking up to the team's injured leader, I pulled out a top-tier healing spray I had borrowed from the school's logistics department and casually tossed it to him. He took one look and gasped. It was marked Holy Light, an A-grade rapid healing spray worth a staggering 500,000 federal credits. The bespectacled youth next to him had his eyes practically popping out in amazement as well. I told them to hurry up and treat their injuries, then to head back to the city. This was no place for amateurs like them. The team leader sprayed his wound generously, and it began healing at a visible rate, leaving only a faint scar. The three rookies were once again struck speechless by the spray's miraculous effect. I ignored them and shifted my attention to the demon spider's corpse. Judging by its size and rank, a C-rank beast like this should fetch quite a decent price. Walking up to the demon-faced spider, I swiftly and decisively cut out its demon core, a pitch-black orb the size of a human head, and casually tossed it to Gao Yinin, who was still in shock. "This is for you all," I said. Gao Yinin was stunned. Frantically, she waved her hands and exclaimed, "How could we possibly accept this? You're the one who killed the beast. We didn't do anything." Annoyed, I said, "I told you to take it, so take it. Consider it interest for that meat bun you gave me back then. Besides, garbage like this, I really don't care for it." My comment landed on Gao Yinin and her impoverished teammates like an 18-point seismic shock. A C-rank demon core worth at least 3 million federal credits was garbage in my eyes. They all stared at me, with expressions torn between seeing a monster and a deity. Their gazes locked onto me, leaving my mind blank. Their stares made my whole body uncomfortable. I told them to hurry up and leave, warning that the smell of blood would attract even more powerful creatures, and I couldn't guarantee I'd be able to save them again. The captain with the broken leg finally snapped out of it, and, dragging his teammates along, thanked me profusely before disappearing into the dense woods under Gao Yinin's reluctant gaze. The world finally quieted down. I exhaled deeply, preparing to continue leveling up when a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind me. I turned around to see Gao Yinin running back, standing delicately before me, her eyes filled with hesitation and struggle. She seemed to have something important to say, but didn't dare speak. I asked her if there was anything else. Biting her lower lip, she finally made up her mind. With a worried expression, she said, "Xiao Cheng, you must be careful. I heard that Gao Xiaotian spent a fortune to hire professional assassins from the Shadow Organization to kill you." The Shadow Organization? Professional assassins? I froze for a moment, then laughed. Reaching out, I ruffled her hair and said, "Is that all? I thought it was something serious." "Don't worry, I couldn't care less about a few insects lurking in the shadows." She wanted to say more, but seeing the confidence in my eyes, she swallowed her words. Yes, I was the kind of legend who even dared to slap the face of an A-rank peak-level family head. What did she have to worry about? Blushing, Gao Yinin reminded me to be cautious. I told her to get going, and after reluctantly letting go of my sleeve, she walked away, turning back every few steps. Once her figure disappeared, the smile on my face faded, replaced by a cold indifference. The Shadow Organization, this infamous underground assassin syndicate, was something I'd heard about long ago. It was said their members were scattered all over Xia country, each an expert in assassination, stealth, and disguise. As long as the price was right, they dared to kill anyone, from city lords to common tradesmen. Many A-rank powerhouses had met their end at their hands, and even S-rank national-level defenders had faced death threats from them. Gao Xiaotian, you've really given me quite the surprise. Looks like the last lesson wasn't harsh enough. Since you're so eager to die, don't blame me for being cruel. I had originally planned to settle accounts with the Gao family after the college entrance exams, but now it seemed unnecessary to wait. Tonight, I would erase the Gao family from this world. But before that, there was something more important to attend to. I sat cross-legged, took out the purple thunder dragon saliva herb, and fed it to the system. A force 100 times more violent than fighting 3 mid-tier Durank monsters erupted in my body. I felt like I was going to explode. My skin cracked inch by inch, electric arcs streaking wildly as my very bones groaned in agony. Gritting my teeth, I frantically operated the Thunder Dragon Destruction technique to refine the thunderous force. Who knows how much time passed when the system finally notified me that I had successfully absorbed the extreme thunder power. My Universal Divine Thunder skill proficiency had increased significantly, and the system asked if I'd like to level up. I selected yes, successfully advancing to D-rank peak level. The system then informed me that the unsealing conditions for the first seal of my Dragontooth Silver Spear had been met. I chose to unseal it. The spear emitted a dragon's roar, flying to hover before me as the thunder dragon patterns on its body glowed brilliantly. An unparalleled edge erupted as the seal was lifted. Staring at the weapon's overpowered attributes, I couldn't help but curse out loud. This spear was invincible below S rank, with a 50% enhancement to thunder abilities and the ability to summon the soul of an ancient thunder dragon. It was ridiculously powerful. Gripping the spear with excitement, I laughed loudly and declared that the Gao family and the Shadow organization were done for. I stood up, ready to head back to Donghai Base City for vengeance. Just then, my sixth sense screamed a warning. A surge of cold, killing intent flashed behind me. I smirked. Looks like I don't have to come looking for you. You've delivered yourselves to me instead. Slowly turning around, I stared into the pitch-black forest, the corners of my mouth curling into a deathly grin. Come out, little rats hiding in the shadows, I said. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence, as if that killing intent had merely been a figment of my imagination. Still smiling, I taunted, "What patience? Are you thinking I'm bluffing? Or are you so confident that your stealth technique is flawless?" I deliberately turned my back to the dark forest, exposing myself as bait, taunting the assassin with my actions. In the shadows of a towering tree deep in the forest, a top-tier assassin from the Shadow organization called Ghost lurked. He was a peak-level C-rank specialist in assassination, having killed many D-rank powerhouses and even taken a shot at A-rank targets. Originally, he dismissed the task of killing me, thinking I was just a naive kid. But the sight of me, blood-soaked yet standing tall, with 3 mid-tier D-rank beast corpses at my feet, sent a tidal wave through his heart. He realized then I was a monstrous anomaly, especially that one look I gave when I turned my head. He swore to himself. I had definitely noticed him. That look of mine was like staring at a dead man, giving the seasoned hunter his first absurd sense of being prey. One thought consumed his mind. Run? He was done with this assignment. The 5 billion bounty wasn't worth his life. But just as he silently prepared to retreat, he saw me slowly turn my back, fully exposing myself in his direction. Opportunity. A golden opportunity. Ghost's cold, dormant killer instincts flared to life, his heart racing uncontrollably. He hesitated. Should he flee or gamble on this chance? If he succeeded, he'd gain fame and fortune and become a legend in one fell swoop. If he failed, ultimately, greed triumphed over reason. He pulled out the pitch-black dagger named Soul Devourer, as dark as ink and so bleak that it absorbed even the faintest trace of moonlight. Its blade shimmered with an eerie blue light, a deadly weapon crafted from meteorite iron from beyond the heavens, classified as an A-grade poison artifact. It was infamous for its lethal properties, bled to death upon contact, touched to perish instantly. This dagger was his ultimate trump card, the one with which he'd built his infamous reputation by assassinating A-grade powerhouses even above his level. But to die under the Soul Devourer is an honor you should feel proud of. He moved like a dark phantom, instantly crossing hundreds of meters to appear silently behind me. With no sound or warning, the poison dagger struck toward my back, carrying the full weight of his essence, spirit, and killing intent. He was confident. Even an S-class national champion would find no escape, no survival, under such an ambush. However, just as a victorious grin was about to surface on his face, my cold and mocking voice erupted beside his ear, sharp and icy. "Been waiting for you. Long enough." He froze, stupefied. Shock and disbelief suffused his expression. Who was he? A top-tier assassin of the Shadow organization, a C-class specialist in assassination abilities. He'd claimed the lives of countless B-class powerhouses. Particularly proud of his signature skill, Shadow Slip, a stealth technique such that even unprepared A-class warriors would fail to detect him. Yet, not only had I discovered him, it seemed as if I had anticipated him long in advance. This overturning of his reality utterly shattered his confidence. Not good. Alarm bells screamed in his mind. He knew he had hit an iron wall and decided to flee. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his lethal strike and turned into a shadowy form, slipping into the darkness in a desperate bid to escape. But he was already too late. My frosty voice, like a death sentence, sounded behind him. Trying to flee now? Don't you think it's far too late? Since you've come, why don't you stay for good? I turned slowly. In my hands now was a spear entwined with purple lightning, the frosted dawn silver dragon spear. Letting out a low shout, I called upon its might. Thunder dragon break, lightning bind. The spear pierced into the ground below. Within a 10-meter radius, countless golden and purple thunderbolts surged out from beneath the earth like serpents. The electrifying web intertwined, spreading like a heavenly net, instantly enveloping him. Oh! His shrill screams ripped through the night as a shadow-concealed body, composed of condensed dark energy, melted away like snow under the scorching sun. Emerging from the disintegration was his true form, a small, thin figure cloaked in black, wearing the mask of a malevolent devil. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Spare me, and I'll tell you a shocking secret about the Gao family, he cried, desperate and trembling. Oh, let's hear it. If your secret manages to satisfy me, maybe I'll consider giving you a swift end, I replied, intrigued by the unexpected offer. The Gao family, they've been secretly collaborating with the evil organization Pantheon. Over the years, they've been supplying Pantheon with civilians possessing rare abilities, allowing them to conduct inhumane experiments. This time, I was sent to kill you because Gao Xiaotian personally reached out to the Shadow Organization through Pantheon. He confessed, fear thick in his voice. Pantheon? Human experiments? The name struck a familiar chord. A mysterious informant, Yao Guang, had mentioned it before. To think the Gao family had ties to such a monstrous group, it seemed I'd greatly underestimated them. Interesting. Your secret pleases me. I slowly approached him, raising my hand deliberately. And so, let me reward you. I'll personally send you on your way. What did you say? You promised that as long as His voice faltered, disbelief etched across his face. I only said I'd give you a painless death. What did I ever say I'd spare you? Do you truly believe I'd care about my word to a man already as good as dead? How naive can you be? As soon as the words left my mouth, I didn't hesitate. My thunder-charged hand pressed firmly against the devil mask on his face as I activated my ultimate technique. 10,000 Lightning God, Soul Search. A horrifying cascade of lightning energy erupted, breaking through his defenses and invading his mind. Oh! His agonized screams, 100 times more piercing than before, echoed through the night. Under the terrifying might of the Soul Search secret art, he stood no chance. Memories, secrets, everything he knew surged into my mind in an instant. 1 minute later, the screams ceased. The lightning dissipated. He collapsed as a lifeless body, blood oozing from every orifice, his eyes wide open in death, his expression frozen in eternal disbelief. Opening my now ice-cold and vengeful gaze, I surveyed his corpse and murmured under my breath, "So, that's how it is." My complexion grew dark and heavy. What I had seen from the assassin's memories painted a picture far more dreadful than even his confession. The Gao family's collusion with Pantheon was deep-rooted. Over the years, they had supplied hundreds of innocent civilians, many of them children, with rare abilities to the organization. In return, Pantheon provided the Gao family with abundant cultivation resources and forbidden substances capable of forcibly enhancing ability levels at the cost of life force. Gao Xiaotian's rise to the pinnacle of A-class strength, achieved entirely through the usage of these vile, life-draining drugs. The Gao family, its power, its status, all of it was built atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of innocent blood. Their hands were stained with unspeakable sins. Clenching my fists, my nails dug into my flesh, and an overwhelming killing intent erupted from within me. Though I had never seen myself as a savior, nor taken it upon myself to meddle in the affairs of others, this time, it was personal. Such a despicable family. Now that they were in my sight, there was no way I'd let them escape judgment. Gao family, your end is near, I muttered to myself. After disposing of the assassin's body, I turned and glanced toward the distant horizon, where the dim light of dawn began to rise. Transforming into a streak of golden lightning, I raced toward the East Sea base city. The Gao family would have their reckoning, but not today. I had a more important appointment awaiting me, a meeting that could elevate me in life and secure my freedom and wealth. At 9 in the morning, at Outdoor Combat Arena number 1 of 7th High School, my grand stage awaited. The venue had turned into a vast sea of joy, crowded with people. The entire school, comprising tens of thousands of teachers and students, except for the unlucky few lying in the medical center, was almost entirely present. Even students from other schools had found ways to sneak in. The scene was 100 times more lively than a concert by the megastars of the old era. In the very front row of the spectator seats sat figures so important that their presence could make the whole city of Donghai tremble. The principal of 7th High School, the elite instructor Li Zhenbong, the military's top commander and S-class powerhouse Xia Zhenghua, the overall head of the Sevenstar Pavilion Qin Yashuan, and even the heads of the other 3 major families had come in person. They were all here for the same epic showdown, the legendary battle that had been heralded as a once-in-a-century duel in Donghai City. SS-level mythic genius Xiao Cheng versus S-class legendary talent Leng Yuexin. The stage was finally set. Holy crap, look at this turnout. Oh my god, I see Commander Xia. He's practically a living legend. And there's Boss Qin. She's 100 times more stunning in person than on magazine covers. Duh. This is a clash between myth and legend, a battle destined to go down in Donghai City's history. How could they not attend? The sparring arena roared with excitement over the arrival of such eminent figures. Just then, look, Goddess Yuexin is coming out. A sharp shout overpowered the crowd's noise as everyone turned toward the competitor's tunnel. Out walked Leng Yuexin, as ethereal and breathtaking as an ice lotus blooming atop a snow-capped mountain. She had swapped her blue sports uniform for an ice blue, form-fitting combat suit that perfectly showcased her flawless figure. Her long, jet-black hair was tied into a high ponytail, and her exquisite face was devoid of emotion, though her eyes blazed with fierce battle intent. In her hand, she held a magnificent longsword crafted from 10,000 years celestial ice, its blade exuding such intense cold that the surrounding air seemed to freeze. At that moment, she looked like an unparalleled goddess of war stepping out from a divine kingdom of ice and snow. Noble, aloof, and overwhelmingly powerful. Ah, Goddess Yuexin, I love you. Yuexin, Yuexin, you'll always be our eternal deity. Crush that arrogant brat and show him who's the true prodigy of 7 High School. The arena went berserk. 90% of the male students screamed themselves hoarse in support of her, making me feel like nothing more than a stepping stone to highlight her overwhelming strength and beauty. Leng Yuexin paid no attention to the cheers. Her icy gaze swept across the entire venue. Her gaze finally landed precisely on the opposing competitor's tunnel. She was waiting for the only opponent she would face today. A minute passed. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The tunnel remained empty. What's going on? Where's Xiao Cheng? Why hasn't he come out yet? Damn it. Is that guy chickening out? I told you his so-called talents are barely enough to bully someone like Gao Yu, that spoiled rich kid. When it comes to facing a true powerhouse like Goddess Yuexin, he doesn't even have the guts to step onto the stage. Coward. Spineless coward. Get out here. The audience erupted into chaos, their mocking jeers and insults escalating with each passing moment. Even the distinguished figures on the VIP platform couldn't help but furrow their brows. On the arena stage, for the first time, a tinge of disappointment appeared on Leng Yuexin's icy, delicate face. She had thought I would be a worthy opponent, someone who could compel her to give her all. She hadn't expected me to be a coward who might flee at the last moment. Just as everyone believed I wasn't going to show up, and the referee was about to declare Leng Yuexin the winner by forfeit, Achoo! A lazy yawn echoed out from the competitor's tunnel. The next moment, I strolled out casually, dressed in an ordinary black combat uniform. One hand carried a plain iron spear, while the other rubbed at my sleepy eyes. Sorry, I stayed up leveling up last night and accidentally overslept, I said, my voice crackling like divine thunder through the ears of every single person present. The entire arena instantly fell into a dead silence. Leveling up? On the eve of the century's duel against S-class legendary talent Lung Yuexin, I had stayed up all night leveling up and even overslept. Just how arrogant could I be to show such blatant disregard for Lung Yuexin? Cracks appeared on Lung Yuexin's otherwise frosty expression, and flames of fury ignited in her eyes. She had spent an entire week preparing for this match, utilizing immense resources from her family to fine-tune herself to peak condition. Yet I had pulled an all-nighter grinding levels and had almost slept through the fight. This was the ultimate insult to her. Still yawning, I stepped onto the stage, slinging my iron spear over my shoulder. Looking at the nearly fuming Lung Yuexin, I grinned. What's the matter, beautiful? Got tired of waiting? Don't worry, this will all be over soon, I said casually, motioning toward her with my finger. Come on, let me see what skills you have that gave you the guts to challenge me. Lung Yuexin trembled with rage. As you wish, she shouted, her crystallized longsword pointing at me as an explosion of frigid energy erupted from her. Make your move. You'll only get one chance. Match begin, roared instructor Li Jinbao. And so, the pinnacle duel began. Xiao Cheng, pay the price for your arrogance. Lung Yuexin shouted. Her eyes blazed with icy blue divine light, a terrifying coldness radiating from her as though ancient polar glaciers were awakening. The frost spread outward in a frenzy, turning the arena's hard alloy floor into a frozen tundra covered in meters-thick ice. Within 3 seconds, the 100-meter-wide stage had transformed into an Arctic glacier. What the hell? Is this the power of an S-rank ability? It's terrifying. To change the weather with a single thought. This is the work of gods. It's over. Xiao Cheng is done for. The arena has become Moonheart Goddess Cold Yuexin's turf, restricting his speed advantage. Ha! A simple brute is no match for a true technical master. The audience erupted with exclamations. Those who had bet on Cold Yuexin were thrilled, already imagining me frozen into a tragic ice sculpture. On the podium, even the two most influential figures who had placed their hope in me, Xia Jinghua and Qin Yashuan, showed solemn expressions. This little girl from the Cold family is something else, Xia Jinghua murmured. To develop an S-rank ability to the level of a near domain, I'm afraid Xiao Cheng is in for some trouble this time. Not necessarily. Qin Yashuan shook her head, her eyes fixed on the snow-blanketed center of the arena, where a playful smirk curved her lips. That kid isn't easy to deal with. He has far more cards up his sleeve than we've imagined. Amid the raging blizzard in the arena, I stood on ice capable of shattering steel. All around me were icy blades, while the bone-deep chill invaded my very being, attempting to freeze both my blood and soul. I had to admit, Cold Yuexin was skilled. Her S-rank ability lived up to its name. This move, Ice Age, had both range and power far beyond others of the same rank. Unfortunately for her, she had encountered me. What's the matter? Are you only capable of hiding behind your icy tricks? I asked with a grin, finding no need to summon my lightning armor to combat the cold. Instead, I allowed the chill to creep into my body, only to be swallowed and purified by the power of my divine lightning. Cold Yuexin's shocked eyes stared at me, walking leisurely in her absolute zero domain. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even C-rank experts wouldn't be able to ignore her absolute zero. How was I doing it? Since you're not making a move, it's my turn, I said casually. Ice is beautiful, but it's too fragile. As my words fell, a golden ray of lightning, brighter and more dazzling than the sun, erupted from within me. It was domineering, divine, a power that sought to melt this entire frozen world. The ice beneath my feet cracked instantly, then shattered into glittering fragments. What? Cold Yueshin was dumbstruck, terror flashing in her eyes as I stepped forward like a thunder god descending from the heavens. Her proudest absolute zero domain had been effortlessly destroyed. No, I haven't lost yet, she cried fiercely, summoning all her icy energy. Ice crystals transformed into monstrous, serpentine ice dragons that were dozens of meters long. Roar! The frost dragon let out a deafening roar, lunging toward me. Faced with an attack that could send a C-rank expert into despair, I didn't even blink. I raised my fist and swung it in a simple motion. Boom! My punch collided with the dragon's head, and its massive body disintegrated into glistening shards of ice. Cold Yueshin stumbled back, stricken as if by a bolt of lightning. Her face turned ghostly pale, and blood spurted from her lips. It's not over yet, I said, my figure vanishing like a phantom. In an instant, I appeared in front of her. As I looked at her shocked and indignant face, I smiled. Your ice is indeed beautiful, but unfortunately, it's about to melt. Cold Yueshin's eyes blazed with anger. To her, this was humiliation. She was the proud daughter of the Cold family, a legendary wielder of an S-rank undefeated ability. When had she ever been looked down upon like this? Xiao Cheng, you're too arrogant, she shouted, forcefully suppressing the surging energy within her. With a fierce cry, she lunged forward, brandishing a sword of ice. An even stronger wave of absolute zero cold burst forth as she unleashed her ultimate move, Eternal Ice Coffin. The air around us froze instantly as a massive ice coffin materialized, sealing off 10 meters of space around me. The surface of the coffin was inscribed with runes radiating an aura of immense dread. Holy crap, it's the Moonheart Goddess's ultimate move, Eternal Ice Coffin. I heard it even froze a C-rank peak flame tiger solid, shattering its soul in the process. That's it. Xiao Cheng is done for. Once sealed in Eternal Ice Coffin, even A-rank experts can't escape. Haha, we've won. My $1,000,000 are safe. Those who bet on Cold Yueshin were practically jumping in excitement. But on the podium, Xia Jinghua and Qin Yashuan merely shook their heads. Ah, this little girl is still too young, Xia Jinghua lamented. Indeed, Qin Yashuan said with a light laugh, covering her mouth. She has no idea the kind of terrifying monster she's provoked. Inside the ice coffin, I stood in the silent void within the massive ice prison. The kind of frigid force that could crush the soul of a peak C-rank beast was relentlessly invading me, trying to extinguish my existence on both a physical and spiritual level. I had to admit, Eternal Ice Coffin was formidable. If it were just last night, and I was still at mid-tier D rank, I might have needed some effort to escape. But now? I chuckled softly. It's time to end this game. I slowly closed my eyes, then snapped them open in an instant. Golden and purple lightning, more radiant and destructive than 100 suns, erupted from me. The light was domineering, divine, and utterly unstoppable, as though it sought to purify everything under heaven. Durang Peak, the first seal of my silver dragon spear, now unbound, and the fusion of ultimate lightning and my divine thunder. This was now the full extent of my power. Break! I roared like a thunder god, descending in fury. The silver dragon's spear in my hand quivered as. The markings of the thunder dragon lit up in dazzling purple and golden light, an unparalleled aura shooting straight into the heavens. Thunder Dragon Strike. Earth-shattering change. With a single, simple thrust of my spear, I aimed directly at the Eternal Ice Coffin in front of me. Whoosh! A streak of purple and gold spear light flashed briefly before disappearing, seemingly splitting the entire arena in two. The crowd froze, their faces blank with shock. The Eternal Ice Coffin, renowned for being an inescapable prison even for A-level powerhouses, suddenly developed a crack as thin as a hairline. And then, in the blink of an eye, countless fractures spread across the entire surface of the coffin like a spider web. Boom! The coffin exploded with a thunderous crash, erupting into a dazzling cloud of glittering ice particles. Uffed! Lung Yuexin, as though struck by a bolt of lightning, staggered back. Her once radiant complexion turned deathly pale, blood far richer in color than before spilling from her crimson lips. Her entire body staggered violently, as though she had been hit head-on by a high-speed maglev train, retreating over 10 paces just to barely stabilize her stance. She lifted her head in utter disbelief, gazing at me as I strode forward, elegant and unyielding, bathed in purple-gold lightning. I gripped my magnificent divine spear and appeared like a celestial god of war descending from the heavens. In her beautiful, unfocused eyes, despair appeared for the first time. Defeated? Had she truly lost? She had gambled everything, her trump cards, her pride, and her dignity, and yet she had been crushed so decisively, left utterly defeated in the most humiliating fashion. No, I haven't lost yet. She gritted her teeth, resolute and refusing to give in, pushing herself to fight again. But it was too late. Whoosh! A streak of golden lightning flashed, and I appeared before her instantaneously, ghost-like. The cold, chilling presence of death engulfed her in a split second. She stiffly lowered her gaze and saw the divine spear, wrapped in golden thunder, halting less than a centimeter from her white, swan-like neck. The frigid and menacingly sharp aura emanating from the spear tip froze her in place. She had no doubt that the slightest movement on her part would lead to the spear piercing her throat without a hint of hesitation. An eerie, dead silence descended over the arena. One could hear the faintest of sounds, even a pin drop. Everyone present seemed paralyzed, their minds overloaded by the outright defiance of reason they had just witnessed. I looked at Lung Yuexin, her pale face and proud eyes now brimming with reluctance and humiliation. Slowly, I withdrew the dragon gallant bright silver spear and offered her a devilishly radiant smile. "You've lost." Those 3 words floated effortlessly from my lips, plunging the martial arena into an even deeper silence, one more suffocating than a tomb. No one could believe it. It was inconceivable. Lung Yuexin, the one who stood like an undefeated goddess, had lost so completely and utterly. No, this can't be real. Am I dreaming? The moon goddess defeated by someone who hasn't been awakened for even a week. After moments of stunned silence, the arena erupted into shock and uproar, a tidal wave of exclamations rushing across the spectators. Disbelief etched itself onto every face, especially those who had staked their entire fortunes on Lung Yuexin. One by one, they donned ashen expressions, drained of hope. "Ha ha! Excellent! Well done, boy!" On the podium, Xiaojingwa slapped his thigh in exhilaration, laughing uproariously. He sent a smug glance toward the heads of the other 3 great families, nearly driving them to fits of rage. Off to the side, Qin Yashuan sipped her tea delicately, her peach blossom eyes narrowing with interest as she studied me. A luminous sparkle reflected in her gaze. "This little guy certainly knows how to surprise me," she murmured softly. On the platform, I retracted the dragon gallant bright silver spear and gazed at Lung Yuexin with amusement. "So, admit it or not?" Lung Yuexin bit her lower lip lightly. It was an action meant to exude strength, but in this moment, it carried an undertone of grievance. She wanted to say she refused to accept the outcome, wanted to demand a rematch, but the words caught in her throat even as the thought burned in her heart. She had to admit defeat. She had given her all, exhausting every secret weapon at her disposal, while I had remained composed and barely exerted effort. I hadn't even used my strongest moves. I lost. She finally forced out with great difficulty. Though the words were softly spoken, they carried the weight of a 1,000-pound hammer, shattering the last shreds of hope within those who had idolized her. "Ha ha! Good. That's what I wanted to hear." I nodded in satisfaction. Striding up to her, I leaned close, gazing at her reddened and tear-filled eyes. Smiling, I said, "And now that you've admitted defeat, Isn't it time we honored the terms of our wager? My words had barely left my mouth before the arena exploded into an uproar. Everyone around us wore expressions filled with intrigue and gossip. Even Xia Jinghua and Qin Yashuan craned their necks, their curiosity piqued. Wager? What wager could exist between us? Lung Yuexin's pretty face betrayed a flicker of panic. Oh, is the proud eldest daughter of the Lung family, and an S-ranked genius at that, planning to renege on a bet. I raised an eyebrow, my tone tinged with mockery. Lung Yuexin fell silent, rendered speechless. She recalled how, when throwing down the gauntlet, she had said that if she lost, I could command her as I pleased. Never had it occurred to her that she might actually lose. What do you want? She bit her lower lip again, her expression filled with the resolve of someone prepared to face her fate. It's quite simple. Leaning closer, I whispered in her ear with a devilish chuckle. You lost. According to the terms of our bet, starting today, you're mine. Those words shattered the cold, aloof demeanor of Lung Yuexin, the so-called Ice Queen. A blush as intoxicating as fine wine crept up her snowy neck, reaching all the way to her ears. Stunned, she froze in place, her gaze a mix of shock and embarrassment. You scoundrel! She finally snapped back to her senses, stomping her foot in a fluster. Mortified and full of indignation, she fled from the platform amid the teasing catcalls of the crowd. Gone was the majestic and icy goddess. In her place was a girl who looked more like the shy and startled neighbor next door after being playfully teased by a mischief maker. Aha! I threw my head back and laughed heartily, watching her retreating figure. The sweet sense of triumph, of conquering the Ice Queen, was more exhilarating than ascending 3 power levels in a single day. Amid the myriad of envious, jealous, and spiteful gazes from the audience, I descended the platform nonchalantly, ignoring the grinning old foxes beckoning me from the grandstand. Instead, I walked toward the prize redemption area in the corner of the stands. Here, a long queue of people awaited their turn to exchange winnings. Strangely, though, every face in line wore a look of despair. Sigh, I'm ruined. Bet 100,000 just to win a measly 12,000. I bet 500,000, but only won 60,000. Barely enough to buy my pets some food. Amid the complaints, I pushed through the crowd and approached the refined young man. Hello, classmate. I'm here to claim my prize, I said. The young man didn't even lift his head, impatiently reaching out his hand. Betting slip. I handed over the crumpled betting slip. TCH, another poor guy who bet on Cold Moon Xan to win, he muttered as he took the slip. But when he saw its contents clearly, he froze. His eyes lit up like electric bulbs, staring at me in disbelief as he shouted, Chow! Chow! Chow Chung! His exclamation drew everyone's attention. Holy crap! It's Chow God. He's here to claim his prize. Did he also bet on Goddess Xin to win? Amidst the murmurs, the young man, trembling, raised the betting slip and read out the details in a choked voice. Better, Xiao Chung. Bet, Xiao Chung to win. Amount bet, 2 million federal credits. Boom. The entire prize claim area fell into dead silence, every face filled with shock. He had bet on himself to win, and staked a whopping 2 million? What kind of god-tier move was this? After a moment of stunned silence, the area erupted in even louder commotion. Holy crap, betting 2 million on yourself. That's insane confidence. That's absolute mastery of one's strength. With odds of 1 to 100, wouldn't he win 200 million? When a number 200 million was spoken aloud, everyone's minds went completely blank, staring at me as if looking at the god of wealth. When a young man responsible for processing the payment calculated the amount he owed, the student council president, Zhou Kai, flipped his eyes and burst into tears with a loud wah, sobbing as if his heart was breaking into pieces. Hugging my leg with snot and tears streaming, he cried out, Whoa, I'm sorry. Xiao God, I shouldn't have looked down on you. I shouldn't have offered odds of 1 to 100. I'm such an idiot, such a moron. Please, have mercy on us and spare the student council just this once. We simply can't afford this. Zhou Kai, the mighty president of the student council, usually a dominant figure around school who could make the wind and rain bend to his will, was now bawling like a 300-pound child. Seeing his ridiculous display, I couldn't help but chuckle and patted him on the shoulder. "What's this, President Zhou? Is your mighty student council planning to default on its debts?" I asked with a smirk. "Not at all." Zhou Kai frantically waved his hands. "Even if we have to sell off the entire student council, we'd never dare default on what we owe you. It's just, even combining all our liquid funds, we're short over 100 million. We truly can't make up the difference." "Oh, so you're really planning to renege on your debt?" My voice grew colder. "No, absolutely not." Zhou Kai shivered from head to toe in fear. "Please, give us a little more time. I'll go find my dad and grandfather right now. Even if they break the family pot, we'll gather the money to pay you." With that, he began scrambling toward the door to make a call. "Enough," I stopped him. "Considering your sincerity, I won't make things difficult for you today. The remaining 100 million plus amount will be a loan to the student council. Interest will be calculated at the highest bank rate. Pay me back when you can. For now, hand over the available 100 million. 10 minutes later, looking at the long string of zeros displayed on my communicator, enough to induce severe trypophobia, I grinned happily. Including the 2 million given by Qin Yashuan and the 1.3 million I earned from selling demon cores, my net worth had officially surpassed 1 billion. No, make that 10 billion, since the student council still owed me over 100 million. From this day forward, call me Qiao 10 billion Cheng, I declared in a dramatically self-satisfied tone, leaving the prize claim area, the place that granted me financial freedom, with all the swagger of a wealthy man under the awestruck and reverent gazes of the entire school. However, just as I was planning to hit the luxury stores for a wardrobe upgrade to enjoy the pleasures of being rich, an urgent communication request lit up my communicator. The caller ID showed it was Qin Yashuan. I answered, and within the next second, Qin Yashuan's voice, laden with grave urgency, rang out. "Xiao Cheng, something terrible has happened. Dean Wang and his wife are in trouble." Dean Wang and his wife are in trouble. The news exploded in my mind like divine thunder from the heavens, leaving me frozen in place. The joy of newfound wealth vanished instantly, my brain turning completely blank. Dean Wang and his wife were the kindest people to ever grace my life. When I was at my most helpless and vulnerable, they gave me a home, raising me from an infant. They may not have been my biological parents, but in my heart, they were closer than blood relatives, the only family I truly cared about. They were my reverse scale, the untouchable part of my soul. What happened? I gripped the communicator tightly, my voice trembling faintly with a mix of anger and terror. It was the first time since arriving in this world that I had felt genuine fear. I didn't fear the Gao family's revenge, nor did I fear the Shadow Organization. But the thought of harm befalling these two kind-hearted elders filled me with dread. "The Gao family," Qin Yashuan replied gravely. "After you publicly disgraced Gao Xiaotian, he went insane. He's mobilized the Gao family's underground forces. Half an hour ago, they stormed the Sunshine Orphanage and kidnapped Dean Wang and his wife. They've demanded that by midnight tonight, you bring Gao Yu's head to the mass grave outside the city to receive punishment. If you fail, the two elders will be buried with them." The news stabbed me straight through the heart like a poisoned dagger, plunging me into anguish. What a fine Gao family. I gritted my teeth so hard that blood seeped from my gums, the metallic taste filling my mouth. Yet, I felt no pain, for the boundless fury within me had drowned out all other sensations. "Gao, Xiao, Tian." I spat out his name through clenched teeth, my voice as frigid as ice that could freeze a soul. Crack! The communicator in my hand, unable to withstand the terrifying power emanating from me, shattered into fine metallic dust. Boom! An immensely horrifying wave of violet-golden lightning burst forth, centered on me, its terrifying magnitude 100, no, 1,000 times greater than what I unleashed in the arena. The opulent luxury store was instantly transformed into a lightning inferno as countless serpentine bolts of violet golden lightning leaped, crackled, and roared, reducing the pricey luxury items and decorations into charred remnants. Ah! The sales assistants and wealthy customers screamed in terror, scattering like frightened rats, desperately attempting to escape this hell. But it was already too late. My blood-red eyes swept over their horrified and despairing faces as I roared, "Get out of my sight!" The sheer force behind my voice stunned several unlucky ones who were too slow to flee, rendering them unconscious. The luxury store fell deathly silent in an instant, leaving only the rumbling echoes of thunder. Bathed in violet golden lightning, my face no longer bore a trace of its usual laziness or teasing demeanor. What remained was coldness and indifference. I raised my hand, and a gleaming, radiant silver dragon lance materialized in my grip. Clenching the buzzing weapon tightly, I stepped out of the now-ruined luxury store and onto the bustling streets. Tilting my head back to stare at the night sky, my eyes burned with a deep blood-red hue. The Gao family, listen well. Tonight, I, Xiao Cheng, swear upon this place. If Director Wang and his wife lose even a single strand of hair, I will make sure that not a single living thing remains in your entire Gao family. With these words, I slammed the silver dragon lance into the ground with a resonating thud. The entire commercial district quaked violently, and the ground within a 100-meter radius cracked inch by inch. Leveraging the recoil, I transformed into a streak of violet golden light, soaring into the skies and speeding towards the burial pits outside the city. All that remained behind were the dumbfounded onlookers and the scattered remnants of the communicator endlessly repeating Qin Yashuan's words. The night was dark and the wind was fierce. At the outskirts of Donghai Bay City, the Gao family manor stood proud. Usually a paradise for its residents, the manor was destined to become a living hell tonight. The manor was ablaze with lights, heavily guarded by thousands of armed Gao family enforcers wielding energy weapons. Their expressions were grim, as though awaiting the descent of an apocalyptic beast. Deep within the manor, inside the clan's ancestral hall, an elderly patriarch, trembling with fear, asked the man seated in the main chair, "Gao, Xiaotian, head of the Gao family. Clan head, must we truly go through with this? By doing so, we risk thoroughly provoking Xiao Cheng. If this gets exposed, our Gao family will face severe retribution from the Alliance, and we will never recover." Silence. Gao Xiaotian slammed the table, roaring in fury. "Never recover? My son has been crippled. I was publicly humiliated and beaten as though I were a stray dog, and our family's name has been trampled upon by that damn child. Asterisk, and you still have the gall to speak to me about consequences, asterisk? I don't care what the cost is. Tonight, that brat will die, and he will pay dearly for what he's done. As for the Alliance's wrath, as long as the deed is done cleanly with no witnesses left, who will ever find out? Besides, we have the backing of the Pantheon. What can Xiaojing possibly do to us?" At the mention of the word Pantheon, a chill ran down the spines of the elders. They trembled, falling silent in fear of the mysterious and terrifying organization. Report. A blood-soaked guard stumbled into the ancestral hall, his voice filled with panic and desperation. "Clan head, it's bad. The executioner has broken into the manor." "What? Just one person?" Gao Xiaotian shot to his feet in sheer disbelief. "Why, yes, it's just him alone." The guard stammered, trembling. "That man isn't human. He's like a demon wielding a godly spear. From the main gate to here, he slaughtered everyone in his path as though they were made of paper. Just one touch, and they perish instantly. He's like a supreme demon god crawling up from the depths of the 9 hells." Before the guard could finish speaking, a deafening boom reverberated through the hall. The 1,000-year-old dark iron doors of the ancestral hall were blasted apart by a single kick, disintegrating into an explosion of metallic shards. Emerging from the swirling dust and smoke was a slender figure shrouded in violet golden lightning. In his hand, A blood-dripping spear glinted ominously as he strode forth like a god descending from the heavens. Gao! Shao! Tion! I fixed my icy gaze on the middle-aged man whose face was painted with terror. Slowly, I raised the shining silver dragon lance, my eyes filled with the cold decree of death. I've come to claim your worthless life. You disgusting brat. Don't come closer. Gao Xiaoyan's voice cracked as he backed away, his eyes, normally brimming with venom and madness, now for the first time revealing naked fear. He never imagined I would actually dare to storm into his manor alone, cutting down everything in my path. Now, everyone attack. Stop him. Gao Xiaoyan shrieked in desperation, grabbing a nearby elder frozen with fear and shoving him toward me, before scrambling away on all fours in retreat. Seeking death, I see. I snorted coldly, flicking the silver dragon lance in my grip. The unfortunate elder's head was instantly separated from his body, and a crimson spray of blood drenched the entire hall in a ghastly red hue. In the next instant, I blurred like a streak of golden lightning, instantly catching up to Gao Xiaotian. With one powerful kick, I sent him sprawling to the ground, the blood-stained tip of my lance pressing firmly against his throat. Run! Why don't you keep running? I taunted coldly with a devilish smile, towering over him like an executioner. Please, don't kill me. Young Master Qiao, I was wrong. I'll give you all of the Gao family's wealth. Just spare my life. Gao Xiaotian begged, trembling violently, rolling and trembling in utter panic. Too late. I shook my head slowly. The moment you laid hands on those two elderly people, your life was no longer your own. With those words, I prepared to end him. However, stop. A voice filled with madness and venom roared from the corner. A disheveled, ferociously twisted figure lunged forward, holding Dean Wong and his wife hostage. It was none other than Gao Yu, who was supposedly confined to a wheelchair. Miraculously, he had recovered. With a dagger pressed against Dean Wong's throat, Gao Yu laughed maniacally. Ha ha! Take one more step, and I'll send them to the grave with me. Staring at the frenzied Gao Yu, I shook my head once more. Gao Yu, you're the most foolish person I've ever met. Do you think capturing the elderly can threaten me? How naive. From the moment you acted against them, your life and the fate of the Gao family were doomed. What do you mean? Gao Yu's voice wavered with unease. You little bastard. I'll count to 3. If you don't shatter your powers and kneel to beg for forgiveness, I'll slit this old man's throat. Gao Yu threatened, pushing the dagger closer, drawing a thin line of blood on Dean Wong's neck. 1, 2, THRE. Game over. No sooner had the words left my lips than my figure vanished, moving so swiftly that time itself seemed to freeze. Before the stunned eyes of the Gao family, a flash of violet gold lightning streaked across the space. In the next moment, I reappeared ghost-like behind Gao Yu, holding the unharmed, though fainted from fear, Dean Wong and his wife in my arms. Impossible. Gao Yu was struck dumb. He stared at his now empty hands and looked up in disbelief, terror filling his eyes for the first time. I told you you're too slow. My icy voice exploded in his ears. With a sharp swish, his head flew skyward, a crimson fountain staining the ancestral hall red once more. You will? Gao Xiaotian wailed, hurling himself toward me in despair. Kneel, all of you. My cold snort echoed, and with it came the crushing presence of an S-rank peak-level powerhouse. Like the heavens caving in and the earth crumbling, the pressure smashed down. Thud! Gao Xiaotian and the entire Gao family dropped to their knees. The once proud ancestral hall had become a hellish purgatory. Impossible. Prone on the ground, Gao Xiaotian looked up, fear and desperation etched into his face as he gazed at me, a figure commanding the awe of a deity. S-rank, Gao Xiaotian, I said coldly. Did you think I came here just to kill you? No, I came to judge the Gao family. Snapping my fingers, an arc of lightning summoned a holographic projection, revealing damning evidence of the Gao family's collusion with the Pantheon organization, scenes of blood and horror. So, while they made the onlookers shudder with dread. No, please no. The pitiful cries from the Gao family filled the air, while grieving victims' families erupted in fury. Now, do you have anything left to say? I leveled my gaze at Gao Xiaotan, whose face had turned ashen, and raised my gun. Gao Xiaotian remained silent. He knew it was over for the Gao family. Do it, he whispered, closing his eyes, ready for death. Death is too lenient a punishment for you. Bang! My bullet pierced his limbs, pinning him to the ground. I won't kill you. I want you to witness the destruction of the Gao family. With those words, violet gold bullets shot through the foreheads of the Gao family's core members. They fell lifelessly, their vitality extinguished without so much as a struggle. I spared not another glance at Gao Xiaotian or the blood-drenched chaos at the ancestral hall. I turned and walked out, emerging amidst the ruins of the burning Gao family estate. Staring at the night sky, my eyes glinted coldly. Pantheon, who's next? The night stretched on. The fire raged fiercer, painting the sky in hues of deep crimson. Holding the unconscious Dean Wong and his wife, I strode through the ruins as flames and ashes framed my back. Beneath the complex stairs trailing me, grief and guilt gnawed at my heart. I swear, I whispered, voice heavy with conviction. From this moment onward, no one will harm you again, not even a single strand of your hair. If gods try to stand in my way, I'll slay gods. If Buddhas block my path, I'll destroy Buddhas. As I stepped out through the estate's gate, the sound of an air raid siren pierced the air. Military vehicles surrounded the premises in an airtight blockade. A top-tier command vehicle skidded to a halt. Summer Jingna stepped down, his expression grim and sharp as a blade. He cast a glance at the elderly couple, then turned toward his Dragon Soul Legion with precise authority. Relay my orders. The Gao family has been found guilty of collusion with Pantheon and participation in human experiments. Their crimes are unforgivable. Immediately seize all their assets, arrest the key members, and kill anyone who resists. Yes, sir. The elite soldiers roared, surging into the estate to begin a bloody purge. Summer Jingna had arranged for deluxe medical vehicles to be on standby. Delicately, I placed the unconscious couple aboard a medical vehicle. Summer Jingna approached me, resting a heavy hand on my shoulder. His voice was hoarse yet resolute. Kid, leave the rest to me. You've done enough. Go get some rest. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. For a fleeting moment, his sincerity thawed the icy cage around my heart. I gave him a small nod and said thank you. Then I turned and disappeared into the darkness. That night, Donghai City remained sleepless. The century-old Gao family crumbled overnight. Patriarch Gao Xiaotian was crippled and imprisoned in the highest security facility. Core members were slaughtered and their empires seized by the military. The once dominant Gao clan exited the stage of history in a dramatic fall from grace. And I, Xiao Cheng, the god of death who single-handedly annihilated the Gao family manor, became a forbidden legend whispered among Donghai City's elite. Those who once looked down on me, who mocked me, they now trembled sleeplessly, paralyzed by fear that I'd come for them next. Sleepless nights, fearing they might be the next ones to face me. The entire upper-class society of Donghai City was thrown into utter chaos because of me, as if a catastrophic earthquake had struck the city. Everyone knew Donghai City was about to experience a monumental shift. But I returned to the aerial villa Qin Yashuan had prepared for me, acting as if nothing had happened. Neither did I rest nor cultivate. Instead, I stayed by the bedside of Director Wong and his wife. Watching their pallid faces gradually regain color under the care of a top-tier medical team, the icy violence in my eyes softened, replaced by a hint of clarity and lingering fear. I was this close to losing them forever. And all of it because my strength wasn't enough. If I had an S grade, or even SSS grade cultivation level, would the Gao family trash have dared harm those close to me? Clenching my fists, my yearning for power grew rampant like untamed weeds. I gently tucked the edges of the quilt around the elderly couple, my gaze resolute. From now on, I will protect you with my life. The next morning, as the sunlight spilled through the city, an earth-shattering news swept Donghai City like a superstorm. The Gao family was finished. Gao Xiaodian had his cultivation abolished and was dragged to prison. Gao Yu was beheaded, their grand estate burned to ashes, and their businesses seized. And as for me, Qiao Cheng, the same person mocked as a degrade waste, only 3 days ago, I had become feared by everyone, a peerless legend of carnage. Still, I indulged myself with a peaceful nap. By noon, I woke to find that Director Wang and his wife were out of critical condition. Qin Yashuan had moved them to a secure wellness retreat, equipped with top-tier nursing staff and psychologists. With my worries eased, I felt a rare tranquility. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. I opened it to find Qin Yashuan standing there. Today, she had swapped her crimson qipao for a white office lady suit, paired with gold-rimmed glasses. She looked every inch the domineering and commanding CEO, exuding an overwhelming aura. "What's this? Little brother, aren't you going to invite your big sister in for a chat?" Her red lips curled into a playful smirk. "Come in," he replied, stepping azide. I poured a cup of coffee, borrowed from Xia Jigua's personal stash, and handed it to her. "What brings you here? Can't I come to see you without a reason?" she teased, throwing me a flirtatious glance full of charm. Of course, I always welcome Sister Qin. I just worry someone as busy as you wouldn't have the time. I bantered back, grinning. Her laughter was like bell chimes as she lightly swayed. "Your sharp tongue is getting better by the day." She took a sip of coffee. Her laughter faded, replaced with an air of sharp business, savvy, and gravity. "I'm not here to joke today. I have 2 important matters to discuss." First, she reached into her Hermes bag, took out a gold-embossed document, and slid it across the table toward me. "This is the asset inventory of the Gao family. Last night, with Commander Xia's tacit approval, the Sevenstar Pavilion took over 70% of the Gao family's premium properties, valued at around 6 billion. As agreed, I've transferred 1/3, approximately 2 billion, to your name. From now on, you're the legal owner of these 2 billion assets." This bombshell exploded in my mind, leaving me utterly speechless. 2 billion? Just yesterday, I was gloating over barely surpassing the 100 million mark. Waking up today, my net worth had multiplied 20-fold. This was insane. "What's this? Speechless over a mere number?" Qin Yashuan chuckled, covering her mouth. I swallowed hard, locking eyes with her. "You're serious?" I asked carefully. "Absolutely. Qin Yashuan, never go back on a business deal. Besides, this is rightfully yours. Without you annihilating the Gao family in a single night, the Sevenstar Pavilion wouldn't have been able to take such a big bite. It's mutually beneficial." She nudged the document closer to me. "Sign it. With that signature, you'll be the youngest billionaire in Donghai City." I stared at the document for a long moment, then let out a deep breath. Picking up the pen, I signed without hesitation and slid the document back to her. With a calm voice, I asked, "What's the second matter?" A spark of admiration flashed in Qin Yashuan's eyes. "The second matter might be even more important than the 2 billion. While liquidating the Gao family's assets, I discovered a secret safe. Inside were ledgers documenting the Gao family's dealings with the Pantheon, as well as a fragmented map of their hidden experimental base in Donghai City." My pupils contracted. A flash of killing intent surfaced before I forced myself to turn away. I walked to the window, gazing out over the bustling metropolis. I knew deep down, these 2 billion were nothing more than a house of cards. In a world where strength reigned supreme, I was still too weak. Looking down on my inexpensive, blood-stained beast-hunting combat attire, I shook my head. Perhaps it's time to invest in a more fitting wardrobe. Half an hour later, I found myself standing in Armani's master tailoring store, the pinnacle of luxury shopping in Donghai City. Staring back at the transformed reflection in the mirror, I was momentarily stunned. In the reflection stood a young man, 6'1" with a lean but agile frame. Dressed in a tailored jet-black combat suit, he exuded the sleek ferocity of a panther, graceful but deadly. His short, Neat haircut complemented the sharp features of his strikingly handsome face. But it was his eyes, deep, luminous orbs filled with a devil-may-care air, yet carrying an ageless wisdom, that captured attention most. He looked like a prince stepped straight out of a Renaissance painting, exuding an enigmatic and noble charm. "Well, little brother, didn't I tell you your sister has a good eye?" Qin Yashuan teased, with a coquettish sparkle in her eyes. Her gaze lingered, turning faintly amorous as she reached out to straighten my collar. Her fingertips brushed past the hollow of my throat, sending a faint, tingling current down my spine. Ahem. I coughed twice, stepping back half a step to regain composure, forcing myself to sound nonchalant. "It's all right, just a bit pricey." Glancing at the 37,800,000 price tag, I couldn't help but scream inside. This isn't shopping. It's robbery. This is outright daylight robbery. Expensive? I actually think it's quite cheap. Making the future king of Donghai City look so dashing. Forget 30 million. Even 3 billion would be worth it. Her words were filled with admiration and ambiguity, leaving me utterly flustered. Beep, beep, beep. A crisp communication request chimed in at just the right moment, pretty much saving me. I hurriedly pulled out my brand new Huawei personal communicator, and a glance at the caller ID revealed it was Lung Yuexin. What could this ice-cold beauty want from me? With a touch of surprise, I answered the call. "Hello, it's me." A cool and melodious, yet emotionally complex female voice came through from the other end of the communicator. "What's up?" "Yes." Lung Yuexin paused for a moment before speaking slowly. "Are you free right now? I'd like to meet you." Half an hour later, Lung Yuexin and I stood face to face under the cherry blossom trees of 7th High School. A gentle breeze blew through, scattering pink petals like a romantic rain. They landed on my shoulders and her cascade of jet black hair, creating a scene as beautiful as a painting. Today, she wasn't wearing her ice blue combat outfit, but had donned a pure white dress, making her look like a celestial being untouched by the mortal world, ethereal and untouchable. She gazed at me quietly, her cold eyes filled with complex emotions: shock, reverence, curiosity, and an inexplicable trace of sentiment she herself could not articulate. "You?" Ultimately, she broke the ambiguous silence, her voice soft yet carrying an unintentional tinge of concern. "Are you okay?" "Me?" I replied with a smile. "I'm doing great. It's the Gao family who shouldn't be." Lung Yuexin fell silent. She had intended to persuade me not to push things too far with the Gao family. After all, they were deeply entrenched and influential, a force tied to the upper echelons of Donghai City. By doing this, I was effectively making enemies of high society. But looking at me, standing there amidst the cherry blossom rain, so composed and unbothered, all the words she had prepared were stuck in her throat. She suddenly realized she didn't understand me at all. I was like an enormous enigma. Every time she thought she had figured me out, I would reveal an even more astonishing and captivating side of myself. "So," I broke the awkward silence again, "have you given any thought to the wager we made?" Boom! My words caused Lung Yuexin's icy facade to instantly turn bright red, her expression one of shy panic. For a long while, she stammered incoherently, unable to complete a single sentence. Gone was the high and mighty demeanor of the ice-cold goddess. She now resembled a love-struck girl who had just been confessed to. What's the matter? Could it be that the proud eldest daughter of the Lung family, an S-class genius, plans to renege on her word? I teased her deliberately. I'm not." Lung Yuexin grew anxious, suddenly lifting her head to glare at me with her watery eyes. But to me, her attempt at intimidation was no more threatening than a fluffy kitten puffing up in mock aggression, so endearing that it made me want to pull her into my arms. "So what you're saying is..." I stepped closer, a mischievous grin on my face. "You've agreed." Lung Yuexin backed away in retreat until her back hit the cherry blossom tree, cornered with nowhere left to go. She looked at my face, now dangerously close to hers, and felt my warm breath on her skin. In that moment, Her mind blanked out completely, her heart seemingly stopping along with it. At last, under my unrelenting gaze, the ice-cold goddess surrendered. She lowered her head and, in a voice barely above a whisper, murmured, before blushing furiously and fleeing amidst the cherry blossom rain. Left behind was only a sweet and bashful echo. I understand. Watching her retreating figure, I grinned and muttered to myself, one down. My mood soared, but my moment of self-satisfaction didn't last 3 seconds before the communicator rang urgently again. The caller ID this time read Xiaoliuli. What's this fiery little pepper calling about now? Could it be that she's still upset about the last time I beat her and wants revenge? Answering the call, I said, "Hello, Xiao Cheng. You bastard. Get your ass to the military's private training grounds in the southern part of the city immediately. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I'll take your surname." And with that, she hung up. Staring at the now black screen of the communicator, I was at a loss for words. This girl was as ferocious as ever, but hey, that's what I liked about her. Half an hour later, I arrived at the military's private training grounds in the southern sector of Donghai Bay City. This place was a secret base for the Dragon Soul Legion, equipped with cutting-edge military technology far superior to the civilian facilities at 7th High School. Inside the gravity training room, Xiaoliuli and I were locked in a fierce bout of offense and defense. The clang of metal reverberated like a torrential storm, and every clash sent sparks flying. Dressed in a tight red combat suit and wielding a flaming spear, she seemed more powerful than ever, her injuries fully healed and her strength inching closer to the threshold of an A-rank fighter. Her Liaoyuan spear technique was fiercer and more relentless than before. Her spear moved like a dragon, striking with the intensity of blazing fire. Yet, despite her ferocious assault, I remained at ease. I refrained from using my Longdan silver spear, instead wielding only a practice iron spear. Suppressing my strength to match hers, I effortlessly countered her every move. Unable to make a breakthrough after prolonged attacks, Xiaoliuli grew frustrated. With a spirited cry, she swept her spear horizontally to force me back, then leaped into the air like a fiery phoenix, charging toward me with a strike as if to cleave mountains apart. Primordial 100 strikes, burning heaven. The power of this move was several times stronger than before. Yet, I smiled and said, "The same technique won't work on me." I raised my iron spear and thrust forward with a simple strike. No extravagant techniques, just pure speed and precision. Clang! The tip of my iron spear precisely met the tip of her flaming spear. In the next moment, a violent surge of thunderous energy erupted. Her fiery spear shattered into fragments, and she fell like a wounded phoenix with broken wings. She closed her eyes, bracing for the pain, but instead found herself caught in the warmth of my embrace. Opening her eyes, she looked at me, her gallant yet delicate face blushing a mesmerizing shade of red. "Do you admit defeat?" I asked with a smile. "Ido." Xiaoliuli hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. "So, will you still challenge me in the future?" "Yes." Xiaoliuli lifted her head abruptly, her eyes filled with determination and battle spirit. "I will definitely defeat you." "Ha. Excellent. I'll be waiting." As we locked eyes in a moment of unspoken connection, a raspy and playful cough interrupted from the doorway. Ahem. Startled, Xiaoliuli and I sprang apart like frightened rabbits, only to see Xia Jinghua standing at the door with a smirk that could only be described as the smile of a mischievous elder. "Grandpa, what are you doing here?" Xiaoliuli stomped her foot in a mix of embarrassment and frustration. "If I hadn't come, how else would I have witnessed such an entertaining scene?" Xia Jinghua teased as he walked over, looking back and forth between Xiaoliuli and me with a pleased expression. Nodding satisfactorily, he half joked, half seriously asked me, "Kid, let me ask you one last time. My granddaughter, who's such a rare beauty with fair skin, a gorgeous face, and long legs, are you going to marry her or not?" I glanced at Xia Jinghua, then at Xiaoliuli, who looked as if she wanted to bury herself in the ground from sheer mortification. My head throbbed. Commander Xia, about this matter, perhaps we can discuss in the future. After all, I'm still a student and should prioritize my studies. With that, I turned into a golden streak of lightning and disappeared, leaving Xia Zhenghua and his granddaughter staring at each other awkwardly, while my final declaration echoed in the air. For the future of humanity, fight on. Finally, escaping Xia Zhenghua's marriage proposal pressure, I returned to the villa. But before I could even get a sip of water, my communicator rang. The caller ID displayed Qin Yashuan's name. I answered hello. Chao Chung, come to me, came her solemn and serious voice from the other end. Qin Yashuan's cold voice carried through the communicator. I have something very important to show you. Then came the beeping tone of a disconnected call. My brow furrowed. What was going on with this woman? My instincts told me this would be no simple matter. Without hesitation, I turned into a streak of golden lightning and vanished from spot. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the top floor of the Sevenstar Pavilion, where Qin Yashuan's private office was located. Pushing open the luxurious door, made from ancient purple sandalwood, I immediately saw the regal and bewitchingly beautiful woman standing gravely in front of a holographic projection screen. The data and files flashing on the screen made my head spin. "You're here?" she asked. "Here are my footsteps." She turned around slowly. Those usually flirtatious, seductive eyes were now filled with nothing but solemnity and disgust. "Take a look," she said. Her slender finger tapped on the screen, and a ledger emanating a vile aura of bloodshed and corruption appeared. To my shock, it turned out to be the High family's dirty transaction records with the evil organization Pantheon. The records clearly detailed how the High family provided experimental materials to Pantheon in exchange for bloody cultivation resources. Each entry was a chilling testament to their atrocities. It was a catalog of crimes that could never be forgiven. "Scum!" I growled, staring at the bloody numbers. My fists clenched so tightly that they cracked audibly, and a chilling killing intent surged uncontrollably within me. "Don't rush. This is just the appetizer." Qin Yashuan shook her head at the fury burning in my eyes. Then, with another swipe of her finger across the screen, an ancient, mysterious, and incomplete map appeared. It was drawn on some kind of beast hide, covered in strange symbols and topographical features I couldn't decipher. Only the city outline on the upper right corner bore a vague resemblance, about 70% to Donghai City. "This is..." My pupils shrank. "That's right," Qin Yashuan said gravely. "This is the incomplete map of Pantheon's secret experimental base near Donghai City. I found it in Gao Xiaoyan's study, hidden in a safe. According to map experts' analysis, the location seems to be around 300 kilometers southeast of Donghai City, in the Black Mist Swamp. But the map is too incomplete, and the specific location or entrance method is unclear. It might not be as difficult as it seems." I pointed to the corner of the map, where the code word "Doctor" was marked in Gao Xiaoyan's blood. I knew this code. From the memories of assassins in the Shadow Organization, Doctor was the chief architect of Pantheon's human experiments, the devil in disguise. Countless innocent children had been sent to his dissection tables. He was a monster wearing human skin. "Your time is up," I muttered, staring at the blood-red code. I raised my hand slowly, my eyes cold as death itself. Night deepened outside. The lights of Donghai City sparkled brilliantly, but within the luxurious bedroom, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The gory images Qin Yashuan had shown me during the day and the Doctor code kept haunting my mind. A nameless rage burned fiercely in my chest. As soon as the thought of that perverse devil conducting experiments on innocent children in the corners of the city crossed my mind, it was like a bone stuck in my throat. "No, I have to do something." I sat up abruptly, a flash of murderous intent flickering in my eyes. "Pantheon, Doctor, you are unlucky to have crossed paths with me. Your days are numbered." I stood up, preparing to head to the Black Mist Swamps overnight to have a confrontation with the so-called Doctor. The moment I stepped out of my bedroom door, a bone-chilling killing intent, as if from the depths of the netherworld, suddenly enveloped me. My heart clenched, yet the corner of my mouth lifted into a bloodthirsty smile. I was just worried about not finding you, and here you are delivering yourselves to me. I slowly turned around, and in what had been an empty living room moments ago, a white silhouette now appeared. This figure was tall and thin, clad in a ghostly white robe, resembling funeral attire, a featureless white mask without any expressions on it. He blended seamlessly into the darkness. If it weren't for my honed, terrifying perception afforded to me by the myriad thunder technique, I would never have detected him. This was no ordinary opponent. He was leagues stronger than the assassins from the Shadow organization I had previously dispatched in a single breath. His strength reached the pinnacle of C rank, even slightly surpassing my own. "You are Qiao Cheng?" he asked in a hoarse voice that sounded like metal scraping, his gaze from beneath the mask like twin venomous snakes fixed tightly on me. Clearly, he hadn't spoken in a very long time. "Yes, that's me." I shrugged nonchalantly. "So, are you here to invite me for a drink in the middle of the night?" "A drink? Ha, you've got a sense of humor. But unfortunately, the dead don't need to drink." He sneered coldly, like an owl in the darkness. "Oh, so you've come to kill me?" I raised an eyebrow. "No, I've come to clean up trash," he replied, shaking his head. "Those foolish and exposed Haiga clan remnants were trash. And smart people like you, who know too many secrets, are also trash. I am the cleaner for the Pantheon. The Pantheon merely sends someone as inconspicuous as you. Looks like you're not much after all," I said with a laugh. He instantly bristled, his voice thunderous. "You're courting death, little brat. If you're in such a rush to reincarnate, I'll oblige." Roaring, his form transformed into a streak of pale light, nearly imperceptible, rushing towards me. His speed was 3 times faster than a C-rank mid-tier Shadow Panther, closing the gap between us in the blink of an eye. The bone blade in his hand slashed down toward the crown of my head like a reaper's scythe. Faced with a strike that would leave any C-rank expert despairing, I didn't even bat an eye. 2 fingers crackling with golden-purple lightning effortlessly caught the bone blade. With a crisp clang, the sword stopped dead in its tracks, unmoving between my fingers. "What?" He froze, his eyes wide in utter shock and disbelief beneath his mask. A pinnacle C-rank expert like him couldn't comprehend how I was even stronger. "I told you, you're too weak," I said, shaking my head. No sooner had the words left my lips than a sharp crack resounded. The hardened bone blade snapped between my fingers. He staggered as if struck by lightning, spurting a mouthful of fresh blood and being propelled backward like being hit by a high-speed train, slamming into the wall with a deafening crash, leaving a massive human-shaped dent. I walked over to him step by step. The dragon-marked silver spear appeared in my hands, and I rested the gleaming spearhead against his throat, a devilish smile playing on my lips. "Perfect. I was just looking for someone from your lot to have a little chat." That seemed to completely stupefy him. His eyes beneath the mask filled with terror and hopelessness, leaving room for only one thought in his mind. Escape. "Blood escape," he screamed, pulling out a crimson sphere from his robes and crushing it. Instantly, a wave of foul, malevolent blood energy engulfed him. In the next breath, he turned into a reeking pool of blood, attempting to escape through the cracks in the walls. "Trying to run? Did you ask for my permission?" I sneered coldly. Myriad divine thunder, purification. The dragon-marked silver spear erupted with a radiance 100 times brighter than the sun, an otherworldly golden-purple divine light. When it came into contact with the blood, it evaporated furiously as if it had encountered its nemesis. "Ah!" A wretched scream tore through the room as the blood mist exploded. The masked man, who had nearly made his escape, was forcefully pulled back into existence by my unapologetically overpowered technique. Good grief, the guy now looked like a piece of charcoal that had been struck by lightning for 7 days and nights. He collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, no longer having even the strength to resist, barely clinging to life. I approached the powerless man step by step, towering over him as I met his gaze with a cold smile as chilling as that of the devil. Now, can we have a proper conversation? Who are you? His voice trembled as he asked. I smiled. Me? I'm someone you shouldn't have provoked. Enough unnecessary chatter, though. I'll ask and you'll answer. If you dare lie to me or hesitate for even a moment, I'll make you wish you were dead. As I spoke, my fingers began to glow with arcs of destructive, golden-purple lightning. What do you want to know? He stuttered, clearly terrified down to his very core as he stared at the lethal glow of the lightning. Simple. First question, where is the Pantheon's secret experimental base in Donghai City? I don't know. That's top-secret information only the doctor has access to. We low-tier cleaners aren't qualified to be privy to such things. Oh, refusing to drink the toast only to drink the forfeit. Myriad divine thunder, soul search. I didn't hesitate anymore. My hand, imbued with swirling golden-purple lightning, pressed down viciously onto him. Sorry to disturb you. With those words, he retreated respectfully, carefully closing the door behind him. I sat cross-legged on the Jun Jade, absorbing the source energy around me. It was my first time entering such a cultivation chamber, and under the impact of the energy, my body trembled slightly, as though my very cells were becoming more active due to the infusion of energy. This feeling was unprecedented. Now is not the time to waste even a second, I murmured, closing my eyes and devoting all my focus to the cultivation process. I needed every minute of time, every drop of energy to improve myself. The source energy surged into my body like a torrential flood irrigating a parched field. My meridians gradually expanded and strengthened, and faint roaring sounds even echoed from within me. This was the prelude to a breakthrough. I can't let the outside world distract me. Focus, focus, I chanted internally, banishing all extraneous thoughts. Speeding up the operation of my cultivation technique, I directed the source energy to flow along the perfect path. Before I realized it, 5 hours had passed. During this time, my body quickly adapted to the intense source energy environment. My strength, speed, reflexes, and even perception all improved in an all-encompassing manner. And at this moment, I could distinctly feel a barrier beginning to crack. It was the final obstacle standing between me and the leap from D class to C class. Just one more step. I clenched my teeth, forcefully suppressing the restless energy within myself, putting my mind into sharper focus and pushing through with all my might. Boom! A formless, thunderous explosion seemed to detonate inside me, echoing in my ears. I felt as if a massive torrent of energy had propelled me to a brand new height. C-Class. I had finally stepped into this realm, but I did not stop. I knew that merely reaching C-Class was not enough to confront the Pantheon or that doctor. I had to push myself to the limit within this limited time. The atmosphere in the chamber grew increasingly intense, and the source energy within me surged more wildly, like an impending storm on the verge of losing control. Yet, I remained calm, maintaining a firm grasp over this tempestuous power. Perhaps it was this composure that made me even stronger. Time sped by, and eventually, morning light pierced through the gaps in the curtains. When 12 hours of seclusion had finally concluded, I opened my eyes on the Jiuan Jade. In that instant, an indescribable aura filled the room, freezing the very air for a moment. This feeling, I clenched my fist, sensing the surging power within me, and the corners of my lips curled up slightly. Though this stage of intense cultivation couldn't be sustained, it had allowed me to momentarily touch the edge of C-Class's peak. This is just the beginning, I said, as I stood up and left the cultivation chamber. While I pushed open the door, the principal was already waiting there respectfully. His face was full of smiles, his gaze a mix of reverence and a hint of unease. Young Master Chiao, congratulations. The college entrance exams are just around the corner. I've already arranged every convenience possible for the senior year students to ensure no one causes you any trouble, he said carefully, as though afraid to displease me. I nodded lightly and walked out of the principal's office, taking a deep breath as the morning sunlight washed over me. College entrance exams, here I come, I declared softly. Don't come closer. Thank you. I nodded. Of course. Of course. He nodded and bowed his way out, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Silence finally returned to the world around me. I looked around the luxurious training chamber, brimming with the sense of futuristic technology, my eyes alight with excitement. As expected of an S-class training room, just standing here and breathing made me feel the surge of source energy growing wildly. If I combined this environment with my bottomless devouring speed, I was fully confident I could break through to C-class within 12 hours. But before that, I needed to test the full extent of my current D-class peak strength. My gaze fell to the corner of the room, where a Titan-13 top-tier strength testing machine stood. It was said this device could endure the full force strike of an A-class peak combatant, making it the most expensive and indestructible piece of equipment at the academy. You're up. I approached the machine, a full head taller than me, with a smile and slowly raised my right fist. I didn't employ any flashy techniques or the power of the 10,000 realms divine thunder. I simply unleashed the pure physical strength that I had honed with relentless training. With that, I delivered a straightforward punch toward the metal target, said to be immovable even by an A-class peak powerhouse. Buzz! My fist tore through the air, creating a sharp sonic boom. The next instant, boom! My fist smashed into the metal target with devastating force. The entire sturdy training chamber trembled violently, as if struck by a meteor from beyond the stars. On the LCD screen of the testing machine, the strength value rocketed upward like a firework. 100,000, 500,000, 1 million, 3 million, 5 million, before finally stopping at a number that would drive an A-class peak expert to despair. 10 million. A staggering 10 million combat power. But it wasn't over yet. The moment the number stopped, a faint crack echoed. The black obsidian metal forming the core of the machine began to fracture, a hair-thin crack appearing. Immediately, countless fissures spread like a spider's web across every part of the machine. Lastly, this top-tier testing device, worth over 1 billion federal credits, couldn't bear the overload and exploded into a rain of metal shards with a deafening boom. I surveyed the scene of utter destruction, then looked at my flawless, unmarked fist, shaking my head in helplessness. Sai, you can't blame me for this. It's not my fault your researchers made this thing so fragile, I said nonchalantly, placing the blame squarely on the scientist back at the Capitol headquarters. Honestly, my strength these days was borderline monstrous. My pure physical strength matched that of an A-class peak warrior. If I added in the power of the 10,000 realms divine thunder and the dragon guts silver spear, even I had no clear grasp of my true capabilities. Such a pity, I muttered, sensing the bottleneck of being a D-class peak. I shook my head in slight frustration. Despite the ferocity of that punch, I could feel the barrier to C-class still standing firm, unyielding, unbroken. It was clear that secluded training alone would not break me past this threshold. What I needed was a battle between life and death. A fight that could push me beyond my limits, force me to unleash every ounce of my dormant potential, and pave my path to C-class in blood and steel. Black Abyss Valley. The name, shrouded in death and despair, suddenly surfaced in my mind. I had dug out this perilous coordinate from the memories of an assassin from the Shadow organization. It was rumored to be the most dangerous forbidden zone within 500 kilometers of Donghai City, a place teeming with C-class beasts. The valley was perpetually cloaked in the eerie black mist of the abyss, an anomaly that even prevented spiritual probes. For a B-class warrior, venturing inside meant an almost certain death. It was nothing short of hell on earth, and the perfect hunting ground for my final sprint. It's decided. I made up my mind without hesitation and called Qin Yashuan. Hello, little brother. Calling me so late. Could it be that you missed your big sister? Her lazy, seductive voice teased over the communicator. I did. I missed you so much I couldn't even sleep. My voice carried a tone of perfect seriousness. She burst into charming laughter at my words, her voice like tinkling silver bells. This sweet mouth of yours really knows how to make your sister happy. Spill it. What trouble have you gotten yourself into this time? Nothing much. I just wanted to ask about a place, Black Abyss Valley. The moment I mentioned the name, the other end of the communicator fell eerily silent. After a long pause, Qin Yashuan's voice came back, this time heavy with grave seriousness. Xiao Cheng, you're not joking, are you? What could you possibly be thinking, going to a death zone where even B-class warriors hesitate to tread? Nothing much, I replied nonchalantly. Just hit a bottleneck recently, looking for a few worthy sparring partners to stretch my muscles a bit. Another long, dead silence followed from her end. I could almost hear her shocked, accelerated breathing. Finding C-class beasts as sparring partners? A whole swarm of them, no less. She was probably wondering what sort of freak I had become. Xiao Cheng, I strongly urge you to reconsider. Black Abyss Valley is far more dangerous than you think. It's swarmed with C-class beasts, and in the deepest part of the valley sleeps a terrifying existence almost at the cusp of B-class. Going there now is no different from courting death, she said desperately, trying to dissuade me. Thank for your concern, Sister Qin, but my mind's made up. I spoke with a calm that carried a hint of finality, making it clear to her there was no turning me back. She let out a long sigh of resignation. Fine, since you made up your mind, I won't say more. But promise me one thing, you must come back alive. In 3 days, you're supposed to represent Donghai City and take the National College entrance exam top scorer position. Relax. A mere Black Abyss Valley can't hold me down. With that, I ended the call and turned into a golden streak of light, dashing away. The electricity disappeared within the cultivation chamber, leaving behind only a bold and arrogant declaration echoing in the air. Wait for me. I'll return. An hour later, I arrived alone outside the Black Abyss Valley. I hadn't even entered when a sinister aura, thick with the stench of blood, decay, and death, surged toward me. This chilling black abyss was bone-piercingly cold, as if capable of scattering one's very soul, and it carried a peculiar power that blocked all spiritual sensing. What a place, I muttered, staring at the pitch-black valley that resembled the gaping maw of a giant beast. Instead of fear, excitement coursed through me, gripping my dragon lance, the bright silver spear, in my hand. I stepped into this forbidden death zone that struck terror into countless Durank mercenaries and also into what would be the final battlefield on my path to becoming C-ranked. The moment I stepped in, whoosh, a shadow, quicker than a phantom, shot out from the crevices of the rocky shadows. Its sharp claws stretched forward, aiming directly for my throat. It was a mid-tier C-ranked monster, an abyssal shadow leopard. Good timing. I roared with excitement. Without dodging or retreating, I thrust my spear forward, the weapon trembling with a dragon's roar as I met the attack head-on. Clang! The clash of metal rang out as sparks erupted. The overpowering force of my strike sent the abyssal shadow leopard flying backward. But before I could pursue my attack, roar! Terrifying howls erupted from all directions. The ground quaked violently as countless fearsome silhouettes surged out from the darkness and surrounded me. Looking at the dense sea of ferocious, beastly eyes closing in, a raging battle spirit ignited in my gaze. Smiling, I declared, "Come on, let this final slaughter feast begin with greater intensity." At those words, the once rowdy horde of beasts suddenly fell silent. These monsters that usually reign supreme in this death zone stared at me in stunned disbelief. They had witnessed hubris before, but never the likes of mine. A human at the peak of the Durank dared to enter their lair alone, not to flee, but to outright provoke them. It was sheer contempt, a blatant insult to their dignity. Roar! In the next instant, driven by irrepressible killing intent, hundreds of beasts surged forward like a flood of death, breaking loose from a dam. The furious roar that made heaven and earth tremble erupted, and hundreds of beasts charged at me like a floodgate bursting open. The scene was 100 times more shocking than tens of thousands of alpacas galloping. Yet, faced with this terrifying beast tide capable of leveling a small city, I laughed and roared excitedly. Good timing. Not only did I not retreat, but I also actively rushed forward, transforming into a purple-gold streak of light and charging into the deadly beast tide. Thunder Dragon Strike. Sweep across thousands. I unleashed all my boiling battle intent, and the Dragon Courage Silver Spear let out an excited dragon's roar, its shaft radiating brilliant purple-gold divine light. A crescent-shaped spear light, tens of meters long, flashed by, and 7 or 8 sea-level early-stage beasts ahead didn't even have time to scream before their tough bodies, as fragile as paper, were sliced in half by my spear. The foul-smelling blood and shattered innards rained down like a bloodstorm, staining the scorched earth red. Ding! Killed sea-level early-stage beast, bloodthirsty demon wolf X1. Ding! Killed sea-level early-stage beast, black armored battle boar X1. Before I could get excited about the rapidly increasing experience bar, more fearless beasts filled the gaps, baring their fangs and claws as they pounced from all directions. Kill! My eyes turned red with fury, and the Dragon Courage Silver Spear became a death god scythe. Every swing brought a rain of blood, and every thrust harvested lives. I charged in and out of the beast tide 7 times, slaughtering from the east of the valley to the west, and then from the south to the north. My entire body was drenched in beast blood, resembling a Shura crawling out of the 9 nether hell, exuding a terrifying aura of death. But 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. After half an hour, I felt exhausted, and the power of the universal divine thunder was almost depleted. My combat suit was in tatters, and several deep wounds exposing bone marred my body. Damn it! I slashed a sneaky beast with my spear and used the recoil to leap out of the beast tide. No, if this continues, I'll be worn out to death. Looking at the countless beast eyes surrounding me, I felt the urge to retreat for the first time. However, just as I was about to withdraw, a killing intent 10 times more terrifying than hundreds of sea-level beasts flashed from the shadow behind me, enveloping me. Not good. I wanted to dodge, but was too late. Whoosh! A shadow demon leopard darted out from the shadow beneath my feet. Though not large in size, it exuded an extreme sense of danger. Its pitch-black fur absorbed light, its blood-red beast eyes were filled with cunning and cruelty, and its slender, powerful limbs could create afterimages with a single step, moving as if teleporting. It was a sea-level mid-stage beast, the Speed King of Black Moon Valley, a top-tier nocturnal assassin that had been lurking in my shadow, waiting for a flaw. It extended its sharp claws, aiming viciously at my back with precision and ferocity. Courting death, I swung my spear backward to meet its attack. Clang! Sparks flew as my tiger's mouth cracked, and I was forced back several steps. The shadow demon leopard didn't escape and scathed either. 2 of its claws were snapped off. It roared, its eyes showing fear for the first time, and its figure flickered before disappearing into the darkness. Damn it! It got away. I cursed under my breath, knowing that as long as I didn't leave Black Moon Valley, it wouldn't let me off easily. Like a venomous snake, it would lurk and wait for my next mistake. Interesting. I looked at the beast horde in the pitch-black valley, my eyes igniting with battle intent. Isn't this just a test of patience? Come on, let's see who outlasts who. I'll drag you out and stab you to death with 1 strike. With that, I transformed into golden lightning and charged deeper into the valley, igniting a thrilling chase. The shadow demon leopard was too cunning to confront me head-on. Using its ghostly speed and familiarity with the terrain, it led me in circles, draining my strength and waiting for me to slip up. Beast, if you have guts, stop running. I roared in frustration and anger. Never in my life had I fought such a suffocating battle. Despite being stronger, I was being toyed with. It even turned back to mock me before accelerating to widen the gap. Damn it, I cursed. realizing I couldn't keep chasing like this. I needed a way to force it into a direct confrontation. Scanning the surrounding jagged rocks, I came up with an idea. Ahead lay a massive black hole, a natural cave with complex terrain and pitch darkness. For ordinary ability users, it was a death trap, but for me, it was the perfect battlefield to limit its speed. Let's gamble. Gritting my teeth, I abandoned the chase and charged toward the black hole. The Shadow Demon Panther was stunned. It hadn't expected me to dare to enter the 10,000 Serpent Den, a place even it wouldn't easily venture into. This place was home to tens of thousands of venomous demon snakes, where even a B-level powerhouse would face near certain death. But before it could react, I had already charged into the black hole. Enraged, it transformed into a pitch-black lightning bolt and chased after me, determined to make me pay for my foolishness. The cave was deathly silent, filled with a putrid stench, and the constant hissing sounds made it seem as if thousands of venomous snakes were surging toward me. Without even lifting an eyelid, I commanded, "Universal Divine Thunder." Thunder Prison. The purple-gold thunder snakes dispelled the darkness, reducing the ambushing venomous snakes to charred remains. "Beast, come out and face your death." I roared within the domain of lightning, but the only response was silence and darkness. I knew it was lurking in some corner nearby, waiting for me to show a flaw. Trying to outlast me? Let's see who outlasts whom. I withdrew the thunder prison, sat cross-legged, and began to recover my strength. Time passed second by second, and the cave sank into suffocating silence. A silent psychological battle unfolded between me and it. I don't know how much time had passed, but just as the source energy within me was about to recover to its peak, I was just recovering my strength when, buzz, a wave of killing intent, 100 times colder and deadlier than before, swept past the shadow behind me. "It's here." My heart tightened, and I wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Whoosh! The Shadow Demon Panther leaped out from the rock wall. I was stunned. It could pass through walls. Slash! Before I could react, its sharp claws tore a deep wound on my back, exposing bone. Blood instantly soaked my tattered combat uniform. "Ark!" I roared in pain, but amidst the excruciating agony, the loosened bottleneck of my D-rank power shook violently, as if it could break through at any moment. I whipped around and saw the Shadow Demon Panther's cruelly triumphant face and its claws about to strike again. "So this is where you are," I said coldly. Its eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, probably wondering how I could still be so fierce while gravely injured. Roar! As expected of a top-tier, mid-level C-rank predator, it quickly regained its composure. Its claws gleamed as it aimed a deadly strike at my heart. But it didn't know. It was already too late. "Now's the time." I stared at the rapidly approaching claws and laughed maniacally. "Break!" I transformed all my pain, crisis, and the threat of death into the driving force for a breakthrough. Boom! An absurdly powerful force erupted from me, sweeping through the cave in a frenzy. The cave shook violently as purple-gold lightning surged uncontrollably from my body, dispelling the darkness and reducing the jagged rocks to carbonized debris. Crack! The sound of the bottleneck shattering exploded deep within my soul. The D-rank peak bottleneck that had plagued me was finally broken. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through in battle. Level up. Current level, C-rank beginner. The wounds on my body healed rapidly, and my strength instantly returned to its peak. I felt an unprecedented surge of power. 3 mid-level D-rank beasts could now be defeated in just 3 moves. The Shadow Demon Panther was utterly dumbfounded, its eyes filled with fear and despair. It tried to flee, its figure flickering as it attempted to merge into the darkness. "Try to run now? Don't you think it's a bit too late?" My icy voice rang out. "As a reward for helping me break through, I'll grant you a swift death." As soon as I finished speaking, I transformed into a streak of purple-gold lightning, moving 3 times faster than before. My speed was so overwhelming that time seemed to stand still. Before the Shadow Demon Panther could react, it was enveloped by the aura of death. It looked down to see the dragon gallant silver spear piercing through its chest and out its back, pinning it to the rock wall. Ugh! It let out a guttural sound, staring at me with unwilling eyes, as if asking what kind of monster I was. In your next life, be born into a better fate, I said. With a flick of my spear, a surge of violent lightning power erupted, and its massive body exploded into fragments of flesh and blood. Ding! You have slain one mid-level C-rank beast, Shadow Demon Panther. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 experience points and 500,000 Federation credits. I retrieved my spear, glanced at the blood-stained cave and the scattering beast horde, and exhaled deeply. It's time to head back. With only 1 minute left until the National College entrance exam, I transformed into golden lightning, tearing through the darkness. Before the preparatory bell rang, I descended like a god at the EC City's #1 examination center. The scent of blood and killing intent still lingered on me, and I carried a top-grade beast core in my arms. This was the largest and most advanced ability user assessment center in EC City. Today marked the National Unified Ability User College entrance exam at the EC City branch. The square was packed with top talents from various high schools. They wore luxurious school uniforms, exuding confidence and ambition, each aspiring to become the pride of the heavens. Look, isn't that Li Bai, the sword fanatic from First High? He reached the peak of D rank 3 months ago, and his green lotus sword technique is unparalleled. Oof. Li Bai is nothing. Wang Ba from Second High, the Thunder God, is the real #1. He awakened the A-rank ability, Frenzied Thunder Body, and even the military has taken notice of him. Stop arguing. This year's top scorer will definitely be Lu Ruyan, the Ice Fairy from Third High. She's a double S-rank genius, and the top academies in the capital have already extended her special invitations. The examinees boasted and taunted each other, and the square was filled with a tense atmosphere. At this moment, I, wearing the faded uniform of the 7th High School and looking drowsy, stepped out from the back of the crowd. In this place filled with geniuses, a nobody like me from a third-rate high school was completely unnoticed. Hey, you there? What are you looking at? Never seen a genius before. A young man with a flashy hairstyle, dressed in an extravagant school uniform, was displeased with the way I looked at him. Pointing at my nose, he cursed, "Look at your shabby appearance. You came to take the college entrance exam? Go home and drink milk early. This is no place for trash like you." He and his lackeys burst into laughter. I didn't even lift my eyelids, glanced at him indifferently, and spat out 2 words, "Idiot. What did you say?" He exploded, unleashing the aura of a D-level peak, and was about to make a move. "Stop!" A stern shout came from the high platform in the center of the square. The chief examiner, an A-level peak powerhouse, stepped out. His sharp gaze swept across the crowd, and none of the candidates dared to make a sound. "I don't care how impressive you are at school or how powerful your family is. Here, you'd better behave yourselves. Anyone who causes trouble will have their exam qualifications revoked," he declared firmly, leaving the candidates too intimidated to act out. "Good." The chief examiner nodded in satisfaction and took out a sealed, gold-embossed document. "Now, I announce that the 2075 National Unified Ability User Entrance Exam officially begins. Next, I will reveal the content of the first test, theoretical examination." What the hell? The first test is a theoretical exam. Damn it, I thought we'd start with a fight. Ugh, what's the point of a theoretical exam? We're ability users. We rely on our fists, not our brains. Exactly, such a waste of time. The prodigies let out disdainful jeers. In their eyes, the theoretical exam was just a formality. After all, in this world where the strong are revered, strength is everything. If your fists are hard enough, even a literate person can earn respect. Therefore, these geniuses didn't take the theoretical exam seriously at all. Many of them closed their eyes to rest, preparing for the practical assessment. But as I looked at the sly-eyed chief examiner on the high platform, the corners of my mouth curved into a playful smile, and I sneered inwardly. Naive. The National College Entrance Exam is no child's play. Sure enough, the intelligent robots distributed electronic test papers, and the square fell into instant silence. Those geniuses were dumbfounded when they saw the densely packed, hellishly difficult questions on the light screen. Each of them stared at the test paper as if they'd seen a ghost, their minds blank. On the transformation of source energy particles in different dimensional spaces and the law of energy conservation, briefly described the 13 basic models of space warp and derive their core formulas, design a new force field capable of shielding mental power detection based on the string theory of dark matter. These were not questions high school students should be tackling. Scientific experts from the Capitol might not even finish them in 2 hours. What the hell is this? I can't understand a single word. It's over. I'm going to be eliminated in the first round. After a brief silence, the square was filled with desperate wails. The geniuses scratched their heads, looking no different from struggling students. But I laughed. These questions, which seemed like gibberish to others, were as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 to me, a super cheat with the memories of a top scholar from the 21st century. Let the show begin. My hands danced across the light screen like butterflies, moving so fast they left after images. On the high platform, the chief examiner, who had been looking forward to seeing the geniuses make fools of themselves, was dumbfounded when he saw my cheat-like answering speed. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as he pointed at me, trembling, and asked, "Who is this kid?" The adjutant pulled up my information. His name is Qiao Chung, a candidate from 7th High School. Qiao Chung? The SSS-level mythological genius who's been all over the internet. Yes. The chief examiner slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Good kid. I thought he was just a brute, but I didn't expect his theoretical knowledge to be so solid, scarier than the scientific prodigies from the Capitol. This is a monster. As time ticked by, other candidates were still struggling with the first major question, while I had already breezed through to the final bonus question. Based on existing theoretical foundations, conceive a new feasible plan for ultra-long-distance space teleportation. Interesting. I directly applied the warp drive theory from sci-fi movies in my past life and signed my name. I glanced at the countdown timer. I'd completed the hell-level test paper in less than half the allotted time. Submit. I yawned and pressed the submit button, standing up to stretch lazily amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, as if I just solved a first-grade math problem. Ding! The chief examiner shouted excitedly. Full marks? Unprecedented full marks. The square erupted instantly. Everyone was dumbfounded. Full marks? Is this even human? The chief examiner stood up from the high platform, bowed to me, and announced in a reverent voice, I declare that the sole top scorer of this theoretical assessment is Qiao Chung. The honor of being the top scorer fell on me, but I wasn't surprised. It felt natural. I nodded indifferently and sat back down amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, closing my eyes to rest, preparing for the upcoming practical assessment. So what if he's good at theory? Just a bookworm. True strength lies in fists. Wait until the practical assessment. We'll show him what a real genius is. The geniuses I had crushed muttered resentfully, their eyes burning with defiance and fighting spirit. I couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. To me, they were just frogs in a well. Attention, candidates. The practical assessment will begin in 1 minute. Please prepare yourselves. As the chief examiner's voice fell, a massive azure teleportation portal appeared in the center of the square, radiating mysterious spatial power. This is the portal to the virtual secret realm? So spectacular. The examinees were flushed with excitement, rubbing their hands eagerly. The chief examiner announced the rules for the practical assessment. Everyone would be randomly teleported to a virtual secret realm spanning thousands of square kilometers, filled with complex terrains and numerous virtual beasts, ranging from F level to peak sea level. Within 24 hours, They must hunt as many beasts as possible. The higher the level and the greater the number, the more points they earn. The top 100 scorers would enter the top 100 battle to compete for the national champion title. Tens of thousands of examinees roared in unison, surging into the portal like a floodgate opening. I stood up unhurriedly, patted off the dust, and only strolled into the portal leisurely after most had entered. After a dizzying sensation of spatial teleportation, I arrived in an unfamiliar world. Above me was a blood-red setting sun. Beneath my feet stretched a desolate wasteland, and the air was thick with the scent of blood and a chilling, killing intent. In the distance, beastly roars echoed intermittently. This was the virtual secret realm, terrifyingly realistic. I could even smell the earth and blood. Interesting. I swiped my hand, and a holographic map appeared, dotted with red lights representing beasts. The deeper the color, the higher the level. I glanced at the densely packed, light red dots on the outskirts and the sparse, deep red dots at the center, a cold smirk curling at the corner of my lips. With a flick of my wrist, the long and bright silver spear appeared in my hand. Gripping the spear, which buzzed with excitement, I gazed at the wasteland, my eyes blazing with battle intent. The buffet is open. As soon as I finished speaking, I transformed into a killing machine, turning into a streak of purple-gold light as I charged toward a nearby group of F-level ironhide boars. Thunder Dragon Strike, sweep across the army. A crescent-shaped spear light flashed, and before the 100-plus ironhide boars could react, they were slaughtered. With one shot, over 100 F-level ironhide pigs were sliced cleanly in half, like wheat swept by a harvester, turning into data fragments. Ding! Killed F-level beast, Ironhide Pig X137. Congratulations to the host. You have earned 137 points. With just one move, the F-level beasts that other examinees had to cautiously team up to hunt were completely wiped out by me. By the time the assessment command arrived late, I had already charged into the sea of beasts like a tiger among sheep, beginning my bloody slaughter. Kill! 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 My eyes turned red with killing, and the Dragon Gall-bright silver spear became a harbinger of death. Every swing brought a storm of blood. Every thrust claimed a life. The system notification sounded like it was infected with a virus, crazily flooding the screen, while my points skyrocketed on the leaderboard like a rocket, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, while others were still cheering for single-digit points. Cautiously surrounding F-level ironhide pigs, I had already single-handedly broken through the outer regions and charged into the core area of D-level beasts. The trail of data fragments left behind and the terrifying points on the leaderboard made passing examinees dumbfounded. They stared at the golden name shining brightly like they were looking at a monster. Xiao Cheng. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the central command room of the East Sea City's top examination center. The big shots jumped from their seats, their eyes fixed on the real-time leaderboard. The leader of First High exclaimed, "What's going on? Could Xiao Cheng be cheating?" The leader of Second High sneered, "This is the national exam in a virtual secret realm constructed by Heavenly Machine Pavilion, monitored by the Heavenly Dao system. Cheating is impossible." The First High leader exclaimed again. "He's been in there for less than 10 minutes, and his points are more than 10 times higher than second-place Li Bai's. This defies logic." The command room fell silent instantly, everyone stunned by my insane scoring speed. Only Xia Jinghua and Qin Yashuan showed proud smiles. Xia Jinghua picked up his cold coffee and smugly said, "You want to use science to explain a myth?" I had no idea about the commotion outside. My mind was filled with one word: kill. Thunder Dragon Break. Sweep across the army. I shook the Dragon Gall bright silver spear, and the crescent-shaped spear light flashed. 7 or 8 peak D-level black armored demon elephants were sliced in half before they could even scream, turning into data fragments. Ding! Killed peak D-level beast black armored demon elephant X8. Earned 8,000 points. I let out a hearty roar of satisfaction, looking at the leaderboard where my points had broken into 7 digits, and then at Li Bai, who was far behind with only 50,000 points. I shook my head helplessly. Being invincible is so lonely. The heights are so cold. I cleared out most of the core area, killing hundreds and thousands of D-level beasts, but there was still no movement at the sea-level bottleneck. It seems ordinary D-level beasts aren't enough. I need stronger opponents. I turned my gaze to the deep red dot at the center of the map, the sea-level boss. 10 minutes later, I found my target in the volcanic zone. Roar! With a deafening roar, the flame demon python burst out of the lava cavern. Finally, something decent. Just as I was about to make a move, the spiky-haired youth Zhang Long, whom I had humiliated earlier, rushed over with his lackeys. He sneered arrogantly at me. Yo, isn't this the theoretical top scorer? Lost your way. This isn't a place for bookworms like you. Go back to the outer regions to kill small fry. Don't embarrass East Sea City by getting stomped to death. After saying that, he even flipped me off before leading his group to charge at the flame demon python, trying to steal the boss and humiliate me. Idiot. I shook my head, not bothering to look at him, and turned to find my next target. Xiao Cheng. Stop right there. Zhang. Long exploded in anger when I ignored him. You little brat. Who do you think you are? Just because you're good at theory, you don't even deserve to carry my shoes as son of explosive flame, Zhang Long. Today, I'll show you what a true genius is. His A-level aura erupted, and with both hands forming seals, he unleashed the flame dragon roar cannon. A fiery dragon surged toward the blazing flame python. Faced with an attack that could make even sea-level experts despair, I didn't even turn my head. I merely glanced at him indifferently, raised my right hand, and casually swung my spear. A purple gold spear light, 10 times more terrifying than in Black Abyss Valley, flashed by, instantly splitting the flame dragon roar cannon in two. Without losing momentum, it directly sliced the blazing flame python in half, turning it into data fragments. Zhang Long and his lackeys didn't even have time to scream before the residual wave of the spear light erased them from the virtual secret realm. Ding! Killed sea-level beginner boss. Blazing Flame Python X1 earned 10,000 points. Ding! Eliminated 9 candidates. Earned 900 points. The world finally quieted down. I withdrew my spear, not even glancing at the mess, and turned to leave. My strike was like a super nuclear bomb, terrifying the candidates in the virtual secret realm to their core, while the central command room was thrown into complete chaos. Holy crap! Was that spear light or a meteorite? One strike killed a C-level boss and took out 9 D-level P candidates, including an A-level genius. This is simply a monster. The big shots jumped up as if their seats were on fire, staring at the screen, their minds blank, completely stunned by my strength. And the chief examiner, that stern elder known for his iron-blooded and ruthless demeanor. The chief examiner's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. His sharp eyes were filled with disbelief, along with a trace of fear he himself hadn't noticed. He thought to himself, if that shot had struck him, even as an A-rank peak powerhouse with top-tier defensive combat techniques, he would have been dead without a doubt. Monster, he managed to squeeze out the word with difficulty, then slumped lifelessly into the commander's chair, utterly defeated. He knew that this high-stakes college entrance exam combat assessment, which was supposed to be a fierce competition, had ended prematurely. In the face of this godlike young man, all the so-called geniuses had become a joke, and this peak showdown had turned into his personal showcase. However, just as everyone thought this one-sided performance was about to conclude, ding! A cold mechanical alarm blared through the central command room and the virtual secret realm. It sounded like the decree of a divine being, absolute and unquestionable. Warning! Detected candidate Xiao Cheng with abnormal data. Power level severely exceeds the assessment's preset limits, disrupting fairness and balance. Canceling the top 100 battle royale and initiating the highest level Heaven's Punishment Protocol to eliminate the abnormal data entity, Xiao Cheng. As this death sentence was announced, the virtual secret realm and the command room erupted into chaos. Holy crap, the Heavenly Dao system has gone berserk? Finally, that cheating bastard is going down. What is Heaven's Punishment? Sounds badass. Heaven's Punishment is the ultimate method of the Heavenly Dao system to eliminate top-level bugs and viruses. There was once a legendary hacker who got physically erased by it. Then Xiao Cheng is doomed. The surviving candidates, after their initial shock, cast malicious and gloating gazes at me, eager to see me torn to shreds by Heaven's Punishment. In the command room, the chief examiner jumped out of his seat upon hearing Heaven's Punishment protocol, his face filled with terror as he roared at the technicians, "Terminate the Heaven's Punishment protocol immediately." But the technicians, looking as if they were attending a funeral, replied, "The Heavenly Dao system is out of control. We can't intervene." The chief examiner was struck as if by lightning, standing there dumbfounded. At that moment, the virtual secret realm began to shake violently. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, the blood-red setting sun replaced by pitch-black storm clouds. Thunderbolts as thick as barrels roared and rolled within the clouds. "It's here!" I looked at this apocalyptic scene, not with fear, but with excitement. Heaven's Punishment? Perfect. Let me see what this Heavenly Dao is made of. I raised my dragon spear, pointing it straight at the heavens, challenging the Heavenly Dao. Boom! 10 terrifying beams of light tore through the sky, creating 10 massive craters. From the smoke and dust emerged 10 terrifying peak C-rank bosses, a 3-headed hellhound wreathed in black flames, a massive emerald serpent, a griffin with wings on its back, each one capable of driving top-tier geniuses to despair. They all locked their sights on me simultaneously. Ha, that kid is dead for sure. 10 peak C-rank bosses? Even a B-rank powerhouse would meet their end here. The candidates gloated, as if already envisioning my tragic demise. At that moment, I quipped, "Didn't I say the final boss wouldn't just be one?" My words were directed at Lung Yuexin, who had appeared beside me at some point. Unlike the others who hid away to watch me fail, she stood shoulder to shoulder with me, facing Heaven's Punishment. Seeing my surprised expression, her cheeks flushed slightly before quickly returning to her usual icy demeanor. She raised her crystalline longsword and said firmly, "After all, you're the man I've chosen." Looking at this ice-cold beauty who, despite her fear, stood resolutely by my side, I couldn't help but laugh. "Then hold on tight, my queen." Lung Yuexin's face instantly turned as red as a ripe peach. Embarrassed and annoyed, she glared at me, which to me looked more like a playful pout. "Kill!" The 10 bosses and 98 geniuses moved simultaneously, a tide of beasts and people surging from all directions, threatening to overturn the arena. Lung Yuexin and I exchanged a glance and smiled. "Ready? Yes. Then kill." We transformed into 2 streaks of light, one icy and one electric, charging into the beast tide. Thunder Dragon Strike, Heart of the Ice Moon, break through. Golden thunder collided with icy blue frost, turning half of the arena into a thunderous hell and the other half into a polar ice field. The gun in my hand transformed into a harbinger of death, each swing bringing a rain of blood, each thrust harvesting lives. Lung Yuexin, like a snow elf, wielded her ice crystal sword, the frost that emitted freezing anyone who approached into ice sculptures. We cooperated seamlessly, charging in and out of the beast tide 7 times, our bodies stained red with data fragments, resembling gods of death crawling out of hell. Impossible, are they still human? Do they have endless source energy? The geniuses were dumbfounded, fear etched on their faces, trying to flee, but it was too late. Lung Yuexin and I exchanged a smile, as if the game was about to end. The Song of Ice and Thunder. Judgment Day. We unleashed all our power. A terrifying storm of intertwining ice and thunder erupted, blotting out the sky and sun. No! The geniuses and the boss didn't even have time to scream before being torn into data fragments. The world was quiet again. I retracted my gun and looked at Lung Yuexin, whose face was pale from the energy consumption, but whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Smiling, I extended my hand. "Let's go, my champion wife." Cold Yuashin's delicate face, already slightly flushed from the consumption of source energy, suddenly turned completely red, like a ripe peach that seemed ready to burst with juice at the slightest touch. "Who's your top scholar's wife?" She stomped her foot in embarrassment and anger, trying to escape from me, the shameless rogue, amidst the purple-gold lightning. But I grabbed her hand, gently kissed her shocked and shy face, and said, "From today onwards, you are." A wave of spatial teleportation swept over us, and Cold Yueshin and I returned to the bustling, crowded square. We had become the only two survivors of the virtual secret realm, both scoring an astonishing 12 million points. This terrifying number was displayed at the top of the leaderboard, radiating a divine brilliance that overshadowed the sun and moon. The third-place Sword Fanatic lead by at only 150,000 points, and our combined score exceeded the total of the next 98 geniuses. This wasn't just a gap. It was a sheer cliff. The square fell into a dead silence at first. Everyone stared at us as if struck by lightning, their minds blank. Then, an even more intense uproar erupted. Holy crap, 12 million points. Is that even humanly possible? They survived the heaven's punishment and cleared the secret realm? They're gods. Our achievements shattered everyone's worldview. On the high platform, the chief examiner, after recovering from his shock, joyfully announced, "The top scholar of this year's National Unified Exam for Ability Users, East Sea City Division, Xiao Cheng and Cold Yueshin." This news instantly sent East Sea City into a frenzy. Media outlets, like sharks smelling blood, spread this historic news across Xia Nation. Cold Yueshin and I became the top trending topic online, worshipped as super idols by the youth. In the central command room, Xia Zhigua and Qin Yashuan were arguing fiercely over our recruitment, almost ready to fight on the spot. At that moment, the chief examiner's communicator received a top-level encrypted communication request. His expression changed drastically, and after answering the call, he saluted the communicator with a shiver, then hung up. With a solemn and excited look, he announced, "Xiao Cheng, Cold Yueshin, both Dragon Soul University and Martial God Hall have sent you special recruitment invitations." The square fell silent again, as if everyone had been struck by lightning, staring at us. These two divine institutions, one the supreme sanctuary founded by the military, the other the ancient and mysterious martial arts hall, rarely recruited students, yet they were now offering us special invitations. What kind of divine treatment was this? Am I hallucinating? Taking the exam with future gods? After a brief silence, the square erupted into another storm of envy, jealousy, and awe. On the podium, Xia Zhigua and Qin Yashuan were dumbfounded. At that moment, two holographic projections descended onto the high platform. One was a dignified elder from Dragon Soul University, carrying the aura of a general with thousands of troops behind him. The other was the ethereal Qingyue Daoist from Martial God Hall, surrounded by mist and clouds. Qingyue Daoist spoke first. "Xiao Cheng, I am Qingyue Daoist, an outer elder of Martial God Hall. On behalf of Martial God Hall, I invite you to join us. If you do, we will grant you the S-grade Supreme Divine Pill, the 9-turn Thunder Dragon Pill." The square exploded instantly. The 9-turn Thunder Dragon Pill can elevate a D grade to A grade. Martial God Hall is so generous. Before the crowd could recover, the director of Dragon Soul University snorted coldly. "Qingyue Daoist, you're too stingy, offering just one pill. Xiao Cheng, join Dragon Soul University, and I, on behalf of the military, will grant you the honorary rank of Major General, with all the privileges of a Major General, 3 ranks above any official, private jet transportation, and command over 1,000 elite troops." The square erupted again. "Honorary, Major General. This is insane." The two directors bickered like market vendors fighting over cabbages, leaving the big shots dumbfounded. Meanwhile, I, indifferent to their antics, turned and walked toward cold Yueshin, whose face remained icy cold. Cold. I looked into Lung Yueshin's cold and clear eyes and asked with a gentle, indulgent magnetic voice, "Where do you want to go?" Though my voice wasn't loud, it resonated like thunder in everyone's ears, instantly silencing the two directors of the Divine Academies who were still bickering. The square fell into dead silence once again, and all eyes focused on Lung Yueshin. Everyone held their breath, waiting for her decision. The two directors also stared at her nervously, as if awaiting a verdict of fate. Upon hearing my question, a captivating blush appeared on Lung Yueshin's icy and beautiful face. She looked into my sincere eyes, her frozen heart melting with warmth, and revealed a stunning smile that shattered the hearts of the boys infatuated with her. "I want to go to the Martial God Hall," she said softly, her voice cold yet melodious. "All right, then I'll go to Dragon Soul University," I replied, leaving the gossiping crowd utterly shocked. God Xiao isn't going to the same university as Goddess Yueshin? What's going on? Was that deep gaze earlier just an act? A long-distance relationship is such a test of love. The reactions of the two directors were polar opposites. Daoist Qingwei beamed with joy, while the Dragon Soul University director's face turned ashen. Daoist Qingwei said smugly, "Lung Yueshin, you've made the right choice. In less than 3 years, you'll become a rising star of the Martial God Hall. As for you, what a pity. Giving up the divine pill for a mere reputation. Mark my words, you'll regret it later." "Then let's wait and see," I replied with a smile, before walking toward the delighted Dragon Soul University director. We were about to part ways. Though reluctant, we both knew that this brief separation was for a better reunion. Our journey was toward the stars and the sea. The novice village of Donghai City could no longer contain us. "Take care. You too." Just as the farewell atmosphere reached its peak, "Wait a moment." Xiao Yuli leapt down from the podium like a flame, interrupting our gaze. She shot a glare at Lung Yueshin, then saluted the Dragon Soul University director. "Report, director. I, Xiao Yuli, apply to become Xiao Cheng's exclusive life assistant and combat sparring partner during his time at the university." In the end, I couldn't withstand Xia Jingguo's combined punches and Xiao Yuli's threats, and I muddle-headedly agreed. This battle for talent ended in a dramatic fashion. That afternoon, after the college entrance exam concluded, Lung Yuexin and I, as joint top scorers, were taken by the chief examiner to the highest level secret vault thousands of meters underground to receive our rewards. Entering the vault, the sight of the S-grade battle blade Burning Heaven, the S-grade battle armor Ice Emperor, and the SS-grade forbidden weapon Heart of the Demon Dragon left us dumbfounded, like Grandma Lu visiting the Grandview Garden. The chief examiner smiled and said, "Overwhelmed by the heritage of Xian Nation? This is just the tip of the iceberg. As long as you serve Xian Nation, even greater treasures await in the future." He walked to the central jade platform, where 2 jade bottles containing mysterious liquid floated, exuding dragon might that overshadowed the surrounding S-grade divine weapons. "This is your ultimate reward. Diluted dragon blood," the chief examiner announced. Dragon blood? The mere mention of these words made my heart surge with excitement. I had been fretting over the materials needed to unseal the Dragon Gall silver spear, and now they had fallen into my lap. The chief examiner cautioned, "The energy in this dragon blood is extremely violent. Even A-grade experts dare not attempt it lightly. I recommend you wait until you reach B-grade before absorbing it. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Lung Yueshin accepted the jade bottle, her face full of joy and excitement. I looked at the dragon blood in my hand, my eyes filled with madness. Exploding body? Soul annihilation? What a joke. I have the myriad thunder god, and my physical body rivals that of a beast. This diluted dragon blood trying to blow me up? Dream on. With that, I uncorked the bottle and, under the shocked gazes of the chief examiner and Lung Yueshin, drank the dragon blood like it was soda. Burp tastes good, but a bit overwhelming. Before I could finish speaking, an energy 1,000 times more violent than when I absorbed the purple thunder dragon saliva grass, exploded within me. I felt as if my body had been ignited like a sun, roaring in pain. My skin cracked inch by inch, golden dragon patterns emerged, and my combat suit was torn apart. Just as I was about to be blown apart, the dragon gall silver spear shot out from the system space. Its thunder dragon patterns lit up with purple gold divine light, and a terrifying suction force absorbed all the dragon blood. A resounding ancient dragon roar, filled with endless pride and majesty, seemed to transcend billions of years, descending from the primordial wilderness, shaking the top-secret treasure vault with a hum. The surrounding S-level and SS-level divine weapons emitted sorrowful cries of fear and submission under the supreme dragon's might, as if welcoming their king. The chief examiner was dumbfounded by this fantastical scene, his eyes filled with shock, fear, and despair, his worldview nearly shattered. Lung Yuexin was gasping for breath under the pressure of the dragon's might, her eyes filled with infatuation as she looked at me bathed in divine light. Meanwhile, I was in unbearable pain, feeling like a ball being pulled back and forth between the violent dragon blood and the terrifying divine spear. Damn it, it's just a drop of dragon blood. I'll fight you to the end. I roared, enduring the excruciating pain as I activated the Thunder Dragon Break technique to refine the violent energy within me. I don't know how much time passed before an ancient voice exploded in the depths of my soul. Your bloodline is unique, capable of withstanding 1/10,000th of my dragon soul's power. In billions of years, you are the first human qualified to become my master. I am the primordial thunder dragon. I was stunned. This was a mythical creation god. How could it be inside my body? It turned out to be the spirit of the dragon gallant silver spear, and it tried to entice me to offer my soul and merge with it, granting me supreme divine power to become the Thunder God King. But I laughed and said, "Old thing, you want to possess me? You're not worthy." It flew into a rage, unleashing terrifying dragon might. I snorted coldly and unleashed my full SSS level mythical ability, Universal Divine Thunder. The soul of the primordial thunder dragon screamed in fear at the sight of the purple gold divine light. This is the aura of creation divine thunder. Who are you really? I am your master. Without hesitation, I used my divine soul to form a giant net, enveloping it. A minute later, everything calmed down. I opened my eyes, my wounds healed, and my physical strength broke through from sea level to nearly B level. The dragon gallant silver spear glowed with purple gold divine light, transforming into a stream of light and flying back into my hand. From now on, your name is Little Dragon, I said, stroking the spear's body. It let out a joyful dragon roar, as if responding to me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing the weapon spear soul of the primordial thunder dragon. The first seal of the companion artifact, Dragon Gallant Silver Spear, has been completely lifted. New skill 4, Dragon Battle in the Wild, consumes all Thunder Dragon power to summon the true form of the primordial Thunder Dragon for a devastating attack on all enemies ahead. Note, this move is extremely powerful. Use with caution. I looked at the skill description and smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, Lung Yuexin approached me with concern. I gently pecked her on the cheek and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." With my greatly enhanced strength, upgraded physical body, and the unsealing of the spear seal, I had gained an incredible weapon spirit. Even if I encountered the sea-level peak Pantheon cleaner again, I was confident I could kill them in 3 moves. Ha ha ha! I laughed heartily, feeling so powerful I could pierce the heavens. To celebrate my achievement as the top scholar of Donghai City and my upcoming journey to the capital, Qin Yashuan hosted a grand celebration banquet on the top floor of the Sevenstar Pavilion. At 8 p.m., dressed in a combat suit worth tens of millions, I walked into the luxurious banquet hall, only to find the atmosphere off. Everyone seemed frozen, looking at me with awe and fear. I also caught 4 intense gazes filled with tension. Following them, My scalp instantly tingled. Around the central round table of the banquet, four stunning beauties of different styles, Lung Yuexin, Xiao Liuli, Qin Yaxuan, and Gao Yinin, were all staring at me in unison, their eyes like those of tigresses guarding their food. This divine lineup was simply overwhelming. I felt like Tang Santang falling into the spider cave, wanting only to escape. But it was too late, for voices calling my name froze me in place. Xiao Yuli was the first to strike, raising a glass of vodka and asking about my relationship with Lung Yuexin. Just as I was about to answer, Qin Yaxuan's charming laugh interrupted me. I was being driven crazy by the intense atmosphere created by Qin Yaxuan, Xiao Liuli, Lung Yuexin, and Gao Yinin, these four stunning beauties. Qin Yaxuan elegantly swirled the glass of top-tier red wine filled with an ambiguous aura, her peach blossom eyes gazing at me with a teasing smile as she pouted. "Little brother, you're so unfair. Clearly, I was the first to talk to you, but in the blink of an eye, you let these two little girls who aren't even fully developed overtake me. You owe me a reasonable explanation, don't you?" My head felt like it was being squeezed by a vice, the pain unbearable. Just as I was about to lose my mind from the tension in this powder keg situation, Gao Yinin's soft and shy voice timidly broke the silence. She looked at me with eyes full of pleading and gratitude, her cheeks instantly flushing as she said, "I think, when it comes to feelings, you can't force them. It's Zhou Shun's freedom to like whoever he wants, so let's not pressure him." Hey, that made so much sense. Truly my considerate little angel. I was mentally giving her a standing ovation. Who would have thought her next sentence would kick me straight into an abyss? But I believe Zhou Shun will definitely make the right choice, like choosing me. In that instant, I felt like I was done for, beyond redemption, even if I jumped into the Pacific Ocean. Looking at these four beauties, who seemed ready to start a fight at any moment, my head felt like it was about to explode into popcorn. I just wanted to find a hole to crawl into and hide. Just as I was about to make a desperate escape with a bathroom break, the butler of the Sevenstar Pavilion appeared like a savior. Dressed impeccably in a black tailcoat, he bowed politely and said in a perfectly emotionless butler tone, "Young Master Chiao, there's a mysterious woman outside who claims to be your fifth senior sister and wishes to see you." Fifth senior sister? I was dumbfounded. Since when did I have a fifth senior sister? How come I had no idea? Looking at the butler's expression, which clearly said, "I'm just the messenger," I couldn't help but twitch my mouth and ask, "Are you sure? Did she really say that?" The butler nodded respectfully. "Yes, young Master Chiao. The lady also mentioned that she is one of your own and insisted you meet her or face the consequences." "Oh, really? Threatening me now?" I had to see who dared to impersonate a relative of mine, Xiao Chong. I nodded and, under the watchful eyes filled with gossip and hostility from the four women, escaped this nerve-wracking battlefield as if granted a pardon. Walking through the ancient corridor outside the banquet hall, I was utterly confused until I saw the so-called fifth senior sister. My goodness, she was a stunning beauty who could make any man explode on the spot. Under the bright moonlight, she wore a black, tight-fitting leather outfit exuding both wildness and restraint, her figure outrageously alluring. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, and she wore a silver fox mask, revealing only her smooth chin and cherry-red lips that looked as if they could drip nectar. Just her appearance alone could rival Qin Yaxuan. Her figure, however, was even more exaggerated, with an overwhelming visual impact. A slender waist that could be held with one hand, a perfectly rounded peach-shaped bottom, and especially the curves on her chest that seemed ready to burst out of the tight leather. She was practically a walking weapon. I instinctively swallowed and tentatively asked, "Are you the fifth senior sister I've never met?" Hearing my uncertain and slightly lecherous tone, she let out a crisp, bell-like laugh. "What? Is my little junior satisfied with my figure?" Her voice was lazy and magnetic, like a cat's paw scratching at my heart, leaving me tingling all over. I coughed twice, forcing my gaze away from her maddening curves, and said, "Senior sister, You must be joking. I don't even know when I got a master. She smiled and said, Of course you wouldn't know. When master took you in as a disciple, you were still a baby in swaddling clothes. Hearing this, my pupils instantly contracted, and I hurriedly asked, Then who exactly is my master? Where is he now? Why don't I have any impression of him at all? She extended her finger, clad in a black lace glove, to her red lips, making a shoot gesture, and said mysteriously, The whereabouts of master are classified as the highest SS-level secret in the Summer Nation. Not even you, and even I rarely see him once a year. However, he does care about you, his last disciple. As soon as he heard you became the top scorer in the East Sea City's college entrance exam, he sent me, your busy fifth senior sister, rushing overnight from the capital to deliver a gift to you. A gift? What gift? I asked, bewildered. She put away her smile, her expression turning solemn and cold. A shocking secret about the Pantheon. You know about the Pantheon, right? They're planning to detonate a source energy fission bomb during the sea opening festival 3 days from now. Upon hearing this, I was completely stunned, feeling as if my brain had been hit by a super nuclear bomb. A source energy fission bomb is a forbidden weapon capable of leveling a small city in an instant, and they plan to detonate it during the busiest sea opening festival? That's insane. She nodded and said, They're indeed a group of lunatics. Their goal isn't to kill, but to transform. They want to use the bomb's radiation to turn the citizens of East Sea City into fearless, modified humans, transforming the city into their living experiment ground. Listening to this insane plan, I clenched my fists tightly in anger, a surge of fury erupting instantly. Why? Why would they do this? For evolution, she slowly uttered 2 words. That devil codenamed doctor has always been obsessed with the human completion project, aiming to create perfect new humans through these inhumane experiments. And you, with your SSS-level mythical ability, are the ultimate target of his plan, the most perfect experimental material in his eyes. Upon hearing this, my pupils contracted, and a cold, killing intent flashed through me. I asked, So, he'll come to East Sea City in 3 days, right? She nodded. That's right. According to undercover intelligence, the doctor's strength is even more terrifying than we imagined. He's almost at the threshold of S-level. Half-step S-level? That term could make even peak A-level experts despair. But instead of fear, I felt excitement. Good, very good. I want to see whether he turns me into a collectible or I twist his head off and kick it like a ball. She looked at my arrogant demeanor and covered her mouth, laughing softly. Little junior brother, you're just like Master, equally arrogant, equally dismissive of the world's heroes. As she spoke, she slowly walked up to me, her alluring figure almost pressing against me. The intoxicating fragrance, 10 times stronger than Qin Yashuan's, instantly overwhelmed me. I could even feel the suffocating pressure from her astonishing curves. Just as I was at a loss, my blood boiling, she leaned close to my ear and whispered, her breath fragrant, Little junior brother, Master thinks highly of you. He said there's a forbidden bloodline within you that even he can't fully comprehend. Forbidden bloodline? I was completely dumbfounded. I'm just an ordinary transmigrator. How did I suddenly end up with such an incredible setup? The amount of information was overwhelming. I swallowed hard, my voice trembling as I said, Senior sister, could you get off me first? If you don't, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and make a mistake. She let out another charming laugh, not only refusing to get off, but clinging to me even more. Little junior brother is so adorable, just like Master said, stubborn mouth, but your body is very honest. As she spoke, she traced ambiguous circles on my burning, firm chest with her finger. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing your innocent look, I'm starting to feel sorry for you. She finally jumped off me reluctantly, then disappeared into the darkness like a dreamlike illusion, leaving behind a seductive parting remark. Little junior brother, we'll be waiting for you in the capital. When the time comes, senior sister will take good care of you. Although I didn't get any useful information from this elusive senior sister, it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that I now know the earth-shattering conspiracy of the Pantheon and the ultimate goal of the Doctor. That night, I quickly informed my two most trusted partners, Xia Jinghua and Qin Yashuan, about the shocking news that the Pantheon was planning to conduct human experiments with source energy fission bombs, and that the Doctor possessed half-step S-level strength. In the top-secret operations meeting room at the East Sea City Military District headquarters, as soon as I finished speaking, Xia Jinghua and Qin Yashuan looked as if they had seen a ghost, their faces filled with shock, fear, and solemnity. They knew the Pantheon was dangerous, but they never imagined it could be so dangerous as to threaten an entire city. Xia Jinghua asked me, with a serious expression, "Qiao Cheng, are you sure this information is accurate?" I nodded firmly. Absolutely, the source is rock solid. Xia Jinghua was silent for a long moment before suddenly slamming the table and roaring, "Pass my orders. From this moment on, East Sea City is to enter the highest level of combat readiness. All members of the Dragon Soul Legion are to cancel their leave, arm themselves, and be on first-level alert. Immediately contact the Skynet system for 24-hour, no blind spot surveillance of the Golden Coast. I want to see whether the Pantheon is more formidable or if my artillery is tougher." After a thorough round of planning with them, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and EC City's annual Sea Opening Festival arrived as scheduled. On this day, the entire city turned into a sea of joy, with streets and alleys adorned with decorations and crowds of people everywhere. The citizens, unaware of anything, wore happy smiles on their faces, bringing their families to the Golden Coast to watch fireworks, eat seafood, and enjoy an unforgettable evening. Little did they know, a deadly crisis was quietly approaching. At 8 p.m., the festival atmosphere was at its peak. Standing in the festival square, looking at those happy faces and listening to the boisterous cheers, I felt as if a massive stone was pressing on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I closed my eyes and opened them again, and any hesitation in my heart instantly turned to resolve. I might not be some savior, but I absolutely couldn't stand by and watch this beautiful world be destroyed by the lunatics of the Pantheon. Looking up at the night sky, I said coldly, "Pantheon, Doctor, today is the day you meet your end." The night deepened. The sea grew colder, but the festive atmosphere at the Golden Coast only grew more intense. Bikini-clad women frolicked on the beach. Young men released their energy in the sea. It was like a paradise isolated from the apocalyptic wasteland. But they had no idea that a terrifying shadow was slowly closing in. At midnight, as the clock struck 12, the festival reached its climax. Watching the fireworks rise into the sky, I knew the game was about to begin. I pushed through the crowd and ascended the central altar. This altar, made of white marble and standing dozens of meters high, was usually a sacred place for honoring martyrs. Tonight, however, it would become the battlefield that determined the fate of EC City. Standing atop the altar, I could feel the presence of many powerful auras hidden in the surrounding darkness. Xia Jinghua and his Dragon Soul Legion, Qin Yashuan and her Sevenstar Pavilion's covert unit, as well as Lung Yuexin and Xiao Yoli. They were like top-tier hunters, waiting for their prey to appear, while I was the most conspicuous bait. I roared loudly, "Come on, Pantheon, Doctor, let me see what you bugs look like." With that, I unleashed the full power of the SS-level myriad divine thunder within me. A purple-gold lightning bolt, 100 times more terrifying than the one in the college entrance exam secret realm, shot into the sky, illuminating the night as if it were daytime. Its divine might completely outshone the fireworks, and I stood there like the sole ruler of heaven and earth. The people on the Golden Coast erupted in excitement, everyone stopping in their tracks and staring at me as if I were a deity, their minds blank. Meanwhile, in a submarine several kilometers away, a mysterious figure in a white robe and white mask was staring feverishly at the lightning on the screen. His eyes were filled with pathological excitement and greed. Licking his lips, he said, "SSS level mythical ability, perfect bloodline, and potential, the perfect experimental material. I finally found you, my ultimate masterpiece. With that, he disappeared into the wall. On the sacrificial altar, my senses suddenly went into overdrive, warning me of an evil intent even more sinister than the scavenger. I opened my eyes and saw a white figure appear on the altar before me. A tall, thin man dressed in a white robe and wearing a white mask, resembling a ghost of death, yet exuding an aura of bloodlust and madness. I asked, "Are you the doctor?" He sneered coldly. "That's right, I am. You are the perfect material for my experiments." I laughed, raising my dragon gall bright silver spear, and said, "I think your head is the perfect trophy for me." The doctor sneered again. "Interesting. Your arrogant confidence is practically a masterpiece. I almost feel reluctant to modify you." With that, he snapped his fingers, and over a dozen modified humans emerged from the dark space behind him, landing at his back. These modified humans were all at peak sea-level strength, resembling death machines. The doctor spread his arms wide and said, "Children, show Xiao Cheng what true evolution looks like." Those modified humans charged at me like mad beasts. Excited, I shouted, "Good. Let me see how capable you monsters really are." I poured all my power into the spear and roared, "Thunder Dragon Break! Dragon battles in the wild." An ancient dragon's roar echoed across the heavens and earth. I channeled all my strength into the dragon gallant silver spear. A ferocious thunder dragon, formed from purple gold lightning, erupted from the spear, charging toward the Death Legion with world-destroying might. With a deafening boom, the sturdy marble altar shook violently. The 3 or 4 cyborgs at the front were obliterated into fragments of flesh and blood before they could even scream. But before I could feel any excitement, more fearless cyborgs filled the gap, clawing and lunging at me. Unable to dodge in time, several deep wounds exposing bone appeared on my body, staining my combat uniform with blood. I roared in pain, enduring the agony as I swung my spear, engaging in a brutal melee with the Death Legion. The battle was chaotic and relentless. The altar became a grinder of flesh and blood, with severed limbs and shattered organs raining down like a bloody storm, dyeing the Golden Coast red. I didn't know how much time had passed, but as the final wail faded, I knelt in the center of the altar, drenched in blood. My body was covered in countless wounds, and a large chunk of flesh had been torn from my left arm, exposing stark white bone. Gasping for breath, I looked down at the dozen or so cyborg corpses at my feet. Though the victory was hard-fought, it was still a victory. But before I could catch my breath, the doctor's voice, filled with pathological fervor, began clapping. He stared at me obsessively, calling me the ultimate masterpiece he had always dreamed of and declaring his intent to turn me into his collection. I laughed maniacally and grimly. Though I was covered in wounds and nearly drained of strength, I still raised my spear and sneered, "If you want to make me part of your collection, I'm afraid you don't have what it takes." The doctor sneered coldly, saying he enjoyed people like me who were stubborn to the end. He claimed that once he shattered my bones and crushed my pride, my cries of despair would be especially delightful. As he spoke, he raised his pale, withered hand, its nails sharp like daggers, and vanished instantly. I only saw a blur before a chilling, killing intent surged toward me. A ghostly claw aimed straight for the crown of my head. My heart sank in terror. I wanted to dodge or block, but my body refused to obey. Was this it? Was I, Xiao Cheng, going to die here today? I was unwilling. There was still so much I hadn't done. I couldn't die at the hands of this lunatic. I desperately tried to squeeze out the last bit of potential within me, but it was all in vain. Just as the ghostly claw was about to strike, my dragon gallant silver spear acted on its own to protect its master. It let out an enraged dragon's roar, unleashing an ancient dragon's might even more terrifying than when it absorbed dragon blood, forcing the ghostly claw to retreat. Then, a 100-meter-tall, purple-gold, divine dragon phantom erupted from a spear. Its dragon eyes locked onto the doctor, and it roared furiously, "Begone!" The dragon's roar carried supreme divine authority. Under its might, the doctor was utterly powerless. His ghostly claw shattered, and his entire body was sent flying, crashing into the ground and leaving a massive crater. The divine dragon phantom dimmed and returned to the spear, falling into slumber. I knelt on the altar, barely clinging to life, my body racked with pain. Not far away, the doctor climbed to his feet. When he saw my spear, his eyes were filled with greed and madness. He laughed maniacally, declaring that he would claim me and everything I had as his own, then charged at me again. I thought to myself, this is it. This time, I'm really going to die. Just as the ghostly claw was about to strike again, a commanding and domineering roar thundered from the heavens. Trash from the Pantheon, and you dare lay a hand on someone from Xia country? A golden sword light, like the judgment blade of a god, slashed toward the doctor. At the same time, a crisp female voice rang out. Frozen world. In an instant, everything within. Several kilometers was sealed in absolute zero ice, trapping the doctor in place, unable to move. I watched helplessly as the golden sword light, capable of tearing the doctor to shreds, drew closer and closer to him. He let out an unwilling roar, unleashing all the half-step S-level power within him in one go. With a loud boom, a massive wave of blood filled with evil and ominous energy surged forth, instantly shattering the absolute zero ice capable of freezing everything. He narrowly escaped the fatal sword strike that could have split him in two, as if he had just snatched his life back from the jaws of death. Boom! The earth-shattering golden sword light struck the frozen sea surface with immense force, carving a terrifying crack thousands of meters long into the dozens of meters thick ice, as if it could split the entire East Sea in half. Just as the doctor caught his breath, two formidable figures, Xia Jinghua and Lung Ningxuang, appeared silently on either side of him, blocking his escape route completely. Xia Jinghua, dressed in a faded old military uniform, held a giant sword burning with golden flames, exuding the aura of an S-level peak powerhouse. Lung Ningxuang, wearing a pristine white palace-style gown, had a tall figure and a cold demeanor, her beauty resembling that of a fairy. The ice crystal longsword in her hand emitted ice-blue petals. She was an S-level mid-tier powerhouse and the mysterious aunt of Lung Yuexin. In the distance, the citizens, stunned by the godlike scene before them, murmured dreamily, gods fighting. As for me, due to my severe injuries and mental exhaustion, I blacked out completely. Before losing consciousness, I heard the sound of energy collisions that could change the color of the sky and earth, along with the doctor's venomous and frenzied roar. Xiao Cheng, just you wait. We'll meet again soon. The battle ended, and the crisis that had turned East Sea City upside down was forcibly quelled by Xia Jinghua and Lung Ningxuang, the two S-level powerhouses. I, too, succumbed to my injuries and mental exhaustion, my body unable to hold on, and blacked out. Before fainting, I vaguely saw three stunningly beautiful figures, full of worry and urgency, running toward me without hesitation. I don't know how much time passed before I slowly woke up from the darkness, the familiar smell of disinfectant wafting into my nose. Immediately, I felt as if I were soaking in a hot spring, warm and comfortable, reviving my numb and stiff body. Struggling, I opened my heavy eyelids to see a small, pure white space filled with futuristic sci-fi vibes, along with a giant screen displaying various life signs data I couldn't understand. I weakly muttered, "Where am I?" My voice was hoarse, like someone recovering from serious illness. "You're awake." A crisp, delighted voice sounded beside me. I turned my head with difficulty and saw Xiao Yoli, dressed in a tight red combat suit full of youthful energy, standing by my medical pod with a face full of joy. Her ruby-like eyes were bloodshot, and her beautiful face was haggard and tired, as if she hadn't rested well in a long time. I asked weakly, how long was I asleep? Xiao Yoli looked at me, her pretty face unusually flushed, and said, "Not long, just 3 days and nights." 3 days. My pupils shrank upon hearing this. What about the sea opening festival? Xiao Yuli seemed to read my thoughts and smiled, saying, the doctor escaped, but the remnants of the Pantheon he planted in East Sea City were completely wiped out by my grandfather and the Lung family member. The source energy fission bomb was also dismantled. You could say that you single-handedly saved the entire East Sea City. You're now the hero in the hearts of East Sea City's citizens. Her eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and affection. Hearing her words, I couldn't help but laugh. Looks like I pulled off quite the act this time. Xiao Liuli was amused by my cheeky remark, covering her mouth as she chuckled and giving me a playful glare. Her charm made me swallow hard. I was stunned, suddenly recalling how I had been beaten like a dog by that group of modified humans before losing consciousness. Especially my left arm, which had a large chunk of flesh torn off, exposing the white bone. Instinctively, I tried to lift my left hand, and with a crack, the advanced medical pod made of the latest nanomaterials, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Class C powerhouse, was shattered into countless metal fragments just by my movement. Summer Lioli and I stared at each other, dumbfounded. I looked at the now ruined medical pod, then at my bronze-colored skin, which was completely intact without even a scar, and I was utterly bewildered. I remember being almost half-crippled before passing out, so how could I wake up after 3 days as if nothing had happened, and even stronger than before? Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I quickly raised my left arm. Wow, the previously mangled and bone-exposed left arm was not only healed, but had undergone a terrifying transformation. The entire arm was covered in a layer of mysterious purple-gold dragon scales, radiating destructive lightning. This wasn't a human arm. It was clearly an ancient, primordial dragon arm, brimming with power. I stared at this fantastical left arm, completely dumbfounded. Was this a blessing in disguise? Summer Liuli was also shocked by the scene, exclaiming, Thunder? Thunder Dragon Arm? The legendary ultimate move that can only awaken through the perfect fusion of Thunder-type abilities and Dragon bloodline? What kind of monster are you? Her gaze at me was filled with awe and fear, as if she were looking at a prehistoric beast. I didn't care about her complicated expression. Excitedly, I looked at this power-filled Thunder Dragon arm, and in a moment of youthful exuberance, punched the air, feeling the force that could shatter it, and laughed heartily. Ha ha! This is amazing, absolutely amazing. Summer Lioli watched my excitement, her delicate face tinged with a charming blush. After hesitating for a long time, she finally mustered the courage to softly say, Grandpa said you should go see him when you wake up. He has something important to tell you. I arrived at Summer Jinghua's office. It was my second visit, but this time the atmosphere was completely different. Gone was the casual and relaxed vibe, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. The office was filled with high-ranking military officials rarely seen, even on television, each dressed in crisp new uniforms, their shoulder stars dazzling to the point of blinding me. Summer Jinghua, usually carefree, now stood in the center of the office with a serious and dignified expression, as if waiting for some sacred ceremony to begin. Looking at this surreal scene, I instinctively straightened my legs and saluted with a standard military gesture. I couldn't help it. The atmosphere demanded it. Summer Jinghua looked at me and slowly nodded, his sharp, eagle-like eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Then, to my astonishment, he personally stood up and returned an even more standard and solemn salute to me, an unofficial personnel without military status. His voice wasn't loud, but it was as clear as thunder from the heavens, reaching everyone's ears and making those usually arrogant military officials instinctively straighten their chests. He said, Xiao Cheng, I, Summer Jinghua, today on behalf of the East Sea City military, 30,000 soldiers and 37 million innocent citizens of East Sea City, express the highest respect and sincerest gratitude to you. After speaking, he bowed deeply at a perfect 90-degree angle in front of everyone, a gesture as standard as it could be, to me, a young man who could be his grandson. I was completely stunned, my brain blank as if hit by a supernuclear bomb. What had I done to deserve such a grand gesture from an S-class peak powerhouse, a national guardian? Coming to my senses, I hurriedly tried to help him up. "Commander Summer, what are you doing? Please get up." Summer Zhenguo waved his hand and solemnly said, "You deserve it. This bow is not from me, Summer Zhenguo, but from the 37 million lives spared because of you. If not for your heroic efforts, buying us precious rescue time, the East Sea City military would have gone down in history as criminals. So you fully deserve this bow." As he spoke, he bowed to me again. The military bigwigs behind him also bowed to me in unison. That scene made me, a transmigrator who had experienced 2 lifetimes and become indifferent to life and death, feel a bit emotional, with my eyes slightly reddened. Xiaojing was straightened up, resuming his usual imposing demeanor, and said, "All right, enough with the sentimental words. Let's talk about your rewards. In light of your unparalleled contributions during the Kaihai Festival crisis, after urgent discussions with the Alliance headquarters, we have decided to bestow upon you 3 unprecedented supreme honors." As he spoke, he took a gilded document and 3 glittering honorary medals from the hands of the beautiful secretary beside him. First, you are granted the title of Honorary Citizen of Donghai City. From now on, all official expenses in Donghai City are waived for you, and you will enjoy the highest travel privileges equivalent to the mayor. If anyone dares to cause trouble for you in your territory, you have the authority to act first and report later, with imperial privilege. As these words were spoken, the entire office fell silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Damn, the expressions on everyone's faces were like they'd seen a ghost. This isn't some honorary citizen title. It's practically making me the local emperor of Donghai City. Xiaojigua completely ignored everyone's shock and continued to announce, "Second, I hereby award you the 3rd-class merit of Xia Nation. With this merit, you can make one reasonable request to the Alliance headquarters unconditionally, whether it's money, status, or women. As long as you ask, the Alliance will do its best to fulfill it." As soon as these words were spoken, the office exploded. The astonishment on everyone's faces was 10 times more exaggerated than before. The 3rd-class merit of Xia Nation. It's the supreme honor given to national-level powerhouses who have made outstanding contributions to Xia Nation. And now, it's being casually awarded to me, a minor high school student? This is insane, but it wasn't over yet. Xiaojigua looked at me, dazed by this series of bombshells, and revealed a sly smile like an old fox. He personally pinned the most dazzling, blood-and-battle aura-filled purple-gold dragon-shaped medal onto my chest and announced with trembling pride and excitement, "I hereby appoint you as Donghai City's Guardian General." When this title, enough to make peak A-level powerhouses go mad with envy, landed on me, I was completely dumbfounded. With that blinding halo, I had no idea how I even walked out of the military district headquarters. All I knew was that from today onward, Xiao Cheng, had officially made it big. I returned to the Sky Villa, casually tossed the 3 glittering honor medals onto the Millennium Rosewood coffee table, and collapsed onto the soft leather sofa, feeling utterly drained. These past few days had been overwhelming and thrilling. First becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam, then receiving an olive branch from a god-level academy, avenging my enemies by wiping out the Gao family, and finally engaging in a life-and-death battle with a terrifying half-step S-level demon. Any one of these events would be enough for someone to brag about for a lifetime, yet I experienced them all within a few days. It's 100 times more thrilling than a roller coaster. Right now, I just want to sleep well, think about nothing, do nothing, and be a carefree slacker. But reality won't allow it. I stared at the 2 glittering, gold-embossed admission letters on the coffee table, and my head started to ache again. One was from the iron-disciplined Dragon Soul University, and the other from the mysterious and ancient Martial God Hall. 2 god-level academies. 2 completely different, yet equally tempting and challenging future paths. How should I choose? Xiaojigua, that old fox, had patted my shoulder more than once and said, "Kid, listen to me. go to Dragon Soul University. The military is the great melting pot that can forge you, this unparalleled raw gem, into a national treasure. Plus, our family's loyalty is there too. You two are a perfect match. Talented, beautiful, and strong. It's practically destiny. Once you graduate, I'll throw the grandest wedding in Xia Nation for you two, and you can have 3 to 5 chubby sons. The Xia family will have successors. Qin Yashuan swirled her top-tier red wine and said with a smile, "Little brother, just take Xia Commander's words as a suggestion. Dragon Soul University has too many rules. With your wild nature, wouldn't you end up causing chaos there? I think you should go to the freer and more mysterious Martial God Hall. Plus, that little girl from the Lung family is going there too. If you go, proximity breeds opportunity. If you win her over, our Sevenstar Pavilion's business in the capital will be much easier." Even my elusive senior sister sent me a cryptic and tempting encrypted message. "Little junior brother, come to Martial God Hall. Your senior sister has prepared a huge surprise for you. Looking at these 2 admission letters that would make Xia Nation students go crazy with envy." My mind was in complete chaos. If I go to Dragon Soul University, I'll have Xia Jiwa's backing, a smooth military career, and the chance to develop feelings with Xia Yoli. It sounds pretty good. If I go to Martial God Hall, I'll have Lung Yuexin by my side, meet my mysterious senior sister, and possibly uncover the secrets of the forbidden bloodline. That's tempting too. Damn it, this is so frustrating. I grab my hair in irritation. I've never been this conflicted in my life. Just as I was about to fall into the abyss of indecision, I caught sight of the blood-soaked, incomplete map on the coffee table. It was the only valuable item retrieved from the scavenger's corpse at the Pantheon, and the last clue to finding the mysterious doctor. My mind felt as if struck by lightning, instantly clear. I smiled, knowing what choice to make. Gazing at the bustling night view outside the window, a cold and resolute glint flashed in my eyes. Pantheon, doctor, no matter where you hide, no matter what terrifying forces back you, I, Xiao Cheng, swear that one day I will erase you and that blood-soaked, sinful temple from this world. I slowly stood up and walked to the window, looking toward the northern capital city, the pinnacle of power and strength, with battle intent igniting in my eyes. I knew that only there could I gain the strength to confront the Pantheon and trace the doctor's whereabouts. I reached out as if to grasp the entire starry sky. Capital City, here I come. Farewells are always bittersweet, especially when parting with a group of beautiful women. After making my decision, my days in Donghai City entered a countdown. Dragon Soul University would start in 3 days, and I had to settle my affairs within these 3 days before embarking on an unknown journey. The day before heading to the capital, I hosted a small farewell party at the villa. I didn't invite any big names, only old friends who had left their mark on my path to rise, like my mentor Principal Gao, the iron-blooded instructor Li Jinbao, mercenary captain Lu Taiju, my cheap sister Gao Yinin, and the 3 stunning beauties Lung Yuexin, Xia Liuli, and Qin Yashuan. Principal Gao and Li Zhenbong, these 2 tough men, drank until their faces were flushed and their tongues thick. Principal Gao hooked his arm around my shoulder and said, "Kid, if you embarrass our 7th high school in the capital, I'll be the first to not let you off." Li Zhenbong chimed in, "You represent our high school in Donghai City when you go out. If anyone bullies you, fight them to the death. If you kill them, I'll take responsibility." Looking at these 2 drunk old men, my eyes turned a little red, and I said, "Don't worry, Principal, Instructor Li, I won't let you down." Lu Taiju walked over with a wine glass, looking a bit awkward. "Xiao Shun, I've never admired anyone in my life, but you're the first. This drink is for you, wishing you a bright future." After saying that, he tilted his head back and downed the strong liquor. I also raised my glass and drank, saying, "Brother Lu, take care. If fate allows, we'll meet again in the martial world." Gao Yining looked at me, her eyes full of reluctance and admiration. "Will you come back someday?" I smiled and ruffled her hair. "This is my home. When I return next time, I'll bring you the best roast duck from the capital." She nodded firmly, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. The party lasted until late at night, and everyone was drunk except for me and the three beauties. Xiao Yuli didn't say anything, just hugged me tightly with red eyes, then disappeared into the night without looking back, as if saying, "You brat, wait for me in the capital. I'll be there soon." Lung Yuexin walked up to me, her eyes filled with reluctance and affection. She opened her mouth but said nothing, instead pressing an ice blue talisman into my hand, blushing as she ran off, as if saying, "I'll be waiting for you at the Martial God Hall. You must come find me." Finally, only Qin Yashuan and I remained in the banquet hall, surrounded by a mess of cups and plates. Looking at the empty hall, a trace of melancholy welled up in me. Qin Yashuan walked over and handed me a glass of red wine, saying, "Everyone's gone. What's wrong?" Feeling reluctant, Qin Yashuan looked at me, her charming almond-shaped eyes filled with complex emotions. I nodded, not denying the trace of reluctance in my heart. She teased with a smile, "Little brother, you really are quite the romantic. You've already won over the two top beauties of Donghai City so quickly. I am jealous." I responded with a smile, "Qin Jie, you're joking. In my heart, you are the most beautiful, the most alluring, and the most dangerous poisonous rose." She raised an eyebrow, asking with interest, "So, little brother, are you saying you want to pick this thorny rose?" I was momentarily speechless, unsure how to reply. She laughed, slowly walked up to me, her fiery figure almost pressing against me, and a mature fragrance, more intoxicating than red wine, enveloped me. Seeing my flustered expression, her eyes were filled with reluctance and affection. She gently stood on tiptoe and lightly pecked my lips. The cool, soft sensation left me completely stunned. Then, she whispered in my ear, "Little brother, remember, the doors of Qixing Pavilion will always be open for you. I'll be waiting for you in the capital." The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the city that had just recovered from the baptism of blood and fire, I silently left the tender haven that could make any man lose himself. I didn't disturb anyone, taking nothing but a few life-bound divine weapons and wealth that could drive people mad. Alone, just as I had arrived, I left without a trace. Half an hour later, I appeared like a ghost outside a white villa in a rehabilitation base on the outskirts of Donghai Bay City, a place resembling a paradise on earth. I didn't go inside or disturb anyone. I simply stood quietly on the lawn, looking through the one-way bulletproof glass window at two elderly people basking in the sun and playing chess by the window. Their faces no longer showed fear or exhaustion, only peace and happiness, as if they had forgotten the unpleasantness of that night. A satisfied smile appeared on my lips, knowing they had moved on, and it was time for me to leave as well. I bowed deeply in their direction and, without looking back, boarded the highest-grade military maglev train waiting outside the door. Oh, the whistle echoed through the heavens and earth as the luxurious train, crafted from special alloy and exuding streamlined beauty, slowly started. Sitting alone in the opulent carriage, I watched the familiar scenery outside the window rapidly recede, the outline of Donghai City growing smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared into the horizon. My eyes held no sadness of parting or uncertainty about the future, only a burning battle spirit and anticipation. Donghai City, this beginner's village, farewell. To the girls who loved me and the ones I loved, farewell. To the enemies who hated me and the ones I hated, farewell. My journey, Xiao Cheng's journey, is to the stars and the sea. This place is too small to contain a nine-heaven dragon about to soar. I roared in my heart, slowly closing my eyes, which shimmered with purple gold divine light, to gather strength for the new journey. 3 hours later, the maglev train entered the magnificent capital. I looked out at the 1,000-meter-high skyscrapers, the dense swarm of maglev flying cars, and the streets filled with fierce-looking ability users, my entire body trembling with excitement. This was the world of the strong, the stage that belonged to me. I let out a long, exhilarated howl. And as soon as the train stopped, I shot out like a cannonball. But just as I stepped out of the station, a young student wearing the elite uniform of Longhun University, exuding arrogance, blocked my path. He was supposedly the senior sent to pick me up. When he saw me, his face was full of disdain and contempt. He looked me up and down and said in a tone full of superiority, "So you're Qiao Cheng?" I nodded. He sneered, "Nothing special. I really don't understand what Director Long was thinking, wasting a special admission slot on a country bumpkin like you." As he spoke, he threw my suitcase onto the dusty ground and stomped on it with his dragon-scale combat boots, worth at least 3 million, grinding it forcefully. He arrogantly pointed at the now unrecognizable suitcase and said, "Hey, hillbilly, listen up. My name is Shangguan Fei, a second-year elite class student at Dragon Soul University, the deputy head of the Student Council's External Affairs Department, one of the overall leaders for your freshman class, and the direct heir of the Shangguan family in the capital. I'll give you a choice. Either kneel down and lick my dragon-scale combat boots clean, and I'll protect you at school from now on, or I'll beat you so badly your own mother won't recognize you, then throw you out and make you crawl back to wherever you came from. Choose." The surrounding upperclassmen from Dragon Soul University not only didn't stop him, but were all watching gleefully. Someone whispered, "Sigh, another freshman who doesn't know their place." Yeah, provoking Shangguan Fei, that lunatic. He's infamous as the freshman slayer at school. Last year, an A-grade genius defied him and ended up with all 4 limbs broken, lying in a medical pod for half a year. However, I simply smiled, looking at this self-important idiot, and slowly shook my head, saying, "The Shangguan family in the capital? Impressive? Never heard of it." Shangguan Fei instantly exploded. "What did you say? You little bastard, you're courting death." He roared, unleashing the aura of a peak C-grade, ready to attack me. I stared at him coldly, slowly raising my right hand, and said, "I'll give you a choice too. Either kneel down and lick clean these cheap shoes I bought for less than $300, and I'll let you die quickly, or I'll erase you and your pathetic family from existence. Choose." "You little bastard, how dare you insult the Shangguan family? I'll kill you." Shangguan Fei trembled with rage, transforming into a fiery streak of light as he charged at me. I snorted coldly, not even bothering to look at him, and kicked out swiftly, accurately, and ruthlessly. With a loud boom, the once arrogant senior didn't even manage a complete scream before flying backward like a ragged sack hit by a magnetic levitation train, crashing into a wall dozens of meters away. The wall, made of special alloy, now bore a human-shaped dent. I kicked Shangguan Fei so hard that he was left unconscious, and the entire place instantly fell silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Those spectators who had been gloating just moments ago were now frozen like statues, as if struck by lightning, collectively petrified. They stared at me, their minds blank, but I paid no attention to their ghost-like expressions. I patted my brand-new combat uniform and said calmly, "Anyone else?" I looked at Shangguan Fei, this self-important guy, and smiled. "The Shangguan family from the capital? Impressive? Never heard of them." These words were like a super nuclear bomb, exploding in the previously dead silent station. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at me like I was crazy, surely thinking, "This country bumpkin must be insane to insult the Shangguan family from the capital." You have to understand, Shangguan in the capital is a colossal force, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the military. Even the principal of Dragon Soul University would have to be polite when meeting the head of the Shangguan family. Yet this reckless bumpkin dared to say he hadn't heard of them. This was practically courting death. Shangguan Fei snapped back to his senses, his eyes filled with disbelief and overwhelming fury. He roared, "You little brat, you're asking for death." The peak sea-level aura erupted from him. Turns out he was a rare fire-type ability user. He bellowed, "No matter how talented you are in that poor place, no matter what dumb luck got you into Dragon Soul University, today you insulted the Shangguan family, and you'll pay a heavy price." With that, he transformed into a fiery streak and charged at me, unleashing his flame explosion fist. But faced with an attack that could make even a peak sea-level expert despair, I didn't even blink. I kicked out swiftly, accurately, and ruthlessly. My foot struck Shangwan Fei's abdomen with precision, faster than his attack. With a thunderous crash, he flew backward like a ragged sack hit by a magnetic levitation train. His sturdy combat uniform shattered inch by inch, and his flame explosion fist was completely obliterated by my kick. He slammed into a wall dozens of meters away, creating a human-shaped dent, with cracks spreading like a spiderweb. He slid down like a pile of mud, foaming at the mouth, his limbs twitching, his life or death uncertain. With just one simple kick, a peak sea-level top talent was utterly ruined. The entire place fell silent again, and after a long pause, the sound of people gasping in shock filled the air. Someone exclaimed, "He destroyed Shangwan Fei with one kick. Is he even human? He's practically a humanoid beast." Then someone shouted, "Xiao Cheng," and the entire station erupted. Everyone stared at me, with eyes full of disbelief, as if I were a monster. I ignored their stunned gazes, picked up my damaged suitcase, dusted it off, and said again, "Anyone else?" My voice was like thunder, scaring the hostile senior students so much that they didn't dare breathe. One unlucky guy wet himself just from my glare, and then the other seniors all knelt down in unison, turning the station into a scene of worship. I sneered, patted my combat uniform, and walked out of this place of trouble. I didn't wait for the so-called guide. Following the map on my communicator, I boarded an unmanned magnetic levitation vehicle and sped toward Dragon Soul University. Half an hour later, I stood before the university's gate, which exuded an aura of iron-blooded slaughter. Looking up at the towering gate hundreds of meters high, I felt a sense of gravity. This wasn't a university. It was clearly a war fortress capable of withstanding a million beast tide. The walls were covered with terrifying war weapons. S-level Godslayer electromagnetic cannons, SS-level Apocalypse laser arrays, and even the legendary SSS-level Forbidden Weapon orbital ion cannon. These weapons of mass destruction were as common here as cabbages. The two massive characters, Dragon Soul, carved from the skull of an ancient ferocious beast, radiated a terrifying dragon's might, with a lingering trace of resentment, as if telling of its once overwhelming ferocity. Looking at this gate, I felt no fear. Instead, I was even more excited, as if every cell in my body was screaming. I let out a long howl, and under the surprised and curious gazes of the guards, stepped into this brand new world. I knew that my new journey, the path to slaying gods, officially began here. The moment I stepped into Dragon Soul University, I knew that the novice village of Donghai City, filled with grudges, emotions, and carrying 18 years of my humiliation and glory, was now in the past. A brand new, cruel world full of unknowns and challenges unfolded before me. Following the map, I walked through the school gates and was instantly dumbfounded. This school was simply enormous. I stood at the entrance of Dragon Soul University, utterly stunned. This was no ordinary university. It was clearly a city of war, independent of the capital. The wide avenues stretched endlessly. Futuristic floating buildings towering thousands of meters high exuded a sci-fi vibe, and the sky was densely packed with powerful ability users, resembling a swarm of locusts. There were elegant sword immortals flying on swords, terrifying thunder gods transforming into lightning, and even undead knights charging recklessly on bone dragons. Looking at this magical realism scene, my previously calm heart was instantly overwhelmed by a tidal wave of emotions. For the first time, I felt my insignificance, but also for the first time, I experienced an endless excitement from the depths of my soul. This was the true world of the strong. This was the place I, Xiao Cheng, was meant to be. I walked and paused, taking half an hour to reach the freshman registration area. It was a massive square capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people, packed with top-tier geniuses from major bay cities across Xia country. They were the pinnacle of existence, proud and arrogant. Here, A-level geniuses were as common as dogs. S-level prodigies roamed everywhere, and I even spotted several terrifying individuals that made my heart race. There was a blonde youth dressed in a golden robe, exuding a sacred and solemn aura, with golden lotus flowers growing out of thin air beneath his feet. He seemed to be the center of the world, and the surrounding geniuses revered and submitted to him. Someone exclaimed, "Isn't that Arthur, the Son of God, the son of the Western Church's Pope of Light?" He was born with an SSS-level Holy Light Affinity constitution. The Pope sent him to this Eastern Holy Land to help him control the terrifying power within him. There is also a taciturn girl in a black Gothic dress, quietly standing at the end of the line. Her figure occasionally disappeared and suddenly reappeared dozens of meters away, revealing her SS-level space jump ability. Everyone marveled. Where did this deity come from? Even more striking was a sinister young man in a luxurious tailcoat, leaning against a stone pillar, his ruby-like blood-red eyes scanning the surrounding girls, a wicked and bloodthirsty smile on his lips. Someone recognized him as a vampire prince with pure Cain bloodline and couldn't help but sigh. Did I just walk into a monster den today? Listening to the exclamations around me and looking at this group of prodigies, my long-dormant blood boiled again. Not only did I not feel small or afraid, but I was even more excited, feeling every cell in my body screaming. This was the world I wanted, the place I was meant to be. The so-called geniuses from Donghai City were a joke compared to these monsters. I let out a long howl, and amidst the curious and puzzled gazes of the crowd, stepped into this brand new world. Dragon Soul University was quite efficient. It took me less than 10 minutes to complete the enrollment process and receive a black crystal card and my dormitory number, Sky Number 1. The people around me were shocked, and someone shouted, "Sky Number 1? That's the top dormitory reserved only for the freshman king of each year. This must be rigged." I ignored the jealous naysayers and followed the crystal card map to the Dragon Ascension platform. The Dragon Ascension platform was a floating mountain thousands of meters high, covered with single-person floating villas, arranged in strict hierarchy from the base to the summit. My Sky Number 1 was at the summit, the most dazzling yet solitary existence. Looking at this scene, I laughed. I liked this straightforward and brutal jungle law. I took the anti-gravity elevator to the summit villa. Seeing this villa, more luxurious and advanced than the one Qin Yashuan had gifted me, I felt a sense of unreality and couldn't wait to experience the life of the wealthy. But as soon as I swiped my card to open the door, I heard a seductive sound coming from inside. I pushed the door open and was greeted by an eye-popping scene. A rich young master was holding two alluring senior sisters on the bed, engaging in group activities. This steamy scene left me, a pure and innocent virgin, completely dumbfounded. The rich young master, hearing the sound of the door opening, turned back in annoyance. Seeing me, a country bumpkin, his eyes were filled with disdain and disgust. The two senior sisters saw my face, and a trace of amazement flashed across their eyes, quickly replaced by disdain and arrogance. The wealthy young master was half lying on the bed, looking down at me as he asked if I was a freshman. I nodded. He sneered, saying I was bold to interrupt his business, and added that since I was new and didn't know the rules, he'd give me a chance to live, disappear within 3 seconds, or die. I looked at this absurd scene and laughed, saying, "No need for 3 seconds. 1 second is enough." The wealthy young master instantly lost his temper, roaring as he jumped off the bed. The aura of a peak sea-level fighter erupted from him as he prepared to attack me. But it was already too late. My cold voice rang out. I said 1 second is enough. In front of the two senior sisters, I kicked out, fast, precise, and ruthless. With a boom, the wealthy young master flew backward like a ragdoll hit by a maglev train. His combat suit shattered. His body slammed into the wall, leaving a human-shaped dent, and then he slid down like a pile of mud, foaming at the mouth, limbs twitching, his life or death uncertain. With just one kick, a peak sea-level genius was crippled. The villa fell silent in an instant. The two senior sisters were dumbfounded, their minds blank. After a long while, a scream broke the silence. They tried to flee this terrifying place, but just as they reached the door, my lazy, playful voice sounded, "Why are you two senior sisters in such a hurry to leave?" They stiffly turned their heads and saw that, at some point, I had silently appeared behind them, cutting off all their escape routes. The timid blonde senior's legs gave out, and with a thud, she wet herself in fear, crying out, "Don't kill us. We barely know him." The slightly braver black-haired senior, though trembling like a leaf, tried to maintain her composure and said in a shaky voice, "Junior, we are members of the second-year Heavenly Fire Alliance. That guy earlier is the younger brother of our Alliance leader. If you dare touch us, the Alliance leader won't let you off." Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Heavenly Fire Alliance? Impressive? Never heard of it. The black-haired senior was dumbfounded on the spot, probably thinking, how can this freshman be so arrogant, not even putting the Heavenly Fire Alliance in his eyes? Is he truly ignorant, or does he have some kind of confidence? I couldn't be bothered to waste words on these two scared, useless vases. Dusting off my clean combat uniform, I gave them a bright smile, which, in their eyes, was more terrifying than a devil's grin. I asked, "Do you two seniors need me to send you on your way?" In the end, I didn't make things difficult for them and just let them drag away the unconscious senior. After all, I, Xiao Cheng, am a gentleman who cherishes beauty. The incident of me kicking a second-year rank peak senior flying spread like a Category 12 super hurricane, sweeping through the freshman circle of Dragon Soul University in just over 10 minutes. The freshmen who heard the news were all dumbfounded, staring at my name, Xiao Cheng, on the enrollment list with eyes like they were looking at a monster. This originally unremarkable name instantly became a taboo legend known to all in the freshman circle. I also established myself in this place full of prodigies with the most domineering stance. As for me, I acted as if nothing had happened, soaking comfortably in a hot bath in the freshly cleaned villa, enjoying the dull life of the wealthy. Just as I was about to fall asleep, the doorbell rang. Annoyed, I opened my eyes, thinking about who had the nerve to disturb me at this time. Wrapping a towel around myself, I opened the door, and there she was, a fiery figure that could make any man's blood boil. Xia Lioli, with two beautiful female soldiers behind her carrying large bags filled with top-tier living supplies and a massive amount of cultivation resources. I asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Xia Lioli raised her eyebrows, put her hands on her hips, and said exasperatedly, "Young Master Qiao, did you forget? I'm your exclusive life assistant and combat sparring partner. My grandfather gave me strict orders to follow you wherever you go. Anyone who disobeys will face military punishment." She even raised her small fist as if to say, "From now on, you're under my watch." Looking at this fiery little pepper, I felt a headache coming on, already foreseeing that the next 4 years of university life would be chaotic. Reluctantly, I let her in and asked, "What's so urgent that you had to find me?" Xia Lioli pouted and said, "Can't you at least pretend to be surprised?" I rolled my eyes at her. "I'm Busu. I don't have time to play house with you." She was so angry she almost spat blood. She pulled out a confidential document glowing with golden light from her chest and threw it at me, saying, "My grandfather told me to give this to you. It contains internal intelligence on Dragon Soul University, especially about the 7 cultivation sanctuaries and the monthly wilderness trials. You'd better take a look, or you won't even know how you died." Intrigued, I opened the document. Lines of blood-red text appeared on the virtual screen. Dragon Soul University, the 7 Wonders. There was the 9-layer Demon Tower, which could increase cultivation speed tenfold, with each layer suppressing an ancient Demon King. The 10-fold Gravity Training Room, which could make the body as strong as divine weapons, though an S-rank body-refining maniac had once been crushed in a pulp there, and the Endless Illusion, which could transform spiritual power, though no one had ever passed the 3rd level. Lastly, there was the Dragon Lock Well, hidden in the deepest part of the school, a place even the principal dared not approach lightly. It was said to imprison a terrifying entity capable of destroying the world. When I saw the words Dragon Lockwell, my brows furrowed, and the dragon gallant silver spear within me inexplicably trembled, as if something inside the well shared its origin but was evil and violent. I murmured to myself, "Interesting." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in my eyes. My intuition told me I would have to go there eventually, but for now I was still too weak. I needed to grow stronger. Xiaoliuli stared at me, intrigued, and asked, "What are you looking at?" I turned off the light screen and said, "Your school really knows how to play. It feels like an online game." She was so angry she almost coughed up blood and said, "This is a cultivation sanctuary built by the school with countless manpower and resources, each with incredible effects. Take this tenfold gravity training room, for example. It's equipped with the latest Z9 gravity amplifier, capable of simulating up to 10 times gravity, refining the physical body and stimulating bloodline potential. Just enduring an hour inside can elevate physical strength by at least one level." Hearing this, I became interested and immediately jumped out of the bathtub, wrapped in a towel, ready to go. Xiaoliuli was startled by me, her face instantly turning as red as an apple, and said, "Put on some clothes first." Half an hour later, under her guidance, I arrived at the infamous tenfold gravity training room. It was a circular structure made of black metal, exuding a cold and oppressive aura, like a terrifying cage. Xiaoliuli pointed at the alloy door and asked solemnly, "Are you sure you want to go in? The last freshman who challenged tenfold gravity already has grass 3 meters high on their grave." I looked at the door and smiled. Then I have to see for myself. With that, I inserted the crystal card into the identification slot and selected tenfold. The door slowly opened, and I stepped inside. Xiaoliuli was shocked and tried to stop me, but it was too late. The door closed again. Immediately, the terrifying gravity pressed down, but the expected pain didn't come. I only felt as if I were being embraced by a warm pillow, and my muscles and cells were all moaning in excitement. I stretched my body. Apart from moving a bit slower, I felt no discomfort. In fact, there was even a sense of comfort. I couldn't help but marvel. Is this the terror of dragon blood tempering and a B-grade physique? This is insane. Outside the training room, Xiaoliuli, who had expected to see me on my knees begging for mercy, was completely dumbfounded when she saw me on the screen, unscathed and stretching with a look of enjoyment. Her stunningly beautiful face was filled with disbelief as she muttered to herself, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he be completely fine? Could the gravity amplifier be broken?" The way she looked at me was as if she were staring at a prehistoric beast. The next second, an even more mind-blowing scene unfolded before her eyes. Under 10 times gravity, I strolled leisurely, and after adapting to the pressure, I bent down and started doing one-handed push-ups as effortlessly as if I were eating or drinking. Xiaoliuli was instantly petrified, her mouth agape, her beautiful eyes filled with awe and despair. She couldn't help but let out a soul-wrenching question. "Junior, what kind of monster are you?" The next day, the freshman orientation ceremony at Dragon Soul University arrived. I followed Xiaoliuli to the open-air martial arts arena called Dragon Battle in the Wild. The name was inscribed by the university's first principal, symbolizing that students graduating from here would protect the peace of the Xia Kingdom like divine dragons. As soon as I entered the arena, I was stunned. In the central square, tens of thousands of D-rank peak freshmen were lined up in formation, their overwhelming killing intent dispersing the clouds above. I couldn't help but curse. "These aren't freshmen. They're gods of slaughter," Xiaoliuli proudly said. "Only the most ruthless individuals can enter Dragon Soul University. Being at the D-rank peak is just barely qualifying. The real show is yet to come." She pointed to the VIP section, where over 100 A-rank geniuses stood, each exuding pride and arrogance. She introduced them one by one. The one holding a sword, Li Bai, was a descendant of the Li family. He had awakened the A+ rank Green Lotus Sword Heart and had mastered the Green Lotus Sword Song to perfection 3 months ago, capable of slicing rivers with a single strike. The bald, muscular man, Wang Ba, was the son of the commander-in-chief of the Thunder God Legion. He had awakened the peak A-rank Furious Thunder Battle Body and had once torn apart a peak C-rank Ironclad Tyrannosaurus with his bare hands. I couldn't help but gasp. These guys were no joke, but they weren't the scariest. At the center of the VIP section stood 3 S-rank super prodigies, Son of God Arthur, Space Witch Meng Dai, and Vampire Prince Dracula. They seemed to be the center of the world, with the surrounding geniuses looking at them with reverence and submission. Watching them, my blood boiled once again. I let out an excited howl, ready to drag Xia Liuli along to meet them. Just as I took a step forward, a gaze filled with malice and provocation locked onto me. I followed the gaze and saw Shangguan Fei, wrapped in bandages, glaring at me with a twisted expression as if he wanted to devour me alive. I teased him with a smile. "Oh, Senior Shangguan, you're all healed up? Out of the hospital so soon? I thought you'd be stuck in a medical pod for at least a year or 2. My words stabbed him like a knife to the heart. He clenched his fists, his eyes practically spitting fire. I taunted him further. "Not convinced? Wanting to kick you again?" He was so furious he nearly spat blood. He wanted to charge at me, but didn't dare, as the memory of me kicking him flying had become his nightmare. Yet he was unwilling to back down. Suppressing his murderous intent, he sneered and said, "Kid, don't get cocky. At Dragon Soul University, strength isn't the only currency. Without credits, you can't take a single step. I'll give you a chance to achieve financial freedom. Let's have a life-and-death wager." As soon as he said this, the entire arena fell silent. A life-and-death wager was the highest level of duel at Dragon Soul University, rarely seen even in 100 years. Once initiated, it was a fight to the death, with the loser not only forfeiting their life, but also becoming a slave. Everyone thought he had gone mad, risking his life and his society's future just to deal with a freshman like me. Shangguan Fei looked at me with a mocking expression and declared that the stakes were the future earnings of at least 1 billion credits from the core members of the Heavenly Fire Alliance over the next year. In return, I only needed to wager my life and future freedom. He arrogantly flipped me off, confident that he had cornered me, a penniless freshman desperate for credits. But I just laughed, wagging my finger as I replied, "A billion? Is that supposed to be a lot? Sorry, but I'm not interested in your trash." Seeing his face turn beet red with anger, a devilish smirk curled on my lips. I casually uttered, "Shall we raise the stakes a bit?" This sentence was like a bomb thrown into the previously boisterous martial arena, instantly plunging the entire place into dead silence. Everyone stared at me as if they'd seen a ghost, their minds blank, looking at me with the gaze reserved for lunatics. 1 billion credits, enough wealth for a freshman to walk sideways at Dragon Soul University, and I still found it insufficient. They were all wondering whether I was ignorant or truly confident. Shangguan Fei was utterly enraged by my words, like a rooster with ruffled feathers, and roared, "You little bastard, don't push your luck. No matter how good you are at fighting, you're just one person. Our Heavenly Fire Alliance has over 100 peak-level C-rank experts. A single spit from each of us could drown you." Looking at his exasperated expression, I smiled and said, "Since you're so confident, let's make it bigger. If I win, you'll eat your 3 million credit Dragon Scale battle boots in front of everyone." As soon as I said this, the crowd erupted. Everyone's jaws dropped, exclaiming, "Holy crap." They all said this was blatant humiliation and that there was a good show to watch. Sure enough, Shangguan Fei was completely infuriated, losing all reason. He laughed angrily and agreed to the bet, even threatening viciously, "If you lose, not only will you be my slave for life, but I'll tear your mouth apart and cut out your tongue to feed the dogs." I calmly replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? I'm just afraid you won't have the guts to eat them when the time comes." Shangguan Fei could no longer suppress his killing intent and roared, "Heavenly Fire Alliance, formed the array, Flaming Dragon Annihilation Formation. Over 100 peak-level C-rank members instantly surrounded me, their terrifying killing intent soaring to the sky. Shangwan Fei sneered, thinking I was doomed. But I looked at him with disdain and said, "Is this it? A bunch of worthless chickens and dogs, daring to show off in front of me." As soon as I finished speaking, a purple-gold lightning bolt brighter than the sun erupted. I charged into the battle formation like a tiger among sheep, my dragon gallant silver spear transforming into the scythe of death, leaving a trail of blood and carnage wherever it went. The Heavenly Fire Alliance formation crumbled before me, and in less than a minute, I had torn through them. They wailed like ghosts, abandoning their armor and fleeing in disarray. Shangwan Fei was dumbfounded, trying to escape, but too late. I appeared before him like a phantom. In despair, he unleashed his flaming dragon's wrath, only for it to be shattered by a single thrust of my spear. The tip of my spear stopped less than a centimeter from his throat, and the entire arena fell silent. I coldly said, "Now you can start eating." This statement once again caused an uproar in the crowd. Everyone was ecstatic, cheering for me. Shangwan Fei was so terrified that his soul seemed to leave his body. He knelt and begged for mercy. "Lord Xiao, I was wrong. Please spare me." Without even lifting my eyelids, I replied indifferently, "Eat." Completely despairing, he trembled as he removed his battle boots and, amidst the crowd's jeers and laughter, began swallowing them bite by bite. I became famous in one battle. The name Xiao Cheng resounded throughout Dragon Soul University. Not only did I win a massive amount of resources, but I also trampled the Heavenly Fire Alliance underfoot, becoming the uncrowned king in the hearts of the freshmen. But I wasn't satisfied with just that. I wanted to become the true king. Seizing the momentum, I ascended the stage and declared dominantly, "From today onward, the Heavenly Fire Alliance is disbanded. All its territories, resources, and members will be taken over by my newly established guild." The crowd erupted once more, shocked by my audacity and cheering for me. I raised the dragon gallant silver spear, pointing it toward the heavens, and declared with a mix of youthful arrogance and passion, "Its name is Starfall. Our journey is the endless sea of stars." This proclamation echoed like thunder across the martial arena. The entire crowd boiled with excitement, and everyone looked at me with eyes full of reverence and awe, as if I were an invincible deity. My impassioned speech directly ignited everyone's blood and stirred their ambitions to the point of frenzy. They all scrambled to join me, eager to help establish an unparalleled dynasty. But while the dream was grand, reality was like a sledgehammer, shattering everyone's enthusiasm into pieces. Once that fiery passion capable of igniting souls cooled down, and their wild ambitions were doused by the cold water of reality, the once bustling training ground, lively as a marketplace, suddenly became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Those young ability users, who moments ago seemed like they were on high, were drenched from head to toe by the cold water of reality. They exchanged hesitant and retreating glances, looking like wilted eggplants. They whispered among themselves, "Join Starry Sky? Are you kidding? That's like going head-to-head with the Dragon Soul list and the old associations." Exactly, Xiao Cheng is fierce, but he's just a rookie. He's already offended the Shangwan family and the Heavenly Fire Alliance, and now he's crossed the Dragon Soul list. If we join him, we'd be putting our heads on the chopping block. Forget it, let's wait and see. We all know the saying about the bird that sticks its head out first. The murmurs buzzed like mosquitoes, rising and falling. The training ground, which had been boiling with excitement moments ago, instantly turned into a massive social death scene, so awkward that I felt like my toes could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. I stood alone on the stage, like a clown performing a self-directed play with no applause. I let out a cold laugh, looking at the cowards below the stage, and mocked, "A bunch of cowards. My Starry Sky doesn't need trash like you who don't have the guts to challenge the world." With that, I shook my head, ready to turn and leave this place that filled me with disgust and disappointment. Just as I was about to become the laughingstock of the entire school, Wang Hao's booming voice rang out like a thunderclap. Who the hell said our brother Qiao is a lone wolf? Then, the ground seemed to tremble as Wang Hao, like a human tank, charged forward with a speed that didn't match his size, knocking everyone in his path flying like a rampaging bear. With a loud boom, he landed heavily on the stage, creating a massive dent in the alloy platform. Half kneeling on the stage, panting heavily, he lifted his sweat-soaked, honest face and gave me a smile that looked more like a grimace. Brother Qiao, I, Wang Hao, am here. Is your guild still accepting members? I was stunned. Was it this fatty Wang? I never expected that the only friend who treated me to a luxurious meal back when I awakened a D-level ability and was despised by the world had also gotten into Dragon Soul University, and his strength had become so monstrous. This plot twist was more absurd than a TV drama. Before I could recover from the surprise and shock, a shadow flashed by with ghostly speed. In the next second, Chun Mo appeared beside me like a phantom. Without saying a word or making any unnecessary movements, he dropped to one knee and, in a hoarse voice filled with gratitude and loyalty, said, Chun Mo is willing to go through fire and water for God Qiao, to die 1,000 deaths without regret. Looking at these two brothers, one as solid as a mountain, the other as silent as ice, but both with eyes full of unwavering determination and loyalty, my once cold and hardened heart was suddenly melted by a warm current of emotion, and my eyes even reddened a little. I walked over, pulled the still-kneeling Chun Mo to his feet, gave Wang Hao a hard punch, and then extended my hand with a smile, saying, Welcome to Starry Sky. From today on, we're brothers. With these two brothers, I felt like I owned the whole world. Wang Hao scratched his bald head and asked, Brother Qiao, what's our next move? Looking at his honest yet confused expression, I laughed and said, What else? Make money, level up, and pull off a few stunts that'll shake the entire school, making those who look down on Starry Sky regret it so much their guts turn green. After speaking, I grabbed each of them by the collar and rushed toward the mission hall without looking back. 10 minutes later, we arrived. This place was the liveliest and most chaotic spot in the entire school, like a miniature society. Every day, thousands of students came and went, taking on missions to earn credits, recruiting allies, and building their influence. The competition here was fierce, to say the least. At this moment, the hall was packed with people, bustling like a marketplace. Students gathered around the holographic projection screens, pointing and chattering animatedly. Damn, these freshmen are insane this year. They just took down the Skyfire Alliance right off the bat. No kidding, that Xiao Cheng is a total monster. I heard he kicked Shengwan face straight into a medical pod, and he still hasn't woken up. Yikes, he's terrifying. We better steer clear of him in the future. Listening to their chatter, I couldn't help but smirk to myself. It seemed my show of strength today had made quite the impression. Fatty Wong stared at the densely packed list of missions on the screen, swallowed hard, and asked, Brother Qiao, are we really taking on a mission here? I rolled my eyes at him and said, What else? You think I brought you here for sightseeing? Fatty Wong pulled a long face and said, But we just started school. We don't even know our way around yet. Isn't it a bit reckless to take on a mission already? He pointed to the surrounding upperclassmen, who exuded a menacing aura and had cold, piercing gazes. It looks like we're surrounded. I frowned and followed his gaze. Sure enough, at some point, we had been encircled by a group of upperclassmen dressed in fancy uniforms. They looked at us with disdain and mockery, as if we were 3 clueless lambs that had wandered into their territory. One of them, a flamboyant guy in a gaudy pink combat suit with a sharp face and a shrill voice, sneered, Well, if it isn't this year's freshman king, Qiao Cheng, already taking on senior missions after taking down the Skyfire Alliance? Let me give you some advice, Junior. Keep a low profile or you won't even know how you died. I couldn't even be bothered to look at him. I cast a casual glance his way and walked right past him, treating him like air. The flamboyant guy bristled at being ignored and was about to lash out when Chun Mo's icy gaze, as cold as eternal frost, locked onto him. At some point, Chun Mo had silently appeared behind him, staring him down like he was looking at a dead man. The flamboyant guy shuddered under Chun Mo's glare, too terrified to utter a word. I patted Fatty Wong on the shoulder and led the two of them through the crowd's disdainful stares, step by step, toward the holographic projection screen. Ignoring the D-level and C-level trash missions, I fixed my gaze on the blood-red mission at the very top of the board, a task so ominous it made one's heart race just to look at it. The mission was to eliminate the Black U Stronghold, a gang of interstellar bandits entrenched in the Black U Mountains on the outskirts of the capital. They were notorious for their heinous crimes: arson, murder, and plunder. Their leader, Black U Fiend, was a peak C-level powerhouse. No fewer than 10 elite teams of C-level experts had fallen to him. The mission reward was 1,000,000 credits. Fatty Wong stared at the deathly mission, swallowed hard, and stammered, "Brother Chiao, you're not thinking of..." Seeing the look of shock on his face, as if his eyes were about to pop out, I smiled and said, "That's right." Then, under the stunned gazes of everyone around, as if they had seen a ghost, I reached out and tore down the blood-red mission scroll hanging at the top of the board, covered in dust. Ding! A cold mechanical voice announced, "B-level. Blood-red mission eliminate the Black U Stronghold has been accepted by freshman Xiao Chung." The entire mission hall erupted into chaos. I had just torn open the blood-stained mission scroll when the expressions of everyone around me froze instantly, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Their jaws nearly hit the floor. They must have been questioning in their hearts. Has this rookie gone mad? Knowing full well that even B-level powerhouses fear the death mission, he dared to take it on voluntarily. Does he think his life is too long? Ignoring those shocked and mocking gazes, I had no time to care. I casually tossed the blood-scented scroll to Fatty Wong, patted his shoulder, and said, "Brother, let's get to work." As soon as the words fell, the entire mission hall erupted into chaos, with discussions rising one after another. He's crazy. Really taking on a death mission? Is this kid fearless or just brainless? In 3 days, we'll surely find his name on the death list. Everyone stared at me like I was a lunatic, but I didn't care at all. I grabbed Fatty Wong and Chun Mo, dragged them through the crowded hall, and headed straight for Black U Mountain in the outskirts of the capital without looking back. Half an hour later, we arrived. Black U Mountain has always been the no-man's land of the capital, with towering peaks, dense forests, and treacherous terrain. It's a haven for outlaws and a nightmare for merchants. The infamous Black U Stronghold is perched at the mountain summit, under the night sky. The stronghold was brightly lit, and the sounds of shouting and killing were deafening. Thousands of bandits were feasting and drinking wildly in the training ground, so arrogant that they paid no heed to the notorious blood-red wanted notice. A one-eyed, burly man raised his cup and asked the Scarface man, "Boss, who's courting death today?" Black U Fiend sneered, "One less dead man means fewer mouths to feed. Brothers are short on silver. Chop off a head and trade it for wine money." As soon as the words fell, uproarious laughter erupted. Before the laughter subsided, a thunderous boom echoed as I kicked the sturdy stronghold gate flying. Rubble scattered, crushing dozens of bandits. Instantly, the training ground fell into dead silence. The bandits stared blankly at the ruins, their throats seemingly choked, frozen in shock. As the dust settled, I walked out slowly with Fatty Wong and Chun Mo. For the first time, Black U Fiend showed a look of fear. I smiled and said, "Today, we're here to take your lives." Before the words finished, I shouted, "Kill!" and my figure transformed into a stream of purple gold light, charging into the bandits. My spear danced like rain, each strike staining the battlefield red. Fatty Wong turned into a tank, sweeping through the front, while Chun Mo moved like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The three of US joined forces, and the bandits screamed in agony as their fighting spirit collapsed instantly. In the end, I pinned Black Euphene to the wall of the assembly hall, his eyes wide open in death. Just as I was about to retrieve my spear, I heard the sound of a mechanism activating behind the wall. The solid wall slowly slid open, revealing a metallic passage. A pungent smell of formalin wafted out, bizarre and unsettling. I immediately ordered Fatty Wong and Chun Mo to guard the outside, forbidding anyone from entering. Taking a deep breath, I gripped my spear and ventured in alone. The passage was long and cold, with only the echo of footsteps reverberating, eerie enough to make one's scalp tingle. My senses were heightened to the extreme, but apart from the increasingly strong chemical smell and the bloodstains on the walls, there was nothing unusual. I understood. The quieter it was, the fiercer the storm would be. 10 minutes later, a door marked with a strange white mask, and the words "God loves all" appeared abruptly. Seeing this symbol, I felt as if struck by lightning, my mind blank. The Pantheon? I had casually taken on a B-level mission, only to accidentally stumble upon the mysterious base that troubled Qin Yashuan and Xia Jinghua. Truly a stroke of luck. I couldn't help but laugh aloud, shouting, "Doctor, it seems your secrets can no longer be hidden. I'm here to uncover the truth." As soon as the words fell, I unleashed peak sea-level power and stomped on the door. The heavy door crashed into the far wall with a deafening impact. Behind the door lay a hellish scene. A massive, pale, circular hall, bright yet cold and silent. In the center stood a blood-stained operating table, surrounded by hundreds of transparent containers filled with green viscous liquid, each holding lifeless experimental subjects. They ranged from men and women to the elderly and children, their bodies covered in cruel stitches and sharp modified organs. Some had fangs, others multiple eyes, and even rotting wings. The secrets behind this were horrifying beyond imagination. The hidden truth of this place not only concerns life and death, but also unveils a mystery that shakes the entire world. What exactly did the doctor do here? And what kind of disaster are we about to face? From the storyline, the author successfully creates tension by utilizing the high-risk setting of the death mission, which the protagonist accepts with ease, showcasing a strong spirit of defiance and an unyielding personality that greatly captures the reader's attention. At the same time, the depiction of Black U Mountain adds to the oppressive atmosphere of the story, creating a sense of imminent tension. The secret door leading to the human experimentation base sets up a significant foreshadowing, hinting that the protagonist is about to uncover a hidden dark force. This story resonates deeply with me. Nowadays, each of us is tackling so-called high-risk missions, and behind every seemingly impossible challenge lies a test of knowledge and courage. The protagonist's fearlessness and willingness to take the first step are a reflection of how we push our own limits in reality. So what do you all think? In real life, have you ever faced a similar mission of death where you had to muster up the courage to face it head-on? How would you choose? Feel free to share your most unforgettable challenge moment in the comments. Damn, as soon as I glanced at this place, holy crap, it was like a hellish human slaughterhouse, a collection of pure blood and sin. Looking at those souls wailing and struggling in the cold green liquid, lifeless as if their breath had been stolen, my fists clenched instantly like iron clamps, my nails almost digging into my flesh, the pain making me grimace. A surge of overwhelming killing intent shot out of me, and my eyes turned blood red as if filled with rage. Damn it, these heartless bastards, they're not even human. I roared, my voice like a thunderclap, cold and furious. The fire in my heart surged uncontrollably, and I wanted nothing more than to erase this blood-soaked, sinful place from existence, leaving not a trace behind. Just as my jaw was about to hit the floor from the terrifying scene, and I was about to be consumed by the rage that could burn a person to ashes, beep, beep, beep. A frantic alarm suddenly blared through the deathly silent underground base. Alert! Alert! Intruder detected. Great, I was completely exposed. I looked at the massive sealed door outside, and at some point, a series of blinding blood-red warning lights had lit up. The cold metallic corridor gave off an eerie vibe. Instead of panicking, I laughed. Perfect timing. Saves me the trouble of hunting you all down one by one. I shouted again, my voice like rolling thunder, releasing all my killing intent like a floodgate had opened. The dragon's silver spear in my hand seemed to come alive, letting out an excited dragon's roar, as if urging, "Let's get started already." "Kill!" I roared, my entire being transforming into a streak of purple gold light, charging straight at the death squad swarming in from all directions. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, dozens of lab coat-wearing figures emerged from every corner of the base. Don't be fooled by their attire. These guys were all peak sea-level researchers, and they were no joke. They weren't holding scalpels or anything. Instead, they wielded futuristic, high-tech energy weapons. Things like high-energy particle cannons that could blast an elephant to bits, absolute zero guns that could freeze a small building solid, and spatial rift blades that could silently tear a person to shreds. They were like a group of death-commanded robots, fearless, instantly surrounding me. Then whoosh, 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 whoosh. A torrent of energy surged toward me like a tidal wave, its power capable of leveling a small city. I was instantly engulfed. The researchers looked at the explosion's epicenter, grinning smugly. "Ha ha, idiot. Thought you were invincible, huh? Against the high-tech of our Pantheon. You're not even fit to shine our shoes." They seemed to already envision my charred remains. But before their laughter could even finish, my voice drifted out from the explosion's center, full of disdain. "Is that it? A bunch of trash that isn't even qualified to scratch an itch for me dares to act cocky in front of me." As soon as I finished speaking, boom! A purple gold lightning bolt, 100 times brighter than the sun, erupted from the explosion center. The light was overwhelmingly domineering, so divine it was blinding, as if it intended to purify this sinful place. Zap! 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 The once world-destroying energy torrent didn't last a second against the purple gold lightning. Like ice meeting fire, it vanished in an instant. I walked out of the lightning unscathed, as if nothing had happened. Look at me, clean as a whistle, not even a wrinkle on my clothes. What the hell just happened? Those researchers who were so arrogant just now were completely dumbfounded, their eyes wide like copper bells, staring at my figure walking past like a thunder god. For the first time, fear appeared in their previously crazed eyes. How is this possible? That was energy capable of severely injuring a B-level powerhouse. Yet I was completely unharmed? They must be thinking in their hearts, what kind of monster am I? Game over. I looked at this group of people, scared out of their wits, smiled slightly, and slowly raised the dragon gallant silver spear, shouting, 10,000 thunder summon. Boom! In the next second, thick purple gold lightning bolts, as wide as barrels, descended like divine swords, tearing through the alloy ceiling. In an instant, these researchers, along with their fragile worldviews, were completely obliterated. Ding. Killed sea-level peak, researcher X37. Gained experience points XXXXX. Federation coins XXXXXX. I retracted my spear without even glancing at the scorched battlefield. Turning around, I decided to head deeper into the base, sensing that something even more formidable must be hidden there. Just as I lifted my foot, rumble, the entire underground base shook as if an earthquake had struck. The massive alloy door ahead slowly slid open, and then a terrifying 3-meter-tall monster emerged from the darkness, walking with heavy steps. Its body was a grotesque fusion of metal and flesh, devoid of any vitality, exuding only a chilling, killing intent. The energy fluctuations it emitted were enough to make even a sea-level peak powerhouse's scalp tingle. This was clearly a B-level cyborg. Key. An unpleasant laugh, like the cry of a night owl, echoed from behind the monster. Then, a refined man in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses stepped out. He looked at the corpses strewn across the ground, not angry, but instead clapping his hands. Not bad, not bad, impressive. I didn't expect a little mouse to find this place, and even help me clean up that group of trash. Perfect timing. My newly developed war weapon number 3 needs a test opponent. He pointed at me, his gaze like a cat eyeing a mouse. Kid, use your life to christen my masterpiece. Looking at the near-level peak monster and the arrogant scientist, I couldn't help but laugh. Masterpiece? Blood sacrifice? You really know how to flatter yourself, trash. The scientist's face immediately twisted in rage. No one had ever humiliated him like this before. You little bastard. You're courting death. Number 3, tear him apart for me. He pointed at me, roaring like a madman. Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, the B-level cyborg, like a ferocious beast unleashed from its chains, let out a deafening roar that seemed to change the color of the world, charging straight at me. Rumble. The entire base shook violently. With its mountain-like body, every step it took left a massive footprint on the ground, as if it could collapse the base at any moment. But I didn't even bat an eye, not bothering to waste words. I glanced coldly at the madman blinded by rage and greed, slowly raised my spear, and said icily, "Game over." As soon as the words left my mouth, boom, an even more terrifying surge of purple gold lightning erupted from my body. I unleashed my full power, channeling all my sea-level peak strength into my spear. Thunder Dragon Strike. Dragon Battle in the Wild. Buzz. A majestic and commanding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens and earth. A thunder dragon, formed entirely of purple gold lightning, shot out from my spear, carrying a destructive force capable of annihilating everything, crashing straight into the B-level cyborg. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the base shook as if it were about to collapse. That once invincible B-level cyborg didn't even have time to scream. Its body, which could withstand cannon fire, was like a toy hit by a speeding train, instantly shattered into fragments of metal and flesh. What? That scientist who was so arrogant just now was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. For the first time, there was fear in his crazed eyes. This is impossible. This was his war machine that he had poured so much effort into creating, capable of contending with peak-level B-class powerhouses. How could it be taken down by a single shot? He must be screaming in his heart, wondering what kind of monster I am. You don't come any closer. He watched me walk over like a thunder god, scared out of his wits, scrambling to flee. But it was already too late. Whoosh! A flash of golden light, and I appeared right in front of him. Run, then. I looked down at him, sneering coldly. Why aren't you running now? No, don't kill me. He stared at the tip of the gun in front of him, nearly fainting from fear. I'll give you all my research results. I can even help you modify your body to make you stronger. As long as you spare my life, I'll serve you like a slave. I looked at this terrified guy and laughed. Your filthy stuff? Sorry, I find it disgusting. As soon as the words left my mouth, thud, with a muffled sound, I pierced his sinful heart with a single shot. Ugh! He lowered his head in disbelief, staring at the blood gushing from the hole in his chest, a final glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes that he still wanted to muster the last bit of strength. Hey, that guy sure knew how to stir things up before dying. He fiercely pressed the red self-destruct button on his wrist that he had prepared for a long time and shouted at the top of his lungs. Ha ha! You little brat. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. We'll be buried underground together with my great masterpiece. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm filled the base with the aura of death and destruction. Warning, warning. The base will self-destruct in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. I looked at the unlucky guy who was already dead and shook my head slowly, cursing in my heart. Idiot. Before the terrifying explosion that could flatten the entire Black U Mountain arrived, I slowly raised my Dragon Gall bright silver spear, pointed it at the sky, and shouted, Heavenly Thunder Summon. Boom! The next second, Fatty Wong and Chun Mo outside were stunned by the sudden turn of events. In their eyes, filled with shock and disbelief, a massive purple-gold lightning bolt, 1,000 times more terrifying than anything in the secret realm of the college entrance exam, descended like the sword of a god, tearing through hundreds of meters of rock layers and striking down fiercely. Instantly, the sinister and bloody underground base and the terrifying energy about to erupt were completely wiped off the face of the earth, leaving only a giant glazed crater with a diameter of over 1,000 meters and unfathomable depth. My domineering and confident words echoed between heaven and earth. "You want to perish with me? Are you even worthy?" After saying that, my body, weakened from unleashing 2 world-destroying ultimate moves in a row, was about to collapse. My vision darkened, and I was on the verge of fainting. Just as I was losing consciousness, my Dragon Gall bright silver spear, which had been hungry and waiting, suddenly let out an excited dragon roar. A terrifying suction force capable of draining the soul of a B-level powerhouse erupted, swallowing all the remaining purple-gold lightning energy. Ding! Detected. The weapon's spirit, ancient Thunder Dragon Soul, has autonomously absorbed unclaimed energy. Energy conversion in progress. Congratulations, host. You have gained Thunder Dragon Power X 100. All hosts' energy consumption fully restored. Boom! A surge of power, several times purer and more overwhelming than my peak state, erupted. My body, which was on the brink of collapse, instantly recovered to peak condition, even stronger than before. Damn! Feeling the power surging through me like the Yangtze River, I was completely stunned. This opportunistic weapon spirit actually had a power bank function. It was practically a perpetual motion machine. At this moment, Fatty Wong and Chun Mo's worried and anxious voices came from outside the giant crater. They scrambled over, rolling and crawling. Fatty Wong looked at the crater and then at me, completely unharmed, his small eyes filled with disbelief and awe. He was probably thinking, "Is this even human? It's practically a god in human skin." I looked at these 2 hidden talents who were scared silly by my strength, smiled, and said, "It's fine. Let's go down and see if there are any stragglers." Just as I was about to jump into the crater, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding! Detected. Weak life signal 1,000 meters below. Life signs extremely weak. Estimated to completely perish in 10 minutes. What? There's still someone alive. I frowned, hesitated for no more than a second, and transformed into a golden lightning bolt, jumping into the crater. 1 minute later, I discovered a deeply hidden black secret chamber amidst the ruins. I had no idea what material this chamber was made of, but even under my heavenly summon, which leveled the base, it remained intact without a single crack. Interesting. I looked at the mysterious and eerie chamber, smiled, and raised my Dragon Gall bright silver spear, stabbing down fiercely. Boom! The door, capable of withstanding the full force. Attack of a peak B-level powerhouse, didn't last a second and was shattered into metal fragments by me. I finally saw the secret of the chamber clearly. A stunningly beautiful girl, around 16 or 17 years old, wearing a blood-stained white dress, was bound to a metal cross by countless pitch-black chains inscribed with eerie runes. Her body was pierced with numerous metal tubes, and her life energy was being continuously drained. She was barely breathing, on the verge of death, and could perish at any moment. Yet, even in such a pitiful state, her unparalleled beauty was enough to drive anyone mad, leaving them breathless. She looked like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting, rivaling even top beauties like Lung Yuexin, Xia Liuli, and Xin Yashuan. Damn it, these heartless beasts. I clenched my fists as I watched the cruel and bloody scene, a flash of killing intent crossing my eyes. Without hesitation, I moved in a blur, appearing in front of the girl. With a swing of my silver dragon spear, clang, 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 the chains shattered into fragments of metal. The girl, like a fallen leaf, collapsed toward the ground. I quickly reached out and caught her frail body. Just as I severed the last and thickest chain, boom, an immense spiritual force, so vast it made my soul tremble, erupted from her body and instantly engulfed me. Ding! Warning! Warning! A terrifying spiritual force capable of threatening the host's life has been detected. Activating system's autonomous defense program. Boom! An equally domineering and sacred purple gold lightning erupted from the depths of my soul, colliding fiercely with the spiritual force that could shred the soul of an A-rank powerhouse. However, the expected terrifying energy clash didn't occur. Instead, the two heaven-defying energies merged perfectly upon contact, like long-lost lovers reunited. They transformed into an even more vast and mysterious chaotic torrent, surging through both my body and the girl's, subjecting us to an unprecedented ultimate baptism. Ding! Unknown, mysterious energy detected. Analyzing energy analysis failed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a baptism of unknown, mysterious energy. Spiritual power has greatly increased. Compatibility with Heaven's calculation has significantly improved. Ding! Detected that this mysterious girl possesses the legendary SS-level, unique psychic ability. Heaven's calculation? I stared at the frail girl, completely dumbfounded, my mind blank. An SS-level ability, one tier higher than Lung Yuexin's S-level, Heart of the Ice Moon. Such abilities were exceedingly rare in the world, and every possessor was a monstrous genius capable of driving top-tier forces to madness. A strategic-level individual who could alter the world's balance. This girl turned out to be one of those one-in-a-million SS-level super geniuses, and she possessed the rarest and most terrifying psychic support ability, Heaven's Calculation. I recalled reading about Heaven's Calculation in an ancient secret text. It was said that this ability was 1 in a billion, only awakened by chosen ones with a mysterious connection to the heavenly Gao. Once awakened, it could predict the future and defy fate. In ancient times, there was a great figure who awakened this ability and, with the body of a mortal, calculated the will of the heavens, leading humanity to avoid extinction and achieve glory. This girl possessed such a heaven-defying ability. She wasn't just a girl. She was a walking, human-shaped cheat. I've struck gold, I thought, looking at the unconscious yet breathtakingly beautiful girl in my arms. My mind was filled with only one ecstatic thought. I've hit the jackpot. Cough, cough. Just as I was lost in my excitement, the girl's butterfly-like eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened a pair of eyes so beautiful they could outshine the stars. Her gaze was clear and pure, like a spring from the heavens, capable of cleansing the world's sins. Yet, deep within her eyes lay a vast starry sky, full of mystery and wisdom, as if nothing in the world could be hidden from her. You're awake? I looked at her, feeling uncharacteristically nervous. She didn't reply. Her beautiful eyes, as if they could see through everything, quietly stared at me, observing my disheveled appearance stained with blood and filth and my cold, murderous blood-red eyes. Instead of being afraid, she gave me a warm and pure smile, like the spring sun. That smile seemed magical, melting a small part of my heart, which had been filled with coldness, slaughter, and sin. She nodded, her voice as clear and melodious as a heavenly tune, yet weak as if recovering from a serious illness. Did you save me? I shrugged. Thank you. She tried to sit up from my warm embrace, but she was too weak. As soon as she moved, a soft, pained whimper escaped her lips, and her delicate face turned pale. Don't move. I quickly pressed her frail shoulder. Your body is still very weak. You need to rest. She was about to speak when, growling, an embarrassingly loud stomach growl came from her flat, snow-white abdomen. The room instantly fell into an awkward silence. Just moments ago, she seemed like an ethereal fairy untouched by the mortal world, but now her face flushed red like a ripe apple, as if she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. I couldn't help but laugh at her adorable, shy expression. From my system space, I took out a piece of roasted D-grade beast black armored battle boar, hind leg meat, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, its aroma filling the air. I handed it to her. Here, eat. She stared at the piece of roasted meat, larger than her face and exuding a primal wildness, completely dumbfounded. Her big eyes fixed on me, as if I were a savage from ancient times. Finally, under my urging gaze that seemed to say, "If you don't eat, I'll starve to death," she extended her fair, slender hand, trembling as she took the meat and cautiously took a small bite. The next second, her previously dim eyes lit up instantly. "It's so delicious." 10 minutes later, I watched as she devoured the massive piece of roasted meat, her mouth covered in grease, completely disregarding any ladle-like demeanor. My worldview was nearly shattered. Was this really the legendary SS-level, heavenly calculation user? She looked more like a starving ghost reincarnated after 800 years of famine. Burp. Finally, she let out a satisfied burp, then sheepishly wiped her now grease-smeared face, resembling a little kitten. I could clearly hear Qin Yashuan's rapid breathing due to nervousness. After a while, she exhaled deeply and said, "Xiao Cheng, this matter is quite complicated. It's hard to explain over the phone. Come to me now, and I'll take you to an interesting place." "What place?" "A place where you can gain terrifying power to confront them head-on in a short time. The Sevenstar Pavilion underground auction." An hour later, I was at the lowest level of the Sevenstar Pavilion, filled with a futuristic sci-fi vibe, witnessing the kind of top-tier luxury that could make any normal man breathless with madness. It was a massive circular underground space, decorated like an ancient Roman Colosseum, exuding a primitive, wild, and bloody aesthetic. Surrounding the Colosseum were independent floating boxes with a futuristic technological feel, each representing a powerful force capable of shaking the Xian nation, such as the highest military command, the government's mysterious dragon group, and even the Lung family, my future in-laws. Those who could sit here were all elites, terrifying figures who could dictate the future destiny of the Xian nation. At this moment, I was sitting in the most prestigious #1 Supreme box, together with the stunningly beautiful Qin Yashuan, sipping top-tier red wine worth millions and watching the extravagant scene unfold. "How is it, little brother? Isn't the view here from Sister's place quite nice?" Qin Yashuan asked with a playful smile, swirling her crystal wine glass. "Not bad, just a bit too noisy," I nodded. "Ha ha ha." She laughed so hard she almost fell over, amused by my Versailles literature. "You're becoming less and less adorable, little brother." "All right, no more jokes," she said, standing up from the leather sofa. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, pointing at the lively auction below, her voice tinged with an indescribable allure and mystery. "Welcome to the adult world, little brother. Here, money is just cold numbers. Power is the only passport. As long as you have strength, you can get whatever you want. A-grade divine weapons, S-grade techniques and combat skills, even legendary elixirs that can bring the dead back to life and heal bones. Everything is available." "Oh," I became interested. "Is there anything here that I might be interested in?" She turned around, her peach blossom eyes glinting with a teasing smile as she looked at me. "I guarantee there's something here that will definitely catch your interest this time." After arriving, I once again experienced the top-tier luxury. At this moment, dong! A bell rang in the auction hall, and a stunning woman wearing an elegant white cheongsam, with a fiery figure and a white veil, walked out from backstage. She was the chief auctioneer and Qin Yashuan's capable assistant. "Distinguished guests, welcome to the annual Tianqing auction of the Sevenstar Pavilion. Without further ado, I now declare the official start of this auction." Boom! The auction hall instantly erupted, with the big shots flushed with excitement, rubbing their hands eagerly. The subsequent auction did not disappoint. A-grade divine weapons, S-grade techniques, elixirs, everything was available for purchase as long as you had the money. The astronomical prices made my heart race, even though I had just become a 2 billionaire. How does it feel, little brother, realizing how poor you are now? Qin Yashuan covered her mouth and chuckled as she looked at my shocked and embarrassed expression. I said nothing, downing the $1 million red wine in one gulp, and vowed in my heart, one day, I, Xiao Cheng, will make the Sevenstar Pavilion my private vault. Time passed quickly, and the auction reached its climax. Distinguished guests, next up is the highlight of this auction, the ultimate treasure obtained by our Sevenstar Pavilion after exhausting countless manpower and resources from ancient ruins. Boom! As soon as she said this, the auction hall fell silent. Everyone's breathing became heavy, their eyes fixed on the central white jade platform slowly rising. Buzz, a crystal jade box protected by an energy shield appeared, inside which lay a peculiar demon core the size of a human head, emitting golden light and engraved with dragon-shaped patterns. A violent and primal dragon aura spread out, suppressing the presence of the big shots. What is this? The moment I saw the demon core, I was stunned, my mind surging with tumultuous waves. At that moment, a cold mechanical prompt sounded in my head. Detected, demon core of a subdragon species containing true dragon blood. This item is the key material for unsealing the second layer of the host's companion artifact, Dragon Gall Bright Silver Spear. Would you like to bid? Yes, 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 yes. I roared madly in my heart, troubled by the lack of materials to unseal the divine spear, and now it had delivered itself to me. Truly heaven sent. Presumably, everyone has already guessed. This is the legendary subdragon species Demon Core, containing the purest true dragon blood. Whether for alchemy or forging, it is an unparalleled treasure that can drive S-level powerhouses mad. Starting bid, 10 billion, with a minimum increment of 1 billion. The auction begins now. Boom! The auction hall instantly exploded. 11 billion, 12 billion, 15 billion. One astronomical figure after another was shouted out as if money were no object to these big shots. Just as I was about to join the bidding, a familiar, arrogant, and provocative voice came from the opposite private box. 20 billion. This demon core. The Shangwan family wants it. Shangwan family? So impressive. Why do I recall stepping on a stinking bug with the surname Shangwan just a few days ago? My voice wasn't loud, but it was like an invisible slap across the face of the Shangwan family's eldest son. His smile froze, his eyes filled with disbelief and fury. This can't be described as inhuman extravagance. It's downright insane. Beside me, Qin Yashuan, as stunning as a peerless enchantress, was so shocked by my reckless spending that her alluring almond-shaped eyes nearly popped out. Little brother, she trembled as she tugged at my sleeve, whispering, Are you crazy? That's 50 billion, not 50 bucks. Where did you get so much money? Don't worry, I smiled at her adorable, anxious expression. You don't need to worry about the money. I've got it under control. After speaking, I stood up from the leather sofa, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and looked at Shangwan Long, who was fuming with rage across from me. A cold smirk curled at the corner of my lips. I knew he was at his limit, but my performance had only just begun. 60 billion. I slowly raised my hand and uttered the number that sent the auction house into a frenzy. Boom! The auction house erupted instantly, and everyone wore expressions of shock as if struck by lightning. 60 billion? Damn, did I mishear? That country bumpkin added another 10 billion. He's insane. Across from me, Shangwan Long was dumbfounded by my move. Hearing my bid, he shuddered in fear and nearly fell off the sofa. 60 billion. Though his family was wealthy, their liquid assets barely totaled 50 billion. He was puzzled. Where did this kid get so much money? Could there be a force behind him capable of rivaling his family? Impossible. He's just a rural pest, surely bluffing. See, 61 billion. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a number beyond his limit, gambling that I wouldn't dare to continue. I smiled, looking at his pale, desperate face, full of pity and mockery. Slowly raising my hand, I spoke in a calm tone, my voice not loud, but carrying the weight of a death sentence from hell. 100 billion. Do you dare to follow? 100 billion. Do you dare to follow? The words exploded like thunder in the auction house, plunging the room into dead silence. Everyone stared at me like I was a madman, their minds blank. 100 billion? Damn, did I mishear? That country bumpkin added another 40 billion. Is he truly insane, or does he have a powerful force backing him? Shangguan Long shuddered upon hearing my bid, and with a thud, he fell off the sofa. 100 billion. His family couldn't scrape together that amount even if they sold all their fixed assets. He knew this was the Sevenstar Pavilion, where malicious bidding would lead to execution by the enforcement team. This kid wouldn't dare gamble with his life. Did he truly have 100 billion? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He muttered in despair, his eyes showing fear and hopelessness for the first time. He knew he had lost, not just the demon core, but also his dignity. From now on, he would be the laughingstock of the upper-class society in the capital. 100 billion. Once. 100 billion. Twice. 100 billion. Thrice. Sold. Bang. The sound of the gavel shattered Shangguan Long's nerves completely. Ah! He roared, spitting out a mouthful of blood before fainting with his eyes rolled back. Under the fearful and reverent gazes of the crowd, I walked up to the central stone platform and took the crystal jade box from the hands of the stunned woman in white gauze. The box felt cold and heavy in my hands, and I could clearly sense the dragon's might emanating from the demon core, as well as the excited tremors of the dragon gallant silver spear. A fine item, I smiled, storing the demon core in the system space, ready to leave under Qin Yashuan's resentful yet admiring gaze. However, just as I turned, a bone-chilling, killing intent flashed from the opposite private room, locking onto me precisely. Immediately after, an aged, authoritative voice thundered, sending shivers down the spines of the big shots present. It was Shangguan Jie, the old monster of the Shangguan family, whose strength had reached the peak of A level, with 1 foot already. Stepping into the S level threshold. Kid, you're good. Really good. I've lived for nearly 200 years and have never seen such an arrogant junior. You crippled my grandson and humiliated my Shangguan family. Fine, very fine. If you can walk out of this door alive, I'll write my name backward. A terrifying pressure erupted, causing the private room to hum ominously. Facing this death threat, I didn't even turn my head, merely glanced at the dark room and uttered 2 words indifferently. Idiot. After speaking, I walked out of the place under everyone's gaze, leaving behind an arrogant declaration. Old dog, stop barking. Clean your neck and wait for me. Qin Yashuan quickly caught up, her voice heavy with concern. Little brother, Shangguan Jie, that old scoundrel, never lets go of grudges. You were so disrespectful today. He won't let this slide. Should I send someone to escort you back? No need, I said, looking at her worried and caring eyes with a smile. A few mere pests, I don't take them seriously. After speaking, I disappeared into the darkness under her helpless yet admiring gaze. I didn't return to school or the villa. Instead, I called for a magnetic levitation flying car and sped toward the wilderness outside the city. I knew that from the moment I walked out of the Sevenstar Pavilion, countless malicious eyes were fixed on me. Rather than playing a game of cat and mouse in the city, I might as well head to the wilderness for a life and death showdown. Half an hour later, I got off the car in a desolate mountain range 100 kilometers away. The area was filled with jagged rocks and devoid of human presence, a haven for fugitives and a perfect place to bury arrogant fools. As soon as I stepped out, more than a dozen figures radiating murderous intent emerged from the darkness surrounding me. They were all dressed in black combat gear, wearing masks, exuding the ruthless aura of professional assassins. Even the weakest among them had reached the peak of C level, while the burly man leading them was at the peak of B level. Kid, you're arrogant. I admire that, but unfortunately, you must die today. The burly man stepped out of the darkness, his cold gaze fixed on me like a venomous snake. "Oh, just you lot? A bunch of pests who don't dare show their faces." As soon as I said this, the burly man flew into a rage. "You little brat, eager to reincarnate? I'll grant your wish. Get him. No merci. Bone." More than a dozen assassins charged at me like death machines, their speed swift, their strength terrifying, their coordination seamless, and their killing intent decisive. However, I didn't even lift an eyelid, too lazy to waste words. Slowly, I raised my dragon gall bright silver spear. A bunch of worthless chickens and dogs, daring to show off in front of me? Thunder Dragon Strike. Sweep across the army. Bone! I unleashed an overwhelming killing intent from within, and a crescent-shaped spear light, brighter than the sun and glowing with a purple-gold hue, erupted from me, sweeping madly in all directions. Puffed, puffed, puffed. In the blink of an eye, under the horrified and despairing gaze of the burly man built like an iron tower, his elite subordinates, capable of easily annihilating a small army, didn't even have time to let out a complete scream. Their bodies, which could withstand heavy artillery bombardment, were like paper sliced in half by my seemingly ordinary shot, turning into a rain of flesh, blood, and severed limbs. Scalding, foul-smelling blood poured down like a bloody rain, dyeing the entire desolate mountain wilderness red. What? The burly man was completely dumbfounded, watching me, drenched in the blood rain, and walking toward him like a demon god from the abyss. For the first time, fear appeared in his cold, murderous eyes. "No, impossible. These are the Shadow Guards, the most elite force of the Shangwan family, capable of going head-to-head with the military's top units. How could they be wiped out in one shot by an unknown brat? What kind of monster is he? Don't come any closer." He watched me approach, terrified out of his wits, trying to flee but unable to move. Whoosh! A golden lightning bolt flashed, and I appeared before him like a ghost. "I told you you're too weak." I looked into his eyes, filled with fear and despair, shook my head slowly, and then kicked out. Crack! The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed as his legs, capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones, were brutally shattered by my kick. "Ah!" He screamed in agony, collapsing like a pile of mud onto the blood-soaked ground. I stepped forward, placing a foot on his bleeding chest, looking down at him with a devilish, icy smile. "Speak. Who sent you?" My words exploded like thunder across the desolate plain. Lying on the ground, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He never expected that I already knew about the mastermind behind this. "I don't know what you're talking about." He gritted his teeth, struggling in vain. "Is that so? Looks like you're a tough one. Too bad I enjoy breaking tough ones." As my words fell, I stopped wasting time, crouched down slowly, and pressed my hand, wrapped in purple gold lightning, against his mask. What are you doing?" My cold gaze terrified him to his core. "Nothing much, just borrowing something from you. Universal divine thunder, soul search." Bone! A surge of tyrannical, destructive lightning burst forth, instantly breaking through his feeble defenses and invading his mind. "Ah!" His scream, 100 times more harrowing than before, echoed across the desolate mountains. Under the power of my soul search technique, he had no resistance. All his memories and secrets poured into my mind. A minute later, I withdrew my hand. He had become a corpse, bleeding from all 7 orifices, eyes wide open in death. I opened my cold eyes as if I had just finished watching a bloody 3D movie. "So that's how it is," I murmured to myself, looking at the corpse, my face heavy with thought. What I saw in his memories was far more terrifying than I had imagined. To deal with me, the Shangwan family not only sent the Shadow Guards, but also struck a dirty deal with the Shadow organization and even colluded with the evil group Pantheon. The Shangwan family, what a disgrace. I clenched my fists, killing intent surging. Initially, I only wanted to teach them a lesson, but now it seemed unnecessary. A trash family like this didn't deserve to exist. "Shangwan family, you're next." I raised my dragon gallant silver spear, my eyes filled with the judgment of death, ready to head back to the capital overnight to annihilate them. However, at that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in my mind, detected that the host is about to engage in a meaningless and foolish slaughter. System kindly reminds, with the host's current peak C-rank strength, while you can crush the Shangwan family's overt forces, if you alarm their peak A-rank elder monster, the host has a 99.9% chance of dying on the spot, soul and all. So what are you suggesting? It's simple. Upgrade. As long as the host refines the Subdragon Beast Core and unlocks the second seal of the Dragon Gallant Silver Spear, your strength will undergo a complete transformation. A mere peak A-rank elder monster will be nothing more than a flick of your finger. That makes sense. Let's begin. Without hesitation, I sat cross-legged, took out the demon core, and swallowed it in one gulp. Bone! A surge of energy, 100 or even 1,000 times more violent than when I absorbed the diluted dragon blood, exploded within me. Arg! I roared in pain, feeling as if this energy would tear me apart. Yet, I laughed maniacally and ferociously. Come on, let the storm rage even harder. I didn't know how much time had passed, but I awoke from the painful darkness, feeling as though the world had changed. I was stronger than ever before, so much so that I felt confident enough to take on an S-rank powerhouse. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the Subdragon Demon Core. Level up, current level, peak B rank. Accompanying divine weapon Dragon Gallant Silver Spear. Second seal, completely unlocked. New skill 5, Dragon's Tail Whip. I looked at my terrifying stats and smiled. Rising from the deep pit that had collapsed under the pressure of my aura, I glanced at the fleeing insects scattered around, the corners of my mouth curling into a cold smirk. Very well, now it's time to settle the score. A dark and windy night, a night for killing. The ancestral mansion of the Shangwan family in the capital. This was a renowned top-tier aristocratic estate, spanning tens of thousands of square meters and exuding extreme luxury. On ordinary days, it was a paradise envied by the common folk, but tonight, it would turn into a living hell. After my power surged, I headed alone to the Shangwan family that very night. This time, I wouldn't act recklessly. I would be a shadowy assassin, ensuring they died in despair without any warning. Whoosh! Like a phantom in the darkness, I merged into their defensive formation without alerting anyone or triggering any alarms, easily infiltrating the ancestral mansion. Like a masterful dancer, I weaved through the pavilions, pushing my perception to its limits to locate my first target of the night, Shangwan Fei. Soon, I found him in a luxurious pavilion. He was indulging himself, surrounded by women in a large bath, engaging in unspeakable water activities. The obscene scene made my innocent, inexperienced face flush red. Damn, a bunch of useless scum drained by indulgence. I sneered inwardly, preparing to reveal myself and end them. At that moment, a sleazy young man, who looked like a lackey, approached with a glass of red wine, fawning. Young Master Fei, you were incredible today, daring to go head-to-head with that country bumpkin at the Seven Stars auction. Even though you didn't get the demon core, your disdain for money and your domineering aura captivated all the beauties. Ha ha! Of course, a filthy country bug dares to challenge me? How dare he? Tonight, I'll make him pay for his arrogance. The shadow guards I sent must have already chopped him into mincemeat. By then, not only will I take back the demon core, but I'll also snatch the beauties by his side and show them my prowess. As he spoke, he arrogantly groped the girl beside him. Those seductive women were panting and casting flirtatious glances, completely captivated by Shangwan Fei's words, turning the entire bathhouse into an even more debauched scene. Listening to his foolish and suicidal declaration, I laughed, and the already icy killing intent within me boiled uncontrollably once again. Seems I overestimated you. You're not just a useless waste, but an incurable idiot. I stepped out from the shadows, the long and bright silver spear in my hand gleaming coldly under the pale moonlight. Who? Shangguan Fei's handsome face showed shock upon seeing this unexpected guest. When he recognized me, he froze completely, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Xiao Chung, how would you be here? Where are my shadow guards? They've already gone down to accompany your foolish cousin. Now it's your turn. As soon as I finished speaking, I transformed into golden lightning and appeared before him. No! He wailed in despair, trying to flee or resist, but it was already too late. Puffed. My spear pierced through his sinful heart, and blood instantly dyed the bathhouse red. Ugh! He looked down in disbelief at the bloody hole in his chest, madness flashing in his eyes. You little bastard! You dare kill me? My grandfather won't let you off. Is that so? Don't worry, I'll send him down to join you soon. With that, I flicked the long and bright silver spear. Boom! Violent thunder erupted, and before he could even scream, his fragile body exploded like a bomb, turning into chunks of flesh and blood, staining the bathhouse crimson. Ah! The terrified men and women screamed, scrambling to escape this hellish scene. At that moment, a voice filled with venomous rage and madness roared from the depths of the ancestral mansion. You little bastard! You're courting death. The voice carried terrifying power, causing several slower runners to bleed from their 7 orifices and die instantly. Immediately after, an A-level peak pressure, far more terrifying than Gao Xiaoyin's, surged into the sky, blowing off the roof of the ancestral mansion. An elderly man with white hair and beard, eyes sharp as a hawk, exuding an aura that would make even S-level experts tremble, shot out like a cannonball from the depths of the mansion. His venomous gaze locked onto me, as if he wanted to devour me alive. You little bastard, give me your life. His roar thundered through the ancestral mansion. I looked at him and smiled. Old dog, stop shouting. You're disturbing my sleep. You're next. My words were like invisible slaps across his face, twisting his expression to the extreme. You little bastard. You're courting death. Shangguan Jie could no longer suppress his killing intent, roaring as he unleashed 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Boom! Terrifying sword energy surged into the sky, lighting up the night like daytime. Tens of thousands of sword blades, condensed from Gungjin energy, rained down like a storm of death, aiming to obliterate the ancestral mansion from the map. However, facing this attack that would leave A-level experts in despair, I didn't even blink. I merely glanced at him indifferently and shook my head, saying, "Such a petty trick, and you dare show off? A frog in a well, ignorant of the vast sky." As my words fell, I vanished instantly, strolling leisurely amidst the sword rain, completely unharmed. To me, those sword blades were like cotton candy. Wah! What? Shangguan Jie was dumbfounded. His proud, killing move couldn't even touch the hem of my clothes, and his eyes were filled with shock. Old dog, your shell is quite tough, but in my eyes, it's nothing. Just as his worldview was about to shatter, I appeared behind him like a ghost, the long and bright silver spear wrapped in purple gold lightning. Thunder dragon break, heaven-shaking transformation. I thrust the spear toward his back. Not good. He tried to dodge, but it was already too late. However, just as the spear's light was about to strike, a mysterious bell chime echoed, and a bronze bell engraved with mysterious runes appeared, enveloping him inside. My attack, powerful enough to flatten a small mountain, struck the bell, leaving only a shallow white mark. An SS-level defensive artifact? Soul-suppressing bell? Seems the Shangguan family's foundation is deeper than I thought, but that's all it amounts to. I was about to strike again when over a dozen A-level peak pressures surged from all directions, surrounding me. It was the old monsters of Shangguan family who had been in closed-door cultivation. They had all been alarmed. Interesting, today I'll wipe you all out, I declared arrogantly, ready to unleash a massacre. At that moment, the voice of the ancient Thunder Dragon's soul echoed in my mind. Kid, don't act impulsively. A wise man knows when to retreat. You're strong now, but you're no match for them combined, and you can't break the soul-suppressing bell either. Run. Damn it. Though unwilling, I knew he was right. Consider yourselves lucky. I snorted coldly, transforming into golden lightning and soaring into the sky, speeding away into the darkness. You little brat, where do you think you're going? The old monsters roared furiously as they chased after me, but they couldn't match my speed. Amid their furious roars, I left them far behind, throwing out a bold declaration. Old dogs, stop chasing me. Wash your necks clean and wait for me. Xiao Cheng, will be back. After my dashing departure, the Shangwan family let out a venomous roar. Pass down my order. From today onward, the Shangwan family and Xiao Cheng are irreconcilable. After pulling off a feat that shook the capital, I returned to Dragon Soul University as if nothing had happened, whistling and humming a tune leisurely. After all, no matter how luxurious a place is, it can't compare to one's own den, especially when my den has a fiery little pepper with fair skin, stunning looks, and long legs waiting for me. As soon as I stepped into the floating villa's door, a worried and anxious voice rang out from the living room. Xiao Cheng, you still know how to come back. A dazzling figure, as fiery as a flame, rushed out in a whirlwind. It was none other than Xiao Lioli, who had been waiting for me like an ant on a hot pan. When she saw me, covered in dried, dark red blood, yet wearing a calm expression as if I had just returned from a vacation, her ruby-like eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins and glistening tears. You bastard! Do you have any idea how worried I was about you?" she exclaimed, her tears falling like broken strings of pearls as she threw herself into my arms. "Why, you bastard! You jerk! You big idiot!" She pounded her soft little fists against my chest, harder than steel, venting the fear and worry she had accumulated all night. I felt her trembling body and caught the scent of jasmine from her hair. The heart that had been frozen by slaughter and sin was instantly melted by the warm flood of emotion called being moved. Slowly, I extended my arms and held her soft body tightly in my embrace. "All right, silly girl, stop crying. I'm back, aren't I?" 10 minutes later, I casually recounted my heroic deeds of breaking into the Shangwan family, killing Shangwan Fei, and fighting against a dozen peak-level A-grade old monsters. Of course, I left out many of the thrilling details. Even so, I still managed to scare this fiery little pepper, who feared neither heaven nor earth, into a daze. Her eyes, swollen from crying, widened into perfect circles, and her small mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. "Are you serious? You really took down the entire Shangwan family by yourself, and even killed that useless Shangwan Fei?" "Yeah, he was too noisy," I nodded. Xiao Yoli was completely speechless. She stared at me, this man who spoke so nonchalantly as if he had merely squashed an ant, her eyes filled with complex emotions, reverence, admiration, and most of all, heartache. Though she didn't know the extent of the brutal battle I had endured, she could sense the danger from my tattered combat uniform, which still carried traces of sword intent. "You lunatic, do you even realize how dangerous that was? That was the Shangwan family, a force that could rival my grandfather. You went in there alone. Are you tired of living? No way. I have to take you to see my grandfather immediately." "Only he can't protect you," she declared, dragging me out in a whirlwind. Half an hour later, we arrived at Xiaojinghua's private office. The dignified elder, who should have been busy handling military and national affairs, listened to my heroic deeds. His bronze face displayed an incredibly complex expression: shock, disbelief, fear, admiration, and finally, a hearty laugh filled with pride and satisfaction. "Ha ha ha ha! Good lad, well done. You truly live up to being the grandson-in-law I, Xiaojinghua, have chosen, decisive in killing, swift in avenging, just like I was in my youth," he said, patting my shoulder with satisfaction, his gaze as proud as if he were looking at his favorite grandson. I couldn't help but twitch the corner of my mouth, feeling as though I had been tricked by this old fox. Commander Xia, about the Shangwan family." "The Shangwan family? just a decayed and corrupt tumor colluding with the Pantheon. If they're gone, they're gone. What's the big deal? Don't worry, as long as you're at Dragon Soul University. Not even the King of Heaven can touch a single hair on your head. Xiaoxingguo promised boldly. With his assurance, all my worries vanished. I could walk around the capital with my head held high. Over the next month, I entered a mode of intense self-improvement, shutting out the outside world and focusing solely on studying the wisdom of the sages. During the day, I sparred with Xia Liuli, the battle maniac, to deepen our relationship, and at night, I immersed myself in the sacred grounds of cultivation, grinding experience like crazy. My levels skyrocketed like a rocket, reaching the peak of B grade, just one step away from the threshold of A grade. However, I hit the bottleneck that all geniuses encounter. It felt like I had slammed into an invisible wall, unable to make any progress no matter how hard I tried. It seems that mere secluded cultivation won't cut it. I need a life-and-death battle, one that will push me to my limits and force out all my potential. However, before I had a chance to act, something happened that sent the young ability users of the entire Xian nation into a frenzy. Brother Qiao, something's wrong. Something big has happened. That day, just as I stepped out of the ice and fire purgatory, Fatty Wong stumbled in, practically crawling, his chubby face full of panic and fear. What happened? Did the sky fall? I couldn't help but laugh at his comical appearance. It's worse than the sky falling, Brother Qiao. Quick, look at the school forum. It's about to explode. Frowning, I opened my communicator, and a hot post pinned by countless people immediately caught my eye. The blood-red title, Mourning Our Dragon's Soul, a century of glory, destroyed in an instant, made my pupils contract. I clicked on the post. The general content was that the annual National College Ability Users League was about to begin. In previous years, Dragon Soul University had achieved 10 consecutive championships with its overwhelming strength. But this year, the main players from the last season had all graduated, and the new geniuses were no match for the competition. Meanwhile, rivals like Martial God Hall, Holy Light Sanctuary, and 10,000 Demon Academy were far stronger than us. This year, we might not even make it into the top 3, and a century of glory was about to be destroyed. Looking at this tragic and despair-filled manifesto, I laughed. The student. Council sure knows how to stir emotions. Their writing is almost as good as mine. Brother Qiao, how can you still laugh at a time like this? Fatty Wong was so anxious he was about to cry. Why wouldn't I laugh? If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. What does this have to do with us? How does it not? Brother Qiao, you're the freshman king. The school is in trouble. You can't just stand by. You should step up and lead us to glory again. I shook my head speechlessly. Fatty, you're too naive. The National College League is a battlefield for top-tier geniuses. Do you think I can beat an entire team by myself? Besides, I have no interest in collective honor for the school. I just want to quietly be a handsome guy. Fatty Wong was completely dumbfounded. He never expected me to make such a slacker declaration, and his worldview instantly collapsed. Just as he was about to spiral in his self-doubt, my playful and confident voice rang in his ears. Oh, is that so? Then doesn't that mean our opportunity has arrived? Fatty Wong was utterly stunned, his mouth agape as he stared at me in disbelief. Brother Qiao, what do you mean? It's simple. If the school can't put together a decent team, then we'll form one ourselves. Not only will we compete, but we'll also bring home the championship trophy and shut up those who want to see us fail. I declared boldly. Boom! Fatty Wong's previously sluggish brain instantly exploded, his small eyes filled with disbelief and fiery passion. Brother Qiao, are you serious? He asked, his voice trembling. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? I nodded. All right. Fatty Wong slapped his thick chest, which sounded like a drumbeat. I was just pondering about the league registration when Fatty Wong suddenly slapped his chest and shouted at the top of his lungs. Brother Qiao? From today onwards, my 300-pound life belongs to you. Wherever you point, I'll strike there. Even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, I won't even flinch. full-on loyal dog mode activated. Looking at Fatty Wong, whose eyes were glowing after being hyped up on my hot-blooded declaration, I chuckled. Oh? Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and register. Just go for it. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the Dragon Soul University League registration area. Whoa, the scene was as desolate as it could get. In the vast registration hall, there were only a few student council members sitting there with gloomy faces, sighing deeply. Not even a fly could be seen. It was obvious that the news of Dragon Soul University's league being doomed had shattered the hearts of the students. None of them dared to show up and embarrass themselves in this critical moment. They were all hiding like turtles. But just when everyone thought Dragon Soul University was about to lose in the most humiliating way possible, I showed up with my 2 hidden dragons and crouching phoenixes, making a grand entrance. The aura we exuded was like that of peerless killing gods crawling out of the depths of hell. I snapped my fingers at the student council members, who were dumbfounded by our presence, and shouted, "Register!" The council member froze for a moment, then quickly nodded and handed over a futuristic-looking electronic registration form, stammering, May I ask which club the 3 of you are representing in the competition?" Hearing this, I laughed. Club? We're not representing any club. We're representing ourselves, and we're called Starry Sky. Saying that, I boldly wrote these 2 domineering words in the club name section. When the council member saw these words, he instantly looked as if he'd seen a ghost, completely dumbfounded, his eyes filled with shock, fear, and sympathy. He probably never imagined that I, a seemingly ordinary and even slightly rustic freshman, was the same ruthless Xiao Cheng who had crushed the Heavenly Fire Alliance at the welcome ceremony, forcing Shangwan Fei to eat his shoe in public. What shocked him even more was that I dared to use this one-man army guild to participate in the Death League that even A-level experts feared. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Looking at his stunned expression, I raised an eyebrow. What? Is there a problem? He shuddered in fear and quickly replied, No problem. He didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Good, you're quite sensible. I nodded in satisfaction and was about to sign my name in the captain's section when suddenly a fiery voice filled with gunpowder rang out. Wait a minute. I turned my head to look, and sure enough, it was Xia Liuli, the feisty little pepper, storming in. She pointed at me and started scolding. Xiao Cheng, you scoundrel. How dare you not invite me to such a fun event? Are you itching for a beating? Saying that, she snatched the electronic signature pen from my hand and flamboyantly signed her name in the team member section. At that moment, the entire registration hall exploded. Everyone looked as if they'd seen aliens, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, the campus Belxia actually joined Starry Sky? What's going on here?" Before anyone could recover from the shock, a gentle and melodious voice rang out, "Count me in 2." I looked over and saw Su Mengyao, the mysterious beauty who looked like a celestial maiden, standing gracefully next to Xiao Yuli. She gave the already petrified student council member a smile, so sweet it could make one sick, and said, "Please help me sign up as well." With that signature, the registration hall erupted again. Someone screamed, "The SSSS level Heavenly Secret Saint is joined too? This is defying the heavens. What kind of divine lineup is this?" But it wasn't over yet. Just as everyone thought this farce was coming to an end, a cold and melodious voice filled with icy undertones sounded behind me. Xiao Cheng. I turned around, and there she was, Cold Yuashin, the ice-cold beauty who was supposed to be training in the martial god temple. Somehow, she had quietly appeared behind me without me noticing. She stood there silently, looking at me with a mix of resentment and dissatisfaction in her eyes. But more than anything, there was determination. She walked up to me, snatched the electronic registration form from the student council member's hand, and, right in front of me, crossed out my sign name as captain. Then, with meticulous precision, she wrote, "Captain, Cold Yuashin, and team member, Xiao Cheng." After finishing, she nodded in satisfaction, looked up at me, and, to my surprise, a stunning smile appeared on her usually icy face. She said, "Is this okay now, my team member?" Looking at her proud yet adorable demeanor, I couldn't help but laugh. Of course it works. Welcome to Starry Sky, my dear captain. Hearing my words, Cold Yueshin's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly reverted to her usual frosty expression. She ignored my outstretched hand, walked past me, and approached Xiao Yoli, handing her the registration form. In a cold tone, she said, "Sign it." Xiao Yoli, staring at Cold Yueshin, who had not only taken her man, but also her captaincy, was so furious her eyes turned red, as if they were about to shoot flames. "You!" She was just about to explode when Cold Yueshin raised an eyebrow, her gaze full of provocation. "What? Are you scared? Or are you afraid of being outshone by me, your defeated opponent, in the competition?" Hearing this, Xiao Liuli instantly lost it. "Who's scared of you? It's just signing a name. What's the big deal? I'll sign it." She grabbed the pen, scribbled her name in the team member section, and then flipped Cold Yueshin the middle finger, as if to say, "You wait, you damn woman. One day, I'll take both you and your man down." Cold Yueshin didn't even blink, turning instead to Su Mengyao. "What about you? Do I need to invite you?" Su Mengyao covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. "Of course not." She stepped forward, took the pen from Xiao Yoli, and signed her name in the team member section as well. And so the God Squad, composed of an SSS-level mythical genius, an SS-level legendary saintess, 2 S-level prodigies, and 2 D-level hidden dragons and phoenix chicks, officially assembled. The entire registration area erupted in chaos. Everyone was shouting like mad. "Oh my God, Cold Yueshin, Xiao Liuli, and the legendary level Heavenly Secret Saintess all joined Starry Sky? What kind of god-tier lineup is this? How are other teams supposed to survive? This is like using a cosmic battleship to fish in a pond." Those who had been waiting to see us fail were all dumbfounded, staring at us as if we were gods. I ignored the shocked gazes around me and looked at my 4 stunningly beautiful teammates, smiling. Although the process was a bit bumpy, the result was pretty sweet. I raised my hand and declared boldly, "All right, everyone's here. Our goal is National Championship." With only 3 days left until the National College League began, I led my Divine Squad to the top-tier S-level private training grounds at Dragon Soul University to start our grueling training. But as soon as this hastily assembled ragtag team gathered, trouble broke out. Xiao Liuli stood with her hands on her hips, her brows furrowed, pointing at Cold Yueshin as she started to rant. "I object. Why should she, an exchange student from another school, get to be captain right off the bat? I, Xiao Liuli, am the first to disagree." Her arrogant declaration echoed through the training grounds, igniting the gossiping spirits of the onlookers. Everyone was thrilled, thinking, wow, they haven't even started fighting other teams, and they're already fighting among themselves. This is way too exciting. Cold Yueshin, hearing Xiao Liuli's words, remained completely unfazed. She glanced at her indifferently and coldly uttered 6 words. "Defeated opponent. Dare to speak of courage." That did it. Xiao Liuli was utterly enraged, her eyes blazing with fury as she pointed at Cold Yueshin, ready to go at it. I looked at the furious Xiao Liuli and shouted at the top of my lungs, "Lung Yueshin, don't get too cocky. Last time I was careless. Today, I'll show you what real Red Lotus Hellfire is." As I spoke, I shook the flaming spear in my hand, the heat wave strong enough to melt steel. I was ready to take on Lung Yueshin. But then, Xiao Cheng yawned, stood up lazily from the sofa, and said impatiently, "Enough already. It's just a lousy captain position. What's there to fight over? You want it? Fine, have a match. Whoever wins gets it, and the loser obediently becomes a team member. Any more nonsense, and you could get lost." Though his voice wasn't loud, it carried an undeniable authority. Lung Yueshin and I instantly shut up. There was no choice. Everyone knew that while Xiao Cheng usually seemed carefree, when he got serious, he was someone who meant what he said. 10 minutes later, the team's solo battle began. Ice and fire clashed, turning the training ground into an apocalyptic scene. Half flames, half icy tundra. I had to admit, Both Lung Yuexin and I were combat geniuses. My fighting style was quite similar to Qiao Cheng's, a berserker who charges and strikes relentlessly. Unfortunately, I faced Lung Yuexin, a tactical master who excelled at control and rhythm. After hundreds of rounds, she narrowly defeated me, crushing my pride. For the first time, I tasted the bitterness of failure. Xiao Cheng looked at the two of us and smiled, saying, "All right, warm-up's over. Time to get down to business. From today on, I'll be in charge of all your training. My requirement is just one word: obedience." Over the next 3 days, Xiao Cheng transformed into a devilish instructor, teaching us all the techniques and experience he had freeloaded from the system. He taught Wang Pongzi to merge thick earth wall with universal divine thunder, creating the immovable thunder shield. Taught Shun Mo to combine shadow escape with the movement technique thunder dragon break, resulting in shadow kill thunder dragon flash. Taught Su Mingyao to use universal divine thunder to temper her mental sea, eliminating the backlash from her heavenly calculation. And taught Lung Yuexin and me to fuse the powers of ice and fire, creating ice and fire duel. Heaven. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under Xiao Cheng's devilish training, our starry sky team underwent a complete transformation. Our strength skyrocketed, and our eyes now radiated confidence and iron will. We were no longer a ragtag bunch, but a team of champions capable of shaking the entire Xia nation. Xiao Cheng looked at us, extended his hand, and declared with authority, "Now it's time to make those who want to see us fail taste despair." 3 days later, we arrived at the National Stadium in the capital city, the battlefield for the National College Awaken League Finals. As soon as I appeared with Xiao Cheng and my teammates, the Dragon Soul University spectator area erupted. Everyone shouted, "Holy crap, it's God Xiao. Even more handsome than the videos. And the girls around him are stunning. What kind of divine lineup is this?" The geniuses from other schools were dumbfounded. They never expected that Dragon Soul University, deemed a one-round wonder, would have such a terrifying team. I ignored the stares and looked at the surrounding teams, feeling a heavy weight in my heart. As expected of a national league, none of the teams here were easy to deal with. There was last year's third-place team, the 10,000 Demons Academy, composed entirely of transformed beasts, violent and ferocious. The Holy Light Sanctuary team, led by the mysterious son of God, Arthur, with members clad in golden armor like mythical paladins, and the championship favorite, the Martial God Hall team, whose captain turned out to be Lung Yuexin. Looking at this scene filled with monstrous talents, my blood boiled with excitement. I shouted, "Interesting! This is the life I want." Just as I was about to head to the players' seats, a voice sounded behind me. "Are you Xiao Cheng?" I turned around and saw a tall, imposing, excessively handsome young man wearing a golden dragon robe. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he stood there as if he were the center of the world, with everyone around him showing reverence and submission. But he introduced himself as Huang Fuqi, the heir of the Huangfu family in the capital, captain of the Capital University battle team, last season's league runner-up, and the #1 genius in the capital. Without even lifting my eyelids, I replied with 2 words, "So what?" He was stunned for a moment, probably not expecting my disdain, then smiled and said, "Interesting. You're the first person to dare talk to me like this, and also the last." He patted my shoulder and said coldly, "I hope you don't disappoint me too much." I smiled back and said, "What a coincidence. I also hope you can last a few more rounds under my hands. Otherwise, it would be too boring." Half an hour later, as the bell signaling the start of the match rang, hundreds of teleportation portals appeared, and battle teams from all over rushed into the virtual secret realm like mad dogs. Our starry battle team wasn't in a hurry. Lung Yuexin said, "No rush. Let them scout the way first. We'll follow behind and pick off the stragglers." Wow, what a ruthless strategy. I listened to her words, full of cunning and shamelessness, and felt completely numb. Was this still the aloof, ice goddess I knew, untouched by worldly affairs? This was clearly someone even more shameless than me, a true trickster. 10 minutes later, While other teams were fighting fiercely in the virtual secret realm, our starry team leisurely arrived. Lung Yueshin looked at the chaotic light screen and revealed a deathly cold smile on her icy face. The game has begun. As soon as she finished speaking, the five of us turned into streaks of light and charged into the bloody meat grinder. While other teams were still struggling against a D-level small monster, our starry team was like an unstoppable blade, crushing everything in our path. We tore through the outer perimeter and charged into the core area, where only B-level bosses dare to tread. I led the charge with my gun, slaying gods if they blocked me, and destroying Buddhas if they stood in my way. Any reckless beasts were blasted into data fragments by my gun. Lung Yueshin and Xia Liuli guarded me on either side, freezing enemies into ice sculptures or burning them to ashes with their abilities. Su Mingyao quietly followed behind, using her eyes that could see through everything to predict dangers and opportunities, mapping out the best scoring routes for us. As for Wang Pengzi and Chen Mo, the two hidden dragons and crouching phoenixes, they followed behind shouting 666 and cleaning up the battlefield. Our score skyrocketed on the leaderboard like a rocket. 10,000, 1 million, 10 million. The numbers left other so-called genius teams dumbfounded. They stared at the leaderboard with their mouths agape, looking at our names like we were monsters, their brains completely frozen. The world had gone mad. Our starry team, emerging from obscurity, was more ferocious than hundreds of top-tier teams combined. Was there even a point in living anymore? The central command room outside was in chaos. Those usually composed big shots were jumping up as if their seats were on fire, their eyes glued to the leaderboard, afraid to miss any major event. Someone shouted, "Am I seeing things? 1 billion? Is this a score that carbon-based life forms can achieve? Contact Heavenly Pavilion immediately. I suspect the Heavenly Gao system has a bug." A technician stared at the light screen we had overwhelmed, rolled his eyes, and fainted on the spot, foaming at the mouth. Before passing out, he cried out in despair, "Report to the director, there's a bug." The preliminary round ended in this absurd atmosphere. Our starry team took first place with an overwhelming lead, and our terrifying score directly broke the league record, unprecedented and unmatched. When the final leaderboard was displayed to everyone, the entire Xia nation fell silent. The audience was dumbfounded, then erupted into a tsunami of cheers. The name Starry instantly topped the trending searches, becoming the idolized super team of the younger generation. My teammates and I became national husbands and national goddesses, stealing the spotlight and overshadowing the three S-level super geniuses. In the central command room, those experts and commentators who had previously looked down on us were utterly humiliated, their faces swollen from the figurative slap. They wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Xia Jigua and Qin Yashuan, the two big shots, were overjoyed, proudly looking at the leaderboard. Xia Jigua even boasted to the admissions directors of other academies. "See that? This is the grandson-in-law I chose. Admit it, are you impressed?" This left the old guys fuming. In the players' seats, the genius teams we had crushed into submission stared at us like we were monsters. Lung Yueshin glanced at my smug expression, her icy face showing a mix of helplessness and affection. My fifth senior sister looked at me with fiery eyes, making my scalp tingle. I cursed under my breath, "Vixen," and prepared to leave with my teammates. At this moment, a gaze filled with battle intent and provocation locked onto me. I followed it and saw Huang Fuqi standing up. He looked at me, his eyes now serious, raised his wine glass towards me from afar, and then downed it in one gulp, saying, "Interesting, it seems I underestimated you." I smiled and said, "Is that so? I hope you'll still be this confident in tomorrow's elimination round." After speaking, I left this place where I had made my mark, swaggering away with my teammates. Late at night, in the presidential suite of the Players' Village, we gathered around the holographic projection sand table to discuss tomorrow's tactics. Lung Yueshin said, "Tomorrow, our first opponent is the Shushan Sword Sect. Their captain, Jian Wuchen, has an A-level peak strength. His Shushan swordsmanship is extraordinary, with a record of slaying S-level beasts across levels. He's not to be underestimated. Hearing this, I became interested. A sword cultivator? Interesting. Tomorrow, I'll face him and see whether his sword is faster or my gun is faster. Lung Yue Xin disagreed. You're the trump card of the team. You can't reveal your strength too early. I'll go for the first match tomorrow. Before she could finish, Xiao Liuli exploded. Leave this match to me. I've been wanting to face that sword genius for a while now, to see whether his sword is tougher or my gun is tougher. My head started to ache, and I quickly said, all right, stop arguing. It's just the Shushan sword sect. Tomorrow, we'll draw lots to decide who goes up. Fair, just and open. The two of them snorted in response. All right. The two of them acted like they were having a tantrum, each turning their heads away, completely ignoring each other as if the other was some filthy thing that would pollute their eyes with just one more glance. Watching this top-tier battlefield of tension, with the atmosphere practically spilling out of the screen, my head buzzed, and the pain grew worse. I seriously doubted whether I had formed a god squad, or just created a harem powder keg that could explode at any moment. Just as I was being tormented by this mix of frustration and a hint of sweetness, Su Mengyao's pig-slaughtering scream suddenly burst out. No. No good. The moment Lung Yuexin, Xiao Liuli, and I heard it, our hearts skipped a beat, and we immediately turned our gazes toward her. Her face was pale, her body trembling like a sieve, looking pitiful. I rushed over in one swift step, worry written all over my face, and asked, "What's wrong? Did you see something unclean again?" Before I could finish asking, Su Mingyao didn't answer, but instead opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of pitch-black blood. That blood carried an ominous aura of death, staining the high-end carpet worth millions into a dark mess, sending chills down our spines. The three of us were stunned by the scene. Su Mingyao grabbed my arm, her once clear eyes like lake water now filled with fear and despair. Trembling, she said, "I foresaw it. A shadow of death, 100 times more sinister and terrifying than the Pantheon, is rushing toward us like mad. They're here." Her words left the three of us frozen in shock. More sinister and terrifying than the Pantheon. That could only mean the legendary soul devourer cult. Meanwhile, in a hidden underground lair in the capital, reeking of sin and blood, a figure in a black robe and a demon mask was staring obsessively at a piece of classified intelligence about our star squad. His red eyes, hidden behind the mask, were filled with pathological excitement and greed, letting out a chilling laugh that sounded like a night owl. Tiske, what a delicious group of souls. 1 SSS level, 1 SS level, and 2 S levels. If I devour all of you, wouldn't I become invincible? Especially that boy named Xiao Cheng. His soul must be the most exquisite earthly delicacy I've ever tasted in my life. As he spoke, he extended a red tongue like a snake's, licking the intelligence report with my ridiculously handsome photo on it. His face twisted into a devilish grin. Then, he slowly stood up from his terrifying throne made of bones, his figure flickering like a ghost before disappearing into the darkness, leaving behind a cold, murderous command. "Pass my order. Act tonight." The night was deep, and the entire capital was as quiet as if it had fallen asleep, except for the Olympic Village at the sports center, which was brightly lit and bustling. The top talents who had emerged from the preliminary rounds were all busy preparing for the upcoming, more brutal and bloody elimination rounds. The air was thick with tension, so heavy it was hard to breathe. I was no exception, discussing tomorrow's tactics with my stunningly beautiful teammates in a luxurious presidential suite. Suddenly, Su Mingyao's terrified and desperate scream rang out again. No good. Lung Yuexin, Xiao Liuli, and I immediately tensed up, turning our gazes toward her. Her face was pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. I rushed over in one swift step, anxiously asking, "What's wrong? Did you see something unclean again?" Su Mingyao didn't respond, but opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood, staining the carpet pitch black. The three of us were terrified. Su Mingyao grabbed my arm, her eyes filled with fear and despair, and said, "I foresaw it. A shadow of death, more sinister and terrifying than the Pantheon, is rushing toward us. They're here." As soon as those words were spoken, we were all stunned. More terrifying than the Pantheon? That could only mean the Soul Devourer cult. Before we could recover from the immense shock and fear, the entire capital began to shake violently, as if struck by a massive meteor from the heavens. Immediately after, a sinister, oily black mist shot up from the ground with a whoosh, like a horde of demons escaping from the depths of the underworld. In an instant, it engulfed the brightly lit Olympic Sports Center in an impenetrable shroud. From within the darkness came waves of blood-curdling screams. "Ah, help. What is this thing? The devil has descended." What was once a paradise brimming with passion and vitality turned into a hellish landscape of death and despair. Our presidential suite was the first to bear the brunt. The walls, made of the hardest special alloy, didn't last even a second before the terrifying black mist corroded a massive hole through them. A group of figures in long black robes and wearing demonic masks appeared silently all around us, like vultures drawn to the scent of blood, encircling us completely. There was no trace of life in them, only a chilling, murderous intent and an aura of terror so intense it could make even C-rank powerhouses' scalps tingle. Every single one of them was at the peak of C-rank strength. I couldn't help but curse under my breath. Damn it! I never thought this ancient and malevolent organization, even more terrifying than the Pantheon, would take us so seriously. Sending over 100 peak C-rankers right off the bat, they're really out to kill us. At some point, Lung Yuexin and Xiao Yuli had moved to stand on either side of me. Their beautiful faces were filled with solemn determination, and their eyes burned with intense fighting spirit. Xiao Yuli glanced at the countless terrifying shadows and let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Looks like we're dying together today. Dying with a bastard like you isn't the worst way to go." Lung Yuexin coldly interrupted her. "We won't die. Not as long as he's here." As she spoke, she turned her head, her cool eyes filled with trust and reliance as they met mine. Looking at these two women, who were clearly terrified but still resolutely willing to face life and death with me, I felt a warm current of emotion melt the icy hardness in my heart. Smiling, I reached out and took their soft, cold hands in mine, one in each hand. "Don't worry," I said. "As long as I'm here, even the king of hell wouldn't dare take you." Just as I was about to make a grand gesture, a raspy, metallic laugh echoed from the darkness. The sound was so chilling it seemed to freeze our very souls, making the three of us shudder as if we had fallen into an icy abyss. We all knew the real threat had arrived. The voice said, "Finally, I've found you, my delicious little snacks." Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. "Snacks? I'm just afraid you don't have the teeth to chew us. Attack!" With that, I transformed into a streak of violet gold light and charged toward the tide of terrifying shadows surging toward us. From the darkness, the raspy voice let out a disdainful sneer. "Courting death. Get them all. Leave no one alive." With a deafening boom, a desperate and one-sided battle erupted. For the first time, my stellar team faced off directly against the legendary and terrifying cult of evil, the Soul Devourer cult. The dragon gallant silver spear in my hand became a harbinger of death. Every swing brought a storm of blood and carnage, and every thrust claimed a life. Those peak C-rank robe figures were no match for my peak B-rank strength. They were like fragile chickens and dogs, utterly crushed as I slaughtered them, leaving a trail of blood and wails in my wake. Lung Yuexin, Xiao Yoli, and Su Mingyao were not idle either. With a single thought, Lung Yuexin froze the surroundings for miles, turning those who tried to ambush me into lifelike ice sculptures. Xiao Yoli, like a goddess of war emerging from fiery hell, wielded her flaming spear, creating a terrifying sea of fire capable of melting steel, reducing the frozen, unlucky ones to ashes. Although Su Mingyao wasn't skilled in direct combat, her ability to predict the future with her heavenly calculation power made her the strongest brain of our immortal battle team. She continuously commanded from a side. Watch out. Left side. 3 o'clock direction. There are 3 illusionists skilled in mental attacks. Fatty. Right. Side. Use the Thunder Immovable Shield to block those 3 desperados preparing to self-destruct. Chen Montak. Go deal with those dark sorcerers in the rear who are chanting large-scale combination spells. Under Su Mengyao's cheat-like battlefield commands, our ragtag team of 6 somehow managed to withstand the frenzied assault of over 100 peak-level C-class powerhouses, even showing signs of counterattacking. In the darkness, a hoarse voice exclaimed in shock, This is impossible. How can a bunch of immature brats have such terrifying combat power? Especially that little girl. His blood-red eyes, filled with greed and heat, were fixed on Su Mingyao, who was sternly commanding the battlefield. Damn it! Well, I heard that guy shout SS level and heavenly calculation, followed by a sinister jie laugh, and then say something like searching high and low, only to find it effortlessly. I knew things were about to go south. He originally wanted to toy with us a bit more, but now he felt it was unnecessary. He immediately ordered his subordinates to retreat, declaring that Su Mingyao's soul was his. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, a terrifyingly explosive, evil, and bloody pressure erupted, shaking the entire presidential suite to the point it felt like it could collapse at any moment. Then, a figure wearing a blood-red luxurious robe and a bull-headed mask emerged from the darkness. With every step he took, he left behind a blood-red footprint exuding the aura of death and decay. Standing there, he seemed like the source of all evil in the world, scaring me, Lung Yuexin, and Xia Liuli to the point of shivering, as if we had fallen into an icy abyss. Damn it, this blood butcher priest turned out to be at the peak of A-level, a strength that could make C-level powerhouses despair. I screamed internally, this is bad, but it was too late to retreat. A flash of blood-red light streaked by, and that guy appeared ghost-like in front of Su Mingyao, reaching out his demonic claws toward her neck. I was furious, unleashing all the power within me and shouting, Thunder Dragon Break! Heaven-shaking transformation, thrusting my spear toward his claws. But against absolute strength, my resistance was laughable. He caught my spear with just 2 fingers, sneering disdainfully. Then, a terrifying force erupted, and I felt as if I had been hit by a divine mountain. My tiger's mouth split open, and I was sent flying backward, crashing into the wall and leaving a human-shaped dent, coughing up blood. The blood butcher priest didn't even glance at me, locking his greedy gaze on Su Mingyao again, declaring that no one could save her and that she should obediently become a part of him. I cried out in despair, but my body was too injured to move, leaving me to watch helplessly as his claws approached Su Mingyao. At the critical moment, Lung Yuexin and Xia Liuli stepped in front of Su Mingyao, shouting ice and fire duel heaven, unleashing all their power. A terrifying storm of intertwined ice and fire instantly engulfed the blood butcher priest. But with a cold snort, he tore the storm apart with one claw, sending Lung Yuexin and Xia Liuli flying like they had been struck by lightning. They crashed beside me, their fates uncertain. I screamed internally, it's over, want to perish together with that bastard, but I couldn't move at all. Just as I was sinking into despair, Wang Pengzi shouted, Thunder Shield of Immovability, summoning a golden shield to protect us. The blood butcher priest was enraged, smashing the shield with one claw, sending Wang Pengzi flying and coughing up blood. Chen Mo seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but that guy was too powerful, and Chen Mo was directly blown to pieces. Watching this carnage, I completely lost my mind, wanting to resist but unable to move as I watched the demon approach us. At that moment, the blood butcher priest pierced my shoulder with one claw, instantly dyeing my left arm red with blood. Lung Yuashin and the others cried out in worried anguish. The Blood Butcher priest laughed arrogantly, saying our struggles were like ants and that he would end our lives. But how could I just give up like that? Somehow, I stood up from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. My body was covered in wounds. My left arm was mangled and bleeding profusely, and I was in a pitiful state. Yet, my eyes burned with boundless fury and unyielding fighting spirit. Looking at my fallen teammates who had protected me, my eyes turned red, my heart bled, and my soul roared. I let out a furious roar. Get out of my way! A primordial dragon's might 1,000 times more terrifying than before erupted from me, awakening the ancient thunder dragon soul within. The Blood Butcher priest still tried to act tough, saying that an A-level ant like me dared to be insolent before him. Then, the dragon gall, bright silver spear in my hand, erupted with a purple-gold light beam brighter than the sun, illuminating the Olympic center as if it were daytime. Damn! The Blood Butcher priest looked at the sacred and majestic pillar of light and let out a desperate wail. He felt the death threat capable of crushing his soul emanating from the pillar. Run? Too late. Roar! A thunderous ancient dragon's roar echoed, and 1,000-meter-long thunder dragon, formed entirely of pure purple gold lightning, soared out of the pillar, spiraling high above the heavens. Its dragon eyes, like purple gold suns, locked onto the Blood Butcher priest, staring at him as if he were a reckless ant. The terrifying dragon's might made even S-level powerhouses tremble, instantly illuminating the darkness-shrouded Olympic center as bright as daylight, shattering the fragile pride of the Blood Butcher priest. Dragon God! When these two words escaped the Blood Butcher priest's mouth, the Olympic center fell into a terrifying silence. All the surviving black-robed figures seemed to have their throats clutched, their mouths agape, staring at the thunder dragon with eyes filled with awe and terror, their minds blank. They could never have imagined that someone they viewed as an ant like me would hide such a world-destroying trump card. How could they fight now? Run. But it was already too late. The thunder dragon let out a roar filled with pride and majesty. A bunch of bugs who sold their souls to the devil dare to act presumptuously before me. It slowly lowered its head, its dragon eyes locking onto all the black-robed figures, coldly uttering a single word. Die. Boom! The death sentence descended, and the terrifying dragon's might swept over like a tsunami and landslide. Splatter! 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 Over 100 peak sea-level black-robed figures didn't even have time to let out a complete scream. Their bodies, capable of withstanding heavy artillery shells, shattered like fragile porcelain dolls, turning into a sky full of blood and flesh fragments and wailing soul shards. The Blood Butcher priest bore the brunt of the attack. Although he was a peak A-level powerhouse, under the dragon's might that could shatter the souls of S-level powerhouses, he was utterly defenseless. He let out an unwilling roar, spat out blood, and flew backward like a broken sack hit by a divine mountain, crashing into the wall and leaving a human-shaped dent. At that moment, my cold voice echoed in his ears. Now, it's your turn. He turned back in terror, seeing me standing before him, my eyes filled with coldness and fury. He was so frightened that he stumbled and shouted, "Don't come near me! I am the Blood Butcher priest of the Soul Devourer cult. If you dare kill me, our leader won't spare you." I sneered, "Don't worry, I'll send him down to join you soon." With that, I moved my mind, and the Thunder Dragon, carrying supreme divine might, lunged at him. He let out a piercing scream, completely engulfed by the purple gold lightning, leaving not even a trace behind. Ding! The system's notification sounded in my mind. Detected host forcibly summoning the artifact spirit, ancient Thunder Dragon's soul. Severe mental exhaustion. Body on the verge of collapse. System's autonomous protection program activated. Boom! As the final mechanical sound fell, my vision went black and I lost consciousness. Before fainting, I seemed to see military vehicles flashing with warning lights like steel beasts rushing from all corners of the city. I also heard Xiaojingguo's worried roar. Quick, at all costs, bring back that kid Xiao Cheng. I don't know how much time passed. When the last scream faded and the final trace of violent energy dissipated, the Olympic Center returned to tranquility, leaving only a battlefield of corpses and blood, along with a communicator lying in the ruins, repeatedly echoing Xia Jingguo's roar. Report, General. The site has been cleared, but our casualties are heavy. What about Xiao Cheng? Life or death unknown. The battle ended, and the shocking crisis in the capital was nipped in the bud by me and Xia Jingguo. However, due to forcibly summoning the ancient Thunder Dragon's soul, I suffered severe exhaustion and fell into a deep coma for half a month. But my fame didn't diminish during my slumber. Instead, it spread like wildfire across Xia Nation. Have you heard? That freshman, Xiao Cheng, single-handedly took on the Soul Devourer cult's branch. Not just that, even the Blood Priest was defeated by him in one move. My heavens, is he even human? He's practically a monster. From today onwards, he's my idol. A god. When I woke up again, I found myself lying in the familiar top-tier military medical pod, surrounded by beautiful women. There was Lung Yuexin, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Xia Liuli, looking displeased but with eyes full of concern. Qin Yashuan, who had always cared for me like a younger brother. And Su Mingyao, whom I had privately designated as the First Lady of the Starry Battle Team. Looking at this top-tier battlefield of beauties, my head started to ache again. Ahem. I coughed twice, sitting up from this gentle paradise, and asked, how long was I asleep? Lung Yuexin replied coldly, not long, just half a month. Half a month? Then the League. Don't worry, the League was suspended when you were fighting. It's said to resume in a month. Xiao Liuli rolled her eyes at me and said gleefully, you've become famous, kid. Now, all the young ability users in Xia Nation see you as the public enemy and are planning to crush you in the elimination rounds. I chuckled. That's perfect. Save me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Xiao Liuli was so infuriated by me that she almost spat blood. Qin Yashuan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. All right, Liuli, stop teasing him. He just woke up, his body is still weak and needs rest. Saying this, she handed me a cup of emerald green mysterious liquid and said, this is the top-tier S-grade life potion Spring of Life from the Sevenstar Pavilion. It'll help with your injuries. I didn't hold back and drank it all in one gulp. Boom! A surge of immense life energy erupted, instantly restoring my depleted body to its peak, even stronger than before. This is incredible. Feeling the surging power within me, I was dumbfounded. The S-grade life potion truly lived up to its reputation. Qin Yashuan smiled and said, since you're fine now, we should leave. Rest well. We'll see you on the battlefield. With that, she left gracefully with the three beauties, leaving behind a room filled with ambiguous fragrance and me, a single guy with a headache from their antics. Before I could recover from these complex emotions, a mysterious figure exuding a cold and murderous aura appeared. He was dressed in a futuristic black combat suit, wearing a purple-gold dragon pattern mask. The aura he emitted was enough to make peak A-grade powerhouses tremble in fear. He was an SS-grade, terrifying existence. I raised my long and bright silver spear and asked, who are you? He slowly spoke, his voice cold yet confident. Don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. I'm just here to deliver a message from above. Above? Which above? An above you can't afford to provoke. Looking at this guy who was even more arrogant than me, I laughed. Go ahead. What's the message? He stared at me and slowly spoke, his voice not loud but exploding like thunder in my ears. Xiao Cheng, I am Longya, captain of the 7th Squad of the Dragon Soul Legion. The higher-ups want me to ask you, are you interested in graduating early? I looked at him, listening to his words, and laughed. Graduating early? Sounds like an interesting proposal, but I paused, a sly smile appearing on my face. I've never been one to take advantage of others, nor do I like owing favors. So, before answering your question, I need to ask you something first. When Longya heard my counter-question, for the first time, Curiosity flickered in his eyes behind the dragon-patterned mask. He said, "Interesting, let's hear it." I looked at him and slowly spoke. "I can agree to graduate early and even represent the Dragon Soul Corps in the Cosmic League, but I have one condition." He asked, "What condition?" I said loudly, "All members of my Starry Guild must join with me." As soon as I said this, the previously quiet medical room exploded. The elite members of the Dragon Soul Corps guarding the door were dumbfounded, staring at me as if I were crazy. The Dragon Soul Corps is the most mysterious and powerful ace organization in Xia country, one that countless people dream of joining. Even Wang Pengzi and Chun Mo, those 2D level hidden dragons and phoenix chicks, or even geniuses like Lung Yuexin and Xiao Yoli, who are S level and A+ level respectively, might not qualify to enter. Yet here I was wanting to bring my entire ragtag army in. To them, it was nothing short of lunacy. But who would have thought that Longyu would burst into laughter and say, "Good. Kid, you're bold, you've got guts. I like crazy people like you who value loyalty and righteousness." He actually agreed to my condition, leaving those elite members utterly stunned, their minds blank. They thought their captain had lost it. If word got out, the Dragon Soul Corps' reputation would be in shambles. However, Longya's tone shifted. "I admire you, but the Dragon Soul Corps has rules. We don't accept useless people. Every member of your Starry Guild must pass the death trial." "Death trial?" I raised an eyebrow. Xiao Yoli's face turned pale upon hearing this, and she stammered, "Captain Longya, you must be joking, right? That's a hell-level test with a 99.9% elimination rate. Sending this group of rookies is practically a death sentence." Longya replied coldly, "That's right, it's sending them to their deaths. If they can't even pass this test, they're not qualified to be teammates of Long Tianwang, nor are they fit to fight alongside us." Xiao Yoli trembled with anger and was about to speak, but I waved her off and interrupted, looking at Longya with a smile. "It's just a death trial, right? I accept, but what if I win?" Longya paused for a moment, then laughed and said, "If you can bring your hidden dragons and phoenix chicks out alive, not only will I make an exception and let all of you join, but I'll also reward you with an opportunity to enter the S-level 9-turn Thunder Dragon secret realm." Hearing this, I was overjoyed and said, "Deal. I hope your death trial doesn't disappoint me." 3 days later, we arrived at the Inferno Island 10,000 meters underground in the capital city, the secret training camp for new recruits of the Dragon Soul Corps. The square was packed with elite special forces teams from various military districts. They looked at our student-formed ragtag army with disdain and mockery, even letting out bursts of ear-piercing laughter. I ignored them, merely glancing at Longya on the high platform and spitting out 2 words, "Idiot." At that moment, a devilish instructor exuding a terrifying aura stepped onto the platform and shouted, "The trial is a battle royale. 100 teams will be randomly dropped into a simulated tropical rainforest spanning thousands of square kilometers for 3 days of bloody combat. No rules, no allies. The goal is to survive and eliminate all living beings. After 3 days, the last team standing will be the victor and a future member of the Dragon Soul Corps. The losers die." As soon as he finished speaking, the square erupted, with everyone's eyes burning with fighting spirit and a desperate desire to survive. With a sensation of spatial teleportation, our Starry Guild team appeared in the damp, decaying tropical rainforest. Wang Pengzi swallowed nervously and said, "Brother Qiao, why do I feel a bit creeped out?" I laughed and replied, "Do you? I think the air here is quite fresh, much better than the smog and exhaust fumes in the capital." Speaking, I closed my eyes and pushed my perception to the limit. Everything within a 10-kilometer radius was vividly presented in my mind. Interesting, this death trial is even more fun than I thought. I patted Wang Fatty and the others, saying, "The game has begun. Let's go hunting." Half an hour later, in the central command room, Longyu was leisurely sipping Dahong Pao tea. A technician walked in quickly and said, "Report, Captain. The trial has been underway for half an hour, and 3 teams have already been eliminated." Longyu became intrigued. "So soon?" Which unlucky ones? The technician's voice turned peculiar. It's Tiger, Falcon, and Snowwolf. Longya's hand trembled, almost dropping the teacup. You're not joking, are you? Those are the three elite ace teams of the Southern Military District. How could they be wiped out right at the start? The technician said with a mournful face. They were wiped out by that student team. Longya was completely dumbfounded and quickly pulled up the data. The Starry team was leading the scoreboard by a landslide, with terrifyingly shocking kill data. 17 sea-level peak beasts killed, 36 elite special forces members eliminated, total points 5,300. Meanwhile, the second-placed Songlong team had barely crossed triple digits. Longya cursed and pulled up the battle footage. The Starry team appeared in the tropical rainforest like prehistoric beasts on a rampage, leaving nothing alive in their wake, gods and Buddhas alike falling before them. Even as an SS-level veteran of countless battles, Longya felt his heart race, unable to help but exclaim, "These aren't students. They're clearly peerless demons crawling out of the nine nether hell." He stared at the screen, at me with my calm demeanor, his eyes showing a complex mix of emotions, shock, ecstasy, and, above all, feared he had no doubt if we kept killing like this. Let me tell you, this trial of death, originally planned to last 3 days, might not even make it past 3 hours before wrapping up early. I was just pondering whether to intervene in this one-sided slaughter with no suspense when a tech guy responsible for monitoring trial data burst in like a headless chicken, stumbling and stammering. Report, General. Something big has happened." Pointing at the massive screen, overwhelmed by the godlike slaughter data from our Starry Sky team, his voice trembled like a sieve. That student team has gone crazy. That shout was like throwing a bomb into the dead-silent central command room, instantly causing an uproar. Crazy? What do you mean? Quick, switch the screen over. Longya's voice, stern enough to drip water, exploded in the chaotic command room. The next second, the massive holographic projection screen flashed, and wow, the scene was enough to make anyone's eyes pop out. In the perilous tropical rainforest, our Starry Sky team, those 5 godlike figures, not only wiped out their opponents, but went even crazier afterward. Their greedy little eyes turned toward the virtual beasts deep in the rainforest, and a bloody massacre began. Are they even human? They're trying to slaughter their way through the trial space. The elite members of the Dragon Soul Legion were all dumbfounded, completely stunned by our team's unconventional actions. But Longya, that old fox, after his initial shock, actually showed a smile of admiration. "Ha! Good kids. Wild and crazy enough. I like these lawless maniacs. Relay my orders, increase the difficulty. I want to see where these little guys' limits lie." While chaos erupted outside, a cold mechanical notification sounded in the blood-soaked simulated rainforest. Warning! Abnormal data detected for trial participant Xiao Chung. Strength significantly exceeds preset limits, disrupting fairness and balance. Regular trial forcibly terminated, initiating highest-level divine punishment protocol. The commotion was massive. The entire simulated rainforest began to shake, the sky filled with dark clouds, and pitch-black lightning as thick as barrels roared and rolled within the clouds, as if ready to shatter the world. Watching this apocalyptic scene, I frowned and muttered, "Divine punishment? This again? Can't they come up with something new?" Just as I finished speaking, boom, a deafening explosion sounded as a terrifying creature capable of leveling small mountains fell from the tribulation clouds like a meteor. Boom! Another thunderous crash followed, shaking the simulated rainforest violently, leaving a massive crater several kilometers in diameter. From the swirling dust, a prehistoric beast emerged. 100 meters tall, covered in obsidian-like scales, a Tyrannosaurus rex, an A-level peak existence, infinitely close to S-level terror. Fatty Wong, the coward, was so scared his legs gave out, and he wet himself. Even Lung Yuexin and Xiao Yoli, those 2 fearless beauties, showed expressions of fear. This was it. How could we possibly fight this? It was pure, one-sided slaughter. But me? Not only was I unafraid, but my fighting spirit burned fiercely. Good timing. Let me see where my limits lie. I declared boldly, then pulled out the precious Subdragon Beast core from my system space and swallowed it whole. Boom! A surge of uncontrollable energy exploded within me, and I screamed in pain, feeling like I was being torn apart. At that moment, my Dragon Courage Silver Spear suddenly shot out, the dragon patterns on its shaft glowing with purple-gold divine light. A terrifying suction force absorbed the raging dragon blood within me. Crack! With a sound, the second seal of the Dragon Courage Silver Spear was unlocked, and an ancient dragon roar echoed through the heavens and earth. The spear erupted with dazzling purple-gold divine light. My divine weapon shall not be defiled by mere ants. I looked at the divine spear in my hand, transformed and reborn, with miniature thunder dragons coiling around its body, feeling its thirst for battle. All right, today we fight side by side. Let the mortal world once again feel the ancient dragon's might. Without wasting any more words, I poured all my peak B-level power into the spear, unleashing the true combat techniques of the dragon race. Buzz! A dragon's roar echoed as the Dragon Courage Silver Spear erupted with a purple-gold beam of light brighter than the sun, illuminating the simulated rainforest as if it were daylight. In the central command room, the arrogant devil instructor stared at the beam in terror, letting out a desperate wail and attempting to terminate the trial, but it was already too late. Dragon battles in the wild. Divine Dragon's Tail. I roared, swinging the spear with all my might. Boom! A crescent-shaped purple-gold spear, light, capable of leveling a small mountain, burst forth. The Tyrannosaurus had no chance to resist against this terrifying spear. Light, instantly exploding into data fragments with a soul-wrenching howl. The entire simulated rainforest was obliterated into nothingness, leaving only a massive glass-like crater with a diameter of tens of thousands of miles. The central command room fell into a deathly silence. I retracted the Dragon Courage Silver Spear, gazing at the apocalyptic scene, and then a my unscathed fist, smiling in satisfaction. Not bad. Now this is interesting. Just as I was feeling smug, a mechanical notification sounded in my mind. Warning. Trial space detected as destroyed. Trial cannot continue. Forcibly terminating death trial. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the death trial. Rating: SSS Plus, unprecedented. Rewards obtained: Honorary Major, General rank of the Dragon Soul Legion. One-time usage of the S-level Secret Realm, 9-turn Thunder Dragon. The trial ended, and our Starry Sky team unsurprisingly became the sole victors, claiming the ultimate reward coveted even by A-level powerhouses. 3 days later, outside the most mysterious forbidden zone of the Dragon Soul Legion, the S-level, 9-turn Thunder Dragon, Secret Realm, I arrived with my teammates who admired me. Fatty Wong looked at the majestic palace suspended in the void, formed by the power of thunder, and swallowed hard. Damn, brother Qiao Qiao, is this the legendary S-level Secret Realm? That's right. I gazed at the Thunder God Palace, filled with an aura of dominance and sanctity, feeling the excitement of the universal divine thunder within me and the Dragon Courage Silver Spear. I knew this was a training sanctuary tailor-made for me. All right, stop standing around like fools. The game begins. Let's embrace rebirth. With that, I was the first to step into the Thunder God Palace, filled with the unknown and challenges, and began a month-long frenzy of closed-door training in the Secret Realm with an absurdly high source energy concentration. I shared all the heavenly treasures and divine skill manuals I had freeloaded from the system with my loyal teammates. I charged into the deepest part of the Thunder God Temple alone, full of vigor and determination, ready to embark on my ultimate path of transformation. Boom! Time seemed to speed up, passing by in seconds. I sat cross-legged at the center of the Thunder Eye, formed by the purest power of the 9-turn Thunder Dragon, devouring the terrifying thunder energy like a bottomless pit. If this energy were given to an S-level expert, they would likely explode on the spot. My levels skyrocketed like a rocket from B-level peak to half-step A-level, then to A-level beginner, soaring all the way up. Boom! I successfully broke through the A-level bottleneck that had troubled me for so long, stepping into a brand new, terrifying realm. At that moment, the soul of the ancient Thunder Dragon, which had merged with me, awakened from its slumber. Its ancient and proud voice echoed in my mind. "Kid, not bad. You found such delicious snacks for me so quickly. It seems I didn't misjudge you." I rolled my eyes at it and said, "Cut the nonsense. Since you've eaten mine, you better give something back, right?" It laughed heartily. "You really don't let yourself suffer even a bit. Fine, I'm in a good mood today. I'll teach you a true dragon combat technique. Watch closely. This move is called Dragon Roar across the heavens." Boom! A torrent of information 100 times more overwhelming than before instantly flooded into my mind. While my strength was skyrocketing, Lung Yuexin and Xia Liuli weren't idle either. Under my massive resources and intense guidance, they also underwent their ultimate transformations. Lung Yuexin perfectly fused the S-level Ice Moon Heart with the Tying Mystic Ice technique I taught her, reaching A-level peak strength, just a step away from the legendary S-level. Xiao Yoli was even more impressive. Stimulated by my universal divine thunder, she awakened the ancient Fire Phoenix bloodline ahead of time, also reaching A-level peak strength. Su Mingyao's progress was even more terrifying. With the help of my universal divine thunder, she not only repaired her shattered mental sea, but also developed heavenly calculation to unprecedented levels, making her auxiliary abilities intimidating even to S-level experts. As for Wang Pongzi and Chun Mo, the sleeping dragon and young phoenix, although their talents were average, with my relentless resource investment, they both broke through to sea-level peak, enough to dominate second-tier cities. A month later, our starry team emerged from the S-level 9-turn Thunder Dragon's secret realm, completely transformed. Each of us was like a peerless weapon, radiating sharpness. I looked at my teammates and smiled with satisfaction. Now, we finally have the qualifications to compete with those monsters. I was preparing to lead the team to dominate the National College League and bring home the championship, when suddenly, beep, 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 the communicator rang with the highest level emergency communication request. The caller ID showed it was Longya. I frowned, sensing something ominous. I answered the call, and Longya's voice, as cold as ice, came through. "Qiao Cheng, return to the team immediately. There's an urgent mission." We were all stunned. I asked, "What's going on?" He impatiently replied, "Don't ask. Return immediately." "That's an order." Then he hung up. Half an hour later, we arrived at the highest level combat conference room of the Dragon Soul Corps. The room was filled with military bigwigs, their shoulders adorned with stars that gleamed coldly, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Our starry team entered, and I saluted Longya. "Report. Dragon Soul Corps Reserve 7 Squad Starry is fully assembled. Awaiting orders." Longya nodded, his gaze sweeping over us, a hint of shock and admiration flashing in his eyes. "Very well. The reason I called you here is for a mission." He pointed to the eerie forest displayed on the holographic projection screen and said coldly, "Enter the dark forest and investigate the whereabouts of 3 missing elite squads from the Dragon Soul Corps." As soon as he said this, the conference room erupted. Xiao Liuli's face turned pale as she said in horror, "Captain Longya, you must be joking, right? That's Dark Forest High, the most dangerous Grade A death rift on the outskirts of the capital. It's filled with shadow-type beasts that devour souls. Even Grade A experts face near-certain death going in there. Are you sending us to die?" Longya replied expressionlessly, "I am indeed sending you to die. If you can't pass this test, you don't deserve to become official members, nor do you deserve to fight alongside us." Xiao Liuli trembled with anger. I waved my hand and said, "It's just a Grade A rift, right? We'll take this mission." Xiao Liuli panicked. "Are you crazy?" I replied, "I'm not crazy. I just want to get my graduation certificate sooner. I turned to my teammates and asked, "Are you afraid?" Wang Pengzi pounded his chest. "Brother Qiao, wherever you point, I'll strike. Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, I won't flinch." Chenamo nodded, and Su Mingyao smiled. "As long as I'm with Brother Qiao Cheng, I wouldn't even fear hell." Looking at these teammates who were willing to risk their lives, my eyes turned slightly red. I then asked Leng Yuexin, "What about you, my dear captain?" Her face flushed slightly, but quickly returned to its icy demeanor. She only said one word, "Go." Half an hour later, fully armed, we arrived outside Dark Forest High. As we approached, a chilling aura swept over us, freezing our very souls. The depths of the rift were pitch black, like a death abyss that could swallow everything. I said, "Let's go. It's time for these vermin hiding in the shadows to feel the brilliance of starry sky." With that, I was the first to step into the death zone. We ventured deep into the heart of Dark Forest High without incident and found the cold corpses of 3 elite squads on an ancient altar. Their deaths were bizarre. No wounds on their bodies, as if their souls had been drained. On the altar was a strange white mask symbol drawn with bones and blood, emitting a chilling glow. I recognized the symbol at a glance. My eyes filled with icy killing intent. Pantheon. Pantheon. When these 3 words, filled with sin and bloodshed, escaped my lips, the entire deathly silent forest instantly became eerily quiet, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Leng Yuexin, Xiao Yoli, and Su Mingyao stared intently at the ancient altar stained with sin and blood, and the white mask emblem exuding an evil aura atop it. They could never have imagined that this evil organization, uprooted by Xia Jinghua, would still harbor malicious intent and extend its hand toward our Xia nation's most formidable dragon soul core. These damned bastards! Xiao Yuli tightly gripped her flaming spear, her knuckles turning white, and the fury in her eyes seemed capable of burning down the dark forest. "Today, I will grind them into dust." "Don't act impulsively." Leng Yuexin grabbed her, her icy face filled with solemnity and unease. "It's too quiet here, eerily quiet." I said nothing, silently observing the altar shrouded in the shadow of death. A strange feeling rose in my heart, an indescribable sense of foreboding. My intuition told me that something even more terrifying and evil than we imagined was hidden here. Regardless, let's first bring the heroes' bodies back. Understood. But just as Wang Pengzi and I were about to collect the bodies, a sudden change occurred. The blood-stained altar suddenly emitted an ominous red light, and blood-red runes surged from the depths of the altar like living creatures, transforming into blood-red chains that instantly pierced through 30 cold corpses. Not good. I wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Roar! Ow! 30 corpses that should have been lifeless suddenly stood up in unison, their hollow eyes flashing with a blood-red ferocity, exuding a nauseating coldness and deathly stillness, like death puppets crawling out of hell. What the hell is going on? Wang Pengzi's legs gave out in fear, and he wet himself. Even Leng Yuexin and Xiao Yoli, 2 fearless beauties, showed expressions of fear and solemnity. The resurrection of the dead? This was beyond their comprehension. After my initial shock, my face turned cold and violent. "Well done, Pantheon. Well done. Resurrection of the dead. You don't even spare the dead. You bastards deserve to die." I roared, and my dragon gallant silver spear emitted an angry dragon's roar. Just as I was about to send these puppets to their final rest, they charged at us like rabid dogs. "Fight!" I transformed into a stream of purple gold light and rushed forward, igniting a tragic battle against the Death Army. But as we fought fiercely against the Death Puppets, a sinister voice echoed from the darkness. Dinner is served." "Kill!" I roared again, my dragon gallant silver spear like a death god summons, each swing bringing a rain of blood, smashing the puppets into shattered limbs. But Wang Pengzi shouted in despair, "These things can't be killed." Indeed, they were corrupted by shadow energy, and no matter how much damage we inflicted, they instantly regenerated, like indestructible cockroaches. This won't work. Lung Yuexin froze one puppet into an ice sculpture, but as soon as the ice shattered, it sprang back to life and lunged at her. Her face grew grim. We'll be worn down eventually. Xiao Yuli was also anxious. She burned one puppet to ashes, but the ashes reformed into a human shape. We must find their source. Yi shouted to Su Mingo. Got it. Su Mingyao nodded, her eyes turning silver white as her SS-level, heavenly calculation ability erupted at full power, illuminating the entire altar with a powerful mental force. Found it. She pointed to the altar. Their source is beneath the altar. All right, team, let's get to work. Our starry sky, squad coordinated perfectly. Wang Pongzi roared as he activated Thunder Immovable Shield, a golden shield enveloping us. Lung Yuexin unleashed Frozen Miles, freezing the approaching puppets into ice sculptures. Xiao Yoli and Chun Imo transformed into streams of deathly light, frantically harvesting the frozen puppets. I soared into the sky, hovering above the altar, channeling all my power into the dragon gallant silver spear, and smashed it down onto the altar. Thunder Dragon Break. Open for me. A loud bang shattered the sturdy altar into rubble, revealing a terrifying underground cavern. Immediately after, a soul devourer several dozen meters long charged out of the darkness, its blood-red, beastly eyes fixed on me as if it wanted to devour me alive. Now, Su Mingyao shouted. Its weak spot is between its eyebrows. The final battle erupted. The soul devourer let out an enraged roar, unleashing shadow energy powerful enough to flatten a small mountain, aiming to tear us to shreds. Not a chance. I sneered coldly. Fatty, shield up. Wang Fatty roared again, and the immovable thunder shield appeared once more. I was completely suppressed by the terrifying dragon's aura, unable to move. It felt like with just a single thought, it could erase not only our bodies, but even our souls from existence. What the hell is this monster? Wang Fatty was so terrified he nearly wet himself, losing even the will to resist, left only to await death with wide eyes. Even the two heroines, Lung Yuexin and Xiao Yoli, were cowed under the oppressive dragon's aura, their faces full of fear, their hearts screaming, "It's over. How can we possibly fight this?" The demon dragon didn't immediately strike us down. Its soul fire swept across our faces before finally locking onto the unconscious Su Mingyao. It opened its blood-red maw and used an invisible giant hand to lift Su Mingyao, bringing her closer to its mouth. No! I screamed in despair, but my body refused to obey, leaving me to watch helplessly as Su Mingyao edged closer to death. Just as I was about to lose all hope, the demon dragon let out another soul-shaking roar, causing blood to stream from our 7 orifices. No! I roared in defiance as I watched Su Mingyao being dragged toward the abyss, unleashing all my strength to execute Thunder Dragon Strike, Dragon's Roar across the heavens. A Thunder Dragon charged at the demon dragon, but the demon dragon didn't even regard me as a threat, letting my ultimate move strike its head. Impossible. My strongest attack hadn't even cracked its bone armor. I was utterly dumbfounded. How could we possibly win? Lung Yuexin and Xia Liuli stepped in front of me, unleashing Frozen World and Crimson Lotus Hellfire, but they couldn't harm the demon dragon in the slightest. With a single burst of power, the demon dragon sent them flying, their fates uncertain. Seeing this devastation, I fell into complete despair. At that moment, the soul of the ancient Thunder Dragon awakened. Its proud voice echoed in the depths of my soul. Kid, don't lose hope. I was overjoyed. Old thing, do you have a plan? It snorted coldly. A mere mongrel loach dares to act so arrogantly. If I weren't weakened, I'd have crushed it already. My mouth twitched. All right, enough boasting. Just tell me what to do. It said, this beast's physical body is invincible, but its soul is its weakness. The blood-red crystal between its eyebrows is the core of resentment. Inject the universal divine thunder to purify it, and it'll be done for. Hearing this, a flame of hope ignited within me. All right, today you and I will fight side by side and slay this loach. I stood up and rallied my teammates. Lung Yueshin asked what I was planning. I replied, slay the dragon. The battlefield erupted at my words. Wang Fatty nearly fell to his knees in fear. Brother Qiao, are you insane? That's an abyssal demon dragon. I said, with just us, I have a plan to turn the tide. After explaining the plan, everyone looked at me as if they'd seen a ghost, thinking I was crazy. Wasn't this just a suicide mission? I asked, are you afraid? After a moment, Wang Fatty burst into laughter. Afraid of what? Even if we die, we'll take a chunk out of this beast. Wang Pengzi's heroic roar exploded like thunder across the deathly silent battlefield shrouded in fear and despair, instantly reigniting the extinguished fighting spirit of the Star team. That's right, it's just an ugly lizard. Nothing to be afraid of. Xiao Liuli wiped the dried blood from the corner of her mouth, her face full of disdain. Let's just do it. Lung Yueshin nodded briefly, her cold eyes filled with determination. Good. I looked at this group of comrades who disregarded life and death and smiled. Since none of you fear death, let's go big and let the mortal world once again witness the supreme glory of Star. As soon as I finished speaking, I gave the order, move. A tragic and fierce team battle erupted. Wang Pengzi and Chun Mo charged at the demon dragon like cannonballs, trying to buy us time to attack with their flesh and blood. Courting death. The demon dragon sneered disdainfully, releasing a soul shockwave with a single glance that could level a small city. But Wang Pengzi and Chen Mo did not retreat. Wang Pengzi activated the Thunder Immovable Shield, while Chen Mo unleashed the Shadow Kill Thunder Dragon Flash. Chen Mo's dagger stabbed fiercely into the demon dragon's eye socket, causing it to howl in pain and rage. It unleashed terrifying abyssal magic, shattering Wang Pengzi's shield instantly. The two of them were sent flying like ragdolls, their fates uncertain. Pengzi, Chen Montak, I shouted in despair. At this moment, Lung Yueshin and Xiao Liuli appeared beside the demon dragon at some point. They burned their life force without hesitation, unleashing the forbidden combined technique, ice and fire duality array. A massive Taiji diagram appeared, trapping the demon dragon within. Hurry, we can't hold on much longer. Xiao Cheng, kill it. Lung Yueshin cried out in anguish. I went berserk, pouring all my power into the dragon gallant silver spear, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the demon dragon. Wait, Su Mingyao's weak voice echoed in my soul. It's not enough yet. Its vital point hasn't fully exposed. Wait a little longer. I gritted my teeth, feeling Su Mingyao's faint life force in my arms. She used her trust that transcended life and death, and her heaven-defying ability to deduce a chance of survival for me. Ugh! Su Mingyao coughed up another mouthful of blood, her face pale as paper, but her eyes shone with brilliant divine light. Now, its forehead, 3 o'clock direction. There's a 0.01 second opening. I smiled and said to Su Mingyao in my arms, well done. Don't worry, leave the rest to me. I placed her down gently, stood up, and looked at the struggling demon dragon and the pale faces of Lung Yueshin and Xiao Liuli. My heart bled. Ah! I roared in fury, channeling all my anger, unwillingness, and hope into the spear, unleashing the ultimate killing move that combined the essence of universal divine thunder, ancient dragon soul, and thunder dragon break. This is impossible. The demon dragon screamed in terror, trying to flee, but it was too late. Thunder dragon break, divine punishment. I hurled the spear, and a streak of purple-gold destructive light flashed, striking the blood-red crystal on the demon dragon's forehead with precision. Crack! The crystal shattered instantly. The demon dragon let out a piercing wail as its massive body plummeted from the skies, creating a huge crater upon impact. Lung Yueshin and Xia Liuli also collapsed, unable to hold on any longer. I rushed forward to catch them. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, you won't die. I poured S-grade life potions into them. I don't know how much time passed. The last wail faded. The final energy dissipated, and the dark forest was reduced to a deathly silence. The demon dragon took its last breath and collapsed with a thunderous crash. The battle was over. This crisis that shook the Xia kingdom was resolved by the Star team at a devastating cost. We won. Though the victory was tragic, it was still a victory. I knelt on the ruins, gasping for breath, my body covered in wounds deep, enough to expose bone, and the power of the universal divine thunder within me completely exhausted. My whole body protested, my muscles aching, barely able to stand, yet a radiant smile spread across my face. Looking at my teammate, whose complexion was gradually reddening and who had fallen into a deep sleep under the nourishment of the S-grade life potion, I knew I had protected my brothers, my woman, and that ridiculous yet damned justice. Worth it. I smiled, ready to get good sleep. Just then, a strange buzzing sound emanated from the corpse of the demon dragon. A wisp of demon dragon remnant soul and a piece of abyssal stone tablet slowly rose, exuding an ancient, desolate, and terrifying aura that enveloped the entire dark forest. What the hell? What's going on? Did it drop loot? I couldn't help but curse. The system prompt sounded timely, asking if I wanted to devour the demon dragon remnant soul and pick up the abyssal stone tablet. I screamed yes in my mind, but just as I was about to pocket them, the air raid siren blared and military vehicles surrounded the area tightly. Clearly, Longya had brought reinforcements. Damn it, I cursed under my breath, quickly grabbing the demon dragon remnant soul and abyssal stone tablet, hoisting my teammate, and attempting to flee. But it was too late. Longya appeared before me, blocking my escape route. He was so shocked by the scene before him that his jaw dropped, unable to believe that someone like me, whom he considered not even A-grade, had soloed the terrifying abyssal demon dragon. "Was this all you're doing?" he asked, his voice trembling. I said nothing, looking up at the night sky, my heart a mix of emotions. I knew that from today onward, I would bid farewell to the novice village and embark on a more brutal and bloody path of slaying gods. It's over, and it's time to begin, I murmured to myself. After absorbing the demon dragon remnant soul, my strength skyrocketed, reaching the peak of A-grade, and I unexpectedly awakened the ultimate weapon soul within the dragon gallant silver spear. A proud and dignified elderly voice echoed deep within my soul, attempting to seize control of me. Courting death, I was furious, unleashing universal divine thunder to drown his soul in a surge of power. He was horrified to discover the aura of Genesis divine thunder within me and asked who I was. "I am your master," I said with a smile, transforming my divine soul into a giant net to envelop him. A minute later, I opened my eyes and told him to call me Little Dragon from now on. Though he was resentful and unwilling, he ultimately submitted. I demanded he reveal his origins, and it turned out he was an ancient thunder dragon, the Thunder God King, who had fallen 10,000 years ago. His remnant soul had been residing in the spear, awakened by the demon dragon remnant soul. I got myself an S-grade fighter for free and inherited the mantle of the God King. I was ecstatic, but the old monster dampened my excitement, saying I was still no match for true powerhouses and had even offended the heavenly Gao. I thought of the heavenly punishment in the secret realm of the college entrance exam and the S-grade Tyrannosaurus in the death trial, shaking my head helplessly, yet feeling that this was what made it interesting. The old monster decided to teach me the Dragon Clan's forbidden secret, dragon battle in the wild. A terrifying stream of information flooded my mind, and I lost consciousness amidst pain and ecstasy. Before passing out, I heard a familiar voice calling out to me. The old monster tried to tempt me into offering my soul, but I sneered at him disdainfully. He unleashed his dragon might in anger, attempting to erase me, but I unleashed universal divine thunder with all my might. He was horrified to discover the aura of Genesis divine thunder within me, and I once again declared that I was his master. As I turned around, I saw a mysterious figure silently appear amidst the raging flames behind me. He was dressed in a white robe and wore a pure white, eerie mask devoid of facial features. He stood quietly in the sea of fire capable of melting steel, yet remained unscathed and spotless, as if he was the eternal existence of this world. It's him. My pupils contracted as I recognized the familiar figure, a flash of killing intent passing through my eyes. Wasn't this the cleaner from the Pantheon? The one I had previously crippled, searched his soul, and killed? And now they've sent another one, stronger this time. From him, I felt a deathly threat that could terrify even an A-level peak expert, half-step S-level. Who are you? I raised my Dragon Gall bright silver spear and asked coldly. He let out a piercing metallic laugh. I am the one here to take your life and your new master. New master? You, a bug who doesn't even dare show his face? Courting death. As soon as I said this, he was enraged. His figure transformed into a pale streak of light, rushing toward me at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of me, a bone blade forged from white bones slashing fiercely at my skull. Petty tricks, I sneered, meeting the bone blade with a punch. With a thunderous boom, the ruins of the Gao family shook violently. His bone blade, capable of cutting through S-level divine weapons, was shattered into bone powder by my punch. He himself was struck as if by lightning, flying backward and crashing into a massive pit. Well, what? He climbed up, staring in disbelief at his mangled right arm, then at me, his eyes filled with fear. I told you you're too weak. As soon as I finished speaking, I transformed into golden lightning and appeared before him, piercing his heart with my spear. You brat, how dare you kill me? I am a warlord under the heavens' wrath monarch of the Pantheon. He won't let you go, he roared unwillingly. Is that so? Don't worry, I'll send him down to join you soon. I shook my spear, unleashing a violent, thunderous force. His body exploded like a bomb. I turned around, looking at the even more terrifying, unfathomable black-robed figure behind me, a cold smile curling at the corner of my mouth. You dare touch my people? I knew that from today onward, there would be no more Shangwan family in the capital, and no one would dare act recklessly in front of me. I could finally deal with my personal grudges. Half an hour later, I arrived at the headquarters of the King Snake mercenary group on the outskirts of the capital. This King Snake had previously clashed with me, and after fleeing here, he had formed an even larger and more ruthless team, even threatening to dismember me. Seems the last lesson wasn't enough. I stormed into their lair, shattering the several-meter-thick mountain gate with a single strike of my spear. Enemy attack. Sound the alarm. The mercenary group descended into chaos, the outlaws surrounding the mountain gate tightly. I walked out of the smoke and dust, coldly asking, "Where's King Snake? Tell him to come out and die." A one-eyed, burly man shouted defiantly, and with a casual strike of my spear, his head flew off. Anyone else? I looked at the group of stunned men, and the place instantly fell silent. Stop! King Snake emerged from the depths of the stronghold, shocked to see me. Who are you? He asked, trembling. I'm the one here to take your life. My words thundered, and King Snake collapsed to his knees, begging for mercy. Too late. I ended him with a single strike. With everything settled, I exhaled deeply, marking the bloody conclusion of my journey in a novice village. But just as I was about to leave, a chilling, killing intent enveloped me. A mysterious figure wearing a demon mask and a black robe appeared, blocking my retreat. My heart tightened. This was an S-level, terrifying existence. Who are you? I asked coldly. He slowly raised his head, his icy gaze locking onto me. I'm the one here to take your life, and also... He paused, his voice hoarse like metal scraping. I am one of the 12 round table knights of the Pantheon, Ghostface. Pantheon S-Class Assassin, Ghostface. Hearing these names filled with the aura of death and despair, my heart instantly sank. I never expected this evil organization to value me so highly, sending an S-class powerhouse to hunt me down. They were determined to push me to the brink of death. Kid, are you Xiao Cheng? Ghostface let out a piercing cold laugh. So young yet so powerful, and you even destroyed our Pantheon bases in Donghai City and Beijing. You're quite impressive, but unfortunately, today you must die. Is that so? Just you, a cowardly insect who doesn't dare show his face? Courting death. As soon as I said this, Ghostface was enraged. His figure transformed into a pitch-black streak of light, rushing toward me at a speed 3 times faster than mine. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of me, wielding a ghostly blade emanating death and decay, slashing down at my head like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Good timing. Let me see how strong an S-class powerhouse really is, I shouted, charging forward to meet him head-on, unleashing Thunder Dragon Break and Dragon Roar across the skies, smashing my spear fiercely against the blade's light. However, faced with the disparity in strength, my struggle was futile. With a loud bang, my strongest attack was shattered by his blade. I felt as if struck by lightning, blood spurting wildly as I was sent flying backward, crashing into the alloy wall and leaving a human-shaped dent. Impossible. I looked at my mangled right arm, and then at Ghostface, my eyes filled with despair. How could I fight? We weren't even on the same level. Ha 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 ha. Ghostface laughed arrogantly as he looked at my heavily injured state. Kid, now you know your limits. Too bad it's too late. Dead men don't need to know too much. Saying this, he transformed into a streak of light again, appearing before me and raising his ghostly blade to erase me from this world. At that moment, stop. The voices of Lung Yuexin, Xiao Liuli, Su Mingyao, and Qin Yashuan rang out as they resolutely stood in front of me. Courting death. Ghostface sneered, mercilessly slashing down with his ghostly blade. It was over. This time it was truly over. I was utterly hopeless. But just then, Pantheon scum. How dare you touch someone from Xia Nation? Xia Jinghua's furious roar descended from the heavens, and a golden sword light, like the sword of divine judgment, slashed toward Ghostface. Xia Jinghua, why are you here? Ghostface screamed in terror. Your life is mine. Xia Jinghua coldly declared, and an epic S-class battle erupted, shaking the heavens and earth, plunging the sun and moon into darkness. In the end, Ghostface fled in disgrace, transforming into a mist of blood after losing an arm, leaving behind a venomous roar. Xia Jinghua, Xiao Cheng, just you wait. Pantheon won't let you off. Meanwhile, I succumbed to my severe injuries and mental exhaustion, my vision darkening as I fainted. Before losing consciousness, I seemed to see the beauties crying as they ran toward me, and I heard Xia Jinghua's fearful yet relieved sigh. This time, I owe you another life. Kid, are you Xiao Cheng? You killed so many of my Pantheon people. Today, I'll use your blood to honor them. Ghostface's death sentence thundered. Honor them? Just you, a cowardly insect who doesn't dare show his face? Kill, I roared, transforming into a streak of purple gold light to meet him. Courting death. Let me show you true despair. Ghostface sneered, transforming into a pitch-black streak of light and slashing down with his ghostly blade. Good timing. Let's see how strong an S-class powerhouse really is. I shouted, unleashing Thunder Dragon Break, Dragon Roar across the skies, the Thunder Dragon crashing into the blade's light with divine might. But I still underestimated the strength of Pantheon and an S-class powerhouse. My ultimate move was shattered by a single slash, and I was severely injured again, sent flying backward and crashing into the wall. Impossible. I was filled with despair. This was simply unwinnable. Ghostface laughed arrogantly. Kid, now you know your limits. Too bad it's too late. Dead men don't need to know too much. He then raised his blade to strike me again. No. I roared in defiance, enduring the excruciating pain and unleashing all my power. Using Thunder Dragon Break, Divine Dragon's Tail, my spear clashing fiercely against his ghostly claw. But the gap in strength was too great, and my killer move was crushed again. I spat blood and was sent flying once more. Ghostface didn't even glance at me, his gaze fixed on the beauties. A group of fine little beauties. I'll deal with this kid and take you back as collectibles. As he spoke, his ghostly claw reached for my heart. It's over, truly over this time. I fell into despair, but I didn't give up. I unleashed all my trump cards and experience, fighting him to the death. Though I was repeatedly defeated and covered in blood, my fighting spirit remained sky high. The ghost-faced figure's eyes were filled with such venomous hatred that it seemed almost tangible. Xiaojinghua stood proudly in the void, holding a giant sword, and coldly said, as if addressing a lamb to the slaughter, "Ruthless? Against inhuman beasts like you, I only regret not being ruthless enough. Today, you will leave your life behind." With that, he raised the giant sword again, an even more terrifying and sharp sword intent gathering as he shouted, "Slash!" The golden sword light transformed into a 10,000-meter golden dragon, carrying supreme dragon might as it charged toward the heavily injured ghost-faced figure. This strike was certain death. "No, I can't die." The ghost-faced figure, sensing the aura of death, went completely mad. He knew that if he didn't fight with everything he had, he would perish here. Desperately, he roared and unleashed blood sacrifice. 10,000 ghosts escape. In the shocked gazes of Xiaojinghua and me, with a boom, his body exploded into a sky full of blood mist. Each droplet of blood mist seemed to have a consciousness of its own, fleeing in all directions. Xiaojinghua's sword slashed fiercely into the blood mist, evaporating most of it, but a small portion of the essence blood managed to escape using the secret technique, coalescing into a faint, blood-colored phantom. Although its aura was weak and it seemed on the verge of dissipating, he had ultimately survived. "Xiaojinghua, Xiaocheng, just you wait. The grudge of today, my Pantheon will remember. None of you will escape." The blood-colored phantom stopped 1,000 meters away, turned back, and stared at us with venomous, crazed eyes, uttering a malicious curse before transforming into a streak of bloodlight and disappearing into the dark horizon. "Escaped." Xiaojinghua frowned slightly and sighed. The life-saving methods of an S-rank powerhouse are truly troublesome. He sheathed his giant sword, descended from midair, and quickly walked over to me, who was covered in blood. His face showed worry and concern as he reached out to support me, but hesitated to touch my wounds. He asked, "Kid, are you all right?" "I'm fine." I tried to smile, but the endless exhaustion and searing pain made my vision go black. I knew I had reached my limit. An S-rank assassin strike was not something I could withstand. If it weren't for my abnormal B-rank physique, I would have been dead already. "Thank you, old man." I used the last of my strength to say these words before my vision went completely dark and I passed out. As my consciousness faded, I was filled with gratitude and helplessness, thinking, this time I owe you my life again. 3 days later, I woke up in the VIP ward of the military district's general hospital. After this sleep, not only had my injuries healed, but my aura had also become more refined through the ordeal of life and death, stabilizing at mid-level A rank. I sat up and clenched my fist, feeling the surging power within me, and smiled confidently. This time, it was truly a blessing in disguise. Before I could fully adapt to my newfound strength, the door to the ward was pushed open. Xiaojinghua walked in with his orderly, his face beaming as he said, "Kid, stop being so smug. Tonight, there's a celebration banquet for you at the Dragon Soul Hotel. All the prominent figures in the capital will be there. As the guest of honor, don't be late and make a fool of yourself." At 7 p.m., the Dragon Soul Hotel was brightly lit and luxury cars were gathered in droves. I walked into the banquet hall wearing a crisp military dress uniform, adorned with the Guardian of the City purple gold medal. All eyes were on me, filled with awe, admiration, and envy. "Look, it's Xiao Cheng, Major General Xiao. He looks even more handsome in person, and his aura is incredible. I heard he single-handedly fought An S-rank demon. That's insane. As soon as I appeared, the banquet hall erupted. The heads of noble families and tycoons swarmed around me, as if they had seen there. Long-lost father, showering me with flattery. I smiled and dealt with this hypocritical world of fame and fortune, but the real crisis was just beginning. Make way. Xiao Yuli strode over in a fiery red evening gown, exuding sensuality. Without a word, she grabbed my right arm, glanced around at the socialites and noble women, and declared her claim. Xiao Cheng is my dance partner. No one else can have him. Before I could react, my left arm suddenly felt a chill. Lung Yuexin, dressed in an icy blue gown and looking like a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, stood on my left. She said nothing, but her hand clutched my arm tightly. One on the left, one on the right, one fiery and one icy. I was under immense pressure. At this moment, Qin Yashuan, wearing a purple high-slit Chong Sam, walked over gracefully, followed by a servant carrying a brocade box. Ignoring the two women beside me, she adjusted my collar and smiled, saying, "Little brother, congratulations on your discharge. This gift is worth over $1 billion. Enjoy it as you please." Over $1 billion? The surrounding guests gasped. Lung Yuexin and Xiao Yoli's gazes were sharp, and sparks flew in the air. Brother Xiao Cheng. Su Mingyao walked over pitifully with the help of a maid. "I'm feeling dizzy. Can you support me?" Her watery eyes looked at me, and I instinctively wanted to reach out, but there were cold snorts from both sides at the same time, leaving my hand frozen mid-air. A terrifying atmosphere formed in the center of the banquet hall. This was the legendary battlefield of love. The rest of the banquet was pure torture for me. Xiao Yuli fed me shrimp. Lung Yuexin blocked it and served snow lotus shoots instead. Qin Yashuan brought over nourishing soup, and Su Mingyao called for water. Sitting at the main seat, cold sweat poured down my face, more than when I fought for my life against an S-rank powerhouse. The surrounding guests kept their distance, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, hatred, and schadenfreude as they watched the drama unfold. Would you want this kind of blessing? I lamented internally. If this continued, I was going to be tormented to death. I'll eat first. I need to use the restroom. I found an excuse to get up, used my movement technique to escape the banquet hall, and only stopped when I reached the open-air balcony. Phew! Leaning against the railing, I took a deep breath of the cool air, finally feeling alive again. Women are terrifying, 100 times scarier than abyssal dragons. Looking at the city lights, I smiled bitterly. This so-called blessing of having many admirers was not easy to enjoy. Well, if it isn't the great hero, Major General Qiao. Wang Pengzi's teasing voice came from the shadows. I turned around to see him squeezed into a wrought-tan chair like a mountain of meat, gnawing on a roasted turkey leg, grease dripping from his mouth. Chen Mo sat ghost-like on the railing, holding an unopened bottle of strong liquor, with a rare hint of a smile on his face. "You two bastards," I cursed with a laugh, snatching the bottle and taking a swig. The spicy liquor washed away my fatigue and awkwardness. Refreshing. I sat down next to Wang Pengzi and complained, "You guys are relaxing out here while I suffer inside." Suffer. Wang Pengzi was indignant, tossing aside the turkey leg bone and glaring at me with his beady eyes, full of righteous anger. "Brother Qiao, how can you say that? 4 top-tier beauties fighting over you, and you call that suffering? Do you know how many men out there dream of being in your shoes? This is a case of the starving to death, while the overfed complain." He even exaggeratedly pounded his chest, looking as if the heavens were unjust. "Yeah, right." I rolled my eyes at him. "Would you want this kind of blessing?" Wang Pengzi froze for a moment. Then, recalling Lung Yuexin's sword aura, Xiao Liuli's flames, Qin Yashuan's gentle yet sharp demeanor, and shuddered. He shook his head like a rattle drum. "No way. Absolutely not. I want to live a few more years with my 300 pounds of flesh. This kind of gods fighting is something only you, Brother Qiao, can handle." Chen Mo, sitting to the side, let out a short, soft laugh. Chunmo's light chuckle was full of disdain for Wang Fatty's cowardly demeanor. What are you laughing at? Wang Fatty was furious with embarrassment. Don't act cool either. Could you not be scared in that situation just now? Chunmo said nothing, silently raised his bottle and clinked it with mine, saying, "Being alive is good." Just those 4 words made my heart tremble fiercely. Yes, being alive is truly good. Thinking back over the past few months, I went from being a ridiculed de-level waste in Donghai City to becoming the guardian of the city, renowned in the capital. From the despair of the awakening ceremony to the deadly battles in the dark and eerie Sungao, I hovered on the brink of death countless times. If it weren't for these 2 brothers who entrusted their lives to me and never abandoned me, I, Xiao Cheng, would have long been reduced to bones, unable to complain about too much romantic luck. To being alive, I raised my bottle, my voice low. To brotherhood, Wang Fatty put away his playful grin and solemnly raised his wine. To the stars, Chen Mo spoke concisely. Clink. The 3 bottles collided heavily under the night sky of the capital. It was a man's promise, a life-and-death pact. After a few bottles, the atmosphere lightened. Wang Fatty, with wine and meat, had no worries left. Leaning on the railing, he pointed at the dense crowd below and sighed. "Brother Chiao, look, all those people are here for you." I followed his gaze. Outside the Dragon Soul Hotel, fans and media surrounded the entrance tightly, flashlights lighting up the night sky as bright as day. Girls holding signs reading, "Xiao Cheng, I love you," screamed my name. The scene was crazier than a superstar concert in the old days. Sigh. I looked at the scene and sighed with Versailles-style distress. Fatty, being too outstanding is a sin. I used to be poor, but could freely eat street food. Now, I can't even go out to buy cigarettes without wearing sunglasses and a mask, and I have to guard against being forcibly kissed. A life without privacy is too painful. Wang Fatty looked at my annoying expression, his mouth twitching, gritting his teeth as he said, "Brother Chiao, stop pretending. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist regicide." Ha ha ha. I laughed at his constipated expression, the laughter carrying the wildness and recklessness of youth. Yes, we're only 18, the age of boldness and adventure. With brothers by my side, what challenges lie ahead that we should fear? After the jokes, the topic returned to serious matters. Chun Mo broke the silence, his cold voice calm and composed. "The Gao family and Shengwan family are finished, but the trouble isn't over." I restrained my laughter, my expression turning serious as I nodded. "I know. The Pantheon and Soul Devourer cult, though their branches in Donghai City and the capital have been uprooted, it's just a drop in the ocean for them. Especially Ghostface, that guy is a major threat." The terrifying figure of Ghostface appeared in my mind. He had endured several strikes from Xia Jinghua in the Dark Sun Gao and ultimately self-destructed to escape. S-level strong individuals have tenacious vitality. Though he's severely injured and lost an arm, once he recovers, he'll seek revenge on me, you, and Starry Sky. I said gravely, the temperature in the air seeming to drop. Wang Fatty shrank his neck, his drunkenness dissipating. "What do we do then?" he asked worriedly. "Hide?" The word hide doesn't exist in Xiao Cheng's dictionary. There's no such thing as 1,000 days of guarding against a thief. Strike while he's weak and finish him off. I crushed the bottle in my hand, blood and wine dripping down, killing intent surging. Wang Fatty and Chun Mo were startled, knowing I had made up my mind. At that moment, the sound of high heels broke the silence. Qin Yashuan rushed out with a worried expression, her communicator flashing a glaring red light. "Sister Qin, what's wrong? I sense something bad." Qin Yashuan quickly walked up to me, speaking urgently and gravely. "Stop hiding, little brother. Something's happened. The Dark Division has sent intelligence. They found traces of Ghostface." Boom! Her words ignited the explosive barrel in my heart. My pupils contracted, my aura reaching its peak. "Where?" I stared at Qin Yashuan, my voice icy. Qin Yashuan handed me the communicator, the screen flashing a scarlet coordinate. "Deep in the Sunset Mountain Range, outside the capital, an abandoned secret mine. Hearing Ghost Face, my smile faded, the drunkenness replaced by killing intent. Where? I stared at Qin Yashuan, my voice low. Fatty Wong crushed the chicken leg bone and cursed. Damn it, that old dog finally showed up? Chun Mo directly drew his blade. This isn't the place to talk. Follow me to the top floor private room. Qin Yashuan's expression was grave. 3 minutes later, we arrived at the top floor private room. Qin Yashuan pressed the communicator button, and a holographic projection screen unfolded, displaying a map of the area surrounding the capital. In the southwest corner, deep within the Sunset Mountain Range, a scarlet light point flickered. This is the Sunset Mountain Range, a notorious, dangerous area. I recognized it at a glance. That's right. Half an hour ago, the Sevenstar Pavilion's detector captured unstable S-level energy fluctuations, with a frequency identical to Ghostface. Qin Yashuan said, as she pulled up a data chart. However, something seems off. She pointed at a black curve. Besides the mechanical source energy from the Pantheon, there's also a cold and obscure energy, filled with resentment and the aura of death. I leaned closer and blurted out, "It's the Soul Devourer cult." Fatty Wong jumped in fright. At that moment, Lung Yuexin and Xiao Yuli entered. Lung Yuexin said, "This means the Pantheon and the Soul Devourer cult have joined forces." As soon as she said this, the air in the private room froze. The Pantheon possesses top-tier biological modification technology, while the Soul Devourer cult has eerie soul-related secret techniques. The consequences of their collaboration are unimaginable. No wonder Ghostface could disappear. Turns out the Soul Devourer cult provided support. Xiao Yuli slammed the table and gritted her teeth. "This is trouble." Qin Yashuan sighed. I stood up, staring at the light point, my killing intent surging. Trouble? This is a great opportunity. While Ghostface is severely injured, we can take out their base and kill him. Problem solved. Or should we wait for them to recover and create a monster army to come after us? Exactly. Xiao Yoli's fighting spirit burned brightly. Let's do it. Fatty Wong slapped his thigh. Chun Mo silently stood behind me. Qin Yashuan shook her head helplessly, but had a hint of admiration in her eyes. I can't stop you guys. I'll prepare the equipment and aircraft, ready to depart at any time. Thanks, Sister Qin. I grinned and waved my hand. Star Team, assemble. Target, Sunset Mountain Range, move out. At that moment, Su Mingyao stood up, her voice sharp. Wait. I turned back and saw her staring at the coordinates, her eyes filled with bloodshot terror, her body trembling, clutching my hand tightly, her nails digging into my flesh. Something's wrong. These coordinates are very wrong. I can feel an immense, evil resentment there. Let me tell you, the scene at that time was absolutely insane. Su Mingyao, that girl, was fine at first, but suddenly she looked like she had seen a ghost. She swallowed hard, her voice trembling like a sieve, and said, "Who understands, family? That place is not a refuge at all. It's practically a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood built with living people. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood." As soon as those 4 words came out, the lively atmosphere in the private room, which had been as festive as New Year's, instantly dropped to freezing point. Everyone's gaze, like spotlights, focused on Su Mingyao's frail little figure. Su Mingyao's face turned as pale as paper, her body swaying like a blade of grass in the wind. It seemed like that one sentence had drained all her strength. She was the holy maiden of the Tianji Pavilion, and her intuition was like a cheat code, never baseless, often signaling some great disaster was coming. "Mingyao, don't panic, don't panic." I took a quick step to her side, holding her cold little hand in reverse. A gentle and rich, thunderous power flowed from my palm into her body, like turning on a faucet, helping to suppress her agitated mental energy. "Take your time. What exactly did you sense?" Su Mingyao took a deep breath and, with the help of my power, barely managed to steady herself. She looked up, and her once clear eyes, like lake water, were now filled with fear and determination. "I can't see clearly. There's a layer of mist blocking, the heavenly secrets. But I can hear countless vengeful spirits wailing and crying for help. Brother Xiao Cheng, that place is definitely not simple. I must see it clearly. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly broke free from my hand and shouted, "Heavenly calculation, activate." My goodness, the girl's aura changed in an instant. She had been as delicate as a little white rabbit, but now she exuded a divine pressure that made people break out in cold sweat. Her pupils instantly turned an eerie silver white, and countless complex and obscure data streams and runes flashed wildly in her eyes like a waterfall. Meng Yao, your body can't handle this. I tried to stop her, but I was repelled by the force field emanating from her. Don't move. Qin Yashuan grabbed me, her face so serious it could drip water. She's forcibly peering into the heavenly secrets. If you interrupt her now, she'll suffer backlash and become a fool. I could only clench my fists tightly, watching helplessly as 2 lines of blood slowly trickled down from the corners of Su Mingyao's eyes, a sign of mental energy exhaustion. The lights in the private room began to flicker, and it felt like electricity was crackling through the air. Su Mingyao's body trembled violently, as if convulsing, her gaze seemingly piercing through endless space to the depths of the Sunset Mountain Range. I see it. Her voice became ethereal, as if coming from another world. Underground, a massive underground space filled with jars. In the green liquid inside, they're not human. As she described it, a hellish scene unfolded in our minds. It was a massive laboratory filled with a metallic and bloody atmosphere. Countless enormous glass incubation tanks were neatly arranged, and the creatures inside had human features but were grafted with beastly limbs. Some had arms replaced with giant mechanical scythes, while others had rotting bone wings sewn onto their backs. Even more terrifying, these monsters were covered in dense, blood-red runes, the malicious secret technique of the soul-devouring cult used to imprison souls. They're extracting souls and refining spirits. Su Mingyao's voice was choked with sobs, her body shaking like a sieve. The Pantheon provides the body modification technology, and the soul-devouring cult injects vengeful spirits. They're creating soul-infused killing machines, artificial superweapons. At this point, everyone present, including the well-informed Qin Yashuan, couldn't help but gasp. Was this the product of the collaboration between 2 major evil organizations? If these things were mass-produced, humanity would be doomed. Wait, Su Mingyao's pupils suddenly contracted, as if she had seen something even more terrifying. In the deepest part, there's an even larger cultivation tank. That is Ghost Face. My heart skipped a beat. What is he doing? A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Su Mingyao's mouth, but she kept her eyes fixed on the scene, refusing to close them. He's not healing. He's laughing. He's undergoing transformation. He's absorbing the resentment of those failed experiments around him. His aura, it's growing stronger. He's breaking through. He's about to break through. S-level peak. No, this pressure, it's SS level. Boom! This sentence was like a thunderclap, striking us right on the crown of our heads. SS level. That's the realm of legends, the true land of mortals. In the current capital, aside from those reclusive old monsters, no one could possibly defeat him. That Ghost Face actually intends to forcefully break through using such an evil method? Damn it, Xiao Liuli gritted her teeth. These lunatics, are they trying to create a god? No, not a god. The silver light in Su Mingyao's eyes began to fade. Her voice grew weaker, but carried a chilling sense of prophecy. It's a demon. If he completes the transformation, the capital will be plunged into chaos. Rivers of blood will flow. He must be stopped. Spurt. A large mouthful of blood sprayed from Su Mingyao's mouth, and the silver light shattered instantly. Her whole body went limp, like a kite with its string cut, falling backward. Meng Yao. I reacted quickly, stepping forward to catch her securely in my arms. At this moment, Su Mingyao's breath was as faint as a dying candle, and her once stunningly beautiful face was now frighteningly pale. Yet her hand clung tightly to my collar, her knuckles white from exertion. She used the last ounce of her strength to open her heavy eyelids, staring at me with eyes full of pleading and despair. "Brother Xiao Cheng, hurry, only you can stop him. If you're late, it'll be too late." With that, her hand fell weakly, and she completely lost consciousness. The entire private room fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the occasional sound of fireworks exploding outside the window, so piercing, so ironic. On one side was the prosperity of a flourishing era, and on the other, a brewing apocalypse. I looked at the unconscious Su Mingyao in my arms, at the blood tears still wet at the corner of her eyes. An unprecedented surge of violent killing intent erupted from my chest. I slowly raised my head, my gaze as sharp as knives sweeping over everyone present. "You all heard that." My voice was calm, but cold enough to freeze. Fatty Wong silently put on his gloves, his eyes fierce like a wolf's. Chen Mo wiped his dagger, exuding murderous intent. Lung Yuexin's sword was coated with a layer of frost. Xiao Yoli was surrounded by flames, her long hair floating on its own. Qin Yashuan took a deep breath, picked up the communicator, her eyes flashing with resolute determination. "I'll mobilize all available resources from the Sevenstar Pavilion," Qin Yashuan said. "This time, it's not just for the capital, but also for the blood this girl has shed." I gently placed Su Mingyao on the sofa, covering her with a coat, then turned to pick up the silver dragon spear on the table. The spear trembled lightly, emitting a hum of thirst for blood. No need to mobilize so many people. I walked to the window, looking at the pitch-black night sky in the distance, the direction of the Sunset Mountains, the direction of hell. SS level, so what? Creating gods, so what? I turned back to my companions, revealing a sinister and crazed smile. Since they want to play big tonight, I'll go and turn their lair completely upside down. I grasped Su Mingyao's cold hand tightly, and with a thought, a gentle and rich power of the universal divine thunder flowed slowly into her body through my palm. Thunder governs life and death. Though this power was domineering, under my precise control, it became the best sedative as Su Mingyao's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and her previously chaotic breathing slowly steadied. Seeing that she was fine, I finally let out a long sigh of relief. Then, I suddenly turned around, my gaze sweeping across everyone in the room like lightning. "You all heard what Meng Yao just said. SS level, the God-making plan. If they succeed, tonight's capital will become a living hell." My voice wasn't loud, but every word was as firm as iron, carrying an undeniable resolve. "Let's fight." Xiao Yoli was the first to step forward. She tore off the cumbersome hem of her evening gown, revealing tactical shorts underneath. Her long, slender legs were already strapped with 2 spare tactical daggers. I just used the highest level of authority my grandfather gave me. "The Dragon Soul Legion's most advanced Phantom Stealth Fighter will arrive at the rooftop helipad in 3 minutes." "Well done," I nodded approvingly. "I haven't been idle either." Qin Yashuan took a deep breath, her once charming face now filled with a deadly seriousness. She quickly walked to one of the walls in the private room and pressed her palm against it. Click! The wall slowly rotated, revealing a dazzling array of a small arsenal. This was an emergency armory prepared by the Sevenstar Pavilion for top VIPs, with each item worth a fortune. "This mission is too dangerous. Standard equipment won't cut it," Qin Yashuan said, pointing to the armory, her speech rapid. "Fatty, throw away your broken shield. This is the Titan's Wall, made of S-grade alloy. It can even generate an energy field through source energy. It can withstand 3 full force strikes from an A-level peak fighter." Fatty Wong's eyes lit up instantly. He grabbed the heavy black giant shield and caressed it lovingly. "Wow, this is a treasure. With this, I'm a walking fortress." Chen Montak. Qin Yashuan picked up an almost transparent dagger and tossed it to Chun Mo, light and shadow, This optical camouflage coating can reflect psychic detection. Chinamo caught the dagger and deftly twirled it between his fingers. The blade cut through the air without leaving a trace, as if it had vanished into thin air. His gaze was cold, but carried a hint of fervor. "Thanks." Qin Yashuan then took out 2 vials of potions, their aura astonishing. "This is Heaven's Return Pill and explosive chi powder. They can save lives or be used as a last resort." Yu Xin and Liolai accepted them with solemn expressions. Afterward, Qin Yashuan turned her gaze to me, her eyes filled with worry and unwavering trust. "Little brother, with your current strength, ordinary weapons won't do you justice. This is everything I can give you." She took out a delicate chip from her bosom and placed it in my palm. "This is the structural map of that base. It's incomplete, but it marks a few energy nodes. Destroy them, and the lab's power supply can be cut off." Clutching the chip, a warm current surged through my heart, and my gaze deepened. "It's enough. When I come back, this drink won't go to waste." "I'll wait for you." Qin Yashuan nodded firmly. Suddenly, a low engine roar came from outside the window. A sleek, jet-black aircraft hovered by the window like a ghost in the night. It was none other than the Dragon Soul Legion's Phantom Fighter. "It's time to go." I picked up the Dragon Gallant silver spear from the table. The spear trembled slightly, emitting a crisp dragon's roar, as if it couldn't wait to be stained with blood. "Star Squad," I shouted, and everyone responded in unison, their voices shaking the ceiling. Boom! The floor-to-ceiling window shattered, and 6 figures shot out like meteors piercing the night sky, leaving the warm private room behind and plunging into the cold, dark night. "Let's go." Downstairs, the celebration banquet was still ablaze with lights, music, and dancing. No one noticed that a 6-person team was carrying the city's fate on their shoulders, heading into the abyss. 10 minutes later, the desolate Sunset mountain range on the outskirts of the capital was shrouded in the deep night. The Phantom Fighter sped through the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was heavy as everyone silently checked their equipment. The unconscious Su Mengyao was cradled protectively in Fatty Wong's arms. I sat at the cabin door, my gaze falling toward the ink-black valley below, like a giant maw opening, ready to devour everything. Yet my heart was exceptionally calm. That was the calm before the storm, the prelude to slaughter. Beep! The red light flashed, and the pilot announced, "We've reached the target airspace. Energy interference is intense. Landing is impossible. Right here." I stood up abruptly, the fierce wind blowing through the cabin, making my robes flutter noisily. Looking back at my companions, Lung Yuexin's face was as cold as ice, her sword intent sharp. Xiao Yuli's battle spirit burned like raging flames. Wang Pengzi held his shield firmly. Chen Mo's figure was ethereal, his killing intent restrained. "Brothers," I said, "ahead lies hell. Are you afraid?" A ruthless smile curled at the corner of my mouth. "Afraid of what?" Wang Pengzi laughed heartily. "With Brother Qiao here, I'll dare to charge into hell." "Kill." Xiao Yuli responded briefly, her spear igniting in flames. I gripped the silver spear tightly, its tip piercing the darkness, while purple-gold lightning danced in my palm. "Prepare for airborne assault. Let those rats hiding in the shadows taste despair." Before the words had fully left my mouth, I leapt out of the cabin, followed closely by the other 5. 6 figures, like meteors, fearlessly plunged into the endless darkness. Tonight, sleep will be elusive. Tonight, the river of blood will surely be dyed red. The raging wind roared in my ears as the 6 of us, like war gods descending from the heavens, leapt from the Phantom aircraft at 10,000 meters altitude. Below us lay the Sunset Mountains, secretly devouring the capital city. When we were less than 100 meters from the ground, I shouted, "Steady!" The divine thunder within me erupted, transforming into an invisible electromagnetic net that stabilized everyone's descent. This story setup is actually quite ingenious. Xiao Cheng's failure not only creates a strong contrast, but also makes the appearance of the god-level choice system more dramatically compelling. In truth, the story reflects the despair brought by life's low points and the importance of seizing second chances. Many people face doubt and disdain, but as long as they don't give up, the turning point of fate might be just around the corner.